After crossing into the world of Hong Kong crime films, he unexpectedly finds himself reborn as a low-ranking Triad lackey. Wang Xiao returns from Rebirth only to be bound at the outset to an identity, someone else's underling. Yet no one could have imagined that this seemingly insignificant nobody would make his first move by toppling his own boss. In merely 10 days, he manipulates Triad conflicts, devours underground forces, and climbs step by step from the very bottom to the pinnacle of power on Hong Kong Island. He subdues the major Triad societies, seizes control of a vast commercial empire, and strides from Xinjiang out toward the entire globe. Former kingpins can now only stare up at his departing back in helpless awe. Aristocratic clans, financial conglomerates, and the underground world all become mere pieces upon his chessboard. When everyone asks, "Are you the legendary emperor of the underworld?" Wang Xiao simply gives a faint smile and replies, "No. I am the one who writes the rules." On Hong Kong Island, on the outskirts of Yau Ma Ti, a sloping hill at the city's edge comes into view. This is where countless illegal immigrants to Hong Kong have gathered, rows of cheap corrugated metal shanties stretching from the hilltop all the way down to the foot of the slope. In the late afternoon, 3 sedans roll to a slow halt along the mid-slope road. With a soft click, the door of the Mercedes in the center swings open. Zhu Tao, Hong Kong Island's notorious drug kingpin, steps down in a well-tailored suit, moving with composed arrogance under the escort of a cluster of underlings. "Ah Xiao, you and Sha Lian Na stay here with the cars." "Ah Xiao." Zhu Tao turns his gaze toward the lackey and the female secretary. The group, hearing his words, look back at the young man standing dazed beside the car. The youth is just over 20 with rugged, well-defined features and neat short hair. A plain black suit outlines his tall and upright frame. Under his suit jacket, he wears no shirt and has not fastened the buttons. His solid sculpted chest and abdominal muscles are boldly exposed, radiating a potent masculine sensuality. "Wang Xiao, the boss is talking to you. Are you deaf, you brat?" The bodyguard Derone glares and curses. "Understood, boss." Wang Xiao snaps out of it and nods slightly. "All of you stay sharp. Today's deal must not go wrong." Zhu Tao barks harshly, then waves a commanding hand at the group. "Let's go, follow me up the hill." "Yes, boss," the drug lord's lackeys answer in unison. Wang Xiao, Sha Lian Na, and 2 other lackeys remain to watch the cars, while the rest escort Zhu Tao toward the summit. In just a moment, their figures vanish into the labyrinth of ramshackle dwellings. "Bloody hell, this is like..." Wang Xiao mutters under his breath as he leans against the Mercedes. Just a second ago, he had been hosting a lavish silver party in a luxury villa in Colombia, South America. After merely one sleep, he has somehow crossed into another world. What makes it worse is that his mind is a complete blank. He has inherited only this body without any of the former owner's memories. However, when Wang Xiao turns his head toward the female secretary Sha Lian Na, whose pretty face mirrors that of Qing Xia, he is already certain he has crossed into the cinematic Hong Kong crime world from his previous life. Zhu Tao, Sha Lian Na Fong. After years of painstaking effort, it feels as though he has awoken to find himself back, before liberation, reduced once more to serving as someone else's lackey. Wang Xiao's brows knit tightly. After several deep breaths, he swiftly steadies his mindset. Since he has come, he might as well make peace with it. At worst, he will simply start over from scratch. Leaning against the Mercedes, Wang Xiao strains to recall the film's plot. Judging from the current situation, he should be right at the beginning of the movie. Zhu Tao and the buyer will conduct their deal on the hilltop above the shanties, but they will be surrounded by the police who have received advance intelligence. Thinking of this, Wang Xiao begins to observe his surroundings with heightened caution. The shantytown is densely populated. The immigrants, relying on themselves, run all kinds of stalls, snacks, tea stands, secondhand clothing stands, and the place is bustling with life. After Zhu Tao's group ascends the hill, plainclothes officers disguised as residents emerge in corners all over the shantytown, shadowing Zhu Tao from afar as they carefully move toward the hilltop rendezvous point. At a tea stand halfway up the slope, the big-nosed Chen Jiaju takes a cup of lemon tea, gazing at Zhu Tao's disappearing figure before raising a hand to the communicator pressed to his chest. Piao Shu, the pig has gone up the hill. I'm keeping a close eye on those 3 car watchers, and on Sha Lian Na. Not far from the car watching spot, 2 men in work overalls stand at a snack stall, shoveling food into their mouths with chopsticks, their eyes occasionally flicking toward the Mercedes. Seeing Wang Xiao's wary scrutiny of the surroundings, the men in overalls quickly avert their gazes, pick up toothpicks, and casually pick their teeth before lowering their heads to continue eating. Zhu Tao, that old fox, is finished. Wang Xiao narrows his eyes slightly, though outwardly his expression remains calm, yet the unconscious rubbing of his fingertips betrays the undercurrents surging within his heart. The police have come fully prepared, but once they close the encirclement, Zhu Tao's people will certainly suffer heavy casualties. If he continues to stay here, he will be buried along with this foolish drug lord. He should flee while there is still a chance. However, it is a flower deal. Recalling a crucial scene from the film, Wang Xiao's gaze hardens. At the moment, he is penniless. Even if he runs, he will only suffer outside. Fortune favors those who dare to risk. Wang Xiao's right hand clamps firmly around the Black Star pistol at his waist as a decision settles in his heart. Before fleeing, he will place one final bet. Wang Xiao lowers his head and fixes his eyes on his wristwatch. Time slips by second under the circling of the hand. After a torturous 10-minute wait, he estimates that Zhu Tao's transaction must have begun. Suddenly Wang Xiao reaches out and grabs Sha Lianna's arm. "What are you doing?" Sha Lianna startles, alarmed by his abrupt move. Not far away, the two car watchers turn their heads at the sound. Seeing the pair's intimate posture, teasing smiles unconsciously creep over their faces. Sha Lianna's expression sours. She raises her hand and slaps his palm away. "Are you not afraid of death? If the boss finds out, he'll chop you to pieces." A drug lord's mistress pretending to be pure. What a joke. Wang Xiao sneers inwardly and lowers his voice. "Listen to me. There are cops nearby." "What?" Sha Lianna's face drains of color. "Idiot, don't start looking around." Wang Xiao snaps, then suddenly, "If the cops act, early impound the cars and block the downhill route, which path can the boss's group take to escape?" Forcing herself to calm down, Sha Lianna struggles to recall, then answers with firm certainty, "The back of the hill. The back slope is shaded and rather steep. Hardly anyone lives there, and halfway down you reach the winding mountain road. Get in and guide the way." Wang Xiao yanks open the Mercedes door and shoves Sha Lianna into the... He slides quickly into the driver's seat, starts the engine, engages the clutch, and shifts gears in one fluid motion. "This is bad. Inform sir at once. Sha Lianna is going to run." Seeing Wang Xiao and Sha Lianna suddenly scrambling into the car, the officers on surveillance in the distance can no longer sit still. Ordinary car watchers escaping might be tolerable, but Sha Lianna is one of the core figures in Zhu Tao's drug trafficking company, and this time, they absolutely cannot let her slip away. Team C, Team C. Chun Jiaju presses his communicator and sprints toward the Mercedes. "Block them at once. Do not let Sha Lianna escape. Police, stop immediately." A group of plainclothes, serious crime officers draw their pistols and rush toward the three cars. "Damn cops." The two car watchers' pupils constrict in shock. With the officers swarming toward them, it is already too late to run back and start their own cars. "Brother Xiao, wait for us." They fling away their cigarettes and dash toward the Mercedes as if their backs were on fire. Hearing their shout, Wang Xiao stomps the pedal to the floor, wishing he could drive it straight into the engine. The engine roars. Just as the two lackeys yank the doors open to climb aboard the Mercedes like a rabbit rockets forward with a violent leap. Brother Xiao, I'm not in the car. I'm not in the car." The two car watchers are flung to the ground, then scramble up, staring at the receding taillights and howling in desperation. Inside the Mercedes, Sha Lianna clutches at her nerves as she sees the swarm of officers. "Ah, Xiao, drive faster." Her pretty face is pale with fear as she grabs the bulky mobile phone, stammering, I'll call the boss right now. To hell with your call." Watching the cops draw their guns, but hold back from firing, a trace of disdain flickers in Wang Xiao's eyes. These royal police dare not shoot for fear that gunshots will alarm the ongoing flower transaction. They intend to wait until Zhu Tao and the buyer finish their deal, so they can catch them red-handed with the drugs. It's still not chaotic enough. I'll add more fuel to the fire. Wang Xiao lets out a cold chuckle as his hands suddenly wrench the steering wheel. The Mercedes spins in place with a fierce tail flick, its tires squealing sharply against the pavement. Wang Xiao swings the front of the car around and drives straight toward the two car watchers. In the right-hand drive Mercedes, the window slides down. Wang Xiao, his face icy and emotionless, draws the big Black Star pistol and squeezes the trigger at the two car watchers. Gunshots crack through the air. The two lackeys collapse instantly, their dying eyes fixed upon the fast-retreating Mercedes, blood bubbling from their lips as they murmur hoarsely, "Damn you, heartless." A cold mechanical voice suddenly resounds in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for executing two drug lord lackeys and eliminating harm for the people. The punish evil, promote good system has been activated. For executing two drug lord lackeys, you have gained Black Star pistol 2. The sudden mysterious voice in his mind makes Wang Xiao's pupils constrict in shock. His hands jerk instinctively, causing the Mercedes to sway. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xiao regains his composure, tightening his grip on the steering wheel and stabilizing the speeding car. What is this? Where did such a system come from? Wang Xiao's gaze flickers, his palms secretly slick with cold sweat that no one else can see. Wang Xiao, you. Sha Lianna stares wide-eyed, stunned that Wang Xiao would ruthlessly slaughter his own men, her face a mask of disbelief. Shut up. Wang Xiao's eyes turn glacial as he raises the pistol to press against her temple. Guide the way. If you dare to say one more word, I'll blow your brains out. The moment Wang Xiao pulled the trigger, it was as if a single stone had stirred up 1,000 ripples. The gunshot echoed over the shanty town. On the hilltop of the settlement, inside a concealed corrugated iron shack. Gunshots. In the midst of counting money and checking goods, Zhu Tao and the buyer heard the report of the gun, and their faces changed at once. Each side instantly assumed the other had secretly arranged an ambush. Those bastards want to double-cross us. Jerome. Zhu Tao growled, snatching up the cash box as he tried to bolt. You bastard, Zhu Tao, no wonder you were so eager to close this deal. You still dare try to double-cross us. The buyer's face twisted with rage as he raised his gun and leveled it at Zhu Tao. It's not me. Zhu Tao tried to explain. Bang bang. The buyer fired twice at Zhu Tao, silencing his feeble excuses, then roared at his underlings. Do them all. Damn. Zhu Tao grunted as 2 bullets struck his chest, sending him tumbling to the floor. Get the boss out of here now. Darong hurriedly hoisted Zhu Tao up, while the gang's lackeys opened fire in return. Bang 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 bang. Gunfire erupted from both sides as they drew their weapons and shot back and forth. Bullets whipped through the corrugated iron shack, and screams rang out as men fell. Carrying their wounded boss, the henchmen burst out of the shack and scattered in all directions. Damn a good thing I wore the bulletproof vest. Zhu Tao lifted his shirt, staring at the 2 deformed slugs lodged in the vest, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with lingering fear. Catching his breath, Zhu Tao clutched the cash box and, escorted by his men, hurried toward the parking spot halfway up the hill. Unfortunately, bad luck dogged him today, thanks to the blunders of one of his own. Wang Xiao's gunshots had disrupted the script and the police deployment. Now a group of officers were lying in wait at the midslope parking site. As gunmen from both sides stumbled through the labyrinthine shantytown, they grew disoriented, and more than one unlucky soul blundered straight into plainclothes detectives from the Major Crimes Unit. Everyone was stunned when they came face to face. It's an ambush. In the next second, police, Zhu Tao's men, and the buyer's crew all reacted, drawing their guns on the spot and unleashing a 3-way firefight. Bang 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 bang. Fierce gunfire echoed over the shantytown. Bullets hissed overhead as a round shaved past his scalp. Zhu Tao's face turned chalk white, and sweat poured down his back. Damn cops. Seeing the swarm of royal police blocking the road halfway down the slope, Zhu Tao cursed under his breath, realizing the path down the mountain was cut off. His eyes flickered sharply, leaving a squad of men behind to cover the retreat. He took his bodyguard Darong and turned to flee uphill. Boss. Darong fired 2 shots over his shoulder and asked nervously, "We're not going down the mountain. Where are we running? Where are we going?" After a short sprint, the aging and frail Zhu Tao had to stop, gasping for breath. Listening to the fierce gunfire echoing both above and below, he cursed between wheezes. Idiot. The front side of the mountain is crawling with cops. Going that way is suicide. Enlightenment finally dawned on Darong, and he nodded repeatedly. We circle around to the back mountain. With a low barked order, Zhu Tao turned and fled toward the back mountain. Gunfire crackled through the shantytown like strings of firecrackers at New Year, occasionally punctuated by a scream. On the back mountain's midslope, rode a Mercedes stood quietly by the roadside. Dog eats dog, and both end up bloody. Wang Xiao scoffed at the overlapping bursts of gunfire, then calmly returned to his work. He searched Serene thoroughly from head to toe. After confirming she posed no threat, Wang Xiao looked at her flushed, nervous face and spoke softly to reassure her. Relax a little, Serene. You saw it yourself. Old Zhu Tao has the cops on his tail. They won't stop until they've taken him down for good. Serene's gaze flickered as she stared at the handsome face so close to hers. Her thoughts scattered, and she no longer knew what to do. With a faint, gentle smile curving his lips, Wang Xiao gave off the warmth of an approachable boy next door. That old dog Zhu Tao is finished. We're still young, we still have a way out. Do you really want to die alongside him? Eyes blazing, Wang Xiao lifted the drug lord's secretary's chin with his hand. Serene, truth is, I've always rather liked you. Just now when I pointed a gun at you, it was only because the cops had driven me into a corner. By the way, you should have the snakehead's contact information right. Serene's expression shifted again and again. She understood that Wang Xiao wanted to flee. As Zhu Tao's personal secretary and lover, she knew that with her record of aiding his crimes, if the police caught her, she would spend the rest of her life behind bars. For the two of them, there was only one option now: run and leave Hong Kong Island as fast as possible. Wang Xiao might be short on cash, but he had youth and looks on his side, and in certain respects he was far superior to that aging Zhu Tao. After a brief silence, Serene took the initiative. She opened her handbag, flipped through a phone book, and pointed at several numbers belonging to snakeheads. These snakeheads are reliable. If you're running, take me with you. Don't worry, I'm no burden. Serene locked eyes with Wang Xiao and said solemnly, all these years I've handled Zhu Tao's network of contacts. I know his supply channels too. With my help, you'll be the next Zhu Tao someday. Given time, your assets will be in the tens of millions. Wang Xiao pinched her chin lightly, his expression tinged with displeasure. Serene, why do you think I'm that mercenary? I truly like you. Even if you had nothing at all, I wouldn't abandon you. I misjudged you. Don't be mad. Serene wrapped an arm around her body, leaning closer, her lively smile lifting a charming face. Wang Xiao, where are you planning to go next? With a gentle smile, he lowered his gaze to the spirited features so reminiscent of the goddess from his previous life. I'm planning to send you off to your next life. Before the last word even fell, Wang Xiao's eyes turned ruthless, the muzzle of his gun pressed against Serene's chest. Bang! The bullet pierced her heart, and blood slowly soaked through her blouse. You? Serene clutched at her chest with trembling hands, staring at Wang Xiao in terror and hatred. You're too entangled with Zhu Tao. The police already have their eyes on you. Wang Xiao regarded the venom in her gaze, his tone icy and detached. Just moments ago when they were fleeing, the cops had been shouting, "Don't let Serene get away." In the original course of events, the police had released Zhu Tao for lack of evidence, only to find their breakthrough later through this woman. Taking you with me would be suicide. May you be reborn into a wealthy family in your next life. Farewell. Wang Xiao murmured a cold goodbye as his fingers squeezed the trigger again. Bang! Another shot rang out, and Serene's body went limp in his arms. Wang Xiao glanced at her pale, delicate face, then pushed her corpse away with one hand. She may look very similar, but the one I truly like is Qingxia, not some drug lord's mistress. The rewarding justice system chimed, congratulations to the host for executing a core female member of a drug cartel. Reward 3 police-grade bulletproof anti-stab vests. Police-grade bulletproof anti-stab vest combining ballistic and anti-stab protection capable of stopping rounds from small-caliber submachine guns and pistols from penetrating. Vest-style design for concealed, wear under clothing comfortable, to wear flexible and movement perfect for everyday use. Picking up the phone book that listed all manner of shady figures on Hong Kong Island, Wang Xiao flipped his hands, and a black police-issue bulletproof anti-stab vest appeared in his grasp. He slipped on the vest and covered it with his suit jacket. What a fine piece of gear. Wang Xiao patted his chest, feeling a surge of security. Then he took out the large black pistol rewarded by the system. After carefully inspecting it, he confirmed it was brand new with no serial number. Even if the police got hold of it, they would never trace its origin. Click. He chambered around. Gripping the pistol, Wang Xiao raised his head toward the shanty town, where the firefight still raged, quietly waiting for the moment when the dice cup would finally be lifted. After the time it takes to smoke 2 cigarettes, the weed-choked back mountain rustled as grass leaves suddenly began to swish. Clutching his briefcase, Zhu Tao forced his way through waist-high grass, looking utterly bedraggled. Most of his underlings were dead or wounded. Only De Rong and 2 trusted henchmen remained at his side. The 4 stumbled as they ran downhill. Old and physically frail, Zhu Tao simply could not go on. Leaning on one henchman's shoulder, he panted heavily. Haha, let's rest a bit. The cops haven't caught up yet. Boss, we can't afford to rest. De Rong exclaimed anxiously, then ordered the 2 henchmen. You 2 hold the boss up. Move. With that, De Rong took the lead, striding toward the mid-slope road. Zhu Tao's legs were jelly as the 2 henchmen supported him. They had barely gone a few steps when De Rong's delighted shout rang out ahead. Boss, hurry. Wang Xiao and Serene have come to pick us up. Zhu Tao and the 2 henchmen were overjoyed at the words. Let's go. Bursting out of the grass, they saw Wang Xiao standing beside the Mercedes while Serene leaned against the passenger door staring straight at them. Wang Xiao had gambled and won. Wang Xiao's brows relaxed. He exhaled in relief and waved energetically at Zhu Tao and the others. Boss, get in the car quick. On the brink of escape, Zhu Tao's face flushed with excitement, his legs suddenly steady as he strode forward with surprising vigor. Having cheated death, he couldn't help but laugh in giddy relief. Those damn cops, they think they can catch me. The blind fortune teller Chen told me I'd live to a ripe old age. That punk Chen Jiaju. Once this blows over, I'll have his head. The 4 of them kept moving, hurrying toward them. Wang Xiao, start the car. Zhu Tao hugged the case to his chest and barked his habitual order. Sure, Wang Xiao replied with a smiling nod. Inwardly, he was already preparing to send them all on their way. Suddenly, Wang Xiao swung up the large black pistol and squeezed the trigger. You! Zhu Tao and the others stared, eyes bulging in horror. Bang, 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 bang. With crisp shots, Wang Xiao blew out the brains of all 4. Damn, you even had a bulletproof vest. He glanced at the vest beneath Zhu Tao's shirt and gave a cold little laugh. Sorry, unless there's a special reason, I've always preferred to shoot for the head. He stepped forward and calmly put an extra round into each skull. Bang, 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 bang. Blood sprayed in all directions. The rewarding justice system chimed again. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully executed Major Hong Kong Island drug lord Zhu Tao and 3 members, effectively contributing to the island's stability. For this first eradication of a cartel's kingpin, the rewards would be doubled. Reward 1 Gene Point. Gene Point refines muscles and purges impurities, enhancing the host's physical attributes and breaking through the limits of human genetics. Reward 2 A funds laundering device. Any dirty money in the host's possession can be placed into the system's laundering module, which automatically legitimizes the income's origin and converts it into any currency, depositing it into an account designated by the host. Reward 3 1 cubic meter of private storage space to stow whatever items he wishes. Reward 4 3 Soviet-made AK-47s. Nicknamed the King of War, their firepower was fierce, a must-have for hardened criminals. Boss Zhu truly was a generous man. He delivered money and now had brought lavish rewards. Smiling, Wang Xiao looked down at Zhu Tao's corpse and casually granted the boss one final bullet. Boss, may your journey be smooth, he chuckled. Bang! Zhu Tao's skull burst open, his eyes still wide in death. Wang Xiao stooped to pick up the briefcase at his feet. Click! The case snapped open. A full case of crisp U.S. dollars came into view, exuding the intoxicating scent of fresh ink. 100,000, 300,000, 500,000. Wang Xiao counted his haul at speed. In total, there were 1 million U.S. dollars inside. The equivalent of 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Murder and arson earn a golden belt. Hong Kong Island truly is a land blessed with talent and opportunity. Wang Xiao narrowed his eyes and inhaled deeply. The smell of banknote ink mingled with blood and gunpowder in the air, a heady mix that was almost intoxicating. launder, and convert to Hong Kong dollars. Wang Xiao placed his hand on the case, and with a single thought the stacks of dollars transformed into streams of silver light that flowed into his body. The funds laundering device's balance display showed 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Perfect. Wang Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he turned open the car door and prepared to make his escape. Some of Zhu Tao's lackeys were still alive. Once those punks were captured, there was no guarantee they wouldn't tell the police about him. Hong Kong Island was no longer safe. Wang Xiao had already made up his mind. As he opened the passenger door, Serene, who had been propped there without support, tumbled lifelessly to the ground. Wang Xiao slid into the driver's seat of the Mercedes and stepped hard on the accelerator. The engine roared, and the gray sedan shot down the mountain road. In the evening at the Saigon Pier, after disposing of the Benz, Wang Xiao changed his clothes. He stood by the roadside telephone booth, casually hanging up the call from the smuggler and taking out the buzzing pager from his pocket. Several incoming messages came from the same number. After a brief contemplation, Wang Xiao picked up the phone and dialed back. Beep beep. The call was quickly connected. I didn't have time to contact you earlier, Wang Xiao explained in a familiar tone. Wang Xiao, where are you? On the other end of the line, the man recognized Wang Xiao's voice, filled with resentment. Today's boar hunting operation turned chaotic, and the guys in the shantytown are confused, suffering considerable casualties. Boar hunting operation. Wang Xiao's expression froze, a bizarre thought suddenly rising in his mind. Damn it. No way. For the past 5 years, I've had you closely follow Zhu Tao, only for it all to fall apart at the crucial moment. Zhu Tao is dead. His nephew Zhu Danny is also not at the scene. This time that bastard Zhu Danny escaped unscathed. On the phone, the superior kept rambling. We found the bodies of Zhu Tao and his subordinate Selena in the back mountains of the shantytown, as well as tire tracks. We now seriously suspect that there is an insider among our police team. Zhu Tao might have had a big boss behind him, and they could have been silenced. Wang Xiao, your undercover mission continues, the superior commanded sternly. I want you to get back to Zhu Dan's side, find a way to gather evidence against him, root out the corrupt officers in the police, and investigate if there are any big bosses behind the Zhu family. Do you understand? The man's brief words exploded like thunder in Wang Xiao's heart. Undercover. Wang Xiao was in shock, gripping the phone tightly with his right hand. I just took down the drug lord boss, blackmailed $1 million, and was ready to flee to Siam. You dare to tell me I'm an undercover agent? However, with a twist in fate, this could be seen as good news. He wouldn't have to flee after all. Wang Xiao knew best how Zhu Tao died, which big boss could be behind him. In his 2 lifetimes, Wang Xiao had superb acting skills and quickly entered the undercover mindset. Sir, did all those guys under Zhu Tao get captured this time? They knew they had committed heinous crimes and resisted to the end. All of them were shot dead, the superior casually replied. They're all dead. Wang Xiao's brow relaxed as he hoarsely questioned. Sir, do you think Zhu Danny is an idiot? With Zhu Tao's crew wiped out, I would be the only one to return, and he would surely interrogate me harshly. I might even end up getting killed by his subordinates on the spot. Have you even considered my situation? Are you trying to get me killed? Sir, it's been 5 years. Do you know how I've been surviving these 5 years? I've even forgotten how to salute. I just want to return to the police force. I don't want to be an undercover agent anymore. Listening to Wang Xiao's agitated breathing, the superior remained unmoved and angrily said, If the case isn't solved, how can you return to the police? Wang Xiao listened carefully. This is an order from the big sir. As a member of the disciplinary force, you need to execute orders without negotiation. Wang Xiao sneered coldly in his heart, thinking about this damned superior. Did he think I was that foolish guy in my previous life? A few thousand a month and he treats me like a dog. In so many Hong Kong films, most undercover agents ended up with bad fates. He still remembered the movie Black and White Path he had seen in his previous life, where the undercover returned to the police, but his colleagues and superiors were filled with suspicion, constantly monitoring and interrogating him. The former gang saw him as a traitor, chasing and seeking revenge, making him hated by everyone. He was caught between 2 worlds. With such examples in front of him, he would spoil his superiors' bad habits. I won't do it. Wang Xiao flatly refused. If you don't accept it, I'll submit my resignation. This undercover work can be done by anyone who wants to. I'm not serving. Wang Xiao, you. The superior was left speechless on the phone, heartbroken as he reprimanded. You, a mainlander, were trained by me and the police academy to get to where you are today. How can you say such things now? You really have a rebellious spirit. Rebellious spirit. This is all thanks to you, sir, Wang Xiao replied with a cold laugh. On the other end of the line, the superior fell silent, suppressing his anger and patiently trying to appease him. Xiao, you've been pursuing the Zhu Tao case for 5 years now, deeply entrenched in it. Are you willing to give up all your hard work? I know these years haven't been easy for you. Aren't we all doing this for the citizens of Hong Kong? He was still trying to use official rhetoric on him. Moral coercion, huh? Heh. Wang Xiao looked disdainful and questioned, Am I not a citizen of Hong Kong? You? The superior gritted his teeth, no longer beating around the bush, directly promising tangible benefits. Xiao, the chief has already said that as long as you can solve the Zhu Tao case, you'll be promoted 3 levels and made an acting inspector. Who cares about that? Wang Xiao scoffed, too lazy to waste more words with the previous superior. This is the last time. I'll do my best. Wait for my news. Hanging up the phone, Wang Xiao leaned his back against the public telephone booth, lighting a cigarette, quietly contemplating. Being an undercover agent is just being a stepping stone for others. Agreeing to the superior over the phone was merely a pretense, a temporary excuse. Being cautious as a newcomer was not a mistake. If he insisted on refusing, and if this damned superior was a rotten person, he could easily set a trap to send him to Chaiwan. At worst, he could expose his undercover identity and get him killed by Zhu Danny. Wang Xiao frowned slightly, silently exhaling a puff of smoke. Although he had money now, he had neither influence nor power. If he suddenly showed off his wealth, he would surely become a target for those with ulterior motives. Wealth must match power. Wang Xiao's gaze suddenly sharpened, and a new idea formed in his mind. His damned superior had accidentally guessed half right. If he remembered correctly, there really was an insider in the police force related to Zhu Tao. Additionally, it seemed that Zhu Tao had recorded all the transaction information over the years in the company computer. In the original plot, Zhu Danny and Gao Yuhan had terrible personalities. Afterward, they brought a group of subordinates to retaliate against Chun Jiejun and his girlfriend for ruining their drug deal. If his undercover identity were exposed by the superior or corrupt officers, it was obvious that that scoundrel Zhu Danny would definitely seek revenge on him. To eradicate the roots of the problem, simply follow the superior's speculation and pin the issues on the big boss behind Zhu Tao, no matter who it is. If they dared to interfere with his freedom, he would send them and their families to wealth. Wang Xiao's expression turned cold as he pulled out the phone book left by Selena and began to carefully browse through it. Swish, swish, the sound of pages turning suddenly stopped. Wang Xiao looked at the name of the intermediary, and a figure of a man holding a large mobile phone floated into his mind. Picking up the public phone, Wang Xiao dialed the other party. Beep beep. The call connected and a mature male voice came through. I'm Li Yunfei. Who are you? Li Yunfei from Through Storm and Rain. Wang Xiao took a deep breath of smoke and said in a hoarse voice, help me contact a few capable hands to kidnap 2 people. What's the price? Boss, who is the target? Business was coming in, and Li Yunfei spoke rapidly. Wang Xiao flicked the ash off his cigarette. Zhu Tao's nephew Zhu Danny and his right-hand man Gao Yuhan. Oh, and by the way, add one more person, that scoundrel lawyer who worked for Zhu Tao. This time tie them all up together and also help me investigate that scoundrel lawyer's background. Li Yunfei fell silent for a moment. He had just received news that Zhu Tao had been killed during today's transaction. The other party was aiming to wipe them all out to eradicate the roots. Li Yunfei didn't ask more questions and directly stated, that lawyer is easy to deal with, but Zhu Danny and the 2 of them are usually accompanied by a group of thugs, which makes it a bit difficult. Stop talking nonsense. Money is not a problem. Wang Xiao stepped on a suitcase containing 10 million, his voice cold. I want them by tomorrow. Find some experienced hands and don't create additional trouble or draw the police's attention. They'll call you later and they'll pay you the brokerage fee and deposit in advance. After the job is done, there will definitely be a generous reward. The employer was wealthy, and Li Yunfei's eyes lit up as he readily accepted the job. No problem, boss. They'll contact you right away. Hanging up the phone, Wang Xiao crushed the cigarette, but underfoot walked out of the telephone booth with a faint smile on his face. Money can open doors. There are many troubles in this world, but most can be solved with money. If it can't be solved, it just proves there isn't. As a newly minted millionaire, the royal undercover officer protecting Hong Kong, dealing with a few nuisances is trivial. There's no need to dirty his own hands. An hour later, Saigon Park. Li Yunfei, the intermediary, hung up his mobile phone and hurried toward the pavilion in the park following his employer's instructions. He bent down and rummaged through a trash bin beside the pavilion, retrieving a brown paper bag. Opening it, he carefully counted the contents. Genuine notes, every cent accounted for. A faint smile flickered across Li Yunfei's face. Outside the park, a public telephone booth stood by the roadside. Wang Xiao glanced at his wristwatch, picked up the receiver, and dialed Li Yunfei's number. The call connected instantly. Did you receive the money? Wang Xiao asked coolly. Yes, Li Yunfei replied, cradling the phone between his shoulder and ear while lighting a cigarette with a grin. Money received, duty fulfilled. That's my promise. You may rest assured, boss. I've been in this line of work for years. My name, Li Yunfei, is known across Hong Kong's underworld. Enough talk, Wang Xiao interrupted, frowning. What about the target? I've secured 4 elite mainland enforcers, Li Yunfei responded without delay. The moment funds clear, they strike tonight. Boss, once the target is taken, how shall we contact you? I'll reach out tomorrow. Don't disappoint me, Li Yunfei, Wang Xiao replied, voice edged with frost, then ended the call. Inside the park, Li Yunfei slipped his mobile into his pocket and scratched his head. A seasoned operator, he immediately grasped the unspoken implication behind his employer's words. If this boss could hire him to eliminate Zhu Dan and I, then surely he could also hire others to eliminate him, Li Yunfei. Another ruthless one. No idea what Zhu Tao did to offend this man, but even in death he demands Zhu Tao's entire family erased. Li Yunfei shook his head in quiet awe, stubbed out his cigarette, and dialed the mainland enforcers. The boss has transferred the payment. Proceed as planned. Understood, came a crisp, decisive reply from. Late that night, On Western Street North in Mongkok, a residential building, 4th floor. Wang Xiao arrived at his previous life's apartment guided solely by the address on his identity card. Gently pushing open the door, he entered pistol drawn, treading silently into the dim interior. Instantly, a sour fermented stench, leftover food gone rancid, hit him full in the face. Damn, Wang Xiao spat upon seeing the floor littered with cigarette ash and takeout containers. You won't clean it, neither will I. He peeled off his shirt and wrapped it over his nose and mouth, then searched the squalid apartment top to bottom, until behind a hidden panel in the bedroom nightstand, he found it a biscuit tin. Lifting the lid, he beheld a stack of faded photographs and an old telephone directory. As he leafed through the photos, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Meng Jiahui, Zhou Xiaolong. In several images, his former self stood intimately embraced with a woman bearing striking resemblance to Meng Jiahui. Other photographs showed him as a youth, group shots with a couple and larger gatherings with peers his age. In one group photo, a teenage boy struck a deliberately cool pose, yet his youthful features bore an uncanny likeness to the younger version of the legendary prodigy. Wang Xiao furrowed his brow, set aside the photos, and continued examining the remaining personal effects beneath them. Several handwritten letters, a .38 caliber revolver, and a police identification card. Yao Mati Police Station, Major Crimes Unit. Wang Xiao. Officer Wang is rather handsome, isn't he? Haha. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow as he held up the ID card, a wry smile playing on his lips. He stowed everything into his storage space and began reading the letters one by one. All letters were sent from mainland China by his former self's mother. The most recent was dated 2 days ago. Wang Xiao withdrew the envelope, and a photograph slipped out onto the floor. He picked it up, and his gaze sharpened. His former mother stood flanked by 2 uniformed young men, one unmistakably the military-attired Zhou Xiaolong. In her letter, Mother Wang expressed longing for her son, and mentioned the 2 nephews recently discharged from service, Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo, pictured in the photo. She hoped they might come to bustling Hong Kong to seek opportunity under her son's guidance. FSSSD, the match flared. Wang Xiao studied the photograph, a subtle smile curving his lips. Cousins. Night deepened. Wang Xiao tucked away the letters, cigarette pinched between his fingers, silently reciting, "Uphold justice, punish evil." A delicate spiral of smoke rose from the tip, then froze midair, coalescing into a shimmering, 3-dimensional interface. Wang Xiao inhaled sharply. Though braced for the extraordinary, he couldn't suppress his quiet awe. Glancing downward, he saw his real-time status displayed before him. Name: Wang Xiao. Age: 22. Genetic composite rating: 3, adult male, average 15. Skills: Firearms proficiency novice, downgraded post-soul transmigration. Military hand-to-hand combat novice. Automotive operation novice. Skill tiers ascend from novice proficient, expert, master, transcendent. Current available genetic points: 1. Use now. Yes or no? His cigarette had burned down unnoticed. Without hesitation, Wang Xiao raised his finger and tapped yes. In the next instant, the smoke dissolved into emerald light, surging into his body. Damn! Wang Xiao grunted, every nerve alight with searing pain and maddening itch. Trembling hands tore open his suit jacket and bulletproof vest. His eyes locked onto his torso, and his pupils contracted violently. Beneath his skin, sinuous shapes writhed like serpents, leaving trails of excruciating bone-deep agony. This must be the system's sinew-reforming and marrow-cleansing process. Damn! Pain feels so good. He gritted his teeth, each word a pulse of exhilaration. What was pain compared to breaking through genetic constraints? As long as it didn't kill him, he'd endure it gladly. Sweat poured like rain. Clenching his jaw, he suffered and reveled. Gradually the torment subsided. Reinforcement complete. Wang Xiao clenched his fist. The strange sensations vanished, replaced by a surging radiant vitality. Congratulations. Host genetic potential upgraded. Real-time status updated. New. Genetic composite rating, 4. Height 176 centimeters, 2 centimeters from enhancement. Absolutely exhilarating. Wang Xiao's eyes gleamed as he punched the air, electrified with energy. Exhausted from a day of relentless motion, he'd been drained and drowsy. Yet now fatigue evaporated, replaced by boundless vigor. That sensation, breaking genetic locks, undergoing secondary physical maturation, was intoxicating. Whoa, head spinning. Wang Xiao took several deep breaths, calming his racing elation. Checking the time, he'd lost track to M. He rolled onto the bed, closed his eyes, and forced himself into light slumber, restoring strength for dawn. Within the bedroom, his breathing deepened, slow and steady. Safe, half awake, half dreaming. Fragments of unfamiliar memories surfaced, like scenes projected onto his mind's eye. His youth, brought to Hong Kong by his father in search of livelihood. Then, in the next flash, a construction site accident claimed his father's life. Though years had passed, the deafening roar of the cement mixer still echoed in his ears. At barely 10, he clutched his father's cold employee badge in trembling hands. The sharp, sterile scent of antiseptic clinging to the corpse etched itself permanently into his memory. Surviving on meager compensation and part-time labor, while studying, he endured the gray, suffocating rhythm of this glittering metropolis. until one day a splash of color pierced through a girl. She slid into the seat beside him, smiling warmly as she whispered her name. I'm Ivy. His cheeks flushed crimson at the sight of her radiant smile. In his former self's memories, the impoverished, self-conscious boy buried his affection deep, watching silently as she laughed with classmates dressed in designer labels. Through relentless part-time work, he earned admission to the police academy, and with its stipend the taciturn young man finally drew breath freed from constant strain. He dreamed of graduating, becoming an officer, saving enough to bring his mother to Hong Kong, living quietly, peacefully forever. Until that day, when a black sedan crushed sycamore leaves on the academy's courtyard, and a superior slammed a brown paper bag onto his desk. From today onward, the force assigns you to infiltrate a drug syndicate. Entranced by grand promises and dazzling rhetoric, the naive youth stepped onto the path of deep cover. Everything changed after that. From diligent cadet to despised underworld thug, overnight. His mind echoed with the first victim's scream, the raw fury of combat, the ragged gasps of breath. Brother Xiao, run. Too many of them. Duan Kuan, his white-haired best friend, panted fiercely, blade raised to shield Wang Xiao's back. Wang Xiao said nothing, only charged forward, weapon raised. Over years of undercover work, managing clubs, slashing rivals, demolishing buildings, all became routine. By risking his life repeatedly, he rose to become the syndicate's most trusted confidant. Amid that monstrous limbo, neither man nor monster, reuniting with Ivy felt like crossing lifetimes. This time he was no longer a boy. Smiling, he approached her. Long time no see. Years of suppressed yearning erupted, fervent pursuit, unwavering devotion, until at last he claimed this exquisite blossom. But passion inevitably cooled into routine. His savings vanished, duties consumed him, time with her dwindled. After repeated quarrels, his cherished lily-white beauty turned without hesitation into the arms of a balding man. Damn whore! Having absorbed all memories of his former self, Wang Xiao lay eyes closed, spitting the curse with icy contempt. To him, the anguish echoing in those memories sounded like hollow farce. His heart remained unshaken, cold, unmoved. He rolled over and sank into deep, dreamless sleep. Outside, the sky blushed faintly with dawn. His first day in Hong Kong slipped quietly into history. The next morning in the Yao Ma Tea Squatter area, after a fierce exchange of gunfire between the police and Triads yesterday, the smoke and chaos of the night have long since dissipated. On the mountaintop, in an abandoned factory, Wang Xiao had a pineapple bun in his mouth, holding a newly purchased mobile phone in his hand with a clay mask of a demon placed beside him. After swallowing a few bites of breakfast, Wang Xiao listened to the busy signal on the phone, waiting quietly. After 2 cigarettes worth of time, the phone connected with a beep, followed by a cheerful voice from a woman. Ah, Xiao, it's your mother. Zai, you finally decided to call back. Do you know how much your mom misses you? Are you doing well on Hong Kong Island? Is your rented place still leaking? Son, long-distance calls are expensive. You should write letters instead. Without giving Wang Xiao a chance to respond, the woman hurriedly continued to speak. Mom. Wang Xiao managed to squeeze out a word. Having transmigrated and taken over someone else's body, Wang Xiao felt no sense of closeness to the original owner's mother. Faced with her concern, he instead felt quite awkward. Listening to Wang Ma's incessant chatter on the phone, Wang Xiao quickly interrupted her and asked, Mom, you mentioned in your last letter that Jian Jun and the others have finished their military service and want to come to Hong Kong Island. When are they planning to come? I received your letter yesterday. Didn't you say it was inconvenient? Wang Ma asked in confusion. Well, haha, I'm not busy anymore, Wang Xiao said with a smile, quickly changing the topic. Brothers in arms, mother and son on the battlefield. My cousin wants to come to me, so of course I welcome him with open arms. I knew it. Wang Ma's laughter came through the phone. Those guys, they drank too much yesterday and were shouting that you changed after going to Hong Kong Island and didn't want to take them along, so they plan to go to Siam. They will set off tonight after paying respects to Ma Zhu. Where are they going to Siam? Wang Xiao's tone left no room for refusal. Mom, hurry up and tell them to come to Hong Kong Island to find me. Got it. Wang Ma giggled in response, seamlessly continuing her chatter. How's your relationship with that AI Wei? When will you bring her back for me to meet? We're still dating, Wang Xiao said, feeling overwhelmed by the middle-aged woman's questions. Once I earn more money, I'll bring her back to see you. Mom, I have something urgent. I have to hang up now. You brat, you haven't been home in years since going to Hong Kong Island. Raising a piece of char siu is more useful than raising you. After a bit of playful scolding, Wang Ma quickly reminded him, remember to eat regularly no matter how busy you are, and build good relationships with the police leaders and comrades. Okay, Wang Xiao replied absent-mindedly. Mom, this is my new number. When Jian Jun and the others arrive, have them contact me. Beep. The call ended, and Wang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, immediately dialing Li Yunfei. The call quickly connected. Who is this? Li Yunfei yawned, looking like he hadn't rested well. How's everything going? Wang Xiao asked casually while fiddling with the clay mask. Li Yunfei instantly perked up. Boss, you can rest assured. The person is already caught, and I guarantee that. Well done. Wang Xiao nodded slightly and checked the time. Bring the person from the Yao Ma Tea Squatter area and the abandoned garment factory on the mountain to me now. Squatter area? Li Yunfei's expression changed when he heard the address. Isn't that where Zhu Tao had a shootout with the cops yesterday? Understood, boss, Li Yunfei quickly responded. 40 minutes later, a dilapidated van chugged up the mountain, puffing out smoke. With a swoosh, the van door swung open. Li Yunfei jumped out first. Get out. 4 big men dragged 3 handcuffed men out of the van. As they stepped into the factory, their eyes instinctively focused on the employer ahead. Wang Xiao, wearing a fierce-looking demon mask, sat on a barrel quietly observing the group. Sneaky and ghostly, the 3 intimidating big men scoffed at Wang Xiao's appearance. Shut up. Li Yunfei frowned and reprimanded. Loose lips sink ships, haven't you heard? The tall, cold-faced man at the front shot a glance at his subordinates. The 3 men pursed their lips and fell silent. Kneel. The leading man kicked Zhu Danny in the leg. Zhu Danny and the others, wearing black cloth over their heads, and with their hands bound behind them, lined up on the ground, anxiously awaiting an uncertain fate. Nice to meet you, what should I call you? Wang Xiao, undeterred by their scrutinizing gazes, asked nonchalantly. Boss. The middle-aged man, Li Yunfei, around 40, with thinning hair, stepped forward with a cordial smile, cupping his hands, and presented the information Wang Xiao had requested. I am Li Yunfei, you can call me Al Fei. We brought the people and the information you wanted. These 4 beside me are my brothers who do the work. I am the judge. The leading big man pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, introducing himself. My name is Crazy Bull. Squeeze. Chicken Essence. The 4 men replied in turn. Wang Xiao looked them over. If he remembered correctly, these 4 were the ruthless bandits from the Pillars of Fire. The judge's group comes from Pillars of Fire. Take off their hoods. Wang Xiao motioned with his chin. Li Yunfei stepped forward to remove the black cloth from the 3 men's heads. As soon as they saw the light, Zhu Danny, Gao Yuan, and Lawyer Zhang instinctively squinted. Woo-woo. With cloth stuffed in their mouths, they looked at the fierce big men in front of them, whimpering in fear. Wang Xiao jumped down from the barrel, inspecting his targets one by one. Zhu Danny and the others felt anxious as they stared at the terrifying mask. Good job. Wang Xiao took out a brown paper bag from his pocket and tossed it to Li Yunfei. This is the final payment. Thank you, boss. Li Yunfei accepted the money with a smile, not noticing the 4 men, the judge's group, standing frozen nearby. Their eyes fixated greedily on the bulging paper bag in Wang Xiao's hand. Squeeze and Chicken Essence exchanged glances, their faces lighting up. The employer was alone. That bulging paper bag must contain at least 300,000 to 400,000. Previously, the 4 of them worked tirelessly to rob a gambling den, barely earning over 300,000. Now an easy opportunity to get rich was right in front of them. The 4 exchanged glances, understanding each other's eagerness. Time to act. Watching their reactions, a bloodthirsty smile crept onto Wang Xiao's lips beneath the mask. Boss. The judge stared at the heavy paper bag, grinning menacingly. You're loaded, and my brothers want to borrow some money to spend. Judge, what do you think you're doing? Li Yunfei's expression changed at once, realizing something was off. Are you guys forgetting about loyalty? What era is this? Who the hell still cares about loyalty? Squeeze spat, kicking Li Yunfei aside. Crazy Bull and Chicken Essence grinned wickedly as they approached Wang Xiao. In the next moment, the judge and his men widened their eyes. Wang Xiao flicked his hands and brandished a gleaming AK. Bang! The judge's group looked horrified, thinking their target was just a harmless little rabbit, only to see him transform into a fierce tiger. The 4 hurriedly reached for their handguns at their waists. Thinking of black eating black, they didn't even consider their own abilities. Wang Xiao's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he pulled the trigger without a word. Da-da-da-da. The AK's muzzle flashed, and the sounds of screams and muffled groans erupted. The 4 big men who had just been shouting about black eating black suddenly collapsed onto the ground. The splattered red and white substance hit Li Yunfei's face. Congratulations, host, you have executed 4 bandits upholding justice. Reward Samade AK-474. Ignoring the system's notification in his mind, Wang Xiao's expression turned icy as he raised the AK to intimidate Li Yunfei, while his left hand drew out a Da-Hei Xing, moving closer to the judge and his men, delivering a bullet to each of their heads. Bang, 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 bang. The gunshots echoed and blood splattered. Wang Xiao's expression remained cold, reloading with the same ease as if he were eating or drinking. Meanwhile, Zhu Danny and the others looked terrified, lying on the ground without daring to move. Li Yunfei's face turned pale, frozen in place. The gun shifted, and Wang Xiao aimed at Li Yunfei. Big boss, don't shoot. Li Yunfei's heart skipped a beat, his face turning ashen as he raised his hands high. Big boss, I barely know them really. I never intended to black eat black. I'm not blind, Wang Xiao replied, kicking Li Yunfei in the stomach. Kneel. Don't move, or I'll kill you. Li Yunfei felt a constricting sensation in his heart upon sensing Wang Xiao's cold, murderous intent. The 4 doomed men, the judge's group, did not die in vain. Given their employer's preparation, he likely already harbored intentions of killing to silence them. Boss, this failure is on me. I never imagined those 4 scumbags would dare to double-cross and steal from one another. Li Yunfei clasped his head and knelt on the ground, pleading with a grimace. The commission, I will return it in full. Please spare me, have mercy on your brother. Li Yunfei, an old hand, could tell from the boss' restraint that he did not yet intend to kill him. Shut up. Wang Xiao snapped, impatiently stepped forward, stripped the four scoundrels of their guns, and frisked Li Yunfei from head to toe. After confirming Li Yunfei carried no weapon, Wang Xiao kicked him. Get up. Thank you, boss. Li Yunfei obediently rose, grateful to have survived and finally able to breathe easier. Li Yunfei, I think you have potential. You didn't do anything stupid, and you showed a shred of decency otherwise. Heh. Wang Xiao sneered coldly and planted his boot on the judge's corpse. A cold sweat ran down Li Yunfei's spine as he realized he had just been hanging by a thread. Thank you, boss. Thank you. I forgot to introduce myself earlier. Wang Xiao suddenly removed his grim mask, smiling at Li Yunfei. My name is Wang Xiao. Surprise flickered across Li Yunfei's face. He had not expected this ruthless employer to be so young. Damn, he thought, bowing his head and cursing inwardly. The man before him had removed his mask. It was plainly an attempt to drag Li Yunfei into his crimes. Wang Xiao. The bound Zhu Danny and Gao Yuehan heard the name and stared at Wang Xiao's retreating figure in total disbelief. Hearing the commotion, Wang Xiao turned back with a bright smile. A day apart feels like 3 years. Brother Danny, brother Yuehan, have you missed me? Haha. Gao Yuehan and Zhu Danny both gagged, produced muffled cries, and glared with fury at their former under. Lawyer Zhang, abject and contemptible, begged with beseeching looks and kowtowed repeatedly to Wang Xiao, desperate for a way out. Boss. It's over, I'll take my leave, Li Yunfei muttered, head bowed. Afei, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Wang Xiao, shouldering an AK, smiled a half smile. Stay and watch the show. Oh, I have other business for you later. Seeing the weapon in Wang Xiao's hand, Li Yunfei swallowed and wisely froze. Take the gags off them, Wang Xiao ordered curtly as he glanced at the 3 men. Li Yunfei forced a pained expression and stepped forward to remove the 3 gags. Phew. Zhu Danny drew a breath and fixed his eyes on the man who had once been his thug. Wang Xiao, you betrayed my uncle. No wonder the police were tipped off in advance. You were the mole. A mole? Oh, really? Wang Xiao arched an eyebrow and smiled, then turned to Li Yunfei. That scumbag says I'm an undercover agent. Do you believe him? As if I believe that. Li Yunfei watched the man who held the AK and dominated the scene, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wang Xiao kidnapped and murdered. How on earth did he look like a policeman? This man was more ruthless than the worst gangster. How could Brother Xiao possibly be an undercover? Li Yunfei shook his head repeatedly. If anyone's an undercover, it won't be Brother Xiao. God damn it, he's really an undercover. Zhu Danny's composure snapped. Shut your mouth. Did I tell you to speak? Wang Xiao snarled and struck. Wang Xiao's face contorted with rage, and he kicked Zhu Danny in the stomach. Thud. Ugh. Zhu Danny muffled a groan, gasping from the pain. Do you still think him one of your unclenifew's lackeys? Wang Xiao shouted as he rained merciless kicks on Zhu Danny, hurling curses with each blow. You treat me like a dog, summon me when you need me, and throw me away when you don't. Wang Xiao's face grew savage, the hard soul of his size 42 shoe hammered into Zhu Danny again and again. Zhu Danny cried out in pain, writhing on the ground like a worm as he tried desperately to avoid the beating. Stop. Don't hit me. I give up. Boss. Brother Xiao. Lord Xiao. Zhu Danny begged. Wang Xiao sneered. I thought you were a tough man. Turns out you're just garbage. Wang Xiao's gaze was savage as he launched a flying kick into Zhu Danny's jaw. Thud. Zhu Danny, who had feigned toughness, fell silent. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed out cold. Gao Yuehan and Lawyer Zhang watched the brutal scene, their faces drained of color as they drew a cold breath. Li Yunfei shakily reached out and checked Zhu Danny's breathing. Cough. Brother Xiao, he's alive, just faint. Wang Xiao cracked his neck with a crisp sound and shifted his gaze to Gao Yuehan and Lawyer Zhang. Both men were pale and stared at the advancing menace in terror. Thud. Wang Xiao kicked Gao Yuehan in the stomach. Gao curled up in pain and protested. Boss. I didn't. You're not speaking. Are you slandering me in your heart? Wang Xiao sneered and unleashed a storm of kicks on Gao Yuehan. I told you to keep your mouth shut. I told you to play mute. And you dare call yourself Gao Yuehan? A ridiculous hybrid name, spouting ABCD. Acting like some foreigner. Ah, damn it. Brother Xiao, stop. Gao's brow split, his nose crooked, blood streaming down his face. He curled into himself, crying and pleading desperately. Brother Xiao, Lord Xiao. Stop, we can talk. I can't take it. Sob. Groans and screams echoed through the factory. Undercover, huh? Just blending in with the criminals. Wang Xiao curled his lip and spared no mercy. A barrage of fists and boots finally eased the pent-up bitterness he had harbored since his transmigration. Wang Xiao exhaled. Beating people was in truth exhausting. Lawyer Zhang, who had watched the whole time, was now pale and trembling uncontrollably. Wang Xiao jabbed at the apparently unconscious Zhu Danny and barked at the still-dazed Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei, untie the ropes from Lawyer Zhang. You two knock out all his teeth. Not a single one left today. Li Yunfei swallowed and, trembling at Wang Xiao's grim stare, hurried forward to undo the knots binding Lawyer Zhang. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Xiao. Lawyer Zhang, grateful to have survived, bowed with tears in his eyes. Click. The magazine changed. Wang Xiao lifted the AK and issued a cold command. Do it. Li Yunfei and Lawyer Zhang exchanged a look. If they did nothing, they would be killed. Li Yunfei went first, delivering a brutal kick that sent Gao Yuehan sprawling. Lawyer Zhang followed, stomping on the exposed face of the prone Zhu Danny. Thud. Ugh. Zhu Danny's head slammed into the ground, and he screamed in pain. You still dare play dead? I told you to play dead. You nearly ruined me. Lawyer Zhang ground his teeth and savagely kicked the second-generation underling. Cough. Zhu Danny spat a mouthful of blood and several yellowed teeth onto the ground. Gao Yuehan, who had been moaning at the side, fell utterly silent at the sight. He trembled and watched in horror as the two men circled and kicked Zhu Danny. Have mercy, cough cough. Stop hitting me. Stop. Brother boss Lord Xiao, I give up, I truly give up. Zhu Danny, his face drenched in blood, lay on the ground begging for mercy. Brother Xiao, shall we continue? Li Yunfei turned to Wang Xiao. Are you deaf or stupid? I told you to take out all his teeth. Can't you understand human speech? Wang Xiao said coldly. Wang Xiao spoke with a chill. Li Yunfei and Lawyer Zhang stared at his merciless expression, a cold dread settling into their bones. Stop hitting me. The factory echoed with heart-wrenching cries. Wang Xiao, feeling irritated, stepped forward and kicked Zhu Danny in the mouth. You pathetic seller, are you still feeling wronged? Just confess. Cough cough. Zhu Danny spat out a mouthful of blood, looked up at Wang Xiao with a pitiful gaze, and suddenly burst into tears. Big boss, I didn't say I wouldn't confess. The key is you didn't ask me anything, boo-hoo. Damn it. Do I need to ask? Money. Where's my money? Slap. Wang Xiao slapped Zhu Danny hard, grabbing his collar and snarling. Tell me, where did you put my money? Money. Seeing Wang Xiao raise the gun, Zhu Danny trembled in fear. After my uncle Zhu Tao died, part of the money was kept in the safe at home, and another part was in the bank, totaling over 2 million. Li Yunfei exclaimed in surprise. Wang Xiao grabbed Zhu Danny by the collar and slapped. You dare to deceive me at this point. Your uncle was a major drug lord. Did he only leave this much money to him? Not lying, big boss, Zhu Danny protested with a pained expression. Spit. Wang Xiao spat on Zhu Danny's face and said fiercely, I see you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Keep hitting him. Li Yunfei and Lawyer Zhang rolled up their sleeves. The scumbag Lawyer Zhang kicked Gao Zhan in the ass, shouting aggressively. You scumbag, tell me, where did you hide the money of boss Xiao? Are you confessing or not? Danny, just confess. I don't want to die. Gao Zhan was bloodied and cried out loudly. Stop hitting me. I confess. I'll confess everything. Zhu Danny, hands bound, writhed on the ground like a worm, enduring immense pain. Wang Xiao raised his hand to stop. Speak. Where did you put the rest of my money? I have my bank account with over 2 million. The rest is in real estate, Zhu Danny said straightforwardly, spilling it all out. This year, due to the financial crisis in Hong Kong, even completed houses cannot be sold, and the trading company is losing money every month. Now Xingtao Company relies on a few small retail points and nightclubs to survive. If it weren't for the poor business conditions, Zhu Tao wouldn't have risked it to rush transactions with buyers. Big boss, if you want real estate, I'll give it all to you. With the 2 million he had just mentioned, in less than half an hour, Wang Xiao easily raked in over 4 million. Li Yunfei and Lawyer Zhang exchanged glances, astonished. Wang Xiao wiped the blood off his hands, looking at the two bystanders with wide eyes. He said with a playful smile, learned anything? Like those 4 pathetic losers on the floor robbing gold shops or gambling dens won't earn much, right? After the robbery, it's easy to get targeted by the police. If you're going to rob these drug lords, do they dare to call the police? Wang Xiao lightly tapped his head with his finger and said with a faint smile, the times have changed. Boss is wise. The scumbag Lawyer Zhang looked at him with a sycophantic expression. I don't like people flattering me. Wang Xiao looked at the obsequious lawyer, grabbed Zhang's hair, lifting him up, and coldly asked, It's your turn. Do you want to live or die? I want to live. I want to live. Lawyer Zhang looked pained, feeling as if his scalp was about to tear, begging for mercy. Mr. Wang, big boss. Let's talk it out. I'm just a runner lawyer. I have no money and no power. Slap. Wang Xiao interrupted the scumbag lawyer's words with a slap. You answer my questions, don't add theatrics. I heard that after Zhu Tao died yesterday, all his properties were transferred to his nephew Zhu Danny by you. Yes, big boss. Lawyer Zhang nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at rice. Damn it, didn't realize your efficiency was quite high. Wang Xiao's expression changed abruptly. He threw the documents brought by Li Yunfei in front of the unscrupulous lawyer, smiling as he patted Lawyer Zhang's shoulder. Don't be nervous, I need you to do something for me. I want all the real estate in Zhu Danny's hands, help me handle it. Lawyer Zhang exhaled, feeling a mix of emotions. His legs weakened, and he uncontrollably knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Hurry up. Wang Xiao frowned slightly and kicked the scumbag lawyer. Yes, yes, yes. Lawyer Zhang nodded repeatedly in fear. He struggled to steady his weak legs, picked up the scattered documents on the ground, and immediately began to work. Stop hitting him, let that kid sign. Wang Xiao waved his hand. Li Yunfei was also tired from hitting, gasping heavily as he held Zhu Danny down on the ground, untying his ropes. I'll sign as long as the big boss spares my life. I'm willing to sign. Zhu Danny, bloodied, looked up, waiting for Wang Xiao's response. Brother Danny, as long as you cooperate, I promise not to kill you, Wang Xiao said with a gentle smile, asking back. What benefit would it bring me to kill you? Good. Zhu Danny finally sighed in relief, trembling as he picked up the pen and signed the transfer documents. This here. Press your thumbprint on all of them. The scumbag lawyer Zhang pointed impatiently, commanding his former boss. After the documents were signed, he carefully checked them and handed them to Wang Xiao with a flattering expression. Mr. Wang, the documents are all fine. Once you sign and press your thumbprint, I can go register and transfer them. Wang Xiao checked the documents, kicking Zhang over. Do you think I'm an idiot? Or do you think the police are idiots? Trying to play tricks on me, huh? Zhu Danny had just gone missing, and all his properties worth hundreds of millions were suddenly in his hands. It would be strange if the police didn't keep a close watch on him. But this is real estate worth hundreds of millions. Once it's in his hands, Wang Xiao would never let it go. Things were getting troublesome. It seemed he needed to find a scapegoat. Wang Xiao rubbed his chin, preparing to change his approach. Lawyer Zhang turned pale, not expecting his little scheme to be exposed on the spot. He hurriedly thought it would be bad. You two, you're both not honest. Wang Xiao sneered and aimed his gun at Lawyer Zhang and Li Yunfei, feigning to silence them. Brother Xiao, big boss. Spare my life. Li Yunfei felt a cold shiver looking at the black muzzle of the gun. I didn't see anything today. This matter will absolutely stay in my stomach. I swear. Swear. Do you think this is a child's game? Wang Xiao scoffed, pretending to act. Don't kill me, Mr. Wang. I still have use for you. As death approached, Lawyer Zhang's knees buckled, kneeling and crying. I'm a lawyer in Hong Kong. I can turn black to white and the dead to alive. Big boss, if you run into any trouble in Hong Kong, I can help you settle it. Just spare my life, and I, Zhang will be your dog, biting whoever you want me to bite. Wang Xiao relaxed his finger off the trigger, squinting his eyes as if contemplating, but he truly did not intend. Having made Zhu Danny and Gao Zhan disappear, it wouldn't affect him at all. Even if they were missing, the police would only think they were terrified and fled Hong Kong. As local snakes in Hong Kong, Li Yunfei and Lawyer Zhang had extensive connections and were well informed. They could provide significant help for his early development. If these two losers didn't perform, well, he could look for an opportunity to silence them after the storm had passed. Give me a reason not to kill you, Wang Xiao asked blandly. Li Yunfei and Lawyer Zhang's faces lit up. Oh, just as they were about to speak, Wang Xiao interrupted. I don't want to hear your nonsense. A loyalty oath, know what that is? A loyalty oath. Li Yunfei and Zhang Er's faces darkened. They understood Wang Xiao wanted evidence of their crimes. I have it. Big boss, I have it. Seeing that Wang Xiao did not intend to kill them, Zhu Danny felt a glimmer of hope and suddenly shouted. Brother Xiao, I have detailed accounts of my uncle's drug trafficking as well as evidence of Lawyer Zhang bribing corrupt cops and high officials. I'll give you everything as long as you spare my life. Lawyer Zhang's expression changed drastically, staring resentfully at Zhu Danny from the corner of his eye filled with anger and hatred. Zhu Danny bloodied, wheezed heavily, staring intently at Wang Xiao, waiting for a response. Good. Wang Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Hand over the stuff and I won't kill you. I always keep my word. Huff. Zhu Danny, feeling relieved at the promise, said, Big boss, the drug accounts are stored on his company's computer and the evidence of bribes is in the safe of Zhu Tao's villa. The password is. With the items in hand, Wang Xiao tossed the gun in front of Li Yunfei and Lawyer Zhang. I'm giving you a chance to offer a loyalty oath. Do it to them. Wang Xiao, you bastard. Zhu Danny and Gao Zhan's faces changed drastically, roaring angrily. You're not keeping your word. You promised to spare us. I said I wouldn't kill you, but I never said I wouldn't watch others kill you, Wang Xiao sneered, pointing the gun at Li Yunfei. And if those two don't die today, you both will die. How do you want to choose? Under the cold muzzle of Wang Xiao's, aka Li Yunfei, and Lawyer Zhang felt their hair stand on end. If they didn't act, they would be the ones to die. Lawyer Zhang trembled all over. Li Yunfei's expression changed repeatedly. He gritted his teeth and picked up the gun from the ground. The two walked towards Zhu Danny and Gao Zhan like they were possessed. No, don't kill me. Zhu Danny and Gao Zhan, mentally breaking down, cried out as they moved. Brother, don't blame me. Hope you're born better in your next life. Li Yunfei's voice was hoarse as he slowly raised the gun. He bit his teeth hard and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Zhu Danny let out a tragic scream, blood spraying from his neck. Li Yunfei steadied his trembling hand and fired 2 more shots. Zhu Danny's eyes widened, completely losing all movement. Li Yunfei took a breath and handed the gun to Lawyer Zhang. Lawyer Zhang closed his eyes and aimed at the familiar face of Gao Zhan, repeatedly muttering, Zhan, don't blame me, don't blame me. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets ran out, blood splattered, and the cries grew. Wang Xiao quietly watched this brutal scene, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. From now on, these two would be his accomplices. Congratulations to the host for upholding justice and executing 2 core members of the drug lord group. Reward 2 diamond-studded gold watches. Wear the gold watch and become a boss from now on. Stop. They're dead. Wang Xiao turned around and lifted the lid of an oil barrel, pulling out an old-fashioned camcorder. Not bad. The footage is quite clear. Wang Xiao checked the playback and, satisfied, closed the machine. Once I finish copying, I'll send each of you a copy as a keepsake. Li Yunfei and Lawyer Zhang. Dogs. Thieves. The two, their faces numb, realized they had completely boarded Wang Xiao's pirate ship. Cheer up, all of you, don't act like your father just died. Wang Xiao scolded impatiently, starting to arrange tasks. A Fei, make sure to clean up the bodies. Understood, big boss. Li Yunfei nodded, feeling a mix of emotions. Wang Xiao looked at the scumbag lawyer. Old Zhang, for the time being you're in charge of the company. If anyone asks about Zhu Danny's whereabouts, you know what to say. The scumbag lawyer froze for a moment, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Now the police were focusing on Shangtao Company, and he was reluctant to take the fall. Wang Xiao sneered, picked up the materials collected by Li Yunfei, and casually tossed them into the scumbag lawyer's arms. Zhang, you're a smart man. Lawyer Zhang looked down at the materials in his hands, his face instantly changing color. The materials contained information about his whole family, laid out clearly. Even the two mistresses he was keeping outside were thoroughly investigated. Lawyer Zhang's body trembled slightly, his heart filled with extreme fear. These few thin pages were related to the lives of his entire family. Li Yunfei. Lawyer Zhang glared resentfully at the middleman from Hong Kong. It was clear that the information was provided to Wang Xiao by Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei's smile was bitter. He shrugged helplessly. Being hated by Lawyer Zhang was better than losing his life. Wang Xiao pressed his lips together and smiled coldly. At the top of the slope in Yamadi Langshing Bay, a standalone villa sits. The car slows down and stops outside the villa. Open the door, Zhang says as he leans out and calls to the gatekeeper. Zhang Dezhuang. The villa's servant greets the visitor and quickly presses the gate control button. With a beep, the electric iron gate opens and the van slowly drives into the villa courtyard. Wang Xiao steps out of the car, scanning his luxurious villa with his eyes. The standalone villa is located on a hillside not far from the sea. Wang Xiao gazes out at the azure sea as a gentle sea breeze blows against him, bringing a refreshing coolness in this hot weather. Li Yunfei, wait for me in the living room. Wang Xiao casually instructs as he steps into the villa. Old Zhang, show me around my new house. Yes, boss. The cringing servant nods and quickly follows. Strolling through the villa, Wang Xiao observes the various artworks within the mansion. Boss, this villa is designed in a Western style, located on a slope near the sea. It has 3 floors and Zhang continues as they walk. The villa has a garden and a swimming pool outdoors, and inside, besides the living room and lounge, there are a study, entertainment room, gym, sunroom, indoor pool, and underground wine cellar. He pauses for a moment, cautiously glancing at his boss, and reports, currently, there are 4 Filipino maids, 2 gardeners, and 2 chefs, all longtime employees of Zhu Tao. Wang Xiao looks at the Western oil painting in front of him and instructs, fire all those servants later. Understood, boss. Zhang nods, taking note. I'm not interested in these lifeless objects. Wang Xiao picks up a photo of Zhu Tao and his nephew from the display and asks, just tell me, how much is this house worth in total? Zhang lowers his head in thought and replies seriously, boss, from acquiring the land and construction to the later decoration, Zhu Tao spent around 10 million altogether. Not bad, you helped me make 10 million. Wang Xiao chuckles lightly, casually tossing the photo of Zhu Tao onto the floor. Not just that, boss. The lawyer Zhang bends slightly and laughs in agreement. Even though the economy in Hong Kong is sluggish now, such top-tier luxury houses are always in demand and will only appreciate in value in the future. Wang Xiao, hearing this, feels even more pleased. He pulls out 2 stacks of cash from his pocket and tosses them to his newly appointed lawyer, saying, you did well today. This is a reward for you. Zhang catches the thrown cash, astonished and delighted. Judging by the feel, he estimates there are at least 200,000 Hong Kong dollars in these 2 stacks, equivalent to the salary Zhu Tao paid him for 4 months. Boss, you've given too much. The cringing servant quickly declines. It's what I should do for the boss. What I give you should take. Wang Xiao steps on the photo of Zhu Tao, speaking meaningfully. Hearing this, Zhang Dazhuang's expression sharpens, understanding the implications of his boss' words. Looking at the cringing servant, instinctively keeping his distance, Wang Xiao chuckles lightly and jokes, why are you standing so far from me? Are you really afraid of me? Zhang lawyer raises his head and finds Wang Xiao's piercing gaze fixed on him, causing his heart to skip a beat and his expression to turn pale. In that moment, he feels as though he sees a fierce tiger lurking in the forest, quietly waiting for its pack of wolves and beasts to pay homage. This young ferocious tiger has just filled its belly and is leisurely grooming its claws. Once its meal is digested, who will be next? His Zhang lawyer silently gasps, regaining his senses, and quickly steps forward, saying, boss, you misunderstand. You don't need to explain. Wang Xiao raises his hand to interrupt the cringing servant's defense, showing he cares little. Violence is also a means of controlling people's hearts. For instance, armies and police forces in essence and function are institutions that rely on violent suppression for deterrence. Fear is fear, nothing to fuss over. Wang Xiao scoffs, shaking his head. In this world, it is better to be feared than. Zhang lowers his head, not expecting his thoughts to be seen through by his new boss. When asked if he is afraid, he certainly is. He is terrified inside. Today, anyone who witnessed Wang Xiao's actions would likely be left with a lifelong psychological scar from his ruthless methods and the blood-soaked corpses. Wang Xiao pulls out a pack of cigarettes, flicking one out. Boss, fire. The cringing servant immediately takes out a lighter, stepping forward to light it for his boss. Wang Xiao lowers his head to light the cigarette and gently pats Zhang lawyer's palm, saying, old Zhang, you're a smart man and a talent. As long as you work for me with peace of mind, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. What Zhu Tao could offer you, Wang Xiao can do the same, and even more than what he couldn't give. Boss, I understand. Zhang Lawyer nods, the tension in his heart finally easing. He has busied himself shifting Zhu Tao's entire assets to the new boss, now also stuck in the same boat, feeling relieved about securing his family's safety. Later, after we go down, help me check on someone, Wang Xiao says, his long fingers pinching the cigarette as he flicks the ash onto the priceless carpet beneath his feet. Boss, who do you want to check on? Zhang asks seriously. This person is a kindred spirit to you. Wang Xiao chuckles, yet his deep gaze remains fixed onto the cringing lawyer. Zhang is taken aback, then suddenly realizes, Boss, you are worried about Li Yunfei. Wang Xiao nods. Old Zhang has dependents and a pile of dirt on him. He willingly acts as a dog and performs quite well. However, Li Yunfei's situation is different from that of Zhang Lawyer. Although he has leverage over him, this old fellow values loyalty. After witnessing Wang Xiao's methods, though he feigns compliance, a hint of resistance subtly emerges, indicating a lack of compatibility. As the smoke billows alluringly, Wang Xiao squints his eyes and speaks frankly. Li Yunfei is a man of principles. This time he was forced into our boat. To put our minds at ease, we need to understand his background. I understand, boss. Assigned a task by his new boss, the cringing servant immediately looks revitalized, eagerly saying, Rest assured, boss, I will handle it right away. Zhang Lawyer, who had to sell out his whole family, has not forgotten this grudge. He shakes off his despondence and silently grits his teeth. Observing Zhang Lawyer's reaction, Wang Xiao's lips curl into a slight smile as he waves his hand. Go down and wait for me. We will head back to the company together soon. Yes, boss, Zhang smiles, holding the cash, slightly bowing before leaving. Wang Xiao quietly finishes his cigarette and walks alone towards the third floor. Arriving at Zhu Tao's master bedroom door, Wang Xiao pushes the door open and locks it behind him. Following the instructions of the deceased Zhu Danny, he finds the hidden safe. With a click, the safe opens, and Wang Xiao's gaze skips over the stacks of cash, reaching for 3 brown paper bags instead. Opening the bags, 2 of them contain evidence of bribery involving Zhang Lawyer and corrupt officers. When the last bag opens, Wang Xiao gazes down at the photo of a high-ranking official, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. No wonder Zhu Tao's business was thriving. It turns out he had influential support behind him. With a thought, the cash and dirt in the safe mysteriously vanish into his storage space. Wang Xiao stands up, preparing to leave, when his gaze sweeps over the open closet, causing him to pause. Looking down at his cheap suit, people rely on clothes and horses depend on saddles. Wang Xiao raises an eyebrow, preparing to change into something more suitable. He retrieves an AK from his storage. With a click, he loads a 30-round magazine into the AK, slinging it over his left shoulder. After checking the various knives and firearms on him, he finally puts on a black trench coat. Once he is ready, Wang Xiao stands in front of the fitting mirror, his left hand slipping into the trench coat pocket, holding the concealed AK through the fabric. He examines himself. The coat originally worn by the wide-bodied Zhu Tao is a bit loose, but it serves well to conceal the weapon. From the outside, it appears inconspicuous. Wang Xiao touches his bulletproof vest and strides downstairs. In the villa's living room, the cringing lawyer Zhang efficiently handles matters, having already dismissed all the servants left by the Zhu family. On the living room sofa, Li Yunfei and Zhang Lawyer sit opposite each other, glaring at one another, clearly not seeing eye to eye. The sound of footsteps descends the stairs, and both turn to see their boss appearing, quickly extinguishing their cigarette butts and approaching. Boss, sit down and talk. Wang Xiao casually sits on the sofa, looking toward the intermediary. Li Yunfei, I know you have principles and do not want others to know about our black dealings. Boss, Li Yunfei's expression tightens as he opens his mouth to explain. No need for words. Wang Xiao interrupts him, nonchalantly raising his hand. In the future, I will ask you for things, and I won't let outsiders know about our relationship. Li Yunfei shows gratitude, saying, Thank you, boss. If you have anything in the future, just instruct me, and I will do my best. I happen to have a small task for you. Wang Xiao says, looking at the intermediary's expression. Help me find some reliable personnel, the sooner the better. Money is not a problem. I only require 2 points. First, trustworthy. Second, skillful, willing to fight. Li Yunfei breathes a sigh of relief, nodding earnestly. No problem, boss. Go get to work. Wang Xiao waves his. Yes, boss. Li Yunfei rises to take his leave, turning to exit the villa. Meanwhile, Zhang Lawyer watches the intermediary's figure and quietly reports, Boss, I have already contacted a famous detective agency in Hong Kong. I can have Li Yunfei's background checked clean by tomorrow at the latest. If you need manpower, the company has nearly 100 thugs on call at any time. Zhu Tao's subordinates were divided into 2 groups. One is a group of trusted gunmen who had followed him for many years, referred to as partners, who all fell during the flower business dealings. The other group consists of nearly 100 thugs nurtured by the company, who usually follow Zhu Danny, providing emotional support, while also overseeing the nightclub, real estate development, demolition, and other gray businesses under the Sheng Tao company. I am looking for gunmen, not a rabble like short mules. Wang Xiao shoots an annoyed glare at the cringing servant. Let's go, follow me to the company. Zhang Lawyer gives an awkward smile and quickly stands up. Suddenly recalling something, he points to the garage and smiles ingratiatingly. Boss Zhu Tao and Zhu Danny have 2 luxury cars parked in the garage. Nice, take me to have a look. Wang Xiao chuckles lightly, appreciating how the cringing servant is truly talented. Arriving at the garage door, Zhang lawyer presses the button and the electric garage door slowly rises. Inside, the garage, of black Mercedes and a new red Ferrari 308 come into view. Let's go. Wang Xiao shoves his hands into his pockets and strides over to the Mercedes. Zhang lawyer quickly moves forward to open the car door for the boss. The Mercedes starts and heads towards Yamati. As the sun sets in the west within a skyscraper and oilseed district in the chairman's office of Shengtao Company, the sunlight streaming through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows bathes the luxurious office in a flowing golden red hue. Wang Xiao sat behind the desk, scrutinizing the old-fashioned computer screen. He opened a hidden document which detailed Zhu Tao's drug trafficking accounts meticulously recorded over the years. A pop-up displayed, data reading complete. He removed the old storage disk and tucked it away securely, moving the mouse to delete all files from the computer. After destroying the evidence, Wang Xiao casually picked up the monthly profit and loss statement of the company and began to examine it carefully. The office was so quiet that one could almost hear a pin drop, with only the occasional rustle of pages turning. Lawyer Zhang sat straight on the business sofa, his back rigid, with his attention focused solely on his boss, ready to respond to any inquiry from the new owner. After a moment, Wang Xiao raised his hand to close the document, leaning heavily against the back of his chair. The genuine leather office chair emitted a muffled creak of protest. Zhu Dan's downfall was indeed no lie. He had inherited a mess. Wang Xiao's fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest as he fell into contemplation. Shengtao Company was founded by Zhu Tao, initially focusing on import and export trade, as well as nightclubs, but in the past 2 years it had begun to venture into the real estate industry. Unfortunately for Zhu Tao, just as he had developed the properties in Oilseed District, he was hit by the economic crisis. The properties were completed but could not be sold. On the import and export side, the main exports were clothing and textiles, which constituted a significant portion of Hong Kong's foreign trade at the time. The Hong Kong of the 1980s was the world's second largest clothing export region, but this year, due to the economic crisis, trade had plummeted. Now, out of a large company, only 8 tobacco stalls and 3 nightclubs were profitable. Wang Xiao's gaze swept over the accounts of the tobacco stalls, pausing briefly. Keeping the stalls was pointless. With the police tightening their grip, he also wished to avoid following in Zhu Tao's footsteps. After deducting the salaries of nightclub staff, lookouts, trade company employees, and real estate sales, the monthly profit was barely left. No wonder Zhu Tao was eager to make a deal. Shengtao Company was indeed teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. In front of the large brown wooden desk, Lawyer Zhang sat silently on the sofa, not daring to disturb his boss, who was deep in thought. The office was oppressively quiet, with only the relentless ticking of the wall clock. Bang! Wang Xiao casually tossed the document onto the desk and looked at the company's chief lawyer. Boss, Zhang said with a fawning smile, quickly rising to his feet. Old Zhang, you should be aware of the company's current situation. Wang Xiao looked at the sycophantic lackey with a half-smirk, testing him. If this continues, the company will inevitably go bankrupt. Do you have any thoughts on this? Lawyer Zhang pondered, and after careful consideration he replied in a low voice. Boss, the current economic climate in Hong Kong is bleak, and it's only natural for the company not to make money. Although you hold on to Zhu Tao's previous connections, this industry is transient. With Zhu Tao's death, the Golden Triangle networks won't easily trust you or me. Go on. Wang Xiao nodded in agreement, wearing an encouraging smile. The lackey lawyer took a breath. Boss, we have no goods, and the few tobacco stalls below can't hold out for long. We may not have goods, but others do. Zhang Erhe's eyes flickered, and he raised his hand as if to slice. Boss, as you mentioned today, those drug lords won't dare make it public. Let's just find an industry peer and hit them hard. The goods we steal can serve as a stopgap, and we can continue to sell. Zhang slightly bent his body, smiling obsequiously. However, robbing a peer does carry some risks. These are just my crude suggestions. How to proceed truly depends on you, boss. You old rascal, you are quite ruthless. Wang Xiao chuckled lightly, yet within he felt some disappointment. The quickest way to make a quick profit is through flour, and the answer from his lackey was instinctive. Yet having lived 2 lives, he deeply understood the risks of drugs. The dangers of various drugs are universally recognized by countries around the world, though any strong government would crack down on drugs. In his past life, the chaos of the South American Silver Triangle, where local governments were incapable of controlling the situation, led to the emergence of numerous drug lords and armed groups. But now he was on Hong Kong soil. Engaging in such activities in an orderly region was akin to risking one's life for a meal. Experienced veterans knew that only the desperate would resort to such means. Currently, those once glamorous drug lords in Hong Kong have become blinded by their immense profits, unaware that they have already entered the police's key crackdown list. They walk a tightrope at 10,000 meters. With the slightest misstep, they would meet a gruesome end. There's no future in dealing drugs. Wang Xiao shook his head, raising his eyebrows with a smile. However, robbing a peer is worth considering. Strategist, do you have any other ideas? Upon hearing his boss's address, Zhang slicked back his oily hair, his smile becoming even more sycophantic. Boss, I'm not too familiar with legitimate business, but I old Zhang have been around for years and understand those illicit businesses on the streets well. If you really don't plan to engage in this line, there is actually a way to make money right now. Spit it out quickly, don't. Wang Xiao jokingly scolded, picked up a cigarette box, took out one, and tossed the box into the lackey strategist's embrace. Thanks, boss. Zhang caught the box with both hands, grinning widely. He quickly pulled out a lighter and lit it, leaning in. The flame licked the tobacco leaves, and Wang Xiao exhaled a puff of smoke, lightly patting the lackey strategist's hand. Zhang opened the Marlboro gifted by the boss and took one. Boss, those 8 tobacco stalls below are all located in the prime areas of Yao Ma Tea and Mong Kok. The lackey strategist bent at the waist, speaking in a low voice. Zhu Tao and his nephew have been in business for many years, attracting a large number of associates. If you don't plan to continue in this line, you could transfer the stalls to others. Those gangs and former peers would definitely be eager to take them. But, Zhang paused, expressing concern. Boss, there's still a troublesome matter. The bouncers below are manageable, but those middle management heads are longtime veterans. After you take over, they probably won't accept you, nor will they willingly give up their turf. If they refuse to understand, then help them understand. Wang Xiao's tone was grave as he gently patted the lackey strategist's shoulder. These 2 matters are entrusted to you. Once accomplished, you will have your share. Thank you, boss, rest assured. Lawyer Zhang's face lit up with joy as he nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he recalled something, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. Boss Duan Kuan called me yesterday. Today is his release day. I originally promised to pick him up, but... I've been busy until now. Zhang coughed lightly, cautiously glancing at his boss' expression. Duan Kuan was Wang Xiao's close ally who had taken the fall for the company and ended up in Stanley Prison, and Zhang had served as his defense attorney. To be honest, old Zhang had long forgotten about Duan Kuan, but life is unpredictable. Now that his boss was rising, Duan Kuan, as his close ally, would naturally benefit from the rising tide. Duan Kuan. Wang Xiao recalled the foolish expression of his former companion with white hair. You were tied up by me for a day. This is not your fault. Wang Xiao leaned back against the leather chair, his gaze sweeping over the nervous appearance of the lackey strategist, smiling to reassure him. Glancing at the sky, he noticed that night had quietly descended outside. Since he is out, let him come over. Wang Xiao slowly stood up, his left hand slipping into the pocket of his trench coat, feeling the cold touch of the AK, and coldly commanded. Inform the middle management heads and bouncers to meet me at the Golden Club. Old Zhang, you come with me. Upon hearing this, Zhang his eyes narrowed silently, drawing a breath, internally mourning for the incompetent fools in the company. After the former owner Zhu Tao's death, some people in the company could not sit still. They didn't even regard Zhu Danny, let alone Wang Xiao. Let's go. Wang Xiao crushed the cigarette, but underfoot a sharp, killing intent flickering in his eyes tonight. Blood must be shed. As the lights flickered to life, the Jinzun nightclub in Oilseed Field was bustling. Leaders and thugs from the Sheng Tao company gathered together for the evening. In front of the entrance, 3 valet attendants, cigarettes dangling from their lips, clustered around the parking area, chatting and joking. At that moment, a Hutu Benz gradually slowed down and came to a halt in front of the nightclub. Someone's here. One valet, spotting a familiar license plate, quickly tossed aside his cigarette, and stepped forward to greet the arrival. Zhang Dazhuang. Holy hell, Xionggu, you're not dead. Amidst the astonished gazes of the 3, Wang Xiao stepped out of the car, slapping one person on the back and jokingly scolding. Damn it, you 3 idiots, couldn't you wish me a bit of good luck? I'm blessed and lucky, but it's hard to die. The 3 of them hugged their heads and giggled foolishly. Have Jiaquan and Duan Jixiong arrived? Zhang asked with a frown. Yes. The brothers are all here. The 3 quickly replied, snapping back to reality. Park the car at the entrance, and don't move, Wang Xiao instructed the 3, then entered the nightclub with his underlings. As soon as they stepped inside, a cacophony of noise assaulted them. Wang Xiao scanned the room, observing nearly 100 Sheng Tao thugs in the main hall on the first floor, dressed in colorful attire, either sitting or standing, each holding a cigarette, gathered together in laughter and insults lacking any semblance of decorum. In the crowd, a thug named Yu Guang spotted Wang Xiao, his eyes widening in surprise. One thug snapped back to his senses and suddenly tugged at the arm of a young man beside him. Konggu looked quickly. It's Xionggu. He's not dead. The young man jumped up, turned, and peered into the distance, excitedly shouting. Xionggu. The noise abruptly ceased, and nearly 100 thugs turned in unison, many of their faces lighting up with joy. Outside the crowd, a thug gazed at Wang Xiao's back from afar, whispering, wasn't Xionggu supposed to have died during the deal with the boss? Who knows? Another thug shrugged. Maybe he's just lucky and escaped the calamity. Xionggu. A group of fierce and formidable men surged forward to Wang Xiao. Xionggu, repeated multiple times. The chorus of greetings erupted. Having done well as an undercover agent, Wang Xiao glanced around at the crowd, teasingly chiding. A Kundiyazi, Huazi Jun, why are you all crowding around me? I'm not a girl, why are you all surrounding me? Get lost. Xionggu. I knew you wouldn't die. Ha ha. Duan Kuan stepped forward, laughing heartily. I said it. I Duan Kuan got out of the tough spot today, and you Wang Xiao, my sworn brother, didn't come to pick me up. Those bastards told me you were dead, but I refused to believe it no matter what. Wang Xiao smiled as he scrutinized Duan Kuan. His neck and hands were covered in tattoos. I recently released from prison. His short hair lacked the iconic white streak, but he exuded an air of reckless confidence. Duan Kuan from the movie Drug War, with Hua Zijun and Da Yizi as original characters. Just now Da Yizi said that we don't have to pay you back? Huh. Duan Kuan grinned wickedly, spreading his arms as if to hug his sworn brother. Let me tell you, no one can escape repaying their debts. You all won't get away. Wang Xiao chuckled softly, patting Duan Kuan on the shoulder, while subtly keeping him at a distance. Xiong Gu, you survived a great calamity, don't you owe us a feast? Da Yizi grinned widely. In his 20s with a wild mohawk, when he grinned he revealed a prominent front tooth resembling a mischievous rat. How many times have I told you stop grinning like an idiot? When you smile and reveal a gap between your teeth, it looks... Wang Xiao raised his leg and kicked towards Da Yizi, irritated. Put that grin away, do you want to take advantage of me? Life is about eating and drinking. Da Yizi nimbly dodged, retorting. Xiong Gu, you survived, isn't that worth a meal? A group led by Hua Zijun laughed maliciously. What are you laughing about? Together they owe more than you do, and you think you're off the hook. Wang Xiao glared at Hua Zijun, playfully scolding. Hua Zijun, with slightly darker skin and a slick hairstyle, looked quite handsome. Xiong Gu, would you really sell me off? Hua Zijun smirked, unabashed. Besides, I borrowed the money. Honestly, big brother, are you really going to urge me to pay it back? You little rascal. Wang Xiao couldn't help but laugh, giving Hua Zijun a punch. Hua Zijun grinned shamelessly. Wang Xiao chuckled, shaking his head as he turned to Duan Kuan. Kuan, congratulations on graduating from the tough spot. By the way, have you returned to wash off the dust? Taking a bath, jumping over fire? Not yet. Duan Kuan shrugged, recalling today's events. He angrily cursed. Damn it. When I came back and heard you were gone, I immediately went to the police station with Da Yizi to claim your body, but those damn officers said they couldn't find you and told us to get lost. What do you mean, gone, you crow's mouth? Wang Xiao shot a glare at his younger brother, waving his hand. Tonight, just listen to my arrangements. First, we'll go for a sauna to wash away the bad luck. Then later, we'll find a few girls for you to vent your frustrations. All right. Duan Kuan beamed. Damn it, 3 years in Chaizhou and the pigs are all looking like beauty pageant contestants. Tonight, Xiong Gu, be prepared to splurge. Ha! Xiong Gu, take us with you. Hua Zijun and the others shouted. Let's go together. Wang Xiao waved his hand, grandly laughing. Tonight it's on me. Brothers, let's wash away our misfortunes together. All right. Everyone laughed in unison. Kuan, Xiong Gu and I are going upstairs for a meeting. Zhang waiting for the opportunity, spoke up at the right moment. You're also an old hand in the company. Oh, come with us. Hearing this, Duan Kun's face darkened instantly. I've been up there before, but was chased down again. People come and go with Uncle Tao gone. What does it matter that I spent 3 years in the tough spot for the company? Now who remembers me? Duan Kuan. Duan Kuan wore a face of resentment, and Hua Zijun and Da Yizi also looked similarly disgruntled. Who wouldn't feel wronged after taking the fall for the company only to return with nothing? Tonight the opportunity for us brothers to rise is here. Do you dare to stand with me? Wang Xiao raised his gaze, observing the expressions of the crowd, and asked calmly. Duan Kun's expression froze, then he suddenly burst into a neurotic laugh. Dare? What do I, Duan Kuan, have to fear? Xiong Gu, remember the time we robbed the cigarette stash? You charged into the crowd like a madman with a knife. Everyone said I was insane, but you were even crazier than me. He laughed, then suddenly leaned into Wang Xiao's ear and whispered. Afterward you kept asking me if I was scared. I said no, but actually my legs were shaking afterward. Wang Xiao smiled. I was scared too at that time. I shrank into a ball. I knew it. Duan Kuan laughed broadly. The others, eavesdropping, burst into laughter. Xiong Gu, Hua Zijun's earlier flippancy disappeared as he asked softly. Kuan, come with me upstairs. Wang Xiao surveyed the nearly 100 people in the club, his tone light, but firm. Da Yizi, you lead the others to guard the front and back doors. No matter what happens tonight, no one is allowed to leave the nightclub without my permission. Da Yizi, excited, nodded without hesitation. Xiong Gu, leave it to me. Hua Zijun's eyes gleamed with urgency as he inquired, Xiong Gu, what about me? You'll do what you're best at, setting off firecrackers. Wang Xiao, in a good mood, joked, motioning to his underling, give the car keys to Ajun. Zhang promptly handed over the Benz keys. Xiong Gu. Hua Zijun held the keys, looking puzzled. I'm giving you the easiest task. There are firecrackers prepared in the car's trunk. Wang Xiao smiled, gently patting Da Yizi's shoulder. After I go up, once you hear any commotion, set off the firecrackers tonight. We're going to celebrate properly. Hua Zijun was startled, cold sweat instantly forming in his palms. Understanding his brother's intent, tonight was going to be a bloodbath. Hua Zijun took a deep breath and nodded seriously. I understand, Xiong Gu. Wang Xiao raised his hand and beckoned to his underling. Boss. Zhang quickly approached, awaiting orders with a serious expression. You go up first, I'll chat with the brothers for a while. Wang Xiao paused slightly, his tone carrying a hint of playfulness. After you go up, inform them about Zhu Danis news. The company's leader has fled. This is a rare opportunity for us to rise. He understood, boss. Zhang swallowed, nervously, silently mourning for those middle management leaders. Once the underling left, Wang Xiao waved his hand. Don't crowd around, sit down and talk. The group settled into the booth, with Wang Xiao sitting confidently on the sofa, quietly observing the reactions of Duan Kuan and the others. Duan Kuan and Yazi were excited, the two brutes itching to act at any moment. Hua Zijun and the others wore serious faces, their fingers trembling slightly around the car keys. In crucial moments, one must remain calm. Wang Xiao picked up a beer from the table, smiling softly. On the second floor of the nightclub, two thugs stood in front of the private room, raising their hands to signal. Brother Xiong and the others have been waiting for a long time. The door creaked open, revealing a haze of smoke and a flurry of activity. Inside the private room, the dim neon lights flickered, with more than 10 key figures under Sheng Tao, each leaning against genuine leather sofas, holding onto heavily made-up women. A group of trusted thugs stood behind their boss. The mingling scents of alcohol and perfume intertwined in the air. As the door opened, the laughter inside the room paused, and everyone turned their eyes toward the newcomers. Seeing that it was the well-dressed Lawyer Zhang who entered, a group of leaders began to greet him in a flurry. Lawyer Zhang, why are you only just arriving? Come and sit. Zhang surveyed the people in the room, his gaze briefly lingering on the two leading figures. The two men were both in their 30s, each surrounded by several key figures seated across from each other over a coffee table, clearly divided. The man on the left, wearing a floral shirt, was nicknamed Jia Quan. His greasy hair was haphazardly draped over his forehead, and his eyes darted about, carrying a hint of cunning malice. On the other side, the rugged-looking and menacing figure was Duanji Xiong, sporting a stubble beard and missing his ring finger and pinky on his right hand. As Zhang Erhe's gaze swept over Duanji Xiong, he couldn't help but be drawn to the voluptuous figure of Xiong Sa next to him. Xiong Sa had wavy hair, elegantly arched eyebrows, and wore a tight black dress. The most eye-catching feature was her signature voluptuous figure, with a pair of ample breasts that seemed ready to burst from her dress. Xiong Sa, Li Yuexian from the movie The Real Wei Xiaobao. The two locked eyes, and Xiong Sa, holding a lattice cigarette between her fingers, exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled seductively at Lawyer Zhang. Bitch! Zhang cursed, inwardly frowning at the group of women, and sternly admonished, I brought you here for a meeting, not to play with women. Get out. The room suddenly fell silent, and the accompanying women looked alarmed, hastily getting up to leave. Xiong Sa also stood up, slowly preparing to leave. Duanji Xiong, his face stern, pulled his woman back. Sit. In her high heels, Xiong Sa lost her balance, letting out a delicate cry as she fell into Duanji Xiong's arms. Are you stupid? Duanji Xiong pinched his woman's face and scolded, Did I say you could leave? You hurt me, why take it out on me? Xiong Sa raised her hand to swat away the man's hand, pouting in displeasure. Everyone present couldn't help but swallow hard at her pitifully seductive demeanor. Zhang what the hell is wrong with you today? Duanji Xiong glared, staring at the suddenly enraged lawyer, Zhang showing no respect. Lawyer Zhang, what's going on? Jia Quan waved his hand at the complaining leader beside him, smilingly inviting. What's with all this anger today? Zhang casually took a seat, frowning as he said, With Uncle Tao gone, have you all forgotten the rules? You actually brought a bunch of whores to the meeting. It's not like it has even started yet. Jia Quan and the others looked unconcerned, clearly not taking Lawyer Zhang seriously. Zhang felt a surge of anger inside. These punks were becoming increasingly audacious without their top boss. Zhang Duanji Xiong set down his glass and was the first to ask. I called Danny several times today, but nobody picked up. Where has Danny gone? You called us to a meeting, but Danny isn't here. How can we have a meeting? I was just about to mention this. Zhang cleared his throat and stood up, saying, Everyone be quiet, I have something to announce. The room quieted down, and everyone's gaze focused on Lawyer Zhang. As you all know, the boss was shot dead during a deal, and the company is now in Danny's hands, Zhang said, with a face full of rage. The cops have been acting like madmen lately, keeping a close watch on us and Danny. Danny, feeling helpless, has decided to leave Hong Kong to avoid the storm. What a group of leaders exchanged glances, not expecting that Zhu Danny would actually run away. What are we supposed to do if Zhu Danny runs off? If he just walks away, who will be responsible for the company in the future? The group had different thoughts, chattering among themselves. Jia Quan's eyes flickered, still somewhat disbelieving. Lawyer Zhang, did Danny really run away? Duanji Xiong looked up at Lawyer Zhang, equally filled with anticipation. Am I joking about this? Lawyer Zhang scanned the crowd with dissatisfaction. If the cops want to wipe us out, if you were Danny and the cops were after you relentlessly, would you run or not? Run. Anyone wouldn't want to run. Only a fool would stay. Everyone silently acknowledged this, no longer doubting. Upon receiving the conclusive answer, a surge of ecstasy rose in Jia Quan, Duanji Xiong, and others. With Zhu Tao gone and Zhu Danny, that spineless person having fled the vast Sheng Tao company, was now leaderless. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for someone to step up? For those who mix in this world, who doesn't dream of becoming a big boss? Bang! Duanji Xiong slammed his deformed hand heavily on the coffee table, suppressing his excitement, and suddenly stood up, angrily cursing. That bastard Zhu Danny running away. When danger comes, what kind of big brother is he? He ran away pretty quickly, leaving us and the brothers below hanging. Brother Xiong is right. The group of leaders and thugs nodded repeatedly, filled with righteous indignation. Zhu Danny is just a spoiled second generation. Apart from debauchery and gambling, what else can he do? If he weren't the nephew of Uncle Tao, how could he have the chance to lead this company? As people walk away, the brother who abandons his comrades will lose the hearts and minds of his followers. Even if he comes back later, what can he do? Seeing everyone getting fired up, hey, Duanji Xiong let out a low chuckle, his mouth involuntarily curling up. He was about to shift the conversation to a new topic. Jacquan suddenly stood up, cutting in. If Zhu Danny is afraid of dying, let him roll. But a snake can't be with. The urgent matter is that we need to quickly elect a new boss. And this person must be able to unite everyone. Jacquan said, subtly gesturing to several familiar leaders. The few received the hint and immediately voiced their support. What Brother Quan said is right. If we are going to choose a leader, I vote for Brother Quan. Brother Jacquan has been with the company for a long time, always diligent. In terms of reputation and ability, the brothers below can all see it. I also vote for Brother Quan. Several of them, along with their thugs, chimed in. On the other side, the group, led by Duanji Xiong, had their faces dark. Damn it. Everyone in the company knows that you few bastards are in cahoots with Jacquan. Your word. If we are really going to choose a boss, it should be Brother Xiong. The few immediately stated their position. Choosing me is not a mistake. Duanji Xiong did not disappoint the flattery, proudly thumping his chest. In terms of seniority, what makes me less than Jacquan? If he can sit in this position, why can't I? I am not a coward like Zhu Danny. Once I take over, I will continue to make money for the brothers. I guarantee that each of you will earn a fortune. As soon as Duanji Xiong finished speaking, several supporters immediately echoed, I support Brother Xiong. I also support Brother Xiong. As soon as they started, their group of thugs also chimed in. Brother Xiong is loyal and brave. The brothers all respect him, so the position of the company leader should belong to Brother Xiong. Honey, you're so impressive today, Xiong Sa said with bright eyes, hugging Duanji Xiong's arm and giggling. Duanji Xiong smiled, brightly surveying the crowd with an air of dominance. The other small leaders remained expressionless, not offering any support. They too harbored ambitions, but their strength was no match for Duanji Xiong and Jacquan, leaving them with no choice but to watch from the sidelines. Duanji Xiong. Jacquan's face darkened as he questioned, looks like you want to compete with me. It's you who overestimates yourself, thinking you can compete with me. Duanji Xiong showed no signs of yielding. In public, he humiliated Jacquan, who became furious and laughed coldly. All right, damn it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Across the coffee table, a group of thugs on both sides gripped their hidden daggers, coldly staring at each other. Zhang pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, feigning to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, unnoticed by anyone, his eyes full of mockery. Just as the tension between the two sides escalated. Creak. The door to the private room suddenly swung open, and everyone immediately fell silent, turning to look at the newcomer. Huh. Surprised murmurs arose as Jacquan, Duanji Xiong, and others stared in disbelief at the supposedly dead Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao stepped into the private room, followed by Duan Kuan and several thugs. Master Xiao. The sycophant Zhang immediately rose and vacated his seat. Sorry for being late, everyone. Wang Xiao strolled to the main seat and sat down casually. Duan Kuan stood excitedly behind his big brother. Isn't this guy supposed to be dead? Everyone looked at the composed Wang Xiao and the obsequious Zhang Everyone. Zhang raised his hand, respectfully gesturing towards Wang Xiao. Master Xiao is also a veteran of the company. Everyone knows him. No need for me to introduce him further. Last night, before leaving, Danny entrusted me to inform everyone that from now on all company matters will be entrusted to Master Xiao. Before his return, Sheng Tao Company will be managed by Master Xiao. Wow. Before the words fell, the crowd instantly erupted. Zhang what the hell are you talking about? Why should Wang Xiao take over the company? Damn it. Zhu Danny has already run away. How do we know he said that? Moreover, how can an unscrupulous lawyer like you issue orders here? Duanji Xiong's breathing quickened, his face as dark as a pot bottom. With Jacquan in front of him now, another Wang Xiao was vying with him. He couldn't deal with Jacquan, but could he not handle you, Wang Xiao? Wang Xiao, what the hell did you give lawyer Zhang to make him speak for you like this? Duanji Xiong glared at Wang Xiao, cursing rudely. Do you think with his support you can sit in the position of company leader? You're thinking too much. If we are to choose a company leader, it definitely won't be you, Wang Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Kuan couldn't hold back, spitting angrily and pointing at Duanji Xiong's nose. Shut your damn mouth. Who says Master Xiao cannot be the leader? Since Master Xiao and I joined the company, whether it was snatching business, acquiring land, forcibly demolishing, or delivering goods, when have we not been at the forefront? We went from ordinary thugs to Uncle Tao's trusted aides. In terms of seniority, when we joined the company, you, Duanji Xiong, and Jacquan were just ordinary thugs. I swear to you. Duan Kuan unabashedly pointed at the few people's noses, spitting. When Uncle Tao was still alive, no matter how arrogant Zhu Danny was, he had to be polite in front of Master Xiao and me. What are you two daring to talk to Master Xiao like that? Shut up, Duan Kuan. Have you had enough to curse? Duan Xiong's face twisted with rage. Considering the hard work you've put in for the company, get the hell out of here. If you dare to speak up for Wang Xiao again, he'll take care of you today too. Duan Kun's mouth was simply too poisonous, and Duan Xiong, holding back his fury, was on the verge of exploding. Clap, clap. The sound of applause rang out, and as everyone's gaze turned, the wounded Jia Quan smiled, darkly clapping his hands and saying, "Brothers, I have a question that needs to be addressed right now." Uncle Tao and all were killed during the deal. Jia Quan's smile vanished, pointing at Wang Xiao, coldly questioning. Now only Wang Xiao survived. Don't you all find that suspicious? After hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Wang Xiao, their eyes filled with suspicion and malice. Only those who participated in the deal know when it took place, and the only one alive now is Wang Xiao. Someone must have betrayed Uncle Tao. Jia Quan pointed accusingly at Wang Xiao, shouting, "I suspect it's Wang Xiao. He's an undercover cop." Wang Xiao. All present sneered, coldly pressing in aggressively. "How do you explain yourself?" "Explain? I've lived by my own rules. Why should I justify myself to anyone?" Wang Xiao's expression turned disdainful. "Fools. Use those pig brains of yours. Think carefully. If I were truly an undercover agent, would I walk straight back here to die?" The crowd's clamor faltered. Seeing hesitation ripple through the room, Jia Quan's gaze hardened. He rose abruptly and bellowed, "Don't listen to his lies. Even if this brat isn't a cop's mole, he abandoned Tao uncle and fled alone to survive. Killing him is not only justified, it's inevitable." Jia Quan and Duan Xiong glared at Wang Xiao. Every glance seethed with contempt. Did Wang Xiao truly believe that colluding with Solicitor Zhang would grant him control over Shengtao Company? You don't stand a chance, not in your wildest dreams. Whether Zhu Dan and I explicitly named Wang Xiao as successor before fleeing is irrelevant. Even had he remained, that leadership position would have fallen to someone else, sooner or later. None among them held Zhu Dan and I, the spoiled heir, in any regard. Still less did they respect Wang Xiao, merely a high-ranking underling. Wang Xiao's sudden appearance transformed the volatile standoff between Duan Xiong and Jia Quan into instant, seamless alliance. Their hostility now unified and focused squarely upon the solitary, outnumbered Wang Xiao. "Damn you, Wang Xiao. You truly have no sense of your place in heaven or earth." Duan Xiong swept his gaze over the man behind Wang Xiao, then scoffed bitterly and spat contemptuously onto the floor. "Do you imagine these ragtag lackeys can elevate you to supremacy? What the hell did you just say?" Enraged at such open scorn, Duan Kuan and his men erupted in fury. Wang Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he calmly appraised Jia Quan, the master provocateur stirring the mire. Out of the corner of his Zhang air, he glanced at his boss' serene profile, and his heart lurched violently. That fool Jia Quan, that cursed Duan Xiong, they're courting death. Others might not know Wang Xiao, but Zhang Air, he had witnessed firsthand the terrifying cruelty of his employer. As tension reached its breaking point, Zhang Air, he could bear it no longer. Rising, he roared in condemnation. "Jia Quan, Duan Xiong, Tao uncle's body has yet to grow cold, and already you scheme for power. Do you dare call yourselves loyal to him? Shut your mouth. This isn't your place to speak." Jia Quan snarled, snatching up a wine glass and hurling it at Zhang Air. He flinched violently, ducking just in time. The glass struck the wall and shattered with a sharp, splintering crash, glass shards and wine spraying outward in all directions. A sliver grazed his cheek, leaving behind a faint, stinging ache. Wang Xiao sat motionless on the sofa, lifting a finger to wipe the thin line of blood from his cheek. His gaze dropped to the crimson smear on his fingertip. "Blood has been drawn," he murmured softly, his calm eyes sweeping over Jia Quan and the others, as though observing nothing more than childish theatrics. Seeing Wang Xiao's unruffled composure, Jia Quan frowned, unease coiling unexpectedly in his gut. "You fools, what are you waiting for? Move." Duan Xiong kicked the coffee table aside, jabbing a finger toward Wang Xiao and barking orders at his henchmen. "Seize him. Break his limbs. Send him down to join Tao uncle." "Yes, brother Xiong." With a thunderous chorus of assent, the enforcers drew knives and surged forward, weapons gleaming, intent on capture. "Heh, heh." Jia Quan and his allies watched with cruel amusement. But within Wang Xiao's eyes, murderous fury boiled over. No words wasted. In one fluid motion, he drew the heavy Black Star pistol from the small of his back and leveled it at Duan Xiong's skull. Bang! Bang! 2 shots exploded Duan Xiong's head. No warning, no honor, just pure, brutal gunfire. Duan Xiong's eyes glazed over, vacant and unseeing, as he collapsed backward onto the sofa with a dull thud. Silence crashed over the room like a suffocating shroud. The charging enforcers froze mid-stride, knives still gripped in trembling hands. Xiong's widow stared blankly at the corpse, her pupils contracting wildly. "Oh!" She jolted awake with a shrill, terrified scream. Murder! Gunfire echoed, almost simultaneously. At Jinzuan nightclub, Da Yazi seized the last 2 waitresses and shoved them out the door. "Tonight's holiday, get out. Now." The waitresses stood bewildered. Once all bystanders had been cleared, a distant gunshot rang out upstairs. "Close the doors," Da Yazi commanded grimly. No one enters or leaves tonight without Brother Xiao's order. Understood, Brother Ya. His loyal enforcers nodded sharply in unison. Thud, the gilded main doors slammed shut. What's happening? Sounds like gunfire upstairs. In the lobby, nearly 100 enforcers stiffened instantly. Alarmed, they rose as one staring wide-eyed at Diazi and his men, who just sealed the entrance. Diazi, why lock the doors? A nearby enforcer bottle in hand stepped forward to protest. Fuck! Diazi's face twisted with fury. He drove a vicious kick into the man's gut. The enforcer grunted, clutching his stomach as he crumpled to the floor. Shit! Are you insane, Diazi? Shock and outrage rippled through the crowd. Stay where you are, don't move. Diazi's expression turned feral. He yanked a knife from his waistband and facing down the 100-strong mob roared, "Whoever tries to leave tonight must step over my corpse first. We've shared bread and blood. Don't force me to spill it." That bastard's truly lost his mind. The 100 Shengtao enforcers shouted curses, but beneath their rage they saw Diazi's eyes, burning with the raw, desperate hunger of a man ready to die. They knew he meant every word. A single man's wrath spills blood across 5 paces. Hesitation gripped them all, until suddenly CRACKLE. Outside the nightclub, firecrackers erupted in frantic, deafening waves, scarlet paper shreds exploding like crimson rain, sulfur-laced blasts hammering down from above. "Keep firing, don't stop." Hua Xiaojun barked at his men. His enforcers grinned wildly, grabbing coil after coil of firecrackers, igniting them and hurling them against the entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The street trembled with relentless percussion. Hua Xiaojun brushed burning embers from his sleeve, his gaze locked fiercely on the second-floor windows of the nightclub behind him. Time rewound 1 minute. To the private room upstairs where gunshots echoed. Gunfire reverberated inside the chamber. Jia Quan and the others stared frozen at Duan Zhixiong's gaping wound, then slowly turned their stunned expressions toward Wang Xiao. As the thunderous firecracker barrage shook the building below, Wang Xiao's smile turned icy. He pivoted the barrel of his pistol, aiming squarely at Jia Quan and his cohort. "Shoo!" The assembled leaders gasped, paling as they raised their hands. "Don't shoot, Brother Xiao. Let's talk." "Humph!" Wang Xiao sneered, dismissing the doomed men with contempt, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Jia Quan's pupils contracted violently. Sensing doom, he yanked a nearby leader in front of him as human shield. Bang, 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 bang. Ugh! Bullets tore through flesh. Screams pierced the air. Rounds punched through the living barrier with a sickening insectal whine. Unstoppable, they buried themselves deep in Jia Quan's chest. Jia Quan choked, a dry rattling sound. Then came the unmistakable metallic click. He's out of ammo. Elation blazed in his mind. Now attack. Take him down. The leaders and enforcers hardened their stares. Charge. Kill him, for Brother Xiong. Knives drawn, they charged forward, roaring. Amid the surging mob, Jia Quan shoved aside his human shield and scrambled away like a dog fleeing its own tail. In the next heartbeat, every eye widened in horror. "Whoa, run." Wang Xiao tossed aside the empty pistol, vaulted onto the coffee table, and shrugged off his trench coat, revealing a gleaming AK-47 strapped beneath. Clack! The rifle snapped into readiness. Under the collective gaze of utter terror, Wang Xiao grinned, a predator's cruel, unhurried smile. He planted his feet wide, left hand gripping the forestock, and aimed steadily at the fleeing backs of Jia Quan and his men, then fired without pause. Da-da-da-da-da. The AK roared. Bullets ripped through bodies. Blood bloomed in crimson arcs. Jia Quan and his men staggered, convulsed, and collapsed one by one before the doorway. Rounds punched onward, embedding deep into the wooden door with dull, rhythmic thuds. Shoo! A collective, agonized intake of breath shuddered through the room. Several leaders, panic-stricken, reached for pistols at their waists. Too late. Wang Xiao swung the AK's muzzle. Ugh! Like wheat before the scythe, Xingtao's lieutenants and elite enforcers toppled, bodies collapsing in rapid succession. Blood sprayed across the room. Screams rose and fell in chaotic, wretched waves. Titank. Spent casings rained onto the marble tabletop at Wang Xiao's feet, chiming with eerie crystalline clarity. Thick coppery blood mingled with acrid gunpowder smoke, thick enough to taste. "You chose poorly. Of all men to cross, you picked the king of hell." Zhang Er, he muttered, kneeling trembling at his boss's feet, arms wrapped tight around his head. Duan Kuan and his men crouched low, heads bowed. Yet Duan Kuan tilted his chin upward, staring dazedly at his elder brother, watching slaughter unfold with the same casual ease as sipping tea. Flames flickered from the rifle's muzzle, casting stark light across Wang Xiao's impassive, chiseled face. Duan Kuan's pupils trembled. Then his cheeks flushed feverishly, and he broke into a wild, manic grin. "I knew it. Brother Xiao is even more unhinged than I am. Truly magnificent." Gazing at his brother's silhouette, Duan Kuan's eyes burned with a near-religious fervor. In an instant the shrieks ceased, abrupt, absolute. Only a handful of grievously wounded survivors moaned softly on the floor. "Congratulations, host. You have upheld heavenly justice. Executed one mid-level narcotics syndicate leader. Reward bulletproof vests 3. Congratulations, host. You have executed one narcotics syndicate foot soldier. Reward Blackstar ammunition 100 rounds. Congratulations, host. You have executed one narcotics syndicate foot soldier. Reward AK ammunition 100 rounds. Congratulations. N. His consciousness flooded with notifications proclaiming righteous retribution. Wang Xiao leapt down from the coffee table and smoothly swapped in a fresh magazine. Clack. The spent magazine clattered onto the carpet. Wang Xiao's gaze swept the room, settling on a shivering voluptuous form crouched nearby. Tap tap. Footsteps echoed beside her ear. Prostrate on the floor, Xiong's widow felt her body seize as polished men's shoes entered her field of vision. Terror flooded her face as she slowly lifted her trembling gaze, meeting Wang Xiao's gentle, smiling countenance. Brother Xiao, please don't kill me. I know nothing. She sobbed, tears streaking her cheeks. Don't fear, sister. I never kill women. Wang Xiao looked down upon her lush figure with quiet amusement, soothing her with practiced calm. Especially rare beauties like you. How wasteful it would be to destroy such perfection. Go, sister. Leave now. Thank you, thank you. She whispered, voice breaking, still trembling on the floor. Thank you, brother Xiao. She pushed herself up using the coffee table, shaking uncontrollably, never daring to look back, as she stepped over the corpses littering the path to the door. Wang Xiao tilted his head, watching her retreating silhouette, testing a quiet hypothesis. Ah Kuan, he beckoned with a single finger. Brother Xiao. Duan Kuan sprang up, exhilarated. Wang Xiao tossed the AK to him, then gestured subtly toward the woman's back. Ha! Duan Kuan's eyes blazed with fervor. Without hesitation, he raised the rifle, da-da-da-da. Bullets tore through her body. She gasped once, then pitched forward, collapsing face down. Congratulations, host. Your loyal subordinate, inspired by your will, has upheld heavenly justice, executing one female member of the narcotics syndicate. Reward diamond-encrusted Rolex too. So it was confirmed. His subordinate's deeds counted toward his own tally. Wang Xiao's brow lifted, a subtle, satisfied smile playing at his lips. That's it. Duan Kuan cradled the AK, licking his lips, his gaze darting hungrily across the fallen bodies. Hungry for more. Zhang Erhe, you coward. Wang Xiao turned sharply, snapping. Get up, boss. The cowering underling scrambled upright immediately. Zhang Erhe's peripheral vision swept the room, overlapping corpses, gore pooling on the carpet, and his face drained to chalk white. His stomach churned violently, he clenched his jaw, fighting back vomit. Ah Kuan, finish them off one by one. Wang Xiao strode toward the door, issuing the order without glancing back. I despise complications, clean it thoroughly. Understood, brother Xiao, no survivors guaranteed. Duan Kuan's grin turned savage as he nodded vigorously. Wang Xiao stepped over Jia Quan's lifeless, unblinking body and exited with Solicitor Zhang. Click, the door shut behind them. What are you gawking at? Didn't you hear, brother Xiao? Haha. Duan Kuan turned, flashing a chilling smile at his stunned lieutenants. Finish them. No one spared. Downstairs, the 100 Shengtao enforcers stood unnerved. Firecrackers booming outside, muffled gunfire echoing from above. Uncertainty tightening their faces. One bold soul climbed the stairs to investigate. In the corridor, they collided head-on with Wang Xiao and Zhang Erhe. Zhang Erhe's pulse spiked. These fools are signing their own death warrants. He had no doubt his boss would execute them on impulse. Acting out of reluctant mercy, he rushed forward, intercepting the curious group with a sharp rebuke. What business is this of yours? Get downstairs now. Brother Solicitor, what happened upstairs? They began asking, when suddenly PNG, the unmistakable sound of follow-up shots echoed from the private room above. Gunfire. The enforcers cried out in unison, faces draining of color. They exchanged stunned glances, trapped helplessly in the hallway. Brother Xiao, brother Solicitor, step aside. One enforcer edged forward. Wang Xiao drew his Blackstar pistol and fired twice into the ceiling. Bang, bang. The deafening report sent every man instinctively dropping half a foot. Those who wish to die, come forward. Everyone else, get the hell out. Wang Xiao's voice dripped with lethal menace. Did you understand? They stared at the weapon in his hand and swallowed hard reflexively. Out. Wang Xiao commanded coldly. The curious enforcers scattered like startled birds, clearing the path. He holstered the pistol and descended the stairs, flanked by his men. In the Golden Respect nightclub within the first floor hall, nearly 100 members of the Sheng Tao gang were left without their leader, each feeling restless and unsure of what to do. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. The crowd looked up to see the group of gang members who had rushed upstairs earlier, now returning with grim faces. In front of the main door, Diyazi watched his brother walk down, alive, finally feeling a sense of relief. The nearly 100 gang members present all focused their gaze on the young man descending the stairs. With steady strides, Wang Xiao confidently walked down the stairs. Zhang Erhe, carrying a suitcase, followed closely behind his boss with a respectful demeanor. Arriving at the bar, Wang Xiao sat down with a commanding presence and waved his hand to his lackeys, saying those issues have been resolved. Let's get started. Recalling the sight of lifeless bodies in the private room, Zhang Erhe instinctively shivered. Yes, boss. He quickly nodded, turned to the nearly 100 gang members in the room, took a deep breath, and spoke loudly. Brothers, I've gathered you all today to announce something important. The hall immediately fell silent. Recently, the police have been tightening their surveillance, and Danny has decided to temporarily leave Hong Kong to avoid the heat. What? The members of the Sheng Tao gang exchanged glances, unable to contain their whispers. Danny actually ran away. One gang member showed disdain. Running away is something Zhu Danny would do. The problem is, if Zhu Danny has fled, what are we supposed to do? Is the company finished? Zhu Danny ran away. The gunshots from upstairs. Hiss. A clever gang member muttered, suddenly widening his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Wang Xiao. So ruthless. The murmurs of nearly 100 people gathered together, buzzing in their ears like a disturbed hornet's nest. Quiet down. Everyone listen to me. Zhang repeatedly raised his hand to signal. However, as the crowd was in disarray, Lawyer Zhang couldn't control the situation, sweating profusely. Shut the hell up. Wang Xiao's expression darkened as he shouted angrily, pulling out a big black gun. Bang. The gunshot rang out, and the hall instantly fell silent. Old Zhang continued. Wang Xiao's cold gaze swept over the crowd. Yes, boss. Zhang cautiously glanced at his ruthless new boss and wiped his cold sweat. Although Danny has fled, everyone need not worry. Before he left last night, he specifically arranged for Wang Xiao to manage the company's affairs. In the future, Danny will remotely command the company's development from abroad. Before leaving, Danny left behind a power of attorney and a recording. Zhang raised a document bag and opened it to display to everyone, speaking loudly. Here is Danny's handwritten signature and fingerprint. He clearly stated that in the future the Sheng Tao company will be managed by Brother Xiao. In the hall, the gang members gazed intently at the signature on the appointment document. They had already begun to believe half of what Zhang who was a trusted aide, said. Brother Xiao is also a veteran of the company, though everyone knows him. Lawyer Zhang raised his hand respectfully, gesturing to his boss beside him. Next, let's have Brother Xiao say a few words to everyone. I know that among you some followed Dun Jixiong, and some followed Jia Quan, or other leaders. Wang Xiao slowly stood up, surveying the nearly 100 members of the Sheng Tao gang, and declared loudly. Some of you may wonder why Danny would pass the position to me instead of Jia Quan and the others. The facts prove that Danny did not misjudge people. You should ask yourselves, when Uncle Tao died, did Jia Quan and the others not have their own ulterior motives? The company faced a major crisis, and these bastards were not thinking about stabilizing the company, but were secretly preparing to undermine Danny. Today I represent Danny in gathering you all here to publicly announce two things. Wang Xiao paused before saying, first, a group of leaders led by Jia Quan and Dun Jixiong have long been deceiving above and below. They have been withholding from their subordinates. They have already been dealt with according to company rules. Hiss. A wave of gasps filled the restaurant. It seemed that Jia Quan and the others were truly finished. The way the nearly 100 gang members looked at Wang Xiao instantly changed. Some looked pleased while others were fearful, and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. That's too ruthless. The crowd secretly clicked their tongues, and whispers arose. Shut up. Wang Xiao frowned and shouted coldly. In the hall one could hear a pin drop. Why are you lamenting for Jia Quan and the others? Wang Xiao slightly raised his chin and coldly questioned. Lawyer Zhang has evidence of their falsified accounts, and I'm going to let you see it today. Wang Xiao gestured. Take a good look. The evidence is conclusive. Zhang took out several documents and threw them in front of the crowd. These scoundrels have long been deceiving Zhu Boss and his nephew. On one hand, they raised the retail price, and on the other, they mixed white ash into the flour to reduce costs. They embezzled the profits that should have gone to the brothers in the company, filling their own pockets. These scoundrels are sucking your blood while riding on your neck. Several gang members eagerly picked up the documents from the ground, flipping through them carefully. The sound of pages turning echoed as they grew more shocked, their teeth clenched in anger. Surrounding gang members closed in, and although they couldn't see the contents of the documents, just looking at the expressions on the few men's faces made them feel heavy-hearted. Jia Quan. Damn it. One gang member cursed angrily, throwing the documents to the ground. I worked tirelessly for him, and this is how he treats us brothers. Several gang members who finished reading the documents also cursed fiercely. That bastard Dun Jixiong. He was off chasing pretty girls and living in luxury, while our brothers were treated like less than human. He'll kill him. Brother Xiao should kill them all. Let me see a copy. Gang members in the back started reaching out for them. As the crowd fought over the documents, they were ripped into several pieces. The gang members didn't mind straining to look at the remnants in their hands, getting angrier as the shouting grew louder, echoing throughout the hall. Wang Xiao grabbed a bottle from the bar and smashed it on the ground. Crack. The bottle shattered loudly, and the clamoring voices abruptly ceased. The crowd suppressed their anger and turned to look at the bar. Although Uncle Tao is dead, I am still Wang Xiao. As long as I am here, the company will not fall. Wang Xiao spoke with a commanding presence, raising his head. Thanks to Danny's trust, from now on I, Wang Xiao, will take charge of the Sheng Tao company. In the past, everyone is clear about Jia Quan and Dun Jixiong's behavior. Except for a few trusted aides around them, they never considered us brothers as people. I, Wang Xiao, came from the same lower-class background as you, and I will never be like those dogs. Hearing the new boss' powerful speech, the gang members' eyes filled with anticipation. For the lower-tier gang members, they also sought a way to make a living, who the boss was didn't matter as long as the company paid. Everyone is out here trying to pursue wealth. I don't give a damn about how the company was before. Wang Xiao's gaze was sharp as he coldly declared. But from the moment I take office, from now on, when you work for me, it will also be for yourselves. Starting today, Zhang Dazhuang will register everyone. In the future, salaries will be uniformly distributed by the company, and starting this month, everyone's salary will double. The gang members' eyes lit up with joy upon hearing this. In the past, although the Sheng Tao company supported everyone, the company would first hand over the monthly wages of the gang members to Jia Quan and the others, who would then distribute them to the lower-tier gang members. Additionally, Jia Quan's management of the flower shop meant that the profits meant for the gang members were also directly distributed by them. The financial matters went through Jia Quan and the others, leading the lower-tier gang members to only recognize them, feeling a certain sense of belonging to the company, but not deeply. With Wang Xiao in charge resolving the issues with Jia Quan and the others, he swiftly consolidated power while genuinely increasing the salaries of the lower-tier gang members. The gang members looked at Wang Xiao, who came from the same rough background, with more recognition in their eyes. Wang Xiao squinted as he observed their reactions and beckoned to his lackey beside him. Boss Zhang bent forward, holding up a suitcase with both hands. Crack! Wang Xiao reached out to unlock the suitcase and turned it over to empty its contents. Whoosh! A stack of cash scattered across the floor, shimmering under the spotlight of the nightclub. Hiss! A wave of gasps filled the hall. Here are 2 million, everyone gets a share. Wang Xiao glanced over the excited gang members and declared loudly, "In the future, for those who work for me, I will reward merit. If they die, I will take care of their families. If they are injured, I will support them for a lifetime." Wang Xiao's cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Instantaneously, the hall was filled with rapid breaths. Brother Xiao. Many gang members' faces flushed with excitement as they looked at their new boss. Everyone was out here seeking wealth. There were plenty of reckless gang members in Hong Kong. As long as the price was right, many would be willing to sell their lives. Han Xing Dongxing, He Lian Sheng. Those gang leaders could entice countless hoodlums to join with just a monthly salary of 2,000. Now that Brother Xiao has just taken office, he is already handing out red envelopes and doubling salaries, and in the future, he will willingly support families and provide for the elderly. Looking across Hong Kong, where could one find such a generous and bold leader? Zhu Tao Jia Quan and Dun Zhixiong's demise is well deserved. Damn it, why didn't these scoundrels die sooner? The gang members felt exhilarated, their faces flushed with excitement. In the nightclub, the sound of heavy breathing grew more pronounced. In the crowd, De Yazi and his group exchanged glances, their faces filled with joy. Their brother did it. De Yazi grinned widely, suddenly raising his right hand and leading the chant, "Brother Xiao, great leader. Brother Xiao, great leader." The few trusted gang members beside him cheered and laughed. As the cheers erupted, the nearly 100 gang members caught up in the atmosphere had their faces flushed, and their voices rose, some excited, some hoarse, all cheering, "Brother Xiao, great leader." The chaotic shouts gradually coalesced into a unified call, echoing. Wang Xiao exhaled slowly, a smile spreading across his face. "Stop shouting, come up and collect your money." The Golden Honor nightclub had its doors wide open. A van slowly backed in its rear, facing out. De Yazi raised his hand and patted the van, gesturing to several men beside him quickly load the vehicle. The men worked in pairs, lifting heavy black waterproof bags from the ground and loading them into the van. At this moment, Duan Kuan, responsible for the cleanup upstairs, led a few men downstairs. "Load everything into the vehicle," Duan Kuan said as he took off his mask, took a breath, and casually threw the cleaning agent he was holding into the van. The experienced men quickly got to work, tossing in the bullet-riddled door panels, wall pieces, leftover plastic bags, body bags, and cleaning supplies, preparing to take them away for unified destruction. Not far away, Wang Xiao lazily leaned against the bar with a bottle of Kowloon in hand, while a line of men eagerly waited in front of him to receive red envelopes. Duan Kuan wiped his hands and stepped up to the bar, complaining, "Brother, you let loose with the AK, and now I'm exhausted. The brothers have been busy for half a day, and the upstairs is finally cleaned up. I've even dug out every bullet. This is the last load." "Stop whining. The job isn't finished yet," Wang Xiao said, spitting out the cola straw with a smile. "You personally keep an eye on things and make sure the tail end is cleaned up. Also let the brothers finishing up know to come back for their rewards later. Hurry up, quick in and out." Wang Xiao raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Tonight I'll treat you all well. Oh, we've still got some fun now." "Understood, I'll be back soon, brother." Duan Kuan understood and grinned as he turned to walk towards the van. The van roared to life and quickly vanished into the night after leaving the nightclub. Wang Xiao waved to De Yazi and the others as they watched the van's tail lights disappear. "The job is done. Why, Brother Xiao?" De Yazi and his 7 companions hurried over, making funny faces to greet him. Wang Xiao smiled and casually grabbed 3 stacks of cash from the bar, tossing them to De Yazi. "This is 30,000. 10,000 is for the red envelope, 1 for each brother, and the other 20,000 is your work reward." De Yazi was taken aback, holding the thick bundle of cash, feeling a mix of emotions. Just for guarding the door for Brother Xiao, the reward was more than what he had earned in the last 6 months. The other gang members around looked at the cash in De Yazi's hands with envy. "Brother Xiao, Yazi sniffed and grinned widely. This money is too easy to earn, it doesn't feel right. Should I bow to you? Yazi smiled, revealing a pair of large front teeth, looking foolish. What are you doing? Put away that face. Wang Xiao glared at Yazi with annoyance. Take the money and don't rush to spend it on drinking, gambling, or women. In this world, everyone respects wealth before they respect people. Once you have money, buy yourself a suit to dress up. When you go home and your neighbors see it, it will bring face to our mother. Remembering his mother who raised him alone, Yazi's eyes softened as he smiled. Got it, Brother Xiao. Meanwhile, Lawyer Zhang cautiously glanced at his boss' expression and timely advised. Yazi, I know you had a good relationship with the boss before, but things are different now. Don't forget who gave you this money. I'll work well for the boss from now on. I understand, Xiao. Cough, boss. Yazi's expression stiffened upon hearing this, and he suddenly felt a hint of distance in his heart. Shut up. Wang Xiao frowned and scolded his lackey. We're all brothers, keep it in mind. What you used to call me, you should still call me that. Yes, boss, Lawyer Zhang replied nervously, but his mouth curled up slightly in a barely noticeable smile. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. The issue of respect and hierarchy cannot be directly stated by the boss, but there must always be someone to take on that role. Although the boss was ruthless, he was generous and willing to use people. His scolding was actually a way of treating his loyal subordinates well. Yazi and the other men listened closely, their faces lighting up. Brother Xiao was still the same loyal and righteous Brother Xiao. Step aside and wait. Wang Xiao waved his hand at Yazi. Next, Hua Zai-jun, get over here. Brother Xiao. Hua Zai-jun happily approached, presenting a penalty ticket and patting his chest to boast. Just now 2 patrol officers came to check the situation and asked me why I set off firecrackers. I told them tonight we are celebrating our 3rd anniversary. I didn't want to offend them and pulled them inside, but they refused to come in. The officer issued a ticket, but I managed to handle it. The deafening sound of firecrackers drowned out the gunfire and the smell of gunpowder. The patrol officers never expected that someone would dare to sweep through the nightclub with an AK-47 in the bustling city. Well done. Wang Xiao chuckled lightly, but upon seeing the penalty ticket, his expression changed instantly. Damn it. A fine of 20,000 just for setting off firecrackers. Robbery. Zhang he leaned in and explained softly, boss, there is a city regulation against setting off fireworks. A light penalty is 200,000. It's indeed true. Screw those guys, I'm not giving them a dime. Wang Xiao cursed, casually grabbing a stack of cash and tossing it to Hua Zai-jun. This is your reward, 30,000. Brother Xiao is generous. Hua Zai-jun exclaimed, joyfully clutching the cash. The fine was hefty, yet the boss casually rewarded him 30,000 without a second thought. Wang Xiao glanced at Hua Zai-jun, noticing his flashy floral shirt, and couldn't help but feel speechless. You heard what I said earlier. You're wearing colorful clothes, trying to make sure everyone knows you're a lowlife. Hua Zai-jun scratched his face looking at his floral shirt and muttered, boss, this is the most popular style in Hong Kong. Right now, those movie stars wear it too. What are you saying? Speak louder. Wang Xiao glared. Hua Zai-jun quickly closed his mouth, grinning sheepishly. Brother Xiao will buy a suit as soon as I get back. Wang Xiao nodded in satisfaction, pointing at nearly 100 subordinates. From today on, you are all officially employees of the company, not street punks anymore. Go back and buy yourselves suits to dress up. From now on, you'll receive a salary every month. Got it. The crowd smiled, responding in a disorganized manner. Understood, Brother Xiao. XN. Got it. Boss. Hua Zai-jun grinned, raising his hand to give a playful salute. Get lost. Wang Xiao flicked a cigarette into his mouth, impatiently waving his hand to send them away. Ding zhong air, he struck a lighter and leaned in to light it for the boss. Next, it's my turn, Brother Xiao. A gang member giggled as he stepped forward to receive a big red envelope. In just a few days, everyone had experienced Zhu Tao's downfall and Zhu Danis' escape. The originally unstable Sheng Tao company under Wang Xiao's decisive actions eliminated those like Jia Quan and their trusted followers, and a group of ordinary gang members quickly stabilized. With only fame and power, one cannot rely on others. After taking control of the company, Wang Xiao tirelessly handed cash directly to each low-level gang member. In the blink of an eye, Boss Wang spent money like water, not batting an eye, generously dispersing over $1 million. Nearly 100 gang members, as beneficiaries of Wang Xiao's rise, all supported him. Each gang member of Sheng Tao Company holding cash had glowing faces. Wang Xiao scanned the eager crowd, waiting for him to dismiss them, unable to suppress a smile. I know you poor street thugs suddenly came into money and your thoughts are elsewhere. Nothing else matters, they'll give you a day off. Do whatever you want, just get lost. Wang Xiao waved his hand as if swatting away flies. Long live Brother Xiao the boss. Huh. Nearly 100 gang members excitedly cheered. With approval granted, the crowd eagerly clutched their red envelopes, swiftly rushing out of the nightclub to find some. Wang Xiao, smoking a cigarette, watched the backs of his gang members with a smile, shaking his head. In just a few days, he had not only quelled the drug lord group, but the GDP boost for Hong Kong Island tonight. The foreign government should award him an outstanding contribution medal. Old Zhang, you should leave too. Wang Xiao nodded at his lackey. You performed well tonight. Tomorrow morning, go to the bank and withdraw all my money, deduct 50,000 as your reward. Thank you, boss. Zhang he exclaimed with surprise. He had merely helped the boss rise to power tonight with just a few words, but received a month's salary in return, not counting the hefty sum he got earlier. The sycophantic strategist's eyes sparkled, wishing he could give his boss a big kiss. What are you staring at? Get lost. Wang Xiao frowned in distaste. Yes, boss, I'm leaving right now. Zhang Er, he nodded and bowed, wearing a fawning smile. The lackey turned back to glance at his boss reluctantly as he left the money behind. As night deepened, Duan Kuan, having finished dealing with the corpses, finally returned to the nightclub with his men. As the van came to a halt, Duan Kuan and a few gang members jumped out in a hurry. Duan Kuan quickly walked into the store, finding his boss, Brother Xiao. The tail is all cleaned up. Well done, Wang Xiao said, extinguishing his cigarette with satisfaction. Brother Xiao. Duan Kuan made a funny face, and several gang members eagerly looked at their boss. Hearing that other brothers had received rewards and were out having fun, it was time for the hard-working fellows like them to get theirs. Wang Xiao understood and pointed to the stacks of cash in front of him, chuckling. I gave the other brothers 10 and 30,000. Each of you gets 50,000. Take the extra money for our expenses tonight. See, I'm not neglecting you. Wang Xiao raised his eyebrows and smiled. You did well tonight. Later I'll take you to a sauna, and then we'll find some ladies to enjoy ourselves. After a good meal and drinks, I'll take you all out for a treat. Long live Brother Xiao. Ha! Duan Kuan, de Yazi Hua, Zai Jun, and a bunch of loyal gang members cheered with joy. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up, hurry up. De Yazi grinned from ear to ear. Brothers treating, we definitely have to enjoy ourselves tonight. That's right, ha. Duan Kuan, Hua, Zai Jun, and the gang laughed uproariously, all chattering, let's go, let's go. Don't let brother. The crowd was noisy, reminiscent of the past. Those street punks nobody cared about. Damn it. You bunch of free. Wang Xiao pointed at the group of misfits and laughed as he scolded, hurry up, time is precious. Look how dark it is outside. The crowd rushed forward happily, surrounding Wang Xiao as they exited. Let's go. Wang Xiao smiled brightly, climbing into the Hummer with his brothers surrounding him. The convoy set off, heading straight for Palam Street. Bolin Street, a famous red light district in Hong Kong known for its indulgent pleasures and chaotic mix of people. After nightfall, Bolin Street welcomes its peak flow of visitors. This short street is filled with massage parlors, escort services, baths, bars, nightclubs, mahjong halls, and more, catering to all adult entertainment needs. After a relaxing sauna session, Wang Xiao and a group of over 20 people walked into the newly opened Bada bar nearby. Welcomed by the servers, they took their seats at several adjacent booths. Welcome to Bada, esteemed guests, the server said with a professional smile. Our bar features a wide selection of international drinks, specializing in cocktails, handcrafted gin, and locally brewed beer. During our opening period, all drinks are at a 20% discount. Hearing this, Duan Kuan and the others turned their gazes towards their boss at the main seat. Wang Xiao reached into his pocket, pulled out a stack of big bills, took two, and casually tossed them onto the table. Tips. What is the most expensive drink you have? Thank you, boss. The server's eyes lit up as he picked up the 2 bills, his attitude becoming even more enthusiastic. Boss, our most expensive options are Louis XIII, Hennessy Richard, and the 1982 Petrus, priced between 18 to 25,000 Hong Kong dollars. These are our signature 3 giants, specially prepared for esteemed guests like yourself. If you like, I can go to the wine cellar and pick a flawless bottle for you right now. Leaning forward, the server looked expectantly at the young boss in front of him. 21,000 a bottle, that's really Upon hearing the price, the Yazi Hua, Zai Jun, and the others couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. All of them were low-level thugs, and while they had heard of such high-end drinks, they had never even had the chance to see them. Wang Xiao reclined lazily, leaning against the sofa, tapping his fingers on the leather armrest. Let's have 10 bottles of each of these 3 drinks. Pausing for a moment, Wang Xiao glanced at the server. We have a lot of people, and if that's not enough later, do you have any stock left in the bar? The sudden happiness caught the server off guard. Who would have thought that on the opening day he and newly appointed server would sell half a year's worth of high-end stock? Regaining his composure, the server swallowed hard and nodded eagerly. Don't worry, boss. We have 20 bottles each of Louis XIII and Hennessy Richard and 15 bottles of the 1982 Petrus. They'll notify the bar to prepare them in bulk. He quickly pulled out a walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button. VIP booth in area A, 10 bottles each of Louis XIII, Hennessy Richard, and Petrus, with 3 bottles of each prepared for decanting. After confirming the order with the back office, the server's face broke into a smile as he eagerly said, Boss, please sit tight. He'll have 9 bottles ready for you to decant, and ice cubes and crystal glasses will be delivered to your booth within 5 minutes. Do you have any other instructions? Let's start with 6 crates of craft beer and prepare 30 portions of snacks, Wang Xiao said lazily, casually. Call all the ladies in your bar to come out and serve guests. Understood, boss. The servers nodded with smiles, happy to serve a big client. Wang Xiao, while looking at Duan Kuan and his gang, laughed boldly. You can pick any girls you like later, take them out for the night. Bro, that's generous. The group cheered with smiles. Wang Xiao smiled lightly. To have a horse run, you must feed it grass. Stingy people can't achieve great things. Many lose themselves after sudden wealth, and it's hard for them to last. Keeping a clear mind, the money spent now will be earned back 10-fold or 100-fold in the future. Please wait a moment, I'll go arrange that. The server bowed and left after confirming there were no further orders. Once the others left, Duan Kuan and De Yazi chatted and laughed among themselves. Wang Xiao lit a cigarette, surveying the bar's environment. The newly opened bar was doing well, with nearly every booth filled late at night and servers weaving between booths with trays of drinks and snacks. The surrounding noise was filled with laughter as numerous men and women engaged in banter, creating a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, Wang Xiao's gaze fixed on a woman sitting alone at the bar from afar. Hong Kong is indeed small. Their eyes met the woman, showing a hint of surprise on her face. After hesitating, she set down her red wine glass and walked slowly towards Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao calmly observed his ex-girlfriend. Ai Wei had a delicate and beautiful face, exuding a gentle and captivating charm. With her trendy wavy hair, she wore a light gray off-shoulder knit top paired with a black Aline mini skirt, and her slender legs were wrapped in nude stockings, making her exceptionally eye-catching. Her pure face combined with fashionable attire possessed the tempting allure of both innocence and desire. Ai Wei Meng Jiahui, Chun Haonan's wife. A standard green tea. Wang Xiao, who had seen countless women in his past life, sneered inwardly. The previously jovial group fell silent at the sudden appearance of their boss ex-girlfriend. The group exchanged glances, none daring to speak out of turn. Ah Xiao, long time no see. Ai Wei greeted softly, her lips curving up slightly, radiating a neighborly charm. Long time no see, I didn't expect to run into you here, Wang Xiao replied casually. Why are you alone? Wang Xiao's words left Ai Wei momentarily speechless, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto her beautiful face. She knew her current boyfriend, Ah Bao, had thinning hair. Ha ha. Duan Kuan and the others couldn't hold back any longer, exchanging knowing glances and bursting into mischievous laughter. They thought to themselves how much sharper their boss tongue had become. Hua Zai-jun and the others cast mocking and disdainful looks at ex-sister-in-law. Ah Xiao, even though we broke up, we've known each other for many years. You shouldn't speak so harshly, Ai Wei said, gently brushing her long hair while maintaining a stern expression. Who have I hurt? Wang Xiao snorted, shrugging. I forgot what your boyfriend's name is. I only remember he's bald. If you don't like it, just pretend you didn't hear it. Wang Xiao. Ai Wei's chest heaved with anger. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at her ex-boyfriend and his gang of thugs, her eyes flashing with disdain. A rotten person is still a rotten person. He was like this before, and he is still like this now, surrounded by the same lowly scum. In front of a bunch of thugs, Ai Wei raised her right hand, displaying the diamond ring on her finger. Ah Xiao, I am now engaged to Ah Bao. We were friends once. I hope you can spare me some kindness. This bar was opened by Ah Bao for me, Ai Wei said with a joyful smile. He spent over $1 million on it, and he treats me well. As she spoke, she slightly raised her chin, subtle movements revealing her inner arrogance and mocking attitude. With the new store opening, you are all welcome to support us. By the way, Ah Xiao, have you ordered drinks yet? As the bar owner, Ai Wei naturally inquired. Wang Xiao was too lazy to engage in small talk with her, casually nodding. Since we meet again, even though we broke up, we are still friends. The drinks you ordered earlier will be on my tab tonight. Ai Wei smiled graciously. Hep. Wang Xiao chuckled lightly, not bothering to argue. Duan Kuan, unable to hold back any longer, suddenly stood up and scolded. You filthy woman. Who do you look down on? My boss doesn't need your free drinks. Slut. De Yazi and the others sneered, looking at this gold-digging woman who had spent all of Wang Xiao's savings and then turned around to say goodbye, feeling indignant for their boss. Ai Wei's face darkened, inwardly cursing these thugs for being like dogs biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. She didn't dare to say anything further, fearing that they might cause a scene on her opening day. Wang Xiao shook his head. Bullying a woman would only make people look down on them. Besides, the tragic love story of his past had nothing to do with him. Ah Kuan. Wang Xiao turned his head, glancing at his younger brother. As soon as the boss spoke, Duan Kuan immediately shut his mouth, snorting and sitting down. It's better to meet by chance than to be invited. Since the bar owner is so hospitable, I won't be polite, Wang Xiao said with a calm smile. By the way, Ai Wei, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you. I hope your business thrives in the future. Saying a few auspicious words is nothing. 30 bottles of high-end drinks cost at least 600,000. If someone is willing to be a fool, why not take advantage of it? Thank you for your kind words. Ai Wei's smile returned as she nodded slightly in gratitude. At this moment, 6 servers each pushed a cart of drinks to the booth. The cart was filled with an array of snacks and high-end drinks. How could there be signature high-end drinks? Ai Wei's eyes widened as she regretted speaking too soon. She scanned the drink cart, mentally calculating the price of the order, feeling a pang in her heart. Thankfully, it wasn't too much. Tonight's business was booming and losses could be made up from other places. Having already spoken, she couldn't let these thugs look down on her. Ai Wei silently consoled herself. The server responsible for taking orders approached with a smile. Boss, do you need to open the remaining 21 bottles for decanting? Go ahead, Wang Xiao said, glancing at the woman's tense face with a smile. What drinks are left? Ai Wei's expression changed. The server smiled. Sister Ai Wei, this boss ordered a total of 30 bottles, all of our signature 3. The server couldn't hide his joy with so many drinks. Just the commission would earn him more than 3 months' salary. Ai Wei's face turned pale, her entire being struck by lightning. She had seen Wang Xiao place an order, but hadn't paid much attention. She knew exactly how much her ex-boyfriend had thinking the drinks he ordered would be, as before at most $100 worth, never expecting. She could never have imagined. AI Wei stared blankly at Wang Xiao, her lips trembling slightly. How could he afford such expensive drinks? A simple invitation to cover the bill had cost hundreds of thousands. The gold digger lacked sophistication, and her expression subtly darkened. Wang Xiao, however, wore a bright smile, tapping on the coffee table, and said to several servers, "My relationship with your bar owner is quite close. She just said that tonight's bill is on her." The servers looked astonished, turning back to see their boss, showing no objection, silently noting it down as they began serving the drinks. Once a couple, forever grateful. Today, I truly benefited from your boss's kindness. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow, smiling at everyone. Why are you all standing there? Don't you want to thank Sister AI Wei? Thank you, Sister AI Wei. N. Duan Kuan, Hua Zijun, and the others, all coming from the streets though lacking education, understood how to read the room. Seeing AI Wei's dark face, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sister AI Wei hasn't forgotten the old feelings with our big brother. She's loyal and righteous. Your business will surely prosper in the future. The servers paused in their actions, their eyes darting between Wang Xiao and their boss, filled with curiosity, and AI Wei felt a pang of anguish, having to swallow her words, and forced a smile. No need to thank me. Please enjoy. I'll excuse myself for a moment. As she finished speaking and turned to leave, AI Wei, Wang Xiao called out to stop her, raising his glass and calmly saying, "As the saying goes, after 1,000 years of cultivation, we share a bed. Since we meet again, let's drink together to part on good terms." Clink. Hua Zijun opened a bottle of whiskey with a practiced hand and poured it for the boss. AI Wei watched Wang Xiao's composed demeanor, her expression momentarily stunned, feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Her ex-boyfriend seemed like a different person. In the past, Wang Xiao had only eyes for her, but now as he looked at her, his eyes revealed no emotional waves, as if he were regarding a once-used toy. AI Wei felt a bit dazed until Hua Zijun presented the drink to her. She finally came to her senses. Ding! The two glasses gently clinked. Wang Xiao downed his drink in one go. As the bar owner, AI Wei didn't want to lose face in public, raising her glass to drink as well. "Enjoy your drinks." AI Wei set her glass down, nodded to Wang Xiao, and walked towards the bar. Once the others had left, Wang Xiao surveyed his subordinates with a smile, raising his glass. "Gentlemen, put down your cups. Let's toast everyone. I'll drink to that. Cheers to the boss." Duan Kuan, De Yazi, and the others raised their glasses in unison, cheering and laughing. Just as Wang Xiao's lips brushed the drink, a sudden bang-bang echoed in his ears. Two loud crashes followed by a shattering sound as the bar's glass door exploded. Two security guards were thrown to the ground, groaning in pain. The once noisy and lively bar fell silent, as if a pause button had been pressed. Wang Xiao. "Looks like we can't enjoy our drinks properly now." Clink. The glass was slammed on the coffee table. Duan Kuan and De Yazi dropped their glasses, nervously reaching for their guns. "Bro, something's off. We need to protect you and get you out first," Hua Zijun whispered. Over 20 members of the Sheng Tao gang quietly gripped their concealed knives, their eyes fixed on the intruders. "Don't panic, the other side may not be here for us." Wang Xiao remained calm, scanning the two guards on the ground and looking towards the bar entrance. Outside, the sounds of fighting ceased. Numerous men and women, either standing or sitting, looked towards the bar entrance with uncertain expressions. Step, step, step. Hasty and disordered footsteps echoed as, under the terrified gazes of the guests, many lowly thugs charged into the bar wielding clubs with a ferocious demeanor. A group of thugs rushed into the bar wielding steel pipes and baseball bats. "The gang is fighting. Run!" The shouts echoed. "Get that star." What a stroke of bad luck today. The patrons' faces changed dramatically as they hurriedly tried to escape. "Sit down, you bastards." The thugs shouted at the patrons, brandishing their weapons. "Anyone who dares to run will have their legs broken." Faced with the intimidating gangsters, the patrons' faces turned pale, and they reluctantly stopped in their tracks. Once the thugs had control of the situation, a fierce-looking young man strode into the bar. Xia Fei, Shingy Red Stick from the movie Blade Master. Seeing that the troublemakers were just a bunch of thugs, Duan Kuan, De Yazi, and Hua Zijun relaxed. Everyone resumed eating and drinking, sitting aside to watch the fun, dismissing the thugs entirely. "Do you recognize him?" Wang Xiao casually asked while shaking his drink. "Brother Xiao, that leading thug, is the Shengyi Society's Red Stick," Xia Fei, Hua Zijun said with a mischievous grin, pointing at the fierce-looking Xia Fei. Xia Fei from the Shengyi Society was clearly not here for him. It was most likely directed at the bar owner. "I didn't expect to enjoy a free show while drinking." Wang Xiao raised his eyebrow with a smile. "What's the grudge between Xia Fei and that bald guy Bao?" "Brother Xiao, it's a long story," Hua Zijun replied with a gloating smile, quietly sharing the gossip from the past few days. It turned out that the feud between Xia Fei and Bao started with Xia Fei's girlfriend. Bao had a sworn brother with the nickname Praying Mantis, and that kid had gotten involved with Xia Fei's girlfriend. When Xia Fei learned that he had been cheated on, he captured the Praying Mantis and gave him a brutal beating. Hua Zijun licked his lips as he recounted this, feeling a bit thirsty. Duan Kuan, just out of prison, stretched his neck to hear the gossip, but suddenly got stuck. He glared at Hua Zijun dissatisfied. Don't keep me in suspense. Why are you so anxious? Let me wet my throat. Hua Zijun rolled his eyes, took a sip of his drink, and continued with embellishment. It's said that Bao, to save his brother last night, led a few thugs to Xia Fei's turf, pulled out a gun, and pressed it against Xia Fei's forehead. Xia Fei, being quick-witted, kneeled down on the spot to save his life. But Bao didn't stop there. In front of a group of thugs, he forced Xia Fei to kneel and bark like a dog. Hua Zijun grinned with a gloating smile. Brother Xiao, you know how loose-lipped thugs are. The next day the news spread throughout Yaomati as the red stick of Xingyi society being humiliated, like that made Xinji's leader lose face as well. They've already spread the word on the streets today, offering a bounty of 300,000 for the heads of Bao and his brothers. It's a fight to the death this time. After learning the background, Wang Xiao shook his head, a hint of disdain appeared. This is the life of gangsters. They act without thinking, driven by emotions, and are overly competitive. Bao is also a simpleton. Killing someone with a mere slap, he goes to his enemies to humiliate them, and then just walks away. In this line of work, there are some things that either shouldn't be done, or if done, should be done cleanly, without leaving any trouble behind. Looking up at the trembling Ivy at the bar, Wang Xiao's gaze turned cold as he chuckled. That bald guy has stirred up a big mess. It seems Ivy will have to change boyfriends again. Who among you is interested in her? Maybe we can have a hero save the damsel in distress. He, Zi, and the others shook their heads bobbing like rattles. Although their big brother didn't mind the rest, as brothers must understand their place, no one dares to touch a woman their brother has been with unless they want to die. Wang Xiao's gaze shifted to Hua Zijun and Duan Kuan beside him. Remembering the corpses from the private room at the Golden Respect nightclub tonight, Hua Zijun shivered and waved his hands repeatedly. Brother, you know me. Although I'm a bit lustful, I wouldn't dare touch my brother's girl. Brother Xiao, Duan Kuan sneered, saying coldly, that cheap woman Ivy has money. Keeping her would only tarnish my brother's reputation. If others find out that this woman once dumped Brother Xiao and is now fooling around, my brother would become a laughingstock. Duan Kuan's expression turned fierce as he gestured sharply across his neck. Brother Xiao, I think it's better to just do her. Are you crazy? Wang Xiao's eyelids twitched as he looked at his younger brother in disbelief. A Kuan, when has anyone ever killed someone out of the blue without any reason? Me crazy? Duan Kuan was astonished, pointing at his own nose, his lips twitching slightly as he 3 hours ago, I don't know who got into it, and pulled out an AK to sweep people, and then called me insane. Smack! Wang Xiao raised his hand and slapped his younger brother, scolding with a laugh. What nonsense are you spouting? I said. Cough. Duan Kuan covered the back of his head, his eyes darting as he made up a story. Did I just say? Are you still thinking about this woman? There are beautiful women everywhere on the island. Oh, what's so special about her? Wang Xiao scoffed. It'd be a waste to kill her directly. Just wait and watch the drama unfold. As they talked, the thugs from Xingyi had already taken control of the bar. Speak. Xia Fei grabbed the bar bouncer and demanded sternly. Where's that bastard Bao's fiancé? The bouncer opened his mouth, hesitating to speak, but in front of so many patrons he couldn't bring himself to lose face. You bastard, are you looking for death? Xia Fei's face darkened as he snatched the steel pipe from a thug and smashed it hard against the bouncer's calf. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed. Off! My leg! The bouncer clutched his leg, letting out a horrified wail. You still have 2 legs? If you don't want to be crippled, you better speak up. With the steel pipe aimed at the bouncer's throat, Xia Fei pressed him further. The bouncer turned pale, cold sweat forming on his forehead from the excruciating pain. Seeing Xia Fei's vicious expression as he raised the steel pipe, targeting his middle leg, the bouncer screamed, No! And pointed toward a woman at the bar. It's her. She is Bao's fiancée named Ivy. Boss, I'm telling the truth, you can ask anyone else. Xia Fei's eyes turned to Ivy, surveying her from head to toe as he clicked his tongue in mockery. I didn't expect Bao's girl to be quite pretty. Thinking of how Bao had pointed a gun at his head last night and forced him to kneel, Xia Fei's smile vanished, and he spat on the ground in disgust. He might run from the monk, but he can't escape the temple. How dare he open a bar? Get to work. Smash this bar. Yes, Fei, go. The thugs cheered excitedly, waving their steel pipes and smashing whatever they could find. Oh. The bar erupted with terrified screams from the women. Run. We can't get out the front, let's go through the back door. The bar patrons panicked, hurriedly fleeing toward the back. Some slow runners were caught by the rowdy thugs, receiving a blow to their backs. Ugh. The unfortunate patrons grimaced in pain, collapsing to the ground and pleading. Don't hit me anymore. Luckily, the thugs weren't targeting them. Get lost. The thugs kicked at the fallen patrons, cursing them as they shoved them away. The patrons endured a couple of hits, struggling to get up and rolling out of the bar. The thugs, armed with pipes, began smashing the bar counter's glass tables and chairs fiercely. Crash. Crack, crack. The sounds of shattering glass tables and bottles echoed throughout the bar. Ivy, trying to escape among the crowd, was blocked by several thugs. Get her over here. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and gestured to a few of his underlings. You slut, where do you think you're going? The thugs grinned maliciously as they slowly closed in. Please. Bao's business has nothing to do with me. Iva's face turned pale as she trembled. I truly know nothing. Instinctively she tried to back away, but her legs weakened, nearly causing her to fall. In a moment of desperation she caught a glimpse of her ex-boyfriend watching from a distance, a flicker of hope igniting in her heart. Run! Two thugs from Xingyi stepped forward, grabbing Ivy by her hair and dragging her away. Iva's neck was yanked back as she looked in terror at Wang Xiao from afar, crying out, "Xiao, save me." In just 2 minutes, all the patrons and staff in the bar had fled. Xia Fei followed Iva's gaze to a distant section of booths where over 20 of Sheng Tai's thugs stood unbothered, all wearing smiles, as they watched the scene unfold. Wang Xiao's laid-back demeanor exuded a blatant provocation, treating Xia Fei and the thugs as if they were merely a farcical performance. Xia Fei's pupils constricted as he locked his gaze on Wang Xiao, who was at the center of attention among the thugs. Wang Xiao smiled, raised his glass in a gesture towards Xia Fei, and took a light sip. Xia Fei felt a sense of unease creeping and speaking in a deep voice. "What Xingyi society does has nothing to do with you all, who don't go looking for trouble." Humph. Duan Kuan and the others scoffed, and with their big brother remaining silent, they couldn't be bothered to pay Xia Fei any mind. "Xiao!" Ivy cried in terror, struggling and pleading. Smack! Xia Fei slapped Ivy across the face. "Shut up, you cheap woman. Your man A Bao is quite brave, you know that." Xia Fei's expression twisted as he gripped Ivy's long hair. His brother slept with my girl, and that bastard still dared to point a gun at me. When it comes to debts, a wife must pay. If you want to blame someone, blame your man. He provoked me and ran away, so I can only settle the score with you. Xia Fei glanced at Wang Xiao and his group, implying that there was a reason for everything, hinting that they all had their own business on the streets and should not meddle. Wang Xiao tilted his head, watching the spectacle with a smile. Seeing that Wang Xiao had no intention of coming to the woman's aid, Xia Fei secretly sighed in relief. The waters on the island were shallow, with many big brothers. The opposing side had a considerable number of people, and their identities were unclear. The troublemakers were the mindless thugs below. Xia Fei had reached the position of Red Stick, not just by fighting, but also by understanding the importance of caution to survive longer. "Don't worry, you filthy woman, you won't die just yet," Xia Fei sneered as he held Iva's hair. "I have so many brothers waiting for you. Tonight I'll let you enjoy yourself." Huh. The surrounding Xingyi thugs burst into laughter, their eyes leering at the innocent and beautiful Ivy. Xia Fei dragged Ivy away, and before leaving kicked the limping security guard, saying, "Tell Bao. His girl is in my hands. If he dares, let him come find me." "Yes, yes." The limping security guard nodded, repeatedly drenched in cold sweat. Ivy, in pain, was dragged along by Xia Fei, feeling as if her scalp was about to tear. The excruciating pain made her eyes bloodshot. "Xiao, help me. From now on I will do whatever you say. I don't want to die." Woo-woo. Ivy looked despairingly at Wang Xiao, who was gradually moving away, her last glimmer of hope extinguished as fear submerged her completely. The time was nearly right. Wang Xiao chuckled lightly, suddenly raising his right hand, rubbing his thumb against his index and middle fingers, signaling an internationally recognized gesture. "Money." Ivy, not being foolish, quickly understood and screamed, "I have money. This bar is registered in my name. The money and the bar are yours. Xiao, save me. I will listen to you in the future. I don't want to die. Woo-woo." Xia Fei felt a jolt of panic and regretted forgetting to shut this woman's mouth. He turned to Wang Xiao and his crew. "If you had money, why didn't you say so earlier?" Wang Xiao responded with a beaming smile, snapping his fingers. "Brothers, we've got a business opportunity. Let's get to work." "Yes, boss." Duan Kuan de Yazi and the others replied enthusiastically. Money for services. Duan Kuan and his gang had been watching the show for a long time and were now bursting with frustration. One by one they stood up, each cracking their knuckles in anticipation. "Damn you. My boss wants you to let him go, do you hear me?" Hua Zai-jun shouted at a group of short thugs. "Let your mother go. What do you want to do?" The group of short thugs around shouted back angrily. "Damn it. How dare you be so ungrateful." Hua Zai-jun pulled out a switchblade and spat on the ground. "Get your weapons out. Grab him." In an instant the eyes of more than 20 members of Sheng Tao's gang gleamed with ferocity. Everyone pulled out their weapons. One short knife after another appeared. The bar's lights spun, casting beams on the sharp blades, reflecting a chilling glimmer. Snap! Snap! The crisp sound of weapons being readied rang out as Duan Kuan and De Yazai's faces twisted with rage, showing no hesitation as they drew their guns, readying them with a click. They aimed their guns at the group of short thugs across from them. The shouts faded into an eerie silence in the bar. With guns pointed at their heads, the once loudmouthed short thugs instantly fell silent, not daring to utter. "Brothers, let's talk this out. Be careful, or the guns might go off." Xia Fei forced a smile, cursing inwardly. He couldn't understand why he was so unlucky lately. Last night he had a gun pointed at his head by a Bao, and today, without checking the calendar, he ran into a group of desperados. Joining a gang was for making money. Usually gangs tried to avoid guns if possible, but this group was quick to draw, reckless and fearless. How could he compete with them? "You guys seem a bit unfamiliar," Xia Fei said with a bitter smile. "What should I call you?" "Sheng Tao, Wang Xiao. Now at Sheng Tao Corporation I call the shots. Wang Xiao said, lightly tapping his chest with his thumb, his tone casual, yet carrying an air of authority. You must be Xiaofei, right? Come, let's sit and have a drink together. Sheng Tao. Xiaofei was taken aback. He had just received news that Zhu Tao from Sheng Tao Corporation had been taken down. He thought they would lay low, but unexpectedly they had already found a new leader so quickly. Although Sheng Tao Corporation wasn't a gang, it had quite a reputation on Hong Kong Island. Everyone on the streets knew that Zhu Tao, the former boss of Sheng Tao, was a drug lord. This old man had raised a group of gunmen to deal in drugs, and these thugs knew they were guilty, each of them a desperate outlaw. Without conflicts of interest, other gangs on Hong Kong Island were also unwilling to provoke Sheng Tao Corporation. Xiaofei scanned Wang Xiao and the weapons in Duan Kuan and Di Yazai's hands, thinking to himself, no wonder these guys acted so recklessly. So it's Brother Xiao. Xiaofei stepped towards the booth, showing a friendly smile, cupping his fists in a polite greeting. My underlings don't understand the rules. I hope there are no offenses. He sat down at the booth, glancing at his gang of younger brothers. What are you all standing there for? Put your weapons away. Upon hearing this, the group of short thugs quickly lowered their sticks, collectively letting out a sigh of relief. TCH, Hua Zai-jun, and the members of Sheng Tao burst into mocking laughter. The faces of dozens of short thugs turned sour, but they didn't dare to utter a single word. Seeing the weak performance of his underling, Xiaofei felt both angry and helpless. Last night, a Bao had a gun, yet not one of his underlings dared to step up to save him. Today they acted the same way, it was truly embarrassing. Put your weapons away. Wang Xiao waved his hand, observing the performance of the short thugs with a smirk. Duan Kuan and Di Yazai lowered their guns, standing with their weapons beside their boss. Ahem. Xiaofei cleared his throat, awkwardly gathering his spirits as he urged calmly and respectfully. Brother Xiao, we have a dead feud with the Bao. This matter has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to protect this woman? This woman used to be my girl. Wang Xiao picked up a bottle of Louis XIII, leaning closer to the short thug of Sheng Yi, retorting, besides, she comes out of the bar. I'm putting in the effort. How can you say it has nothing to do with me? Xiaofei's lips twitched at Wang Xiao's words. He had worked hard to catch someone, only to let Wang Xiao take advantage of it for free. Seeing Wang Xiao personally pour the wine, Xiaofei was very perceptive, picking up the empty wine glass, with both hands politely expressing thanks. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Don't mention it, Wang Xiao replied lightly with a smile. You catching this stupid woman is of no use. If that bald-headed Bao really cared about her, he would have notified her to run away already. Moreover, you're the renowned Red Stick of Sheng Yi. If people found out you threatened your opponents with a woman, your reputation would be ruined. Why hold on to this woman so tightly? Xiaofei fell silent. He knew this logic too well, but his anger flared, and unable to find a Bao, he was frustrated and wanted to vent his anger on a Bao's girl. Wang Xiao gently swirled the wine in his glass, giving Xiaofei time to consider. Looking at this bar, he could spare Ai Weiss life, but to start a conflict with Sheng Yi for this woman would be foolish. Xiaofei seemed like a pushover in front of the gun, but in reality, he was a clever person. A smart person would weigh gains and losses and understand compromise. This cup of wine is for Sheng Yi, Wang Xiao said with a smile, raising his glass in a toast. I've long heard of Sheng Yi's fame, and tonight's meeting is also fate. Brother Xiao is being polite. Xiaofei nodded politely, raised his glass in acknowledgement, and then downed it in one go. After finishing the drink, Xiaofei's eyes flickered as he exhaled the wine breath, waving his hand backward. Considering Brother Xiao's face let her go this time, she is lucky. The two thugs holding Ai Wei immediately loosened their grip. Losing control, Ai Wei's legs went weak, and she fell helplessly to the ground. Miss Ai, who had been pursued all her life, had never experienced such shock before. Surviving the ordeal, she recalled the torment she would have faced if captured by a group of thugs. Fear gripped her heart, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. Wah wah. In the silent bar, her piercing cries echoed painfully. Wang Xiao, annoyed by the sound, shouted coldly, "Shut her up. Take her away. You ungrateful wretch. You've survived, and yet you're still crying." Duan Kuan stepped forward quickly, slapping Ai Wei hard across the face, scolding her. "Shut up." Smack. Ai Wei covered her face and fell to the ground, her originally fair and delicate face now swollen. Seeing Duan Kuan about to strike again, she exclaimed, "Don't." With tears in her eyes, Ai Wei hurriedly covered her mouth. "Get up." Duan Kuan glared, and Ai Wei quickly scrambled to her feet, her steps unsteady as she stumbled into the bar's office. In the bar, with no outsiders around, Xiaofei raised an eyebrow, poured a drink for Wang Xiao, and jokingly remarked, "Brother Xiao really doesn't understand how to cherish beauty. Haha. A worn-out shoe that I've worn, only that bald Bao would consider it a treasure." Wang Xiao scoffed disdainfully. "I have a general idea of the conflict between you and Bao," he continued. "You want to find out Bao's whereabouts through this woman, and I can help you with that, but I won't do it for free. What does Brother Xiao want?" Xiaofei restrained his smile, waiting quietly for the next words. "Don't be nervous, my request is very simple." Wang Xiao changed his tone and joked. "It'll help you take someone down, but don't forget that 300,000 bounty reward. So simple." Xiaofei was momentarily stunned, then smiled knowingly. "Haha, don't worry, Brother Xiao, I won't forget that. What bounty? That's just an excuse. He understood in his heart that with the scale of Sheng Tao Company, Wang Xiao wouldn't take the 300,000 seriously. The other party's actions were actually in line with his own thoughts, merely wanting to establish a good relationship. Enemies should be resolved, not deepened. When everyone is just making a living and there are no conflicts of interest or deep-seated grudges, it's natural to talk about human feelings and social etiquette. Brother Xiao, just call me a Fei, Xia Fei said with a smile, raising his glass to express his attitude. Cheers, bro. Wang Xiao clinked glasses with him and took a sip of his drink. After downing the drink, both of them intended to befriend each other, and their demeanor became more intimate as they exchanged jokes. Brother Xiao, I heard that Boss Zhu is no longer around. Isn't your company taken over by Zhu Danny? Xia Fei intentionally probed, gradually steering the conversation toward Sheng Tao Company. The cops are watching closely. Zhu Danny ran away. A meaningful glint flashed in Wang Xiao's eyes as he shook his head with a sigh. That brat took the money and ran, leaving this mess for me to handle, making it so I can't even eat properly. To be honest, the cops are watching us at Sheng Tao. The powder business is hard to do, and with so many people to support in the company, we're struggling financially. I almost wish I could sell the smoke shop and change careers. Cough, cough. Xia Fei, who was drinking, was startled by Wang Xiao's words, causing him to cough repeatedly as the drink went down the wrong way. He picked up a tissue, lowered his head to wipe the spilled drink, using the motion to hide the surprise on his face. This good relationship was indeed being established unexpectedly, yielding a significant gain. Throwing down the tissue, Xia Fei took a deep breath and tentatively asked, Brother Xiao is joking, right? With such high profits in powder, how could you just stop doing it? Even with high profits, you need your life to earn it. Wang Xiao shook his head slightly. To speak frankly, I already arranged for my subordinate lawyer Zhang to spread the news this morning, planning to change paths from now on. What a stroke of luck. Xia Fei was ecstatic. Wang Xiao had no reason to lie to him, and besides, there was a time difference with the news from this morning. He could easily find out whether it was true or false. Xia Fei grinned, his lips involuntarily curling upward. If Brother Xiao really wants to sell the smoke shop, why not sell it to me? We can negotiate the price. What a coincidence. Wang Xiao looked at Xia Fei and smiled. Are you sure you want to take over? I have 8 smoke shops, all managed by Zhu Tao for many years, and there are many connections below. You should have heard about it, right? I know, Xia Fei replied eagerly. I sincerely want it. But I wonder if Brother Xiao is willing to part with the channels Sheng Tao has. Xia Fei tentatively asked. The smoke shop is minor, but the most important thing is the flower supply channels that Sheng Tao has built over the years. Xia Fei cried out inwardly. Although there are many gangs in Hong Kong, most are retailers, and there are very few with channels for bulk purchases. The importance of channels is self-evident. Who wants to do retail when they can wholesale? Xia Fei looked eagerly at the god of wealth across from him. If I'm not doing business anymore, why would I keep the channels? Wang Xiao lazily leaned against the sofa, shrugging his shoulders. Tonight is also a fateful encounter for us brothers. Don't worry, Fei, we can negotiate the price well. Great, haha, Xia Fei agreed with a smile. This isn't a place to talk business. Wang Xiao paused slightly before continuing. How about we find a place tomorrow for a detailed discussion? You can't rush things. Xia Fei suppressed his eagerness and readily agreed. No problem, Brother Xiao. Just right, I need to go back and report to Brother Sheppy. He can take over Sheng Tao Smoke Shop, but the complete supply channels, each worth over 10 million. Just relying on his own words, he truly has the heart, but no strength. As a prominent figure in the gang, he still has a leader above him. Not sharing benefits with the big shots is a serious taboo in the gang. The two exchanged phone numbers, and Wang Xiao stood up smiling as he extended his right hand. A Fei, we will talk to. Good. Xia Fei smiled broadly, shaking Wang Xiao's hand. Brother Xiao, please stay. I'll leave first. Take care. Wang Xiao exchanged a few pleasantries and watched Xia Fei leave the bar with a group of short men. Once the people left, Wang Xiao's smile vanished, and he turned to look at Hua Zijun behind him. Bring that woman over here. Hua Zijun nodded and walked towards the bar manager's office. 2 minutes later, Ivy staggered out of the office and approached Wang Xiao. Why are you standing so far away? Wang Xiao tilted his head, staring at the gold-digging woman, and beckoned with his hand. Come here. Ivy covered her swollen cheek and hesitated before taking 2 steps forward. Wang Xiao grabbed the woman's arm and pulled her forcefully. Out. Ivy let out a low cry, her stiletto heels slipping on the marble floor, losing her balance and landing in the man's arms. A wave of perfume assaulted his senses, and Wang Xiao wrapped his arm around Ivy's waist, playfully smiling. I saved your life. How do you plan to thank me? Ivy looked up at Wang Xiao, understanding that he was eagerly seeking benefits. After a brief pause, her eyes sparkled, her body relaxed, and she gently leaned against Wang Xiao's chest, softly saying, Xiao, I'm so glad to have you this time. Through hardship, we see true love. After this, I now understand that you are the one who treats me the best in this world. Actually, I haven't been able to forget you since we broke up. Ivy curled up in Wang Xiao's embrace, her delicate hand gripping his arm, looking at her ex-boyfriend with regret and hope. Xiao, I was willful and ignorant before, which is why I was deceived by Bao. Would you forgive me? Can we start? With tears in her eyes, Ivy held Wang Xiao tightly. Her pure and charming face was so close. Ivy, you know what I want. Wang Xiao's expression was cold, ignoring the woman's delicate and pitiful appearance. Do you think you are very beautiful? Do you think that if you just spread your legs I would forgive you? Do you think? I'm still the past, Wang Xiao. Iva's face froze, and as she looked closely into Wang Xiao's eyes, she suddenly felt so unfamiliar, finding no trace of emotional fluctuation. Do you think that just by lifting your skirt I would continue being the dog by your side like in the past? Wang Xiao's tone was grim as he suddenly reached out his right hand, violently gripping the woman's neck. How dare you? Do you look down on me, Wang Xiao? Wang Xiao's eyes turned cold and ruthless as his hand tightened suddenly. Hey Xiao. Iva's breath caught her face, paling in an instant. Her neck was brutally gripped, and her life lay in Wang Xiao's hands. As breathing became increasingly difficult, Iva's pupils were filled with terror as she instinctively reached out her hands, trying to pry Wang Xiao's hand from her neck. This world is full of beautiful women, and do you really think that just because of this skin you can make me let you go? Self-righteous bitch. Wang Xiao stared at Iva's gradually pale face, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You need to understand your own situation. Xia Fei and his boss Sheppy are sending people to look for your fiancé's whereabouts. He wants to personally chop you up. If I hadn't protected you just now tonight, Xia Fei and a bunch of short men would have had their way with you. After dawn you will be left lying dead in the streets. As Wang Xiao spoke, he raised his left hand and repeatedly slapped Iva's pretty face. Slap slap. The crisp sound rang out, leaving marks on her pure fair face. Ha ha. Ivy opened her mouth wide like a dying fish, desperately trying to breathe. I saved you because of this bar worth millions. Wang Xiao did not hide his desires and ambitions. In a moment, I will call my subordinate lawyer to come over. Be smart. Sign the bar transfer contract for me. Also hand over your driver's license, passport. All your documents. From now on you will be a dog that I raise. Do you understand? Wang Xiao sneered, and suddenly released his grip. Ha ha, phew. Iva's pupils trembled continuously as she gasped for air after being freed. She was filled with extreme fear, realizing that she had made a huge mistake. Wang Xiao was no longer the previous. He is no longer the man who would let things slide just because I lifted my skirt. Do you understand what I'm asking you? Don't make me repeat myself. Wang Xiao's eyes narrowed, his cold gaze fixated on the woman. I understand. Ivy covered her neck, sorrowfully lowering her once arrogant head. She opened her handbag, her hands trembling as she searched for her wallet. Hurry up. Wang Xiao snorted coldly and snatched Ivy's wallet. With tears in her eyes, Ivy appeared pitiful. Nearby, Duan Kuan de Yazi Hua Zaijun and others looked at their boss with admiration written all over their faces. What are you all standing around for? Are you drunk? Wang Xiao glared at everyone and scolded. Didn't you hear what I said? Call Zhang. Yes, boss. Hua Zaijun responded and quickly grabbed the phone, dialing Lawyer Zhang. The phone connected, and Brother Xiao, the call has gone through, Hua Zaijun said with a flattering smile, bending down to hand over the phone. Wang Xiao held Ivy's delicate body and casually took the call. Old Zhang. Boss, what do you need? Lawyer Zhang asked respectfully on the other end. Come to Bolin Street Bada Bar immediately. Wang Xiao lightly tapped Ivy's smooth stockings, keeping his words to a minimum. Understood, boss. Lawyer Zhang responded respectfully. After hanging up, Wang Xiao scrutinized Ivy from head. Her knitted top exposed her shoulders, and her ample bosom was accentuated. The sheer stockings on her legs shimmered enticingly under the bar lights. Noticing Wang Xiao's intense gaze, Ivy's face showed fear, and she timidly lowered her head. Stop crying. Wang Xiao lifted Ivy's chin, his eyes fixed on her pure, delicate face. The glistening tears in Ivy's eyes left marks on her fair, pure face, intertwining in a way that imparted a hint of defilement. What are you afraid of? It's not like we haven't played before. Wang Xiao wore a mischievous grin. To celebrate your return tonight, it'll take you to relive old dreams. Ai Wei lowered her head, gazing at the engagement ring on her right hand, her complexion alternating between red and pale. Recalling the moment she had just flaunted the ring to Wang Xiao, she now felt a deep sense of irony. Smack. Stop pretending to be innocent, get up. Wang Xiao raised his hand and slapped Ai Wei. Ai Wei let out a soft grunt, timidly standing up while covering her rear. Go make a phone call and bring back the runaway drinking companions. Wang Xiao waved his hand and commanded. Hurry up and come back. Understood. Ai Wei nodded obediently, swaying her hips as she hurried toward the bar. Once Ai Wei left, a group of thugs laughed and flattered each other. Boss is amazing, huh? This is what a real man looks like. Xiao Guo. Hua Zaijun looked at his older brother with admiration. He hadn't expected that while out for fun, the boss would not only enjoy free food and drink, but also have beautiful women at his disposal, effortlessly acquiring a bar as well. This was a double fortune. Cheers to Xiao Guo. Duan Kuan and De Yazai raised their glasses, shouting. The group of thugs raised their glasses in unison, their gazes fixed on their boss. Come, let's drink. Wang Xiao didn't dampen the mood, rolling up his shirt sleeves and smiling as he raised his glass. I'll drink casually, you all down it. Everyone was momentarily stunned by his words, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, cheers. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of glasses colliding echoed, spilling drinks across the table. As the laughter continued, the sound of high heels echoed at the entrance of the bar. Come in. AI Wei waved. A group of elegantly dressed drinking companions cautiously entered the bar. Sister AI Wei, are you alright? The leading girls surrounded AI Wei, expressing their concern. Did those thugs do anything to you? I'm fine. AI Wei shook her head, but inside she felt a deep, unspoken bitterness. After calming herself, she clapped her hands for the girls. Come with me. AI Wei in her high heels led the group of girls to the VIP area. Facing Wang Xiao's intense gaze, AI Wei forced a smile and called to the girls, come greet the bosses. Hello bosses, the glamorous girls approached one by one, sweetly greeting them. Hua Zai-jun and the thugs' eyes lit up as they eagerly assessed the numerous entrepreneurial ladies. Wang Xiao's gaze swiftly swept over the girls, giving a slight nod of satisfaction. The girls were all of above-average appearance, showcasing their natural beauty. Each one was unique, far better than the monotonous factory line looks from his previous life. The thugs were eagerly waiting, each eyeing their boss for approval. Don't just stand there this time, I'll let you all choose first, Wang Xiao said with a smile, gesturing to the group. If you see someone you like, hurry up and pick her. Long live the boss. The group of lecherous men cheered with laughter. Xiao Go, I want those twins. The old lecher Hua Zai-jun was the quickest to make a move. You. Those two with the big waves, come here. Duan Kuan and De Yazai were also unreserved, pointing at two voluptuous women in the crowd. Turn around for me to see, I want someone with a big butt. The thugs clamored, each pointing out one or two favorites. As business came to them, the entrepreneurial ladies swayed their waists, stepping forward to block the patron's arms. Xiaoga, none of these are to your liking. Duan Kuan hugged a girl and tilted his head to ask, what do you know? Wang Xiao laughed and scolded, if you're going to have fun, go for the boss lady. Big brother is awesome. Duan Kuan grinned, wickedly shifting his gaze to the pure, yet seductive AI Wei at the VIP table. What are you waiting for? Come over here. Wang Xiao glared at AI Wei, beckoning with his finger. Come here and sit. AI Wei forced a smile and stepped over to sit beside Wang Xiao, actively pouring. Now she was under his roof, forced to bow her head. This bastard Wang Xiao had taken over her bar, and if he treated her a bit more gently and generously, continuing to associate with him would be fine, but he actually treated her like a dog. This bastard was simply delusional. AI Wei secretly hated him, resolved to stay with Wang Xiao for a few days, seized the opportunity to contact her fiancé, A Bao, and later settle scores with Wang Xiao. Ah Xiao. AI Wei suppressed her anger, smilingly offering him her glass. That diamond is quite large. Wang Xiao's gaze landed on AI Wei's engagement ring, teasingly remarking, I can tell that Bao treats you well. If he knew you returned to my side to survive, I think he wouldn't blame you, would he? Huh. AI Wei's smile froze on her face, feeling both angry and resentful, silently cursing this bastard to a miserable fate. Just as it got awkward, someone unexpectedly came to her rescue. Xiao Gut. Duan Kuan pushed the girl in his arms aside, his eyes gleaming as he grinned. In the entire Qi Zhu, who has had such a good time after coming out of the struggling days. You're right. The surrounding thugs echoed with laughter. I almost forgot. Wang Xiao lightly tapped his forehead, pulling out a beautifully crafted small gift box from his pocket. Here, this is your graduation gift. Wang Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile as he casually tossed the box to Duan Kuan. Duan Kun's face lit up with joy as he eagerly opened the box. Click. The gift box opened and Duan Kun's eyes widened in surprise as he saw a golden diamond-encrusted Rolex lying quietly inside. Under the overhead spherical spotlight, the diamond-studded gold gleamed faintly. What a good item. Hua Zai-jun and De Yazai craned their necks to get a better look, their eyes filled with envy. Big brother. De Yazai pushed his girl aside, rushing over with hopeful eyes towards his boss. Wang Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, pulling out two more watches and tossing them to De Ya and Hua Zai-jun respectively. If you all work hard in the future, everyone will get one. Wang Xiao glanced at the envious thugs and said with a faint smile. The crowd's faces lit up with joy, having no doubt about their boss' generosity. Duan Kuan stared at the golden Rolex in his hand, his eyes flickering. He tilted his head back and downed half a glass of alcohol, the spicy liquor burning his throat. The taste was reminiscent of his past days. As an orphan without any background, he had nothing but fists. When struggling in the underworld, everyone despised him, but only Xiao Guo was willing to lend him a hand. Thinking of this, a sense of bitterness surged to his nose, yet tears welled in Duan Kun's eyes. He lifted the bottle, signaling to his boss. Xiao Guo, am downing it. He exclaimed, then tilted his head back to drink. Thud, thud, thud. Damn. Da Yazai reacted and hurriedly snatched the bottle from Duan Kun's hands. A Kuan, are you crazy? Don't drink yourself to death. Duan Kun's smile was radiant as he wiped the wine stains from his chin. No wonder this wine is so expensive, it tastes different. If it weren't for the boss treating us, I wouldn't even know if I could ever drink a bottle worth 10,000. If I don't drink more today, that would be a loss, ha. Kuan Gu is right. The thugs laughed and teased. A bunch of useless fools. Wang Xiao reached into the ice bucket in front of him, grabbed a handful of ice cubes, and tossed them at the group of rascals, while scolding. You all just hug the bottle and blow. Drink to death, one less is one less. The boss said to hug the bottle and drink. Cheers. Under the influence of alcohol, Duan Kuan got hyped up, laughing as he raised the bottle. Whistle. A whistle sounded and Hua Zijun, having finished his whistle, excitedly jumped onto the coffee table, waving two bras, one red and one blue. "Bad, let's get wild." "Oh, how annoying. Quickly give it back." The two twins pouted, covering their exposed chests with their hands. "Cheers." The crowd raised their glasses in celebration, embracing and starting to toast, their behavior growing increasingly uninhibited. The atmosphere became even more lively as the Yazai lifted his foot onto the coffee table, holding a microphone and shouting with a grin. "Today Xiao Gu has risen to power, and a Kuan has also graduated from the tough days. This is double happiness. Taking this opportunity, I want to sing a song for everyone." Cough cough. The next song is dedicated to the boss. "Sing one." The crowd clapped and cheered. The Yazai raised his voice to sing. "Wishing you longevity to match the heavens. Year after year, today is the same. Every year brings this dawn. Congratulations to you, congratulations to you." The song was devoid of any skill, filled only with raw emotion. "Damn it, singing is killing me." Wang Xiao covered his ears, laughing and scolding. Half an hour later, as everyone was enjoying themselves, the bar's door swung open. A sycophant rushed in with large strides. As soon as he entered the bar, Zhang Er, he scanned the chaotic scene and couldn't help but widen his eyes. He saw his boss embracing a beautiful woman, lounging on the sofa, smiling at the little brothers, causing a stir. In the crowd, De Yazai was holding a microphone, shouting excitedly. Beside him, Duan Kuan had a cigarette in his mouth, rhythmically banging on the table, causing the fruit platter on the table to clatter. Hua Zijun had an even more mischievous grin, jumping onto the coffee table, shaking his hips to the music. The company's thugs were all laughing and playing with their female companions, the joyful sounds echoing throughout the bar. Youth is truly wonderful. Zhang Er, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He came back to his senses and quickly approached his boss, slightly bowing and greeting. "Boss." "Sit down, Lao Zhang." Wang Xiao casually nodded. "Draft a transfer contract for me. This bar is mine from now on." "Here, this is the former boss lady." Wang Xiao chuckled lightly, patting Ai Wei's curvy figure beside him. Ai Wei felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, forcing a smile and politely nodding to Zhang Er. The boss is the boss. This is a win-win situation. Zhang Er, he raised an eyebrow, secretly admiring the closeness between the boss and the beautiful woman. He didn't ask too much and immediately opened his briefcase to start working. After a moment, the contract was drafted. Ai Wei signed her name, pressing her finger firmly on the signature line. Looking at her fingerprint, she felt as if her heart were being torn apart, yet she had no choice. "Boss, please take another look." Zhang Er, he handed the document with both hands. "If everything is fine, I'll go register it tomorrow." Wang Xiao took the document, glanced at it, and his mood lifted even more as he praised, "Lao Zhang, you did well. Since you're here, stay and celebrate with the brothers." Saying that, Wang Xiao poured a glass of wine and casually handed it to his increasingly useful lawyer. "Thank you, boss." Zhang Er, he quickly stood up, taking the glass with both hands. "Thank you for what? Don't be so polite with me." Wang Xiao laughed and scolded, turning to Hua Zijun. Hua Zijun immediately understood, pulling the beloved twin sisters and pushing them into Zhang Er, his arms, not forgetting to remind the two girls. "This gentleman is our Zhang Er, he from Sheng Tao Company. You two make sure to take good care of him tonight." Zhang Er, the two twins leaned against Zhang Er, his arms like soft willows, sweetly saying, "I'll toast you a drink." The twin sisters raised their glasses, serving him closely. Zhang Er, he was left with one girl on each side, his face beaming with joy. Come, let's drink." Ajun Duan Kuan saw this and directly pushed the two girls to Hua Zijun, saying, "Come on, let's play a game of rock, paper, scissors." Hua Zijun didn't decline, plopping down next to Duan Kuan, grinning. "After being in the tough days for so long, have you forgotten? Should I let you in a few rounds?" "Screw you, come on." Duan Kuan rolled up his sleeves, angrily scolding. The two began to bicker and play drinking games. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao experienced and tested his goods. Xiao." A slightly hurried breath escaped. Ai Wei suddenly let out a soft cry, gripping Wang Xiao's right arm tightly. He wiped it and smiled proudly. "I didn't expect the condition to be quite good. What's up? Does the bald guy usually not drive? Or is he just not capable?" Ai Wei's face flushed, her breath a bit hurried. She glanced around at the sensual scene, feeling a rush of intense stimulation. "A bow. He's usually very busy." Ai Wei raised her hand to fix her skirt, explaining softly with a red "Letting that loser drive my second-hand car is one thing. If the car is left and used, it deteriorates easily." Wang Xiao admired her exquisite face, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Since we've had enough to drink, let's hit the road and give the chassis some maintenance." Wang Xiao's tone was not to be refused, and saying that, he pulled the woman along. Ai Wei linked her arms around Wang Xiao's, leaning her body obediently against the man. "Xiao Gu." Seeing their boss get up, Duan Kuan and the other thugs quickly stopped. "You all keep having fun. I'm going out to fix the car." Wang Xiao smiled as he raised his hand to stop the Yazai, who wanted to get up. The group of rascals couldn't help but exchange knowing smiles at Ai Wei's passionate demeanor. Wang Xiao wrapped his arm around Ai Wei and exited the bar, driving off in a flashy Hummer. The sun was high in the sky. On the hotel bed, "Get off me." Wang Xiao opened his eyes and slapped the woman. The waves of flesh shook. Ivy suddenly woke up from her dream, struggling to sit up with her weak body. Xiao, what time is it? Ivy rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked cutely. Wang Xiao seemed to have not heard her reaching for the cigarette box and lighter on the bedside. The flame licked the tobacco and wisps of smoke rose. Wang Xiao leaned against the headboard, quietly smoking while Ivy was still lost in the lingering moments of last night. As she got up, a sudden pain shot through her as she moved carelessly. Hiss! She gasped, casting a charming glance at Wang Xiao. Xiao, you're so annoying. Ivy wrapped her arms around Wang Xiao's waist from behind, playfully scolding. Why couldn't you be gentle last night? Get lost. Wang Xiao said coldly, roughly pushing the woman away. Ivy fell back onto the bed, and when she wanted to speak, she saw Wang Xiao's indifferent expression and wisely closed her mouth. Wang Xiao got out of bed, picked up his coat, and rummaged through Ivy's wallet in his pocket. He opened the purse and took out all the cash, tossing it carelessly. With a swish, the cash fluttered down, scattering everywhere. You performed quite well last night. This is your reward. Wang Xiao tilted his head to look at the innocent bedmate, casually asking. Have you gone mute? I'm giving you so much money, can't you say thank you? Thank you. Ivy opened her swollen lips and said obediently. Having money is better than having none. Ivy silently comforted herself. No need to thank me. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow and smiled. You didn't think this money was for you to spend, did you, eh? You must be joking. That's for you to spend on me. Take the money and buy some pretty clothes and stockings you'll wear out quickly, so buy more. I'll need them again tonight. Wang Xiao scanned the torn flesh and skirt on the floor, his smile unapologetically bold. A man must take care. Ivis, I twitched as she originally thought the money was for her, only to be disappointed. In her heart, she cursed Wang Xiao, the shameless bastard. Not only did he take advantage of her last night, but now he was using her own money against her, forcing her to thank him. This bastard was the most shameless of all. How could such scum exist in the world? After a night of battle, Ivy grimaced, forcing herself to get up and pick up the money. As her foot touched the ground, Ivy gasped softly, her legs suddenly weak, almost collapsing. Wang Xiao was busy dressing, completely indifferent to her. A scoundrel uses you, and then turns his back. Last night, he treated her like an animal, showing no tenderness whatsoever. Ivy rolled her eyes behind Wang Xiao. Shang-Yi is chasing after that bald A-Bao. I'll arrange for a few guys to protect you, Wang Xiao said without. What protection? Ivy secretly pouted. To put it plainly, it was just sending someone to monitor her. Be smart during this time. Wang Xiao suddenly turned around and said coldly, don't get me into trouble. Understand. As Wang Xiao turned back, Ivy quickly switched to a weak demeanor, obediently nodding her head. I understand you, I'll listen to you. That's good. Wang Xiao smiled meaningfully. An opportunity had been given to her. If she didn't want to live steadily like a dog and chose to bring trouble upon herself, then he wouldn't be blamed for it. I'm leaving you. Remember to dress nicely tonight. Wang Xiao finished and left without looking back. Ivy pursed her red lips, her gaze fixated on Wang Xiao's departing figure, her nails unconsciously digging into her palm. You dog. Just wait. She got up, sitting on the edge of the bed, took a deep breath, and reached for the bedside phone. Dialing the familiar number, Ivy anxiously waited for the call to connect. Beep. 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 After a long wait that felt like years, the call suddenly connected. Ivy's expression brightened, suppressing her excitement. She said with a trembling voice, Bao. It's me. On the other end of the line, in a shabby residential house, two burly young men quietly watched Bao answer the phone. Away, what's wrong? Bao, hearing the tremor in his fiancé's voice, asked anxiously, what happened? Say something. Whoa. Suddenly the sound of suppressed crying came from the phone. It's over. Bao's expression changed drastically, gripping the phone tightly. Away, stop crying. Did Shang-Yi's people find you? Last night Xia Fei barged into the bar with people. Ivy recalled what happened yesterday and suddenly broke down crying. They smashed the bar and captured me, demanding to know your whereabouts. When I said I didn't know, they threatened to. Before Ivy could finish her words, a furious roar suddenly erupted from the phone. Xia Fei. Bao's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth as he cursed the enemy's name. Disasters shouldn't involve family. Xia Fei, that bastard, disregarding the rules of the underworld, had captured Ivy. He knew well what his fiancée was going through. Imagining Ivy struggling against Xia Fei and even numerous men. Bao's eyes widened in fury, roaring out. His heart ached, wishing he could cut Xia Fei into pieces. Bao, calm down. Inside the room, Bao's close friends Dong and Mantis saw that their brother was in distress and quickly stepped forward to restrain the impulsive Bao. Xia Fei. Damn it. Bao threw down the phone, pulling out his gun in rage, screaming, don't you two dare stop. I'm going to kill him right now. Bao, calm down, listen to me. Dong, the most stable among the three, stepped forward and tightly held the out-of-control Bao. Xia Fei and the serpent people are numerous and powerful. They would love for you to go there and get yourself killed. We must take our time to avenge this. Who? Bao's eyes filled with blood, gasping for breath. Bao. It's me. I'm sorry, and I feel terrible for Asa. Mantis said, painfully kneeling in front of his brother. It's all my fault for not controlling my temper. If I hadn't provoked Xia Fei's woman, you and Asa wouldn't have been dragged into this. I deserve to die. Bao, just kill me. Mantis, feeling ashamed, pounded his fists on his head. Mantis, stop. Adong's eyes reddened pained as he scolded. Thud thud. The sound of pounding echoed. Off. A Bao roared, breaking free of the restraints, and slapped Mantis hard. Clap. A Bao raised his hand again. Mantis' mouth bled, and facing his brother, he offered his neck like he was ready for execution, not resisting at all. After waiting for more than 10 seconds without a second blow coming, Mantis opened his eyes, seeing a Bao's pained expression, his hands trembling continuously. He ultimately couldn't bring himself to strike hard against a brother he grew up with. You two calm down. Adong raised his hand to restrain both brothers, speaking sternly. What's done is done, but it's pointless to dwell on it further. A Bao, you take care of Ivy. With this happening, comfort her well. Adong picked up the phone and handed it to his brother, feeling quite distressed himself. In fact, he had liked Ivy for a long time, but a brother should never betray another's wife. He had buried this affection deep within his heart. A Bao took several deep breaths to calm his emotions, trembling as he took the phone, and said hoarsely, Away, stop crying. If there's anyone to blame, it's me. It's all my fault. It was my impulsiveness to go look for the serpent people without notifying you to hide. At that moment, I should have just killed him. Listening to his fiancée's cries on the other end, A Bao felt immense guilt and anger. Don't worry, Wei. I will definitely kill Xia Fei myself to avenge you. A Bao's veins bulged on his forehead, his fists creaking as he vowed, Every finger that bastard touched you with I will chop off and feed to the dogs. A Bao let me finish speaking. Ivy finally found an opportunity to interject. Last night, when Xia Fei came to capture me, Wang Xiao happened to run into him. At the critical moment, Wang Xiao and his men stopped Xia Fei. Away, so you're okay. A Bao exclaimed in surprise, a bit incoherent with excitement. It's good as long as you're fine. This time thanks to Wang Xiao. What do you mean thanks? That idiot, A Bao. Your wife was just slept with by someone else, and you're still thanking him. Ivy cursed inwardly, angrily saying, What's good about it? Wang Xiao isn't a good person either. Not only did he eat and drink for free last night, but he also extorted me, making me transfer the bar to him. In the end, he also. Ivy paused, her voice choked with grievance. He also slept with me. A Bao's smile instantly froze. In just a few seconds, A Bao's mood plummeted like a roller coaster, swinging from joy to sorrow. A Bao, it was all Wang Xiao's coercion. Ivy choked and cried. I was so scared, please don't blame me. Wang Xiao. You bastard. A Bao, feeling dizzy from the turmoil, cursed angrily, while secretly harboring some unmentionable relief. Having his fiancée sleep with Wang Xiao alone is better than being gang-raped by Xia Fei and his group. After all, Wang Xiao had slept with her before. Away, this isn't your fault. A Bao rubbed his temples, solemnly assuring her. Once I take care of Xia Fei and the serpent people, the next one will be Wang Xiao. Don't worry, I will make sure Wang Xiao kneels in front of you, letting you handle him however you want. After a comforting word, Ivy finally calmed down. Away, the Shengyi Society is pursuing you tightly. I can't find you right now, A Bao explained and instructed his fiancée to come see him. I can't get away right now, Ivy said with a bitter expression, sighing. Wang Xiao doesn't trust me, he sent someone to— Damn it. A Bao tightened his grip on the phone, feeling frustrated. Away, I'm sorry. Once things settle down, I will come to rescue you, just wait for me. After exchanging heartfelt confessions, they reluctantly hung up the phone. Ivy glanced at the torn clothes on the floor, recalling Wang Xiao's brutality last night, and couldn't help but spit in disdain. That useless A Bao, not reliable at a critical moment. Sigh. Tonight she would probably once again endure brutal treatment from that beast Wang Xiao. Ivy sighed, deeply supporting her weak legs as she walked naked into the hotel bathroom. In front of the hotel door, a tiger-headed Benz and two vans quietly parked on the road. Hua Zai-jun, with a cigarette in his mouth, leaned against the front of the car, his thumb clicking the lighter. A group of henchmen nearby were animatedly recounting their thrilling experiences from last night. Hua Zai-jun blew out a smoke ring, catching a glance at the hotel entrance. When he saw his brother's upright figure, he suddenly became alert. Stop bragging. Hua Zai-jun turned to his brothers and shouted, tapping on the Benz's window, Zhang de Zhuang, brother Xiao is here. With a click, the Benz's door opened, and Zhang he stepped out quickly, approaching to greet him. Wang Xiao strolled over. Boss, big brother. Everyone greeted him in unison. Wang Xiao nodded, slightly acknowledging them. Boss, please get in the car. The sycophant respectfully held the car door open for their boss. Wang Xiao stepped into the Benz and waved his hand at Hua Zai-jun. Brother Xiao. Hua Zai-jun slightly bowed, waiting for orders. That woman Ivy is still in the hotel, Wang Xiao said, lightly tapping the armrest, ordering. You arrange for a few brothers to follow her. Don't let that woman escape for now. Don't worry, brother Xiao, I'll keep a close watch on her, Hua Zai-jun replied earnestly. Inside the moving Benz, wisps of smoke escaped through the car's sunroof. Wang Xiao, with a cigarette between his fingers, leaned back in his seat, quietly observing the bustling streets outside. Boss Zhang cautiously glanced at the rearview mirror and spoke softly. I have results regarding your request to investigate Li Yunfei. Speak, Wang Xiao said tersely, his voice deep. Li Yunfei is divorced. In the divorce records, his ex-wife claimed he was always busy with work and neglected her and their child. Zhang had already rehearsed his points in his mind and spoke confidently. Ultimately, the child was awarded to his ex-wife, who then moved to Wan Chai with the child. He really cared for his wife, transferring a generous amount for child support each month, far exceeding the court's requirements. Unfortunately, his wife turned out to be a wretched person. Zhang chuckled lightly, his smile dripping with sarcasm. That woman met a wild man during the marriage and was unfaithful to Li Yunfei, making the divorce a natural outcome. Zhang slowed the car and took out his notepad. Boss Li Yunfei's ex-wife is currently working in sales in Wanchai. I have found out where both the woman and her lover live and work. Should we take action against them? Don't meddle in unnecessary matters. Wang Xiao frowned slightly and reprimanded, then commanded. I have a new task for you. Find a way to force Li Yunfei's ex-wife to resign and then recruit her into Sheng Tao, arranging a new position for her. Understood, boss. Zhang nodded, noting it down. His boss had Li Yunfei's wife and child under close watch. That sentimental intermediary would likely never escape his boss' grasp. Wang Xiao asked lightly, what about the cigarette stalls? Zhang slowed down, introducing one by one. Boss, after the news leaked yesterday, it became harder to assist. A Hu Hengji and the United Society have contacted me one after another. Of them, the most aggressive was a Hu from the United Society. Zhang Erhe's face showed some indignation. That bastard explodes with curses if you say something he doesn't like. His words were laced with threats. Zhang finished speaking and cautiously glanced at his boss' expression through the rearview mirror. Wang Xiao's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The brothers from the United Society have always been aggressive. The third brother, A, who is a reckless fool, but his older brothers A, Jia, and Tony are not. This kid jumping out to bite is likely under Tony's orders, testing the waters to gauge their strength. After Zhu Tao and his men fell in the eyes of someone like Tony, the Sheng Tao company that he currently led had become a... Why sit down and negotiate when they could just take it by force, wasting money on talks? Taking down a rival has been a common occurrence throughout history. As he had just stabilized the Sheng Tao company, external wolves were already eagerly showing their teeth. Continue, Wang Xiao said, maintaining a calm demeanor, playing with a lighter. Clink clack, clink clack. The metallic lighter lid opened and closed repeatedly, producing a crisp sound. Zhang tightened his grip on the steering wheel, unable to discern any trace of his boss' emotions in the rearview mirror. Recalling a Huss' arrogant demeanor over the phone and comparing it to his own boss, who was of similar age but appeared so calm, the difference was like heaven and earth. Zhang licked his lips, feeling a mix of confusion and admiration. His boss was clearly only in his early 20s. He wondered where he had acquired such a deep level of insight. Boss, among the gangs that contacted me, Heng Jia's Huabao Ming is the most sincere. Zhang held the steering wheel and continued. He wants to invite you to meet today. The time and place can be set by you. Clack. Wang Xiao closed the lighter, paused for a moment, then suddenly asked. Old Zhang, if I remember correctly, the leader of Sheng Yi Society, Shi Pai, had a grudge with Heng Jia's Huabao Ming, right? That's right, boss. Zhang nodded and recounted the past. Sheng Yi Society used to be based in Simsha Sui and Yao Mati, but later the rise of Heng Jia's Yao Wen and the Huabao Ming brothers led to conflicts with Shi Pai. 3 years ago, the conflict escalated, resulting in a bloody confrontation. Ultimately, Sheng Yi Society lost numerous territories in Yao Mati, but also killed the sworn brothers of Huabao Ming and Yao Wen. After losing his brother, Yao Wen was devastated and retreated from the front line of the gang, now just surviving in Yao Mati. At that time, the situation escalated, and the police intervened to suppress both gangs, Zhang said, smacking his lips. Both sides were forced to reconcile, but since then they viewed each other as thorns in their sides, frequently clashing. Zhang Shiya. Wang Xiao's gaze flickered as he smiled faintly. You say that these 8 cigarette stalls, along with a complete supply channel, do they hold any allure for these gangs? Boss, of course. Zhang replied instinctively without hesitation. Otherwise, why would those gangs be so eager to contact you? To them, this is a golden goose that brings in money every day. Zhang suddenly froze, his voice gradually dropping as he connected the dots, shock rising in his eyes. The driver was distracted, and the Benz unknowingly veered off the main road. Focus on driving. Wang Xiao glanced at the rearview mirror, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Old Zhang, you're a smart man. It's a good thing you're on my side, otherwise. Zhang felt a chill run down his spine and quickly pledged his loyalty. Boss, with such a large villa, it can't go uncleaned. My wife is free at home every day, so I told her yesterday to go clean your villa daily. What do you think? You? Just focus on driving. Wang Xiao chuckled lightly, his attitude non-committal. Although they were on the same team, there were times when admonishment was necessary. If you have no objections, I'll inform my wife to start cleaning right away. Zhang smiled, feeling a sense of relief. After relaxing, Zhang realized that in less than a minute he had already broken out in a cold sweat. Old Zhang, contact Sheng Yi Society, Xiao Fei and Shi Pai, meet at 4 o'clock. Wang Xiao removed his Rolex from his wrist, glanced at the time, and casually tossed it to his lackey. Contact Heng Jia's Huabao Ming for a meeting at 6 o'clock tonight. The diamond-studded gold watch fell on Zhang Erhe's lap. Boss, what is this? He said, surprised as he picked it up. A reward for you, Duan Kuan, and the others have one too. Wang Xiao closed his eyes lazily, leaning back against the chair. Zhang Er pressed his lips together, holding the valuable Rolex, glancing deeply at the young boss in the rearview mirror. Wang Xiao raised his chin, exhaling a puff of smoke leisurely. Although internal troubles at Sheng Tao Company were resolved, external threats were approaching unexpectedly. To be honest, having lost a group of loyal gunmen, those with ulterior motives outside were already quietly watching him. Currently, he had less than 100 people under his command, which was indeed insufficient. Whether it was Sheng Yi or Heng Ji or the United Society, these groups had their sights set on him, mainly wanting the flower supply channel in his hands. Many people knew that the Golden Triangle was the flower base, but very few could actually step in to partake in the cake. The two easiest thresholds to enter were first to cooperate with the Golden Triangle warlords. One had to pay an exorbitant deposit kept with the warlords. Zhu Tao's family paid $5 million, equivalent to 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Second, a foundation of trust and cooperation. The guests of the Golden Triangle warlords were longtime partners. The warlords would allocate the flour produced in their territories according to the license level of their partners. Those with a higher status earn more. Without a long-standing cooperative foundation, with the local warlords, becoming a guest at their table was nothing but a dream. For those eager to cooperate with him among the gang leaders, whoever could obtain Zhu Tao's supply channel would effectively possess a trading license from the warlords, making the dream of daily profits a reality. The bait has already been cast. Wang Xiao's thin lips slowly curled into a smile, his mood buoyant as he, Zhang Shiya, be prepared. If this works out, we can finally establish a foothold in Hong Kong. If not, you should pack up and run away with me to Siam. Zhang Erhe's heart raced at these words, and he swallowed hard, cautiously asking, Boss, should I hire a security team for you? Your plan, once it starts, will probably cause chaos in the Yao Tsim area soon. Let it be chaotic. Chaos is where our opportunity lies. Wang Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, a strong ambition shining in them. Chaos. This is the stage for the ambitious. In the oil district at the Jinzun nightclub, as the clock approached 6 o'clock, the noise in the private room on the second floor remained boisterous. The two groups raised their glasses, clinking them together, while the drinking ladies coyly urged them to drink, creating a scene filled with flirtation and indulgence. Two voluptuous women sat in Wang Xiao's embrace, whimsically pleading, Just tell mommy to take us out tonight, okay? The two women gazed at Wang Xiao with sultry eyes full of anticipation, wishing they could spend the night with the company's boss, who was also a diamond bachelor. Stop teasing. Ooh, I have a partner for tonight. Wang Xiao, annoyed, pushed the two women away and looked at the middle-aged man across from him. So how about it, Shipai Guo Fei? Are you satisfied with these new headliners at my club? Haha, very satisfied, Xiao Ge. So very satisfied. Xiao Fei said, his face flushed as he nodded repeatedly. The middle-aged man beside Xiao Fei was the head of the Sheng Yi Society. Shipai? Shipai had a square face with strong features. He was around 40 years old, and despite being middle-aged, he still had a robust build, suggesting that he must have been quite a formidable figure in his youth. The head of Sheng Yi, Shipai, played by Master Luo from the movie IP Man. I shall thank you for your hospitality this time, Shipai said, embracing two drinking girls, smiling heartily. We agreed that next time he'll treat you, so don't forget about it. Don't worry, Shipai Gu, I'll definitely show up, Wang Xiao replied with a hearty laugh. After saying that, Wang Xiao signaled to a few entrepreneurial women. Shipai Gu, let's have another drink. The group of drinking ladies, following their boss's instructions, sweetly insisted on getting Shipai drunk. Shipai's square face flushed red, and with his arms around the girls, his behavior became even more uninhibited. Come on, feed me a drink. Huh. Just as the atmosphere grew lively, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Everyone turned to look at the sound. A henchman rushed into the room, approaching his boss, and whispered in his ear. Xiao Ge, the people from Heng Ji have arrived. Sorry, Shipai Gu, Wang Xiao said, pushing away the two voluptuous women. I have guests, I must excuse myself for a moment. Shipai, seemingly intoxicated, half closed his eyes and reproached. Ah, Xiao, you're being distant with me again. We're brothers, no need for such formalities. Go ahead and take care of your business. It's just about time for us to leave anyway, Shipai said, his face red, swaying as he stood up. It's getting late, we should— That's not acceptable. Wang Xiao feigned displeasure. Shipai Gu, wait a moment, the night is just beginning. No more drinking for me, Shipai burped, remarking. One cannot resist aging. I can't compare to you young folks. Ah, Xiao, I've shared my offer with you. Think it over, and don't forget to give your old brother a response. Well, okay then. Wang Xiao paused and sighed. Shipai Gu, let me see you off. The two walked side by side. As they reached the first floor, they bumped into a group heading upstairs. Both sides froze for a moment, and Wang Xiao ignored the short followers, focusing his gaze on the couple at the forefront. Hua Baoming appeared to be around 40, with high cheekbones and sunken eyes, exuding a sinister aura as he had a tall and slender build, wearing a trendy floral shirt and a gold chain thick as a finger around his neck, presenting himself as a gang leader. On his right was Hua Baoming, the leader of Heng Ji from the movie Jia Ji 1, and on his left was the radiant Ai Lian, his wife. Ai Lian looked to be in her early 30s, dressed in a long black dress and a fitted black blazer. Her hair was styled in the popular Hong Kong wave, her delicate face adorned with exquisite makeup. Her almond-shaped eyes, slightly upturned, and fiery red lips contrasted beautifully with her fair skin, radiating the allure and charm of a Hong Kong beauty. Ai Lian, played by Wang Xiao, known for her role as Su Daji in the Hong Kong version of The Investiture of the Gods. As Wang Xiao scrutinized the couple, Ai Lian was also assessing the suddenly rising new head of Shengtao Company. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes as she hadn't expected Wang Xiao to be so young. "Oh, isn't this our Hung Ji's big shot, Hua Bao Ming, Brother Ming?" Shi Pai glanced at his old rival and mockingly said, "Brother Ming, you're still so good at living off a woman, bringing a pretty lady wherever you go." Enemies meet, and the atmosphere becomes tense. Hua Bao Ming's gaze turned cold as he snorted, "Shi Pai, you really are a dog. Wherever there's meat to eat, you run faster than a dog." As the big boss was insulted Xia Fei and a few short henchmen from Sheng, he immediately began to curse. "Hua Bao Ming, what did you say? Get lost." The henchmen beside Hua Bao Ming were equally unyielding, glaring and shouting curses. Shi Pai's expression darkened as he spat. "Hua Bao Ming, have you eaten your wife's shit? Your mouth is so foul." "Oh boss, now that you mention it, I suddenly understand." Xia Fei suddenly slapped his forehead, sneering, "Brother Ming is older and has a younger wife. Naturally, he can't perform well. He must be worried that Ai Lian would cheat on him, otherwise why would he take her everywhere?" "Xia Fei, you really have the nerve to speak." A short-haired youth beside Hua Bao Ming pointed at Xia Fei, cursing, "Who doesn't know that your girl has cheated on you? You can't even keep your own woman in check, and still have the face to be out here. If I were you, I'd just jump into the sea and die. A living is just embarrassing." "Zi Jin, you bastard." Xia Fei was struck where it hurt in front of so many people, and was instantly filled with rage, rolling up his sleeves to make a move. "Come and fight." The short henchmen from both Sheng Yi and Hung Ji were ready to brawl, and the drama was about to unfold. Wang Xiao couldn't help but smirk slightly at the corner of his eye, and gestured for his henchmen to hold back. "Everyone, let's tone it down a bit." Duan Kuan and Da Yizi, leading a group of Sheng Tao henchmen, persuaded and pushed to separate the opposing sides. Shi Pai Gu, a Fei, cool down a bit. Wang Xiao gently patted the arms of the two, apologizing. "This was my oversight. I got carried away while chatting and lost track of time." "It's not your fault, Ah Xiao. It's just that enemies run into each other on narrow roads." Shi Pai waved his hand, showing no. "It's normal to encounter old rivals. Hong Kong isn't that big, and there are dozens of gangs coexisting. After all, every gang has its own conflicts." Shi Pai was tempted by the gold mine Wang Xiao held, and naturally his old rival Hua Bao Ming wouldn't want to fall behind either. "Hua Bao Ming, for Ah Xiao's sake today, I won't hold a grudge against you." Shi Pai turned to glare coldly at his old rival. "Let's go. Ah Xiao, you stay back. We'll take our leave first." "I'll see you off, Shi Pai Gu," Wang Xiao said with a sincere smile, looking towards Hua Bao Ming and his wife. "Brother Ming's sister-in-law, please go upstairs and have a seat first." Hua Bao Ming's expression softened as he forced a smile at Wang Xiao. "Zi Jian, be careful tonight." Xia Fei suppressed his anger, glaring at Zi Jian before leaving. "You coward." Zi Jian snickered, raising his middle finger. "Move aside. Good dogs don't block the way." Both sides glared at each other, shoving past each other as they left. In front of the nightclub, "Ah Xiao, you and I are brothers bound by fate. Heed my advice," Shepi said, pulling Wang Xiao's arm with a sincere smile, as if he had Wang Xiao's best interests at heart. "Hua Bao Ming is always petty in his dealings. Don't listen to his sweet words. If he's so eager to act, we should sit down and discuss things further." "Rest assured, Brother Shepi," Wang Xiao smiled and nodded. "In everything there's a priority. My first choice is the Shengyi society." "All right." Shepi smiled broadly, and after some pleasantries reluctantly got into the car. As the saying goes, you should see someone off to the west. Wang Xiao watched the taillights disappear, his smile gradually fading, and he turned to Duan Kuan and the others, raising his chin slightly. "Let's go. Follow me to meet the people from Hengji Oil Matey." On the second floor, the door to the private room opened with a click. Inside, a few people looked up upon hearing the sound. Surrounded by Duan Kuan and others, Wang Xiao walked confidently into the room. "If I'm not mistaken, this must be Hua Bao Ming, Brother Ming, right?" Wang Xiao broke the silence, smiling as he extended his right hand. "I am Wang Xiao, Brother Ming. I have long admired your name." "Haha, brother, you're too polite." Hua Bao Ming laughed before speaking, rising to greet him. "I boldly call you little brother, but I didn't expect Wang little brother to be so young. Truly, heroes emerge in the youth. Your future is limitless." With a clap, their hands firmly shook. "Wang little brother, let me introduce you." Hua Bao Ming turned his head to his wife behind him, politely introducing Wang Xiao. "This is my virtuous wife, Ailuan, sister-in-law." Wang Xiao's gaze was burning, examining the beautiful young woman before him, as if she were a shining treasure. Before the meeting, Li Yunfei had specifically checked the backgrounds of the couple. To his surprise, all of Hua Bao Ming's wealth was actually under this woman's name. In front of a wealthy woman worth tens of millions, which man could remain indifferent? Both husband and wife noticed Wang Xiao's bold gaze, but paid it no mind. Ailuan smiled with her red lips, her eyes sizing up Wang Xiao. She raised her hand to gently brush her long hair, naturally showcasing the unique charm of a mature woman. Hua Bao Ming chuckled happily beside her. After all, looking at such beauty wouldn't cost him anything, and it greatly satisfied his vanity. A man walking out with a beautiful woman is like a woman showcasing a luxury bag. It's a sign of strength. Over the years, he has often faced the envious gazes of outsiders on his stunning wife, and he has long since gotten used to it. Brother Ming, Wang Xiao said with a smile as he affectionately patted Hua Bao Ming's hand. People in the underworld say your wife is stunning. Seeing her today, I realize the rumors are unfounded. Oh, Hua Bao Ming was taken aback looking at Wang Xiao in confusion. Kowloon watched the valiant young man with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Appearance is what shallow people care about. What truly matters is one's inner self, Wang Xiao said with a carefree smile, his tone calm. I won't hide it from Brother Ming. Knowing I would meet you two today, I specifically asked the brothers from Hengji to do some homework in advance. No wonder Brother Ming wanted to discuss business with me while bringing Sister Kowloon along. It turns out all the business you've been handling over the years has been managed by Sister Kowloon. She truly is a remarkable woman from the society of virtuous assistant, and your business has thrived over the years. I genuinely envy you, Brother Ming. You're right, brother. I'm just a rough man. The luckiest thing in my life is marrying a good wife. Hua Bao Ming laughed heartily after hearing this, feeling quite pleased. In marriage, one's honor is shared. Although his wife is just a woman, she has accompanied him through the Hengji society since her youth, making her incomparable to those mere pretty faces. Mr. Wang, it's a pleasure to meet you. You flatter me. Kowloon smiled gracefully, elegantly extending her palm. Sister-in-law, you're too polite. I only speak the truth, Wang Xiao said politely, shaking Kowloon's delicate hand. Kowloon closely observed Wang Xiao's determined and handsome face, feeling a wave of complex emotions. Understanding the world requires knowledge, and mastering human emotions equates to wisdom. Although the young man in front of her had a fierce gaze, his demeanor was extraordinary, his words not frivolous, nor were his actions servile or arrogant. He handled matters with great skill and efficacy. If others were unaware of his background, who would believe this kid is a street thug? They would probably think that Wang Xiao is a young gentleman from a wealthy family. Kowloon's eyes flickered as she recalled the rumors she had heard in the past few days. Since Wang Xiao rose to power, many mid-level executives from the Sheng Tao company like Zhao Quan and Duan Zhixiong mysteriously disappeared overnight. The outcome for these individuals is already self-evident. This kid managed to sweep away the old guard of the company after Zhu Tao's downfall, rising to take control of the Sheng Tao company. His methods cannot be described as anything less than ruthless and decisive. This kid is not as simple as he appears, harmless and polite. As the host, Wang Xiao maintained his composure and raised his hand to invite Brother Ming's sister Kowloon. Let's sit and talk. The drinks had already been prepared. Once everyone was seated, Wang Xiao raised his glass and politely said, the place is simple and hastily prepared. I hope Brother Ming and Sister Kowloon can forgive me. Mr. Wang, you're too polite. Kowloon raised her glass and smiled lightly. Thank you for your hospitality tonight, Brother Ming, and I toast you a glass. Hey wifey Wang, little brother, you're all too polite. Hua Bao Ming waved his hand, laughing heartily. Calling me Mr. Wang is too formal. We are all carefree people from the rivers and lakes. Today as brothers, there's no need for excessive politeness between us. All right. Kowloon followed her husband's words, smiling at Wang Xiao. Sister-in-law, don't be too formal. Oh, just... Wang Xiao took the cue and changed the way he addressed her. The two sides raised their glasses and clinked them. Wang Xiao set his glass down and glanced at Hua Bao Ming's couple and a few short men beside them, lightly chuckling. Everyone here is close, and I assume these few are Brother Ming's trusted subordinates. I forgot to introduce them to you, Xiao. Hua Bao Ming chuckled, pointing at the young short man on his left, introducing one by one. This is Zijian, my right-hand man. This is Mr. Wang. Zijian and the others stood up in succession, slightly bowing to Wang Xiao and greeting him. I have heard a lot about these few. Wang Xiao smiled and sincerely praised. Hengji is indeed an old society. Brother Ming's subordinates are strong and capable. Upon hearing this, Zijian and the others smiled, but a hint of envy and jealousy flashed in their eyes as they looked at Wang Xiao, who was enjoying an amicable conversation with their boss Hua Bao Ming. At the same age, Wang Xiao had already taken the position of head of Sheng Tao company, managing a company worth tens of millions. As peers who wouldn't feel envious, Wang Xiao scanned Zijian and the others' expressions, silently taking note of them. Let me introduce my subordinates to Brother Ming. Wang Xiao suppressed his thoughts, raising his hand to point at the two men beside him. These are my two brothers, Duan Kuan and De Yazi. I've heard much about you. Hua Bao Ming glanced at the two defiant men and praised them. With such brothers supporting him, Xiao's Sheng Tao will surely thrive in the near future. Thanks for the kind words, Brother Ming. I hope you will take care of me in the future. Wang Xiao laughed heartily, raising his glass as he gestured to his left and right. Kuan De Yazi, don't you want to toast Brother Ming? Brother Ming. The two brothers Duan Kuan understood immediately and raised their glasses. Cheers. Hua Bao Ming grinned, lifting his glass, welcoming all comers. Kowloon turned to Zijian and the others, giving them a look. Brother Xiao, we also toast you a glass. Zijian immediately raised his glass, standing up to toast Wang Xiao. All right. Wang Xiao laughed heartily, raising his head to drink his glass dry. The two parties were keen to connect and exchanged flattery during the meal. As drinks were poured and glasses clinked, the atmosphere grew increasingly amicable. As the conversation heated up, Wang Xiao stood up, approached Hua Baoming, and squeezed past Ailuan to sit beside her husband. Ailuan watched the two, who were shoulder to shoulder, helplessly shifting her position. She quietly sat beside Wang Xiao, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at him. Although young, he was deep and calculating, and his words were meticulously chosen. As a veteran of the underworld, Ailuan admired Wang Xiao, while also realizing that this business deal would likely not be easily secured. Brother, we from Hangzhou. Blah blah blah. Hua Baoming chattered endlessly. Wang Xiao nodded and responded occasionally, catching a glimpse of the beautiful woman beside him and smiling at Ailuan with a wink. Facing Wang Xiao's somewhat flirtatious actions, Ailuan smiled, slightly not taking it to heart. She held a very positive first impression of him and admired him greatly. Ailuan elegantly lifted her glass, signaling to Wang Xiao, and after parting her red lips, took a sip of red wine. Puffed, cough cough. As soon as the red wine entered her mouth, Ailuan suddenly tensed up, spraying the wine out as she coughed incessantly. Wifey, what's wrong? Hua Baoming asked, astonished. Facing her husband's concerned gaze, Ailuan's expression changed unpredictably before she finally shook her head. I'm fine. Just choked accidentally. Sister-in-law, how could you be so careless? Wang Xiao chuckled, offering her a tissue. Oomph. Ailuan huffed softly, noticing her husband's puzzled gaze. She quickly cleared her throat a couple of times, pretending it was due to choking. Hua Baoming gave it no further thought and turned back to engage in lively conversation with Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao's lips curled up and discreetly his right hand gently squeezed. Ailuan's body quivered, and her gaze anxiously scanned the surroundings. Duan Kuan and Zijian sat at another table chatting and joking, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Ailuan breathed a sigh of relief, her cheeks flushed. She cast a glance at the instigator of the mischief, who was happily chatting with her husband, feeling both angry and embarrassed. How infuriating. Just when I praised you, it turns out you're just another little lecher. She quietly reached out, gripping the hand that was misbehaving behind her nails, digging in sharply to remind this audacious young man to know when to stop. Wang Xiao flipped his palm, gently playing with Rui. You rascal. Ai Lian silently cursed, gripping Wang Xiao's large hand tightly. Despite her efforts, Wang Xiao remained unfazed, indifferent to her pain. With a light chuckle, he suddenly exerted strength in his palm. Hiss. With 10 fingers connected to the heart, Ai Lian's expression changed as she gasped in pain, her red lips parting to take a breath. The next moment, the pain suddenly vanished. Ai Lian bit her red lip, unwilling to give up as she tried to pull her delicate hand away. Wang Xiao, knowing when to stop, calmly withdrew his hand, maintaining an unhurried demeanor while engaging in a verbal spar with Hua Baoming. The young woman bit her silver teeth, watching Wang Xiao, who appeared to be joking with her husband, secretly teasing her. Her beautiful face flushed slightly, feeling a mix of anger and an indescribable sensation. After a bout of back-and-forth conversation, the impatient Hua Baoming gradually steered the topic toward the cigarette stand transfer. Brother, I'm a straightforward man, so I'll speak plainly. Hua Baoming could no longer hold back and said directly, I know you want to sell the Sheng Tao flower channel, just name your price, I sincerely want it. Both parties got to the point. Ai Lian's eyes sharpened as she listened intently. Brother Ming, to be honest, I have 8 cigarette stands, and just now Snake Skin offered $2 million. Wang Xiao stated seriously. Our Sheng Tao company has $5 million in deposit in the Golden Triangle. I am willing to sell the entire flower channel, including transaction lines and customer data accumulated over the years, for a flat price of 40 million Hong Kong dollars. 40 million. You really have the audacity to ask for such a price. Hua Baoming's lips twitched slightly. Xiao, if you don't mind, could you tell me how much Snake Skin offered? Snake Skin offered 20 million, Wang Xiao replied candidly. Hua Baoming's expression darkened at this, realizing Snake Skin was really willing to pay out. Xiao, 40 million is quite a sum, and I can't come up with that much cash at the moment, Hua Baoming said after hesitating. Snake Skin is giving you 20 million. I won't let you suffer a loss. How about 25 million for the channel and cigarette stands? Brother Ming, it's not that I'm asking for too much, Wang Xiao shrugged, stating earnestly. I also have people to support under me, and with the economy being bad, the company is heavily in debt, on the verge of... I'm selling the flower channel out of desperation, just trying to raise funds to revitalize the company. 25 million sounds like a lot, but with the company's size, I don't even know if we can weather this financial storm. Hua Baoming nodded in agreement. Wang Xiao wasn't talking nonsense. The current situation of Sheng Tao Company was evident with just a little investigation. Hua Baoming looked at his wife, signaling her to speak. Xiao, we know your difficulties, Ai Lian said calmly, as if the earlier disturbance had never happened. But the overall environment is not good for us either. Can you consider lowering the price a bit? The young woman's soft voice lingered in the air. Wang Xiao gazed at the alluring wife, pondered for a moment, and replied, Sister-in-law, since you've spoken up, I will lower it a bit. 13 million. Hua Baoming's expression brightened at this. Although he felt uncomfortable about Wang Xiao's lingering gaze on his wife, her words had saved him $1 million. A money-making treasure trove priced at 13 million was understandable, but unfortunately, he was truly short on funds. Xiao, can you make it a bit cheaper? Hua Bao Ming said with a forced smile. Wang Xiao shook his head in refusal, calmly saying, Brother Ming, business doesn't happen overnight. Why don't you go back and think it over? Hua Bao Ming furrowed his brow, about to say more. Sister-in-law, it's boring to sit alone. Let's have a drink. Wang Xiao raised his cup, smiling at the young woman, Ai Lian, changing the subject. Ai Lian smiled as she raised her wine glass and took a sip of red wine. She glanced at her husband, subtly shaking her head at her impatient husband. Hua Bao Ming received his wife's hint and understood that Wang Xiao wanted to negotiate further, so he refrained from speaking more. The two parties clinked glasses and chatted, drinking several rounds. Wang Xiao drank heavily, feeling a bit tipsy. Hua Bao Ming, now middle-aged, could no longer hold his liquor as he once did. As drinks piled up, Wang Xiao's face turned red. Hua Bao Ming, feeling the effects of alcohol, began to slur his words. With the help of liquor, he gripped Wang Xiao's left arm, proclaiming him a good brother. Wang Xiao wore the genuine demeanor of a young man, holding on to Hua Bao Ming, addressing him as a good big. The two grew closer in conversation, Hua Bao Ming's eyes sparkling. In a moment of camaraderie before their subordinates, he seized Wang Xiao's right hand and shouted drunkenly, Xiao, it's great to meet you as a brother. It feels like we should have met sooner. If you don't mind, how about we burn yellow paper and make a pact tonight? Unexpectedly, there was a surprise. Wang Xiao coldly smiled, staring blankly at his good brother. Xiao, if you don't want to, then forget it. Hua Bao Ming released his grip, disappointment written all over his face. No. Wang Xiao's eyes reddened, and his emotions suddenly surged. Brother Ming, to be honest, I'm from the mainland. I came to Hong Kong with my father to make a living since childhood. Later, my father passed away early, and as a young child, I was left helpless in Hong Kong, not knowing how many detours I took. I often thought how nice it would be to have an older brother to take care of me. Seeing Wang Xiao's heartfelt expression, Ai Lian could not help but feel moved. In the height of emotion, Wang Xiao's eyes were red as he took a deep breath. Today, meeting you, big brother, you have treated me with sincerity. How could I let you down? I am willing to become sworn brothers with you. From now on, we will share wealth and misfortune, never abandoning each other. Good brother. Hua Bao Ming's face flushed, secretly delighted after achieving his wish, continuously patting Wang Xiao's hand. Brother, you are young and promising. Your future achievements will likely surpass mine. From now on, let us join hands and navigate the Hong Kong underworld together. The atmosphere was perfectly set. Neither hesitated. Wang Xiao immediately arranged for his subordinates to set up an altar. They invited the statue of Guandi, and Wang Xiao and Hua Bao Ming knelt on one knee before Guandi, speaking in unison. Heaven and earth bear witness, the thick earth serves as proof, the mountains and rivers are our pact, the four seas are our agreement. Today I, Wang Xiao, I, Hua Bao Ming, am here to establish a brotherly bond, pledging brotherhood and the ties of wives and children. From now on, we entrust our lives to each other, sharing fortunes and misfortunes, not seeking to be born on the same day, but hoping to die on the same day. Heaven and earth witness, mountains and rivers are our bond. If any of us violate this oath, may the heavens punish us. After worshipping Guandi, they exchanged their pledges and became sworn brothers. Big brother. Wang Xiao expressed his feelings deeply, rising to firmly grasp Hua Bao Ming's hand. If you have any matters in the future, just call out, whether it's facing swords and flames, I will never refuse. Good brother. Hua Bao Ming squinted, forcing a smile, blinking his reddened eyes. From now on, we brothers will unite, and our combined strength will be unstoppable. Haha. Hua Bao Ming laughed heartily, feeling proud. Having many friends in the underworld opens many doors. Wang Xiao wants to be his sworn brother, likely to leverage the influence of Heng Ji. But he wouldn't be at a loss. Now that they were sworn brothers, if his brother wanted the channel, he couldn't just keep stubbornly refusing to lower the price, could he? On the other hand, Wang Xiao wore a radiant smile, feeling like he had struck gold this time. Things happen for a reason. He initially wanted to instigate a conflict between Heng Ji and Sheng Yi, which would have been quite troublesome. Unexpectedly, Hua Bao Ming took the initiative to provide him with an opportunity. With Wang Xiao as his brother, Hua Bao Ming was practically buried in the ground. A bond of wives and children. TSK, Wang Xiao smiled, glancing at his beautiful sister-in-law beside him. If anything were to happen to his good brother in the future, how would this vast family business and the widow worth millions be managed? There was no choice. As a younger brother, he could only reluctantly help take care of his big brother's affairs. Congratulations, Brother Xiao, and Brother Ming. Duan Kuan and Zi Jian congratulated them enthusiastically. Everyone sit down and continue drinking. Both sides resumed their seats while Duan Kuan and Zi Jian's group gathered together, playing games and rolling dice. The atmosphere was lively. Hua Bao Ming, half awake, smiled and waved to Ai Lian, wife. Today is a day of great joy. According to tradition, you should serve your brother some wine. Okay. A bright smile blossomed on Ai Lian's cold and beautiful face. She gracefully stood up, picked up the wine bottle, and poured 2 glasses. Xiao. Ai Lian raised her red lips, holding a wine glass in each hand. She handed the right glass to Wang Xiao. Thank you, sister-in-law. Wang Xiao stood up, turning his back to Hua Bao Ming, placing his palm on sister-in-law's delicate hand. Ai Lian's right hand trembled, and her smile froze. She nervously glanced at her husband, noticing his dazed eyes, clearly unable to handle the alcohol, like the younger ones having already been muddled by Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao accepted the wine glass. Ai Lian sighed with relief. Her beautiful eyes fiercely glared at her audacious younger brother. In her heart, she was secretly annoyed. This brat truly feared nothing. Sister-in-law. Wang Xiao grinned as he raised his glass close to Ai Lian. Ding. The two glasses lightly clinked together. Wang Xiao boldly downed the drink, flipping his glass upside down to show it was empty. Not bad at drinking, Ai Lian casually praised, raising her head to drink. The strong liquor went down her throat, causing her earrings to sway gently with the swallowing motion. After finishing a glass, Ai Lian raised her hand to wipe away the wine stains at the corner of her lips. Mimicking Wang Xiao's manner, she flipped her glass upside down, indicating her generosity. Sister-in-law doesn't fall behind the man. Wang Xiao smiled in praise, but his gaze was like a fierce tiger fixated on a delectable prey, quietly watching Ai Lian. The two faced each other in close proximity. Ai Lian's red lips slightly parted, exhaling a breath of wine. She raised her eyes, gazing at Wang Xiao's unruly expression and heroic visage. Her heart, which had been silent for years, unexpectedly quickened its pace at that moment. The young woman slightly parted her red lips, suddenly whispering in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "Buzz, brother, stop tempting me. You know, I am not one of those pretty faces. If you keep teasing your sister-in-law like this, aren't you afraid your brother will kill you? Go tell him." Then Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow and sneered. "Do you think I am afraid? Don't forget whose territory you're on. The moment you finish speaking, we'll start fighting. Tonight, I'll bring sister-in-law to bed." This madman. Ai Lian's pupils constricted, and she took a step back, glancing at her husband behind Wang Xiao. Hua Baoming seemed to be unable to handle the alcohol, his eyes half open, half closed, half reclining on the sofa, exhaling a breath of wine. "Ah, Xiao, your brother is drunk. We should take our leave." Ai Lian reluctantly swallowed her grievances, turning her gaze towards the distant chauffeur, raising her hand to signal. "Zijian, help your brother up. We need to go." Zijian and the others set down their glasses and stepped forward to assist Hua Baoming. "I'll see you off, sister-in-law." Wang Xiao didn't insist, raising his hand to send them off. In the moving car, the rear window suddenly rolled down. "Ugh." Hua Baoming leaned out his head and vomited. Clap, clap, clap. Ai Lian frowned slightly, heart aching, as she continuously patted her husband's back. Feeling better, Hua Baoming withdrew his head, sighed in relief, and spoke with emotion. "The more I drink, the more I realize that Wang Xiao really can drink. It makes it impossible for me to slack off. Sigh the waves behind, push the waves in front. It really proves that one cannot resist aging. Turn around, I'll help you wipe." Ai Lian gently used a wet wipe to clean her husband's lips and chin. Hua Baoming closed his eyes, enjoying his wife's care, and asked, "Ai Lian, what do you think of that brat Wang Xiao? Although he is young, he is decisive in his actions, and his vision and insights are not ordinary." Ai Lian replied with a hint of emotion. After being targeted by the police, he decisively cut off his profitable flower business, choosing to wash his hands and come clean. Such courage is commendable. Hua Baoming was somewhat surprised to hear this. His wife, a capable woman from a humble background, had unexpectedly placed such importance on a young man. "Wife, you rarely praise others." Hua Baoming squinted his eyes, looking at his wife's composed expression, laughing heartily. "I can see that Wang Xiao also values you a lot. From the moment he saw you, his eyes looked like he wanted to devour you. That brat is really bold, staring at you in front of me without a care." Ai Lian paused her wiping motion and spoke. "Your sworn brother looked at me with improper eyes. He was just trying to take advantage of me. That dog's so brazen." Hua Baoming's expression darkened, sneering repeatedly. "Just sworn in, and already daring to flirt with my second sister-in-law. Such audaciousness." "All right, calm down." Ai Lian raised her hand to soothe her husband, feeling helpless inside. "If talking doesn't work, we'll have to force Wang Xiao to hand over the channels." But after tonight's meeting and contact, Ai Lian had already dismissed this idea. Wang Xiao, this brat, is outwardly humble, yet fierce, a reckless person who fears nothing. If we act rashly, that brat really would dare to break the pot and smash the lid, leading to a standoff. In the end, it would only benefit the onlookers, the Sheng, Ishi Pai. Ai Lian sighed, silently, gently comforting, "Darling, patience is key to a grand plan. Don't act." "I understand." Hua Baoming's expression darkened as he swallowed his anger. He knew very well that Wang Xiao currently held the channels, having both of them in his grip. The atmosphere in the car became somewhat silent. Hua Baoming pondered for a moment before suddenly breaking the silence. "Wife, that brat Wang Xiao is still thinking of waiting for the right price. Sheng, Ishi Pai and the San brothers are also eyeing this treasure trove. If we act rashly against Wang Xiao, it might benefit them. We must seize this treasure trove before the others do." Hua Baoming gently patted his wife's hand, speaking earnestly. "Wife, I know you don't like that lecherous brat. I truly apologize for putting you in this position this time. If you don't want to step out next, I'll talk to Wang Xiao." "I'm fine, dear." Ai Lian's heart warmed, shaking her head gently, and spoke softly. "These days coincide with the club's conference. You are tied up, and I excel in business matters, so just leave it to me." Ai Lian smiled lightly, holding her husband's hand. "If you're still feeling uncomfortable, just close your eyes and rest for a while." "All right, I'll leave it to you, wife." Hua Baoming smiled, holding his wife's hand, and closed his eyes to feign sleep. In front of the Golden Respect Night Club, Wang Xiao looked at the gradually fading taillights of the car, releasing a deep breath of wine. His sworn brother truly married a good wife, making him envious. A valet came to park the car. At this moment, Duan Kuan walked out of the store with a phone, hastily seeking his brother Xiao. Those two brats have already been caught. Wang Xiao raised his hand to wipe away the wine stains at the corner of his mouth and stepped onto the tiger headbands. Let's go meet the two officers. In the deep of night, in an area outside the city of Oilseed, a convoy was driving along a small road with chest-high weeds lining both sides. As the night wind blew through the sea of grass, the lush leaves rustled, sending chills down one's spine. Moments later, two vans escorting a Mercedes-Benz slowly came to a stop in front of an abandoned house. With a loud whoosh, the doors of the two vans swung open. Duan Kuan and Diazi, along with a group of thugs, jumped out one after another. Zhang emerged from the house and quickly approached to open the car door, saying, "Boss, they are inside." Wang Xiong stepped toward the house, casually ordering a Kuan, "Come in with me. Diazi, you stay outside with the brothers to keep." "Understood, boss." Diazi nodded in agreement. After the boss went inside, he gestured to the thugs, "Shut off the engines and turn off the headlights." All three cars turned off their engines, plunging the surroundings into darkness with only a faint light glowing from the abandoned house behind. Inside the house, two men, one tall and one short, had their hands bound behind their backs, their heads covered with hoods, and their mouths gagged. They anxiously knelt on the ground, awaiting an unknown fate. Step, step, step. As footsteps approached, the two men tensed up their bodies, instinctively shuddering. The next moment, a cold voice sounded. "Take off their hoods." Duan Kuan stepped forward to remove the hoods from the two men. Suddenly regaining their sight, they instinctively squinted, and the first thing they saw was the smug face of the scoundrel lawyer. "Good to see you again, gentlemen." Zhang raised an eyebrow and smiled respectfully, gesturing towards their boss behind him. "Let me introduce you to our new boss of Shengtao Company, Wang Xiong, Mr. Wang, who is also your new benefactor." Wang Xiong sat confidently in a folding chair and nodded at Duan Kuan. Duan Kuan immediately understood, lifting his leg and delivering a fierce kick to the blonde foreigner's stomach. Thud! The white foreigner fell heavily to the ground, rolling his eyes in pain and letting out a whimper. The short Chinese man beside him looked terrified, whimpering as he tried to speak. Duan Kuan kicked the man over, shouting, "You two bastards, how dare you be so shameless!" The man whimpered in pain, desperately trying to move away from this mad dog. "Get down. I'll make you pay." Duan Kuan's face twisted in rage as he began to kick the two men, repeatedly cursing loudly. "How many times has my brother called you in the past few days? Just to invite you for a meeting, and you two bastards didn't even— How dare you not respect me? Spit." Duan Kuan spat a thick phlegm onto the foreigner's face, pointing at the two men and cursing. "You two black cops raised by Zhu Tao. Do you think that with Zhu Tao dead, no one knows your dark backgrounds? You dirty dogs, who gave you the courage to ignore my boss orders?" Duan Kuan went wild, raising his leg to kick the man's face. Woo-woot. The man struggled and dodged, narrowly avoiding the kick, but was then kicked in the chest, turning pale from— "Stop hitting them." Wang Xiong called for a halt. "Take off their gags and help them up. Get up." Duan Kuan roughly pulled the two men up, removing their gags and grinning maliciously. "You two scoundrels, pray for the boss to spare your lives." As the gag was removed from the white foreigner's mouth, a stream of saliva flowed down his chin. The Chinese man beside him was in no better condition, as both prestigious figures were now in a disheveled state, gasping for breath, without any dignity. Inspector William. Inspector when Wang Xiong leaned back in his chair, quietly observing the two men on the ground. "It's a pleasure to meet you. If I have been lacking in hospitality, I hope you will forgive me." Facing the unruly new boss, the foreigner William and Wen Jianren's faces darkened, wisely bowing their— "Mr. Wang, no. Boss, we were wrong." Wen Jianren, the inspector of the Oilseed Division, and William Brown, chief inspector of the Narcotics Bureau in West Kowloon. The two of them had long been bought off by Zhu Tao, providing him with information and aiding in crimes over the years. After Zhu Danis' demise, Wang Xiong casually took over these pawns. To express his importance of the two officials, Wang Xiong personally called them, wanting to set up a meeting. The result: "Gentlemen, I called you, but when you didn't come, I had no choice but to visit you in person." Wang Xiong stepped in front of the two men, looking down at them like they were dogs, and quietly asked, "Zhu Tao is dead, but I am the new boss. I, Wang Xiong, pride myself on rewarding those who serve me well. What Zhu Tao could give you, I, Wang Xiong, can give you as well. Why am I putting so much emphasis on you two? Why? How dare you look down on me, Wang Xiong?" Wang Xiong's voice rose sharply, and his expression suddenly turned savage. He raised his leg and kicked the two men in the chest. The two men fell back, hitting the ground hard, raising a cloud of dust. "Ugh!" When Jianren moaned painfully, each breath sending sharp pain through his chest. "Boss, please let me explain." William's throat flooded with the taste of iron as he gasped, speaking in fluent Cantonese. "After Zhu Tao died, we have been living in fear every day. When you suddenly called, we worried you were from the police. Maybe you had found something and were testing us. That's why we didn't dare to meet you easily. It's absolutely not that we wanted to betray you." Wang Xiong snorted coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes not dissipating. Zhang Er instinctively shivered, suddenly recalling the nightmares of the past. Boss, please give us another chance. When Jianren struggled to get up, pleading desperately. Wang Xiong's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand at his lackey. Zhang Er looked at the two men as if seeing his former self and couldn't help but zone out a little. You scoundrel. I brought you here to watch a show, didn't I? Wang Xiong's gaze swept over the murderous intent still lingering. Zhang Er met his boss' eyes and instantly felt a chill run down his spine. No, boss. Boss, I got lost in thought. Zhang Er broke out in a fine sweat, hurriedly handing over the documents, stammering to explain. Wang Xiong was too lazy to argue with his lackey, casually tossing the incriminating evidence in front of the two men. William, sir, over the years you have accepted over 10 million from Zhu Tao, as well as a villa worth $1 million and a Mercedes-Benz for transport, not to mention gold bars, jewelry, and luxury watches adding up to over 4 million. Am I wrong? No, boss. The foreigner William looked down at the accounts, his voice hoarse as he replied. The once arrogant William now appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, instantly seeming to age 10 years. Inspector, when you're not simple either. Wang Xiong shifted his gaze to Wen Jianren at his feet, sneering. In just the first half of this year you've accepted nearly $1 million. Gentlemen, take a good look. Oh, every single entry recorded here, every single photo, is accurate, right? When Jianren's face darkened, lowering his head. Boss, I didn't misremember. As long as you didn't misremember, Wang Xiong replied with a faint smile, his tone chilling. William, sir, I haven't had a chance to congratulate you, yet I heard your wife just gave birth to a son, and he's not even a month old yet. Don't forget to invite me to the banquet when you celebrate his full moon. Oh, by the way, Wang Xiong paused, slightly bending down to look at the foreigner with blue eyes, a bright smile on his face. My people just called and said that the child is very cute. Boss. William's pupils constricted, fear coursing through his heart, instinctively shouting in his native language. No, please. Wang Xiong slowly turned his head to look at Wen Jianren, a cruel smile forming on his lips. Inspector, when you, need I say more? Crack. The black gun was cocked. Duan Cohen gripped the handgun, tightly glaring fiercely at the two inspectors waiting for the boss' command. Boss, please don't harm my wife and children. Remembering his entire family, Wen Jianren was filled with dread, his lips trembling, struggling to utter complete words. I promise you I will do whatever you ask. I can do anything, don't, boss? I am an inspector. Keep me around, I can be useful to you. I will absolutely inform you of any police movements immediately. Spare my whole family a life, please, boss. BOSS, don't kill me. The foreigner William was pale, pleading repeatedly. I can help you. Trust me, I am a British citizen officer. I also oversee the Narcotics Investigation Department. Your future flower business will definitely need me. Facing death, the two corrupt officers trembled, their hearts filled with utmost fear of Wang Xiong. This was Wang Xiong's blatant intimidation. This madman didn't care about their police identities at all. If he was displeased, a single glance could send their entire families to hell. He was clearly telling the two of them not to regard him as the useless Zhu Tao of the past. From now on, Wang Xiong would be their master. Boss. William licked his lips, wanting to say more. Sorry, I'm not interested in the flower business. Wang Xiong gripped the collars of the two men and coldly stated. I'm not a pervert. Ooh, I have no interest in your families. You don't need to act pitiful because none of you are clean. This time I'll spare your lives and give you one last chance. Wang Xiong finished speaking and suddenly released his grip. The two men, losing support, collapsed to the ground like jelly. The foreigner William and Wen Jianren both exhaled a breath in unison. Thank you, boss. Thank you, sir. With tears in their eyes, the two expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Surviving a great calamity, their families' lives were saved for the time being, leaving their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Haha. William caught his breath, fearing Wang Xiong would change his mind and shoot him. Jesus on high. William, regaining his composure, knelt at the feet of his new boss, swearing solemnly. Boss, I swear to the sun, I will never betray you from now on. Shut up, I never listen to what you say. Oh, I only observe what you do. Wang Xiong interrupted the foreigner's rambling with impatience, his tone exceptionally firm. I don't believe in gods. Power and ambition are my only faith. In the past, Zhu Tao could only give you material wealth, but I, Wang Xiong, can give you that, and much more. 10 times more. What he gave you I can provide. What he couldn't give I can damn well offer. The faces of William and Wen Jianren turned pale, speechless. During their first meeting, the new boss gave them a profound lesson. The two men couldn't gauge their boss' temper, afraid to speak easily lest they offend this harbinger of doom. Noticing his tone was too harsh, Wang Xiong's expression softened slightly. He reached out to smooth the wrinkled collars of the two men, revealing a gentle smile. Of course. On the road to power, I need many companions to support me. I, Wang Xiong, am never selfish and particularly enjoy helping those who respect me, progressing together. Do you understand? Understood, boss. The foreigner William's eyes gradually brightened, and he quietly exchanged a glance with Wen Jianren, understanding the meaning behind their boss' words. In the dimly lit room, the ambience light cast an intimate orange glow, illuminating the entwined figures of a man and woman on the hotel king-sized bed, their silhouettes projected onto the cream-colored wall. The husky whispers were suddenly interrupted. Ding, ding, ding. The urgent ringing of the phone echoed momentarily, freezing the shadows on the wall. Honey, please spare me. Ivy stretched out her arms, struggling to grab the phone, her voice rasping as she pleaded. I really can't hold on any longer. Please just answer the phone first. What if it's something urgent at this late hour? Wang Xiao snatched the phone from her, playfully slapping her while teasing. You're such a useless bum. Ivy huffed, leaning over the bed, her hands slowly releasing the wrinkled sheets, too exhausted to move even a finger. Who is it? Wang Xiao pressed the answer button, asking with indifference. Mr. Wang, a strange male voice came through the phone. Tony, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Hard to help. Wang Xiao had already anticipated this. In Hong Kong, the name Wang Xiao was rare, but Tony, these three brothers were always arrogant and domineering. After testing the waters with a call in the morning, they were indeed impatient to pay a visit. That's right, it's me, Tony chuckled. Mr. Wang is a busy man and my brother tried to reach you, but getting a meeting was difficult. I had no choice but to contact you at this hour. Wang Xiao raised his hand and patted the green tea, signaling toward the head of the bed. Ivy obediently got up, grabbed a cigarette and lighter from the bedside, pulled one out, and offered it to Wang Xiao. Flicking the lighter, the obedient green tea girl presented the flame with a submissive expression. The smoke dispersed in the air as Wang Xiao took a deep drag, asking calmly, What do you have for me, Tony? Mr. Wang, I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point, Tony said straightforwardly. I'm very interested in the channels you have. Business is always welcome. Wang Xiao smiled and inquired. How much are you willing to offer? A flat price of 10 million, Tony declared emphatically. Wang Xiao scratched his temple and asked 10 million. US dollars? Hong Kong dollars, Tony shamelessly countered. Haha, Wang Xiao chuckled, a murderous intent rising within as he playfully asked. Tony, what if I refuse? What do you plan to do? Are you going to make a move on me? Mr. Wang, I advise you to think carefully, Tony said with an ominous hint. The three of us have come from the refugee camps to where we are today. Over the years we have encountered many arrogant individuals like you in Hong Kong, but without exception they have all disappeared from this world. All right. Wang Xiao's lips curled into a smile, but his gaze was as cold as ice. Just as well, I'm eager to make a move. Let's finalize the deal quickly tomorrow night at 8 at the abandoned factory on the hillside of Yao Ma Ti. How does that sound? Upon hearing Wang Xiao's unwavering agreement, Tony's eyes flickered, and he hesitated to easily accept. Tonight he received news that Sheng Yi Shepi and Heng Jihuabao Ming, the couple, had successively approached Wang Xiao. If Wang Xiao was truly eager for a transaction, this good fortune wouldn't fall to the hard to help. The phone suddenly fell silent. Wang Xiao took a fierce drag from his cigarette, his murderous intent brewing within. Tony, why aren't you speaking? You mute or something? Wang Xiao laughed in anger. You damn monkey from the hard to help. You've been spoiled by your master daring to toy with me in the middle of the night. You think having a few big shots backing you allows you to act wild with me? You bunch of refugee bastards. Wang Xiao's eyes glinted with malice, his tone chilling. You're just a dog to them. Who gave you the courage? Dare to bare your teeth at me? Before Wang Xiao could finish, a furious outburst erupted from the other side of the phone. Did me my monkey language, fuck your mother. Big brother, second brother. I said long ago that we should just take care of this bastard. Wang Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so brave. Aja rasped with laughter. Haha, I like this kid. I wonder if you'll regret it before you die. The Aja brothers had already grown tired of hiding their intentions. They had no plans to pay, having long set their sights on Sheng Tao, eager for a piece of the pie. Amidst the curses of the brothers, Tony sneered and raised his voice. Wang Xiao, it seems you've already investigated us. Let me tell you, this is how we operate. If you don't agree, it seems we can only tear apart our faces. Tony paused, his tone filled with threats and murderous intent. By the way, I forgot to mention, I absolutely detest it when people insult us hard to help monkeys. Mr. Wang, have a good rest. Just wait, I will find you and make you take back what you said. Wow, I'm so scared, Tony. Wang Xiao's smile slowly faded, each word dripping with chilling murderous intent. Tony, come find me. I can't wait to personally chop you all into pieces. Beep, beep, beep. The phone hung up, Wang Xiao's lingering anger simmering as his fierce gaze swept over the green tea girl at his feet. Ivy, who had been secretly watching, was instantly caught. Her pretty face turned pale as she quickly turned her head, obediently lying down to wait. Wang Xiao glanced at the curvaceous girl before him, nonchalantly stepping off the bed, getting dressed, and quickly leaving the room. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Ivy watched the man's retreating figure, finally exhaling in relief, her body weakening as she lay helplessly on the bed. In the suite in the reception room, Wang Xiao sat calmly on the sofa, took out the walkie-talkie from his pocket, pressed the talk button with his thumb, and asked in a deep voice, "Is there anything unusual nearby?" "No, brother," a crisp reply came from the walkie-talkie. "Fish are biting, still helping the hard to help." Wang Xiao extinguished the cigarette, but gazing at the dissipating smoke with a cold smile. "When the tiger is away, the monkeys will claim the throne home. You all get ready, the plan is advanced, let's act tomorrow." "Understood, brother." The walkie-talkie flickered before falling silent once more. As the morning sun rises, the silent harbor island is awakened once again. In Yao Mati, on the 30th floor of a skyscraper, lies the chairman's office of the Shengtao Company. Wang Xiao stands quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands in his pockets. Looking down from above, he observes the morning scene where numerous suited office workers swarm into the buildings like busy ants. Inside the office, two managers stand behind their boss, exchanging glances and hinting for the other to speak first. Wang Xiao, gazing down at the street scene, scolded irritably, "Speak up if you have something to say." Last month's property sales were less than 30% of the target, and the company is now running at a loss. I suggest we lay off some staff, starting with the new hires in the sales department who have just passed their probation. This could save us a significant amount in severance. After finishing his statement, manager, he let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at his companion. Boss, last month's import and export trade profits also dropped by 8 points, reported trade manager Zhang with a grimace. If we are to lay off staff, the administration and marketing departments can cut 15 people first. Both men finished their reports and waited quietly for their boss instructions. Will layoffs even help? Wang Xiao turned his head and countered. With the market in such a mess, how much difference will it make to cut a few small fries? Can the sales ladies and agents' flowery words change the overall environment? Zhang and he looked at each other, their faces filled with resignation. After we go down, let the new hires continue their training, Wang Xiao said as he walked to his seat and spoke calmly. Tell the staff below that I won't be laying them off, and let everyone calm down and work hard. As long as I, Wang Xiao, am still in the company, you won't lose your jobs. Boss. Zhang looked at the young new boss, moved. With the current economic climate, layoffs in the harbor island are rampant, and this financial storm could last for an unknown duration. The boss' insistence on avoiding layoffs means he is digging into his own pocket to support everyone, and the pressure on him is immense. Don't worry, boss. The plump manager, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and assured seriously, "I'll take the lead and have our sales department hit the streets to find customers." All right, you may leave, Wang Xiao said calmly, waving his hand at the two more senior men in the company. Boss, will take our leave now, the two middle-aged men said, bowing respectfully to their boss. As they stepped out of the office, he and the other manager exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of relief and renewed determination. The office door gently closed, and shortly after the two left, joyous cheers erupted from the staff in the office. Wang Xiao clapped his hands, opened his old computer, time to work. Skillfully entering a mini-game, Wang Xiao focused intently on controlling the yellow Pac-Man, dodging pursuers and eating all the dots in the maze. Ding ding ding. Just after the game began, a phone call interrupted the gaming rhythm. Who is it? Wang Xiao pressed the speakerphone button, multitasking while playing. "Ah, Xiao, it's me," came a familiar, cool female voice, and Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "Sister-in-law, what do you want?" Continuing from last night's topic, "I want to talk business with you," AI Lian said calmly. "Let's meet in the morning. Oh, feel free to bring up any requests." Damn. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth and casually tossed aside the mouse. On the old computer monitor, Pac-Man was caught by the maze's boss again, letting out a wail before slowly falling to the ground. Hearing Wang Xiao's succinct demand, AI Lian's expression darkened. "Wang Xiao, don't be unreasonable. I lost the game and cursed I didn't say anything inappropriate." Wang Xiao rolled his eyes. "I have no time to meet you in the morning. I have plans with Shi Pai and Ba Bai." Realizing she had misunderstood, AI Lian's cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly cleared her throat. Knowing that Shi Pai and Ba Bai had gotten there first, she felt a greater urgency and persistently asked, "Ah, Xiao, do you have time tonight?" "No," Wang Xiao replied without hesitation. "I just found a pretty girl and plan to have some fun tonight." There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. AI Lian clenched the phone tightly, feeling speechless. "At a time like this, you're still thinking about that? What do you mean by that?" Wang Xiao propped his leg on the desk, smiling as he said, "Men and women in love is natural, isn't it right, sister-in-law? If you are willing to take the initiative, what is there that we can't discuss?" This rascal. This kid is deliberately teasing her, making fun of his sister-in-law. AI Lian gritted her silver teeth, but now with so many wolves and so little meat, the initiative was in Wang Xiao's hands. "You still remember I'm your sister-in-law?" AI Lian said irritably. "Stop playing around, I'm talking business here. Tonight at 7 at the Fengyun building in Yao Mati, we'll be waiting for you. We mustn't miss each other." "All right then." Wang Xiao relaxedly leaned back in his office chair. "By the way, sister-in-law, remember to dress nicely tonight." "What do you mean?" AI Lian took a deep breath. Having been teased again, her tone unknowingly became a bit stiff. "It means nothing." Wang Xiao shrugged and questioned with righteous indignation. "If I can't have my fun tonight? And you won't let me enjoy the view either?" AI Lian was momentarily stunned, involuntarily picturing Wang Xiao's wronged expression of unfulfilled desires. She couldn't help but laugh. Just as the laughter escaped, she quickly raised her hand to cover the microphone, turning her head away, her shoulders shaking with laughter. "You really are a rascal." AI Lian bit her lower lip, suppressing her laughter, but her voice had a slight tremor. "Just remember not to be late tonight." "Got it, stop nagging." Wang Xiao replied somewhat impatiently and directly hung up the phone. Just as he tossed aside his old mobile phone, the internal phone on the desk rang again. Wang Xiao reached out to press the answer key. "Boss, Mr. Li Yunfei is here with some people who wish to see you," reported the female receptionist at the company front desk. "Bring them in." A moment later, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened and Li Yunfei entered the office with two men, one of whom walked with a slight limp. Boss, I've brought capable personnel as you requested, and they absolutely meet your requirements. This is Wu. Li Yunfei pointed to the short-haired, suited tough guy beside him. Like me, he comes from the number gang, is principled, and has sharp skills. The number gang's double flower red stick renowned for a long time. Wang Xiao leaned back in his chair looking over Wu from head to toe, a smile appearing on his lips. This guy in front of him can be considered a model of professionalism in the Harbor Island. As long as he's paid, he can do anyone, and not only is he professional, he's also trustworthy. Boss, I only recognize money, not people. Wu stared directly at his new boss, speaking candidly. You pay me, and it'll work for you. Anything else is none of my business. Straightforward. Haha. Wang Xiao looked at Wu with admiration, saying money is not an issue. I absolutely like professionals like you. Good. Seeing his boss' generosity, Wu also revealed a satisfied smile. After their conversation, Li Yunfei cleared his throat and raised his hand to point at the limping man. Boss, this is Mark Li. Mark used to be an executive at the Xiaolong International Group, known for his loyalty. After his boss was arrested, he single-handedly avenged him, annihilating the enemies, but lost a leg in the process. Seeing the boss' attention on Xiao Ma's leg, Li Yunfei quickly explained, Boss, don't be misled by Xiao Ma's limp. He's strong in marksmanship and courage. Just let him show you. Mark Li nicknamed Xiao Ma from the classic film A Better Tomorrow. No need to try, Wang Xiao said, looking at his childhood idol, nodding with a smile. Xiao Ma, I've long admired your name. Mr. Wang, just call me Xiao Ma, he replied, smiling and politely nodding. He was dressed in work clothes that were somewhat worn out, revealing his current destitute situation. Wang Xiao turned his gaze to Wu. Wu, you'll be with me from now on. Name your price. 50,000 a month plus additional pay for work. Wu boldly stated his conditions and then quietly watched Wang Xiao. 50,000 a month. You really dare to ask for that? Li Yunfei was somewhat dumbfounded. He secretly shot a glare at Wu, signaling him not to be greedy. Money is not a problem. Wang Xiao readily agreed, opened the drawer, casually took out a stack of cash, and threw it to Wu. Here's your salary for the first month. You are worth this price in my eyes. Though Wu was obsessed with money, he was principled in his dealings, only taking what he deserved. Once he accepted the money, he would work hard for his employer. In terms of skill, he was practically a gold medal enforcer in the Harbor Island gangs. In the first grand meeting of Shengtao Company, and boss Jipin Ao proudly took the lead in securing a position. Beside him, Mark felt a sense of urgency, worried that his limp would lead to another rejection, causing him to miss out on the opportunity. Men judge based on ability. I never judge by appearance. Wang Xiao noticed Xiao Ma's nervousness and smiled reassuringly, then picked up 2 stacks of cash and placed them on the table. This is 100,000 yuan of Fei Yu and Xiao Ma will each get 50,000. Thank you, boss. Li Yunfei cheerfully stepped forward to take the cash, sharing half with Xiao Ma. Xiao Ma held the money in his hands, feeling a mix of emotions. In his prime, he was surrounded by various men and women, and this 50,000 yuan was nothing in his eyes. But after losing his status due to his limp, those who once flattered him vanished in an instant. Only in times of hardship can one recognize the value of true loyalty. In their first meeting, Wang Xiao treated both men equally, offering them the same salary, without looking down on him for being disabled. Thinking of this, Mark took a deep breath and walked forward holding the cash. Glancing at Mark's limp, showed a flash of disdain in his eyes. Boss, just count that money for this cripple, sneered. Why should he receive the same pay as me with his limp? What the hell are you saying? Mark halted, turning to glare at him. I suggest you keep your distance from me. Replied with a cold laugh, his attitude extremely arrogant. I'm afraid if it comes to blows, someone might see and claim him bullying a disabled person. Xiao Ma, maintaining a serious expression, retorted defiantly. You lowly scum, I'll give you a leg. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of knocking interrupted their confrontation. Shut up. Wang Xiao raised his hand to tap the table, casting a detached glance at the two. You two just joined the company and already want to fight? Wang Xiao asked, unimpressed. Mr. Wang, it's him being too arrogant and unable to control his tongue. Xiao Ma protested angrily. Grateful for the new boss' attention, he immediately fell silent, not daring to speak further. With the boss having spoken, shrugged and also ceased his words. Observing the two, who disliked each other from the start, Wang Xiao and Li Yunfei exchanged glances and couldn't help. Those two are the epitome of incompatible personalities. Wang Xiao pointed at them, chuckling as he spoke to Li. One is greedy for money while the other values loyalty over wealth. At the slightest disagreement, these two idiots would be ready to fight each other. Li Yunfei nodded with a smile, fully agreeing with the boss' words. You two are both in your 30s yet still act like children, he said, suppressing laughter and shooting a glare at his fellow brother. I'll be more sensible. Mark is different, he never intended to demand money. Awa's expression froze in disbelief as he looked over the unimposing cripple. Boss, I don't want the money. Mark placed the cash in front of Wang Xiao, speaking earnestly. I just want you to give me a chance. Say it. Wang Xiao's gaze sharpened as he straightforwardly asked. Boss, I've had 2 years of bad luck. Mark took a deep breath and said, after becoming disabled, the group kicked me out. For the past 2 years, I've been washing cars to get by with no one respecting me, and I've faced endless disdain. I came to you seeking only an opportunity for revenge. My boss Hao Gu has another year left in his sentence. Before he gets out, I want to help him and myself take revenge. Mark raised his index finger, speaking with fervor. I want to reclaim my dignity. It's not about proving him better than others. I just want to show everyone that what I've lost I will reclaim myself. Mark's angry yet suppressed words echoed throughout the office. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Xiao raised his hand and lightly applauded. Au regained his senses, curling his lips. Not only is he crippled, but he's also delusional to refuse money. Though Au still looked down on him, he understood that if they worked together in the future with Xiao Ma's loyal character, he could trust him with his back. Xiao Ma will pay you as promised. Wang Xiao picked up the cash, his tone leaving no room for refusal. You stay with me for a year. As long as I'm alive, I'll help you take down the Xiaolong group and reclaim everything you've lost. Mark looked at the cash Wang Xiao handed him, his eyes slightly reddening. From across the office, he bent down to accept the cash, lowering his head respectfully before the young boss. Boss. Referring to him as boss instead of the boss indicated Xiao Ma's stance. Wang Xiao smiled calmly. Having lived 2 lives, the art of winning hearts was firmly ingrained in his bones. 1 grain of rice nurtures 100 different people, who everyone has a different character. The people under him don't care about the law, they have their own pursuits and goals. For the money-hungry Ao, he would use money to win him over, while for the loyalty-driven Xiao Ma, it required not just money, but also a gradual build-up of emotional bonds. With 2 more talents gathered under his wing, Wang Xiao felt quite pleased. He glanced at the time. The appointed hour was approaching, and there were still 2 meetings scheduled for the day. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Wang Xiao stood up, preparing to take his leave. Boss, don't you need us to follow you? Ao asked. No need. Wang Xiao shook his head in refusal. With these 2 fierce individuals following him, he feared they might ruin tonight's plans. Having accepted the invitations from Sheppy and Bobby, consecutively time flew by, and before one knew it, it was already 7 in the evening. As night fell in Yamadi at Fengyan Building, under the escort of 2 vans, the Huchuo Benshi stopped in front of the tea house. Boss, we've arrived. Zhang Er stepped forward to open the car door. Wang Xiao got out of the car, quietly surveying the Cantonese tea house before him. At that moment, a metallic tapping sound suddenly came from the walkie-talkie in his arms. Ding ding. Let's go. Wang Xiao reached into his chest pocket, turned off the walkie-talkie, and led a dozen of his men into the tea house. At the entrance, 2 attendants from Hengji, the short mules, saw the main guest arriving and hurried to greet him. Mr. Wang, Miss Alian is waiting for you in the private room on the 2nd floor. Please follow us. Lead the way. Wang Xiao casually nodded. The group ascended to the 2nd floor, and in the corridor 6 Hengji short mules turned their gaze toward Wang Xiao and his entourage, proactively clearing the way. Mr. Wang, please ask your men to wait outside. The leading short mule opened the door and bowed slightly to invite him in. Sister-in-law has been waiting for a long time, but please come in. You all stay outside. Wang Xiao waved his hand to his men without looking back. Stepping into the private room, he quickly scanned the surroundings. The room was elegantly decorated, and aside from sister-in-law, there were no outsiders. By the tea table, Alian gracefully stood up and gestured, "Ah Xiao, please take a seat." As he casually walked to the tea table and sat down, Wang Xiao looked at the married sister-in-law and asked with a cheerful smile, "Why are you alone? Where's your husband?" "The gang has matters to attend to. I can manage this on my own," Alian replied with an air of aloofness. However, she had clearly dressed up carefully tonight, keeping someone else's request in mind. The cool and elegant sister-in-law wore meticulous makeup, large trendy earrings from Hong Kong, a silver gray blouse, a black women's suit on top, and a fitted skirt. Her slender straight legs were wrapped in black stockings, radiating an enticing sheen, complemented by a pair of black high heels. The whole person exuded a cold and capable aura, hinting at a dangerously alluring vibe. Not bad, very sexy. Another day of envy for the elder brother. Wang Xiao sat confidently opposite sister-in-law, admiring the cold beauty before him, and teasingly asked, "You went into the tiger's den alone. Aren't you afraid I might eat you?" Seeing Wang Xiao's unabashed admiration, Alian felt no aversion, but rather a hint of pride. Although this brat had the audacity to flirt with her multiple times, his forthright and unreserved personality was far superior to the hypocritical scoundrels outside, who had the heart but lacked the guts. Women dress up for those who appreciate them, and receiving Wang Xiao's sincere compliment made all the effort worthwhile. Facing Wang Xiao's teasing, Alian maintained her composure and smiled slightly. "With so many subordinates outside, I believe you won't act rashly." Sister-in-law gracefully sat across from Wang Xiao, smoothing her skirt. "Gudu." The sound of boiling water arose. Wang Xiao reached out to take the kettle. "Wait a moment." Alian gently pressed down on his wrist. "You are the guest, let me handle it," sister-in-law said as she lifted the copper kettle and poured the water into the celadone teacups in succession. The hot water surged against the cup's wall, and she deftly rotated the teacups, warming them evenly before draining the excess water. "Warming the tea set enhances the purity of the flavor," the cool and elegant sister-in-law explained as she moved with fluidity. Wang Xiao leaned back, casually admiring the beauty as she prepared the tea. Sister-in-law is truly remarkable, adept in both the hall and the bedroom, excelling in everything. Alian paused her actions, casting a disapproving glance at Wang Xiao. Be serious. If you keep talking like this, I might just leave. As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a hint of regret. Her reprimanding tone was too gentle, sounding more like playful banter between lovers. Alian felt a bit awkward, subtly raising her eyes to observe Wang Xiao's reaction. Seeing that he seemed oblivious, she instinctively sighed in relief and focused on her tea art. Amber tea poured down, steam wafted up, and a fragrant aroma enveloped the air. The water temperature is just right. Alian gently placed the teacup beside Wang Xiao, lightly tapping the cup's edge, her tone soft. Give it a taste. The tea is good. Wang Xiao sipped the tea. Let's get to the point, sister-in-law. You thought about it all night. What price are you preparing to offer? Alian set down her teacup and countered with a question. You met Sheppy and Bobby today, or I want to know what price they— Bobby is a broke fool who wants to eat meat, but has no money. He offered 25 million, and he said he still needs to borrow some from Lianquan. Wang Xiao scoffed, casting a knowing glance at sister-in-law. Sheppy seems to be getting anxious. The news of my brotherhood with your husband spread surprisingly fast. In just one night it had already become common knowledge in the circles. Alian remained composed, showing no surprise. Wang Xiao chuckled softly, aware, but not revealing that the one spreading the news was none other than this capable sister-in-law before him. Sheppy is slightly better than Bobby. Wang Xiao blew on the tea water. He raised the price to 25 million. Alian listened in silence, knowing that after years in this world, Wang Xiao's words were half-truths. However, given the fierce competition, there was no choice but to raise the price. Wang Xiao remained unhurried, leaning back comfortably in his chair, enjoying the ease of the moment. After a moment of silence, Alian made her decision and spoke earnestly. Xiao, let's be straightforward. I can continue to raise my offer, but I want to know your price range. We don't need to go back and forth, just say what you want. Sister-in-law acts decisively, not losing to any man. Wang Xiao unabashedly expressed his admiration. Putting away his relaxed demeanor, Wang Xiao leaned forward, fixing his gaze on the beautiful sister-in-law's eyes, and said firmly, what do you want from me? I want all the assets under your name. And you. As long as you agree, I won't take a single cent. I will hand over the entire channel to Huobao Ming. Even if he becomes worth billions in the future, I won't regret it. Do you dare to agree? Alian was taken aback, staring blankly at the bold and unrestrained young man before her. After a long silence, the cool and elegant sister-in-law sighed silently. Had she met him a decade earlier, she might have truly agreed. Suppressing her complex emotions, Alian shook her head firmly in refusal. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Wang Xiao chuckled self-deprecatingly, leaning heavily against the chair, half closing his eyes and lowering his head, pretending to be disappointed. Forget it, I was just joking. No more wasting time. Wang Xiao raised his head, restoring his usual calm smile. Fixed price, 35 million. If you don't have enough cash, you can offset it with assets. Alian instinctively turned her head away, avoiding Wang Xiao's gaze. After a long silence, she gently nodded, yet remained speechless. All right. It's settled then. Wang Xiao gazed at sister-in-law's profile, picked up the teacup in front of him, and drank it in one gulp. After discussing the matter, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Drink tea. Alian lowered her gaze, pouring tea for Wang Xiao. I'm not drinking anymore. If I drink too much, I'll need to urinate. Wang Xiao chuckled. Now that the deal is settled, I won't negotiate with anyone else. Have your husband contact me tomorrow for the transaction. That's it, I'm leaving first. I have a bed partner arranged for tonight. Wang Xiao stood up and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Alian suddenly called out, stopping him. Wang Xiao turned to look, a questioning expression on his face. They'll see you off. Alian bit her red lip and slowly stood up. The sound of her high heels echoed against the ground, creating a crisp sound. Let's go. Sister-in-law stopped beside Wang Xiao, speaking softly. Suddenly Wang Xiao reached out, placed his palm behind sister-in-law, and squeezed it skillfully, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Still so perky. Faced with the sudden advance, Alian's body tensed, her pretty face flushed, instinctively grabbing Wang Xiao's arm, but pausing her action. Forget it, not letting him have a taste. At least I can't let him not see. Alian felt complicated emotions, silently sighed, held Wang Xiao's hand, and did not further stop him. The cold and elegant sister-in-law blushed, recalling their first meeting when this brat had taken advantage of her. She couldn't help but glare at Wang Xiao. You audacious brat. Haha. Wang Xiao's smile was bold and unrestrained, feeling that his strategy was beginning to bear fruit. Outside the tea house, Wang Xiao and sister-in-law walked side by side with their subordinates, trailing 2 steps behind. 2 Benz cars pulled up, one in front and one behind. Zhang felt an inexplicable tension in his heart. Boss, please get in the car, he said, his steps hurried as he quickly opened the car door. Wang Xiao cast a meaningful glance at the sycophant, thinking that the good show was about to begin, and hoped he wouldn't ruin his plans. Zhang swallowed, nervously maintaining a composed expression as he nodded slightly. No need to see sister-in-law off. I'm going back to relieve myself, Wang Xiao said impatiently. Alian's red lips curled slightly upwards as she stood behind the man, reminding him, Xiao, don't stay out too late. We have a meeting tomorrow morning, don't be late. Got it, you're more chatty than my mother. Wang Xiao rolled his eyes, just as he was about to get in the car and leave suddenly. Virum. In the distance, the engines of 2 vans roared to life. The 2 vehicles sped toward the tea house from left and right. Virum. The engines roared to life. Two vans accelerated once again, crashing into the bends from both sides. Get out of the way. Wang Xiao swiftly turned and lunged towards his startled sister-in-law. In a flash, bang, bang, the sound of two consecutive collisions rang out. The two vans crashed violently into the front and rear of the bends. With the acceleration of the impact, the tiger-headed bends slid sideways, creating a screeching sound as the tires skidded on the asphalt, leaving deep tire marks. Splat! Wang Xiao rolled on the ground with Ai Lian narrowly avoiding the car's collision. Ugh! The sister-in-law fell to the ground, letting out a painful groan. Xiao Ge, sister-in-law! A chorus of exclamations erupted. The gang members on both sides were drenched in cold sweat, rushing forward to save them. In the next second, creak! The doors of the two vans suddenly swung open. Before anyone could react, 5 masked bandits armed with black pistols jumped out. The group coordinated exceptionally well. 2 of them fired their guns while advancing to capture their targets, while the other 3 unhesitatingly aimed their guns at the group of bodyguards. Bang 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 bang. The gunfire erupted and one bodyguard after another fell as they couldn't evade the footsteps of the bandits behind them grew closer. Ah Xiao. Ai Lian's voice trembled, instinctively gripping Wang Xiao's arm. Don't be afraid. Wang Xiao's expression was calm as he pulled out a dagger from his lower back and without hesitation cut his palm. Crimson blood began to flow slowly. Ai Lian looked on in shock and confusion, but before she could ask, her hair was violently grabbed, pulling her up. Don't move. Come with us. 2 bandits grabbed the 2 of them, pressing their guns against Wang Xiao and Ai Lian's lower backs as a threat. Hurry. Wang Xiao complied, his peripheral vision catching sight of the henchman on the ground pretending to be dead, unable to suppress a smirk. Hurry. Go in. The bandits shouted, continuously pushing them. Ai Lian's face turned pale as she stumbled towards the van. Wang Xiao's expression remained unusually calm. He felt a sharp pain in his left palm as blood pooled into droplets, quietly dripping onto the ground. Get in. The bandits roughly shoved Ai Lian into the van, turning around to shout, retreat. Bang bang. 3 bandits provided cover for each other and quickly boarded the van. Once everyone was inside, the 2 bandits in charge of driving skillfully shifted into reverse and slammed on the gas. Screech. The tires screeched against the ground, creating a harsh noise. Don't let them get away. Seeing the bandits abduct their boss and preparing to flee, the remaining gang members were furious and nearly frantic. Quick, save them. Several of them drew their short blades and charged towards the van. The 2 vans quickly reversed. The bandits inside remained indifferent, their black gun barrels pointing toward the gang members outside the window. Upon seeing the distinctive suits worn by the gang members, the bandits' eyes flickered as their gun barrels naturally lowered. Bang bang bang. The charging gang members groaned as they were hit. Several were shot in the legs, their feet giving way as they collapsed. Virum. The van roared and disappeared down the street. In front of the tea house, chaos reigned. The gang members lay scattered on the ground, intermittent groans of pain echoing. Quick, notify Ming Ge that the sister-in-law has been captured. The fortunate survivor from Hengji, a short fellow, shouted urgently. Meanwhile, a gang member from Sheng Tao gritted his teeth and stood up, limping towards the body of the company's lawyer. He approached the fallen Zhang Dazhuang, reaching out to retrieve the big brother's phone. What the hell? Zhang Er suddenly opened his eyes, pushing himself off the ground and sitting up swiftly. Holy crap. He's come back to life. The henchman was startled, losing his balance and plopping down onto the ground. I'm not dead. Oh, I'm not playing dead. Zhang Er dusted off his clothes with an unashamed smile. Damn, that old fellow was pretending to be dead again. The henchman's expression turned slightly grim as he queried discontentedly. Zhang Dazhuang, Xiao Ge has been taken away, and you can still laugh. Hand me the phone, or I need to contact Kuan Ge. What are you in such a hurry for? Zhang Er impatiently retorted. Contact Duan Kuan. Oh, what use is he other than causing trouble? Then what should we do? The henchman, frantic and at a loss, asked madly. What's the rush? Zhang Er paused, catching sight of the short fellow from Hengji, who was anxiously trying to report the incident, and a playful smile crept across his face. The boss already said, if there's trouble, call the police, he said as he picked up the big brother's phone and skillfully dialed the emergency number. Beep beep. The call quickly connected. This is the 999 reporting center. I am lawyer Zhang Er, and I need to file a case. Zhang Er raised the phone, speaking clearly and quickly. Just now, a kidnapping incident occurred at Fengyan Tower in Yaomati involving armed assailants. The bandits were very audacious, publicly kidnapping my client, Mr. Wang Xiao, and a lady, resulting in multiple casualties. I demand that the police and the emergency services be dispatched immediately to rescue the injured and search for my boss' whereabouts. At the reporting center, the operator's expression turned serious as she urgently instructed, Understood, lawyer Zhang, please secure the scene. The police and ambulance will be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, about 10 minutes passed. Before the police arrived, the victim's family and the media journalists who received the news rushed to the front of Fengyan Tower first. The crowd of onlookers surrounded the road in front of the tea house, making it impassable. Snap snap. Flashing lights from the media cameras flickered incessantly at the front of the crowd. Get out of the way. Suddenly, a chorus of shouts erupted from behind the crowd. A group of Hung Jai's members forcibly pushed aside the reporters and onlookers, creating a path. Hua Baoming hurried his steps, quickly arriving in front of the tea house. "Boss!" Two lightly injured henchmen rushed forward upon seeing their boss. Slap! Slap! Without a word, Hua Baoming swung his arms and slapped each of them hard. "You useless idiots! You bunch of good for nothings! How could you not even stand guard properly? What use do I have for you?" Hua Baoming grabbed the collars of the two, roaring with anger. The two henchmen covered their faces, not daring to utter a word. "Damn it!" Hua Baoming suppressed his rage, glaring fiercely and questioning. "Did you see who did this?" And no, the two henchmen shook their heads with grim expressions. Those thugs were all wearing masks, and they struck ruthlessly. With his subordinates clueless, Hua Baoming exploded in rage. "A bunch of useless fools." He kicked the two punching bags aside and headed into the scene. "Minggu, wait." Zhang hurriedly stepped forward and blocked Hua Baoming, stating seriously, "Minggu, I've already called the police. They asked to secure the scene, and they should be here soon. I know Minggu looks down on the police." Zhang softened his tone, trying to calm him down. "But when it comes to pursuing people, they are more professional." Hua Baoming's expression soured at his words, but he said nothing. It was a given that the police would handle the case. He just never expected that as a gang leader, he would have to rely on the police to rescue people. "This is outrageous." Hua Baoming spat out a curse in frustration. "Boss, please calm down. The media is all taking pictures outside." Zijian stepped forward, whispering, "The sister-in-law should be fine for now. Since they clearly came prepared, but didn't kill on the spot, abducting the sister-in-law, and Wang Xiao indicates they have other intentions." Hua Baoming took a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure. This group of bandits had abducted Wang Xiao, which went without saying. They were definitely after the powder channel Wang Xiao controlled. As Wang Xiao's sworn brother, and the most successful competitor in this business, Hua Baoming understood well that the abduction of AI Lien was more than likely meant to intimidate and provoke him. Damn it! Hua Baoming furrowed his brow as his mind raced with guesses about which bastard was behind this. Amidst the conversation, the royal police finally arrived belatedly. A piercing siren echoed from outside the crowd. Several police cars and ambulances rushed to the scene of the incident. As the officers disembarked, they quickly set up a perimeter and began to disperse the onlookers. The stretcher team carried one injured person after another, systematically loading them into the ambulance. "Excuse me, which one of you is Lawyer Zhang?" A middle-aged police officer approached the group, politely inquiring. "I am Inspector Wen Jianren from the Serious Crimes Unit in Yaomati. Please assist us by making a statement for the investigation." "I am," Zhang greeted. "After the incident, I followed instructions to secure the scene. From here on, I leave it to you, the police. Please solve the case as soon as possible and rescue the two hostages." "Rest assured," Wen Jianren replied seriously, though his gaze shifted to the many sinister-looking gang members. "By the way, sir, I forgot to introduce you." Zhang smacked his forehead, pointing at Hua Baoming and saying, "This is—" "No need for introductions," Wen Jianren interrupted, raising a hand. "The head of Hung Jiao Mati, I have long heard of your reputation. Stop wasting time to get to work." Hua Baoming couldn't be bothered with the police and turned to his subordinates, commanding, "Zijian, rally the troops. Notify the gang brothers, everyone hit the streets and track down those thugs. Whoever finds them, I will personally help them secure their position." "Understood, boss." Zijian nodded and was about to leave. "Wait a minute." Hua Baoming raised his hand to stop him, gritting his teeth and escalating further. "In my name, I am offering a reward of 2 million. No matter who it is. As long as someone can provide the exact location of those thugs, this 2 million is theirs." "Yes, boss." Zijian turned to relay the message. Hua Baoming watched his departing figure, letting out a deep sigh as he began to pace back and forth aimlessly outside the police cordon. Observing Hua Baoming's restless demeanor, Zhang and Wen Jianren exchanged a knowing glance, with a hint of a playful smile appearing at the corners of their mouths. "When, sir." At that moment, a police officer jogged up, raising his hand to salute. Wen Jianren, his tone somewhat excited. "The PDU police dog unit has found a clue." At the crime scene, Wen Jianren crouched on the ground, staring at the bloodstains on the floor. Not far away, several police dogs sniffed the air, their throats emitting suppressed whimpers. "Sir, when based on the eyewitness identification and the blood evidence left at the scene, we have confirmed the identity of the victim," one of the officers reported, standing at attention. "The victim is the hostage, Wang Xiao. Everyone pay attention." Wen Jianren suddenly stood up, facing the gathered officers, issuing commands one after another. "Time waits for no one. For every second we delay, the hostage is in greater danger. Immediately collect the hostage's blood evidence and let the police dog sniff it to establish a target scent memory. The police dog unit is to be fully mobilized. Lead the dogs along the hostage's movement route to search, continuously identifying the residual blood scent and guiding the police to track down the destination. Contact the traffic team, retrieve surveillance footage along the route, check the information at roadblocks, analyze the vehicle's travel path, and narrow the search area." With a string of commands issued, Wen Jianren sighed and waved his hand. "Action." "Yes, sir." The officers stomped their feet in salute and immediately sprang into action. The police dogs emitted excited low growls, their sharp instincts telling them that a battle was about to begin. "Let's go," the trainers shouted as they raised their hands. The police dogs barked low and shot out like arrows. The hunt officially began. Outside the crime scene, the entire street was shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere reminiscent of a storm brewing. The curious onlookers had completely vanished. Ordinary citizens hid in the shops on either side, watching the throngs on the street, fearing to be caught up in it. In the dark of night, the street was filled with the sounds of chaos. Nearly 1,000 unruly members of the Hengji gang stood on either side of the road, each holding a steel pipe, shouting and creating a ruckus. Some gang members held cigarettes, spitting smoke mixed with saliva onto the ground, while others shouted hoarsely, pounding their fists heavily against the side of a van, producing a dull thud. At that moment, woo, the sudden sound of police sirens pierced through the night. The noise on the street halted abruptly, gradually sinking into silence. Gang members stared at the police convoy as it slowly passed by. Smoke curled upwards as Baoming, holding a cigar, picked up his mobile phone and dialed the old Fox masterman. When the call connected, the faint sound of mahjong tiles could be heard. "Aiming, what's the situation?" Masterman asked in a hoarse voice. He was the cunning leader of the Hengji gang, a behind-the-scenes big boss. "The cops are still investigating," Baoming replied gloomily, brushing him off. The sound of tiles ceased, and Masterman, not one to hold back, said boldly, "Alien has been with the gang for years, and I've watched her grow since she joined. Over the years, I've regarded her as a daughter. Now with this incident, they are slapping the entire Hengji gang in the face. Aiming, if you need help, just ask." "Thank you, Masterman," Baoming said, feeling troubled and not wanting to beat around the bush. "Masterman, I want you to contact all the gangs in the port area in your capacity as the leader of Hengji and help us take action." "No problem," Masterman readily agreed. It was merely a matter of saving face. After hanging up the phone inside the Hengji stronghold in Yaomati, the crisp sound of mahjong tiles clashing rang out once more. Masterman, with tiles stacked in his hands, looked at several older gang members beside him. "Our leader is rarely this polite today, huh? This bastard must have something to ask, hence the change from his usual arrogance," several elders chuckled. As the tiles were stacked, one elder casually played a tile, meaningfully saying, "If Alien really disappears, it might actually be a good thing." The movement of the elders paused, their gazes turning to Min, who has held the position for 3 consecutive terms. Baoming, as the leader of Hengji in Yaomati, is also the strongest contender for the leadership position. He wanted to rise to power, but the elder Min stubbornly held onto his position. The conflicts between the two men had nearly been laid out in the open over the years. Baoming, though entering middle age, still had a fierce and arrogant temperament, lacking foresight. For these years, he had relied on Alien as a capable partner to grow stronger. Without Alien, Baoming, a mere brute, would not be a match for brother Min, 2 elders flattered. "Alien is also a contributor to the gang. It was elders we should help when needed," Elder Min said with a smile, pushing his tiles aside. "Who? Haha, I concede. Brother Min's luck tonight is simply too good." Several elders exchanged glances, yet were filled with trepidation towards Elder Min. Old and cunning, wise and crafty, Baoming was doing business with Wang Xiao, and Elder Min was well aware, yet pretended not to know. Just a few days later, Alien was suddenly kidnapped. This incident was riddled with oddities. The one benefiting from it was Elder Min. It wouldn't be surprising if this was orchestrated by the leader of Hengji. Several elders exchanged knowing glances, unconsciously recalling an old saying. The old 4-9 is still not as bad as 4-9. On the other side, at the crime scene, after hanging up the phone, Baoming gazed complexly at the passing police convoy. In the world of the rivers and lakes, no harm should come to wives and children. Others have already ridden on my back. I don't care who they are this time. I want them to have no place to bury their bodies. Baoming took a deep drag on his cigar and waved his hand at Zijiang and the others outside the car. "Follow the cops. Find those bastards." "Yes, boss." XN. Leading over 10 heads, Zijiang raised his steel pipe, high, roaring with anger. The chance for action has arrived. 1,000 unruly members of the Hengji gang stirred with excitement, roaring into action. At the intersection, rows of Sea Lion vans filled both sides of the road. Nearly 100 members of the Shengtao gang, all dressed in black suits, stood silently by the vehicles, not making a sound. As police sirens blared, police cars slowly passed in front of nearly 100 pairs of eyes. Duan Cohen took a deep drag on his cigarette, flicked the ash, and sent the butt flying against the police car door. Inside, the young officer glared angrily, wanting to get out of the car, but was held back by the sergeant beside him. "Don't mess with mad dogs," the sergeant said, observing Duan Cohen's reddening eyes, and sighed softly. "Their master is gone, and they are already going insane, ready to bite anyone they see." As the police convoy passed through the crowd, Duan Cohen stepped on the tire, climbed onto the roof of the van, and extended his hand to Dia and Huazai. The 3 quickly climbed onto the vehicle, standing on the roof of the van, looking down at the nearly 100 members of the Shengtao gang below. The night breeze blew, and the sound of rapid, suppressed breathing filled the air. Huazai glanced back and saw that Duan Cohen and Dia had fierce expressions, their chests rising and falling irregularly. Under the gaze of nearly 100 eyes, Huazai felt his body trembling uncontrollably, adrenaline surging within him, and he unknowingly broke out in goosebumps. Right now he only wanted to kill. After taking 2 deep breaths, Huazai surveyed the gang beneath him and slowly began to speak, his voice filled with suppressed anger. Shengtao has already fallen. First Boss Zhu lost his life, and now even the eldest brother has been kidnapped right before our eyes. What the hell are we doing? Huazai's facial muscles trembled as he pointed at his brothers and roared in anger. People have hearts made of flesh. Everyone ask yourselves, how has the eldest brother treated us? Now we are all wearing suits and ties, transforming from a street punk into a white-collar worker. In terms of salary, who in the entire port area can match our Shengtao? Look at yourselves, pat your chests, and ask, everything we have now is all because of Hua. The roar echoed in everyone's ears. Nearly 100 members of the Shengtao gang had fierce expressions, heavy breathing resonating through the crowd. The eldest brother treats us like family, never asking anything of us. Yet we can't even protect him. Is this how we repay him? Smack! Huazai, filled with blood and fury, slapped himself hard across the face. It's our incompetence. Huazai have no face to see the eldest brother. As his words fell, Huazai gasped for breath, feeling as if a heavy stone was pressing down on his chest, making it. Tonight the news has already spread. Duan Kuan scanned the crowd below with bloodshot eyes, a ruthless smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tomorrow everyone will point at our noses and mock me, Duan Kuan. And you all. Everyone will say we are useless. On the street, nearly 100 members of the Shengtao gang trembled subtly, becoming agitated. Each one with a rebellious spirit was in their early 20s. They were all young, out on the streets, valuing face over life. Nearly 100 pairs of eyes focused on Duan Kuan and his 2 companions on top of the van. I haven't had much education and I can't say much. Dia gasped, loosened his suit's buttons and clenched his fists, shouting, right now I just want to save the eldest brother. I want to take the lives of those ruthless bandits. Let all the gangs in the port area know. I am not a coward. I have a worthless life. Since I have chosen this path, what is there to fear? Dia pointed at the many brothers around him, questioning angrily. What about you? Boom. The suppressed fury finally erupted. Nearly 100 members of the Shengtao gang roared in anger. Let's go, Lin Mu. Lin Bei is not a coward. I am not useless. Then let's prove it to everyone. Duan Kun's eyes turned red, shouting loudly. There is still one night left. Find the eldest brother. I want those ruthless bandits to pay in blood. I want the mastermind behind them, dead without a burial place. Save the eldest brother. Blood for blood. Nearly 100 members of the Shengtao gang, their faces twisted and ferocious, shouted to the sky. Their murderous roars echoed in the night sky, persisting endlessly. Nearby, nearly 1,000 members of the Hengji gang were startled by the sudden roar, their bodies jolting. Many young gang members looked shocked, unsure of what was happening. Madness. Damn it. Many of the older Hengji members wore shocked expressions, instinctively tightening their grip on their steel pipes. The roar continued. Inside the van, Hua Baoming furrowed his brow, his eyes trembling inexplicably. After a long silence, a light sigh escaped the car. My sworn brother seems to be quite popular. Outside the car, Zijiang and several leading members exchanged glances, their eyes filled with caution and confusion. On the roof of the Sea Lion van, get in the car. Duan Kuan pointed at the police car's tail lights, angrily waving his hand. Let's go. The hurried footsteps echoed on the street. Creak. The doors of the Sea Lion van swung open violently. Nearly 100 members of the Shengtao gang, boiling with rage, silently jumped into the vans. Vroom vroom. The sound of car engines echoed through the night. The roar of the engines rattled the windows of the street-side shops. A storm is about to arrive. Evening news. The rampant bandit, a certain millionaire with the surname Wang, was brutally kidnapped in broad daylight. The matriarch of a gang and her wealthy brother-in-law mysteriously disappeared. Were the uncle and niece kidnapped? Or did they elope in a scandalous affair? The husband is offering a reward of 1 million to capture them. The news of Wang Xiao and the matriarch's disappearance quickly spread and made headlines on various media outlets that night. The media outlets were delighted. After the news broke, they capitalized on the public's panic and curiosity, leading to soaring ratings for the stations. At the same time, the news of the kidnapping of Shengtao's Wang Xiao and Hengjia's matriarch Ai Lian stirred up a huge uproar on the streets. Faced with the enticing reward of 2 million, numerous thugs acted like hyenas, sensing carrion, immediately springing into action. That night, the streets and alleys of Yaomati were filled with groups of thugs searching for their targets. As the incident was exposed by the media, the police were also forced to ramp up their pursuit efforts. Just as the police, Shengtao and Hengji were frantically trying to rescue the victims. In the dead of night, in a deserted factory on the outskirts of Yaomati, a dim tungsten light bulb hung from above, casting a yellow glow in the cramped room. The room had no windows and the only iron door was rusted. Ai Lian's hands were tied behind her back pressed firmly against the corner, white wrists marked with dark bruises from the rough hemp rope. She pressed her red lips together, listening to the torrent of abusive interrogations coming through the iron door. Are you going to talk or not? The bandit demanded harshly. In the next moment, Wang Xiao's cold voice came through, still as defiant as ever. I'll tell you. I'll tell you, you're asking for death. The bandit exploded in anger, shouting, keep going. Splash. The sound of water splashing was accompanied by Wang Xiao's painful choking. Stop, the bandit sneered. Mr. Wang, stop stalling. We are just doing our job for money. The employer wants the channels you have. As long as you cooperate, we will make it quick for you. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Xiao's urgent coughing came from outside the door, but even as he caught his breath, he still wouldn't speak. Damn you. You've got a strong backbone, the bandit said harshly. I want to see just how tough you really are. Keep going. Splash. The sound of water was mixed with Wang Xiao's choking noises. Though separated by an iron door and unable to see the vulgarities from the bandit, still resonated like whips, each word echoing with malice. Wang Xiao. The murmuring voice carried a hint of tremor. Clearly it was that bastard who had teased her being interrogated, yet Ai Lian felt a tightness in her throat, her nails unconsciously digging deep into her palm, and an inexplicable wave of sadness and worry surged within her. The victim, who should have been concerned for the cold and beautiful matriarch, was oblivious at this moment. In the factory, the imported tape recorder continued to run. After choking on water, the violent coughing resumed. In a nearby abandoned warehouse, a young bandit stood behind Wang Xiao, grinning as he massaged the hostage's shoulders. Brother, how's the intensity? Not bad. Wang Xiao replied, leaning back in his chair, letting out a satisfied grunt and tossing a pair of sevens aside. Want some? Across the rickety wooden table, two bandits, pulling off their masks, held cigarettes sideways in their mouths, their fierce demeanor dissipating. Behind them, four young accomplices were watching with their arms crossed. Wang Jianjun looked at the 5 shabby cards in his hand and shook his head helplessly. Not enough, Brother Xiao. Wang Jianjun from Haibao Security, a veteran. 1 against 4, haha, I win again. Hand over the money. Wang Xiao beamed, extending his hand for payment. We fought hard in the Vietnam War for our pensions, and it wasn't easy, murmured his younger brother Wang Zhengwo beside him. A bet is a bet. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow and laughed proudly. The table has no old players. Hurry up with the payment. You wait for me to go home. I'll tell your mother when I get back. Wang Zhengwo mumbled indistinctly. What did you say? Wang Xiao glared, slapping his hand on Wang Zhengwo's head. I said, brother, your luck is really good, hee. Wang Zhengwo chuckled awkwardly, trying to joke. Nonsense. Wang Xiao laughed and scolded, threatening the others. My ears are sharp. If anyone dares to snitch on me, you'll be waiting for death. Memories of being bullied by Wang Village's little tyrant surged back, and several battle-hardened veterans smiled and waved their hands. It's Zhengwo's big mouth. It has nothing to do with us, Brother Xiao. Damn. I've been taking the blame since we were kids. Didn't you say anything? Wang Zhengwo's eyes widened in indignation, his face showing anger even through the mask. I never said that. The others giggled, adamantly denying it. Wang Xiao smiled at the group of old friends and fellow villagers, waving his hand. Stop messing around. The 7, upon hearing this, instinctively stood at attention, their gazes focused on their older brother. Brother, are we really going to take it to Ai Lian later? Wang Jianjun asked, pulling off his mask. We are going to hit her. Wang Xiao replied, dropping his lazy demeanor and speaking in a serious tone. Just don't kill her. I still have use for her. Understood. Wang Jianjun nodded seriously, no longer asking. Since the 7 brothers received the older brother's notice, they had been in Hong Kong for several days, and the veteran brothers had been focused on doing their job without questioning the reasons. There's an old saying back home, brothers fight together in war, rely on fellow villagers in battle. You all came to me without hesitation after receiving my message. I, your big brother, will never let you down. Wang Xiao slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over the 7 blood relatives, his tone exceptionally firm. Everyone at home says Hong Kong is prosperous, full of opportunities. As long as you come here, you can make a fortune. But in reality, I've worked tirelessly to stand my ground here. To make a name for myself is even harder than reaching the heavens. Hong Kong has long been divided cleanly by those foreigners, rich men and gangs. Wang Xiao mocked with a smile. In this world, everyone wants to rise. Everyone envies those foreigners, gangs, and big shots. But what good is just envying them? If we want to rise, we must take action. Wang Jianjun and the others' expressions stiffened, their 7 pairs of eager and expectant eyes fixed tightly on their big brother. In this life, it's all about fame and fortune. Wang Xiao raised his right hand, his thumb pointing at his chest. I, Wang Xiao, am not afraid of death. I am only afraid of being poor. If we brothers want to establish ourselves in Hong Kong, we must not hesitate to use all means to snatch food from those foreigners, capitalists, and gangs. Wang Xiao's voice was hoarse and filled with fierce intent. In this world, everyone is out to grab. Who is more noble than whom? Wang Zhengwo and the others breathed more rapidly, their hearts stirred. Brother Xiao, you've changed since coming to Hong Kong. Wang Jianjun remarked, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Your eloquence is better than our official. All the brothers listen to you. Brother, whatever you say, we will follow. Wang Zhengwo exclaimed excitedly. We were planning to go to the Golden Triangle as mercenaries, but it's better to follow our big brother. A worthless life if I die. Don't forget to send us to the Ancestral Hall. Alright. Wang Xiao's gaze was fierce, his aura sharp. This time I will incite a bloody brawl among the three gangs. When they are tearing each other apart, I will swallow up all three gangs in one go. From now on, no one in Hong Kong will dare to underestimate me, Wang Xiao. In the dimly lit cell, a rustling sound broke the silence. AI Lien pressed her back firmly against the wall, oblivious to the pain in her spine. Gritting her teeth, she rubbed the hemp rope on her wrist against the rough wall, struggling to scrape it back and forth. In the process, waves of sharp pain radiated from her wrist and palm, the skin at the base of her hand, already worn raw crimson blood seeping out and dripping onto the wall. At that moment, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the door. AI Lien's expression tightened, and she immediately ceased her movement, relaxing her body to kneel on the ground. Crack! The iron door was suddenly pushed open from outside. AI Lien raised her eyes and couldn't help but tremble. Wang Xiao's head hung limply, being dragged along by two burly thugs. The thugs released their grip, and with a thud they roughly tossed Wang Xiao in front of the woman. "Ah, Xiao!" AI Lien gasped, stretching her neck in an effort to check on Wang Xiao's condition. Wang Xiao's eyes were half open, a red mark still lingering on his neck from where he had been forcefully pressed, his entire body drenched, droplets cascading down his disheveled hair and jawline. Hearing his sister-in-law's voice, Wang Xiao turned his head, saying, "Fine." The suffocating sensation from being submerged in water not yet dissipated, he struggled to finish his words before succumbing to a bout of violent coughing. Seeing Wang Xiao cough violently, trembling all over and blood-tinged water spilling from the corner of his mouth, AI Lien's heart tightened, her red eyes fixed on the three thugs in front of her. Smack! The sharp sound of a slap reverberated in the cell. "Where do you think your father is?" The thug leader slapped AI Lien's face. "It's your turn now, get up, you little whore. None of you can escape." Two thugs seized AI Lien and marched out of the cell. Once they left, Wang Jiangwo squatted down, grinning as he poked his cousin's rear end. "Bro, they're gone, stop pretending now. Get lost." Wang Xiao quickly got up and retaliated with a slap to his cousin. Wang Jiangwo chuckled as he pulled out a cigarette box, offering his brother one, while giving a thumbs up. "Bro, you acted really well, like those movie stars from Hong Kong. Anyone watching would never believe you were pretending. You know nothing. Life is a performance, all about acting," Wang Xiao said, taking a drag from his cigarette and playfully hooking his cousin's neck. "Let's go outside to smoke, and don't mess up your act later." "Don't worry, bro," Wang Jiangwo replied, tossing his head back proudly. "My acting is just as good as yours. The army even wanted me to join the cultural troupe because I was good-looking and had great skills. You little braggart, if you were looking for someone, it should be Jianjun." Wang Xiao rolled his eyes and punched his cousin in the chest. "You don't even trust your own brother. You really hurt my feelings, man. Shut it. I know how old you were when you first grew hair, and you're still pretending with me." The two brothers linked arms and found a place to smoke, leaving the older sister-in-law suffering on the other side. In an abandoned factory, two thugs held AI Lien's arms roughly, dragging her toward a barrel filled with water. AI Lien gazed at the water-filled barrel before her, a flicker of fear and panic flashing in her eyes. "Pretty lady, don't blame us. We're just doing our jobs," Wang Jianjun rasped, sneering. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for stealing the boss business. He asked us to take good care of you." As he finished speaking, Wang Jianjun's expression turned menacing, and he grabbed AI Lien's head, forcefully pressing it into the water. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. A torrent of clear liquid flooded into her nostrils and throat, choking sensations and pain engulfing her. AI Lien's face twisted in agony, her eyelashes wet and quivering as she instinctively thrashed her head, trying to lift it for a breath. The violent struggle sent sprays of water flying, soaking the thug's clothes. "Settle down." Wang Jianjun raised a fist and struck her back, muttering to himself, regretting having offended his sister-in-law. Ugh! Glub glub. The sounds of painful whimpering mingled with the gurgling of water rushing down her throat. The thug's iron grip clamped down on the back of her head. AI Lien's neck began to twitch, her head thrashing desperately beneath the water, her disheveled hair wrapping around the thug's wrist like seaweed. As time slowly passed, second by second, AI Lien's struggles gradually weakened, the blood seeping from her nostrils, forming a layer of crimson foam on the water's surface. Death quietly descended. "Big brother, leave her alive." A shout suddenly rang out in the factory. "The boss has new orders." Wang Jianjun grabbed AI Lien's head with both hands and yanked her out of the water. "Hoo-ha! Cough cough." Her rapid breaths were intermingled with the painful sounds of choking. AI Lien's delicate face turned pale, with a hint of purple blood seeping from her nose, her full chest heaving erratically. "Big brother." The masked thug hurriedly approached the barrel, reporting, "The employer has some new requests. The employer said this little whore has been opposing him for years. Killing her won't satisfy him. He wants something more ha. Wang Jianjun chuckled wickedly, his grin evident even through the mask. "Damn, making money really comes with a lot of troubles. What new tricks does he want to pull?" Wang Jianjun asked impatiently as he released his grip on AI Lien, tossing her to the ground. Facing death, having narrowly escaped, AI Lien's eyes were vacant, gasping for breath, and when the pulling stopped, her legs gave way, collapsing weakly to the ground. "The police and this little whore's husband are watching the boss, so he can't come. He sent a trusted aide to deliver. The boss wants us to administer the drug, let them have their fun, and record the exciting moments for later. What a complete psycho. Wang Jianjun spat angrily. The other thugs echoed his sentiments, complaining, why complicate things? Just drown her in the barrel, no need for all this fanfare. Wang Zhengwo kept waving his hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. The guy inside, Wang Xiao, is the sworn brother of this little whore's husband. Right now they're as close as brothers. Wang Xiao still holds the channels the boss wants, and until he gives in, the boss ordered us not to kill him. The employer wants to sow discord between their families, designing a scenario for them to fight, and we need to record it. Big brother Wang Xiao and this little whore are relatives. Wang Zhengwo rubbed his hands together, grinning mischievously. To seduce your sister-in-law is a major taboo in the underworld. If the recording leaks and her husband finds out, he will definitely kill Wang Xiao. Brothers turning against each other, just think how exciting that is. Suddenly the factory fell silent. The thugs exchanged glances, and after a moment, they all began to curse. What a vile scheme, I can't believe he thought of it. Insidious. Shameless hospit. Despicable. Wang Xiao's expression darkened. Damn it, is this an illusion? He couldn't shake the feeling that their performance was too realistic. Outside, the curses continued. How can a person be this vile? Who can deny it? He's a complete scum. Snakeskin is truly a son of a bitch. Shut up. Wang Jianjun's eyes narrowed, glaring fiercely at the indiscreet little brother. Beside the iron barrel, Ai Lian's face was pale, her head bowed. Upon hearing the word snakeskin, her body trembled violently, her eyes filled with surging anger and hatred. Ai Lian forced herself to remain calm, her bound hands digging deeply into her palms, her nails nearly breaking. Realizing he had misspoken, the little brother quickly shut his mouth. Wang Jianjun looked down at Ai Lian, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What is there to fear, big brother? What can she do if she hears it? This little whore is dead for sure. Once we're done, we'll deal with her. Wang Jianjun coldly snorted, dropping. What else does that bastard snakeskin want? He wants us to record it clearly, and after filming, he wants a copy to keep for himself, Wang Zhengwo said with a hint of envy in his tone. He said that when he gets to his turn, it will serve as inspiration, or just thinking about the wife's scandal with his rival is enough to get him excited. The crowd laughed and jeered. Shut up. Wang Jianjun snapped coldly, stating, we're paid to do a job. We do what the boss says. Let's get to work. No. Ai Lian's pupils trembled, desperately suppressing the pain in her lungs. She spoke up. You have to listen to me. Shut up. Wang Jianjun's eyes were fierce, interrupting Ai Lian with a slap, signaling his brother to take action. I'm sorry, sister-in-law, my big brother made me do this. Wang Zhengwo silently cursed and stepped forward, brutally grabbing Ai Lian's hair and shoving the drug. Woo! Ai Lian shook her head repeatedly, trying to spit out what was in her mouth. Behave yourself. Wang Jianjun covered the elder sister-in-law's mouth and kicked Ai Lian in the stomach. Ai Lian curled up on the ground in pain. Bring water, Wang Jianjun said as he poured beer into the elder sister-in-law's mouth, firmly covering her mouth while watching her swallow it down. The ship has sailed. Beautiful girl, I already gave Wang Xiao a dose when I came here. Now you two, uncle and aunt, just enjoy yourselves, ha. Wang Zhengwo clapped his hand on the camera, grinning as he said, don't worry, I will definitely film it clearly for you. Take her away, Wang Jianjun commanded in a deep voice. Two thugs stepped forward and grabbed Ai Lian, dragging her toward the prison room. Cough, cough. No, listen to me. Ai Lian shouted hoarsely, enduring the pain of choking on the water. No matter how much the snake skin offers you, as long as you let me go, I am willing to pay 3 times. 5 times the reward. Wait. Wang Jianjun suddenly called for a stop. The others exchanged glances, clearly tempted. Ai Lian took a breath, turned to Wang Jianjun, who was leading the group, and said seriously, I come from a society background. I understand the rules of the underworld. How much did the snake skin give you? As long as you agree to let me and my brother go, give me a call. I can have the money delivered to any location you specify, with just 1 call. I promise I won't cause you brothers any trouble. The crowd looked at each other in silence, secretly amused. Just as Brother Xiao said, the elder sister-in-law has plenty of money. What does the big brother say? The 6 brothers pretended to waver. Wang Jianjun pondered for a long time before slowly speaking. They tied you 2 up, and the snake skin agreed to give us 500,000, the upfront payment of 200,000, which we have already received. The 7 brothers turned their gazes to the elder sister-in-law, all with expectant expressions beneath their hoods. They had just come from the north, and although they were currently performing according to the big brother's script, to the 7 brothers, 500,000 was an astronomical figure. 500,000. Ai Lian's face turned red with anger, barely suppressing the urge to curse. These short-sighted thugs nearly cost her and Wang Xiao their lives for a mere 500,000. I will offer 5 times. Ai Lian said without hesitation, making her offer. I will give you 7 of you 50,000 each. Let me and Ah Xiao go, I swear. I will give you the money right away. How much? 350,000. The crowd exclaimed in shock, feeling dry in their throats as if they were dreaming. Wang Zhengwo inhaled deeply, filled with envy and admiration. The elder sister-in-law was truly willing to spend money to save herself and brother Xiao. 500,000 was something they would never earn in a lifetime in the north. First, give me the money, Wang Xiao said decisively. Money for the person. Rest assured, we brothers are straightforward people. We risk our lives only for money. If we were scoundrels, we would have already harmed you earlier. Ai Lian felt slightly relieved in her heart. These thugs, though fierce indeed, acted swiftly and decisively. She lightly coughed and said, "Untie me, give me the phone, and I will have someone send the money right away." "Untie her," Wang Jianjun said, pulling up his shirt to reveal a gun at his waist to threaten her. "I advise you to be smart and not play tricks." "I understand," Ai Lian said, rubbing her wrist to stimulate blood flow, nodding gently. Wang Jianjun and the others discussed the ransom address and turned to hand her the phone, their eyes fixed closely on every move of the elder sister-in-law. Ai Lian, in front of the group of thugs, called her husband. Beep. The call connected. "Who is this?" Hua Baoming asked sharply. "It's me, husband," Ai Lian replied softly. "Oh, Yen." Hua Baoming was both surprised and delighted, repeatedly asking, "Are you okay, wife? Did you escape? Who did this?" "Let me speak first." Ai Lian raised her voice, interrupting her husband's questions, and said directly, "Prepare 350,000 immediately and send it to the third phone booth outside the Kui Chong Pier, starting from the left." Hua Baoming, being an experienced person, instantly understood and replied, "Okay, the money is no problem. Brothers, my wife is just a woman also caught up in this. I asked each of you to be magnanimous, and I am willing to add 50,000 more. Rest assured, we are all people of the underworld. I, Hua Baoming, will never call the police, nor will I betray you." Wang Jiangwo and his brothers exchanged glances, feeling a shared admiration in their hearts. No wonder the elder sister-in-law is willing to follow Hua Baoming. This leader truly has guts. Their older brother lost to someone who was born a decade later. "If I am not mistaken, you brothers are also working for someone," Hua Baoming said with a hint of anger, continuing. "After this matter is over, I will not cause any trouble for you brothers. If I seek anyone, it will be the bastard behind this. Rest assured, brother Ming," Wang Jianjun said without further concealment. "The sister-in-law has suffered some grievances, but it is no big deal." "Thank you," Hua Baoming said earnestly. After hanging up the phone, he immediately went to arrange for the money and pay the ransom. "Sister Ai Lian, I apologize for the disrespect earlier. Please forgive me," Wang Jiangwo said with a cheeky smile. Ai Lian shook her head. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly felt a burning sensation all over her body. "Brothers, please give me the antidote." Ai Lian sensed something was wrong and quickly extended her palm to demand it. Wang Jianjun and the others looked over at Wang Jiangwo, who was responsible for delivering the medicine. "Don't look at me, I don't have it," Wang Jiangwo shrugged with an annoyed tone. "That bastard snake skin drugged her. Do you think they also provided the antidote?" Ai Lian was instantly stunned. "Then what should I do?" "I have no way either," Wang Jiangwo shrugged. "The guy who delivered the medicine just bragged to me, saying the potency of this drug is extremely fierce. Just soaking in cold water can relieve it. If it doesn't get released, you will truly die. It's over." Ai Lian's vision darkened upon hearing this. Her body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Sister-in-law." Cough cough, Ai Lian. Wang Jingwo was startled, reaching out to support her, but luckily Ai Lian staggered and managed to steady herself. Ai Lian's pretty face turned pale, standing dazed in place. Her body trembled slightly, as if thousands of ants were biting inside her, experiencing unbearable pain and heat. "Sister Ai Lian, actually this matter is easy to handle." Wang Jingwo put on an acting performance, scratching his face and smiling. "To save your life is crucial. I am willing to step forward, but it depends on whether you are willing." "What do you want to do?" Ai Lian's face changed dramatically, glaring at the shameless thug before her like a female tiger. "Don't make a scene." Wang Jianjun interrupted his brother to prevent the elder sister-in-law from getting too angry. "Tisk, with my good looks, you are the one benefiting." Wang Jiangwo regretfully clicked his tongue. Even with the hood on, he managed to display a shameless expression. Ai Lian gritted her teeth in anger. Her brother was too fond of acting, which was not a good thing. Wang Jianjun rolled his eyes at him. "Sister Ai Lian, actually there's another person who needs saving," Wang Jianjun said meaningfully. "Listen." In the nearby prison, faint sounds of distress were heard. "Ah Xiao." Ai Lian's pretty face froze, her color changing constantly, and her heart was in turmoil. In this moment that felt like an eternity, she didn't know how long had passed. The cold and beautiful sister-in-law's chest rose and fell repeatedly, as if 1,000 words were stuck in her throat, ultimately transforming into a powerless sigh. Tap tap tap. High heels echoed from the far end of the corridor. Each step drawing nearer, pausing every 2 paces, hesitant and uncertain. That short stretch felt longer than a 1,000-mile trek for the woman. As she approached the final steps, the footsteps ceased, and a faint, almost imperceptible sigh drifted in from beyond the door. A soft click. Then the iron gate of the cell groaned open, spilling a sliver of light into the gloom. Wang Xiao leaned back against the wall, his eyes half flitted as he gazed outward. There she stood, his elder brother's wife, cradling a blanket, inching forward with deliberate, reluctant steps. Thud! The iron gate slammed shut and locked once more. Damn, it's scorching hot. A muffled groan escaped Wang Xiao's lips. Upon hearing it, AI Lian's expression tightened instantly. She hurried to him and bent down, voice laced with concern. Xiao, are you all right? What kind of question is that? Do I look fine? Wang Xiao rolled his eyes, his tone sharp with him. Stop standing there like a fool. Untie me now. She'd come with nothing but goodwill, yet this young man was like a stray dog. Ungrateful and unyielding. Silly boy. AI Lian pursed her crimson lips, chiding him gently. The moment the words left her mouth, she sensed their unintended intimacy, and at the thought of what lay ahead, her cheeks flushed warm. What the hell are you blushing for? Hurry up. Wang Xiao's breath came in ragged bursts. His face burned red too. Even his curses carried the lilting cadence of Cantonese. Stop shouting. AI Lian shot him an exasperated glance. When have you ever asked for help with even a shred of humility? Keep barking like that, and you'll stay tied. Yet even as she spoke, she knelt beside him, laid the clean blanket on the floor, and reached out to loosen his bonds. The ropes fell away. Wang Xiao exhaled heavily through his nose, then muttered bitterly, some bastard slipped me a potent drug. Damn it. It's unbearable. Frustration twisted across his face as he began stripping off his clothes. First the tailored suit jacket, then sweat beading at his temples. He seized his white shirt and tore it open with a sharp, violent rip, revealing a torso sculpted by raw coiled strength. Xiao. AI Lian's eyes widened, her lips parting slightly in shock, frozen in place by his sudden, startling display. They stood mere inches apart, the air thickened with masculine heat. What are you doing? Taking your clothes off? Her voice stammered, her gaze flickering, just once, across his taut, powerful chest and abdomen. Gazing upon that body forged of sheer vitality, she sighed softly, and deep within her something stirred, a slow, insistent flame igniting in her core. Confucius once said, food and sex are fundamental human desires. A truth is true for women as for men. I'm seething inside, Wang Xiao rasped, catching the intensity of AI Lian's stare, his breath ragged. That snakeskin wretch. He devised such a vile scheme against me. You already know. AI Lian clenched her teeth, fury simmering beneath her composure. That scoundrel. Though clever, he ultimately faltered in judgment. I've already bribed those mercenaries. Until the ransom is paid, we're safe, for now. I don't trust them. Wang Xiao's breathing grew heavier, his fists clenching, his features contorting. Elder sister-in-law, I can't hold on much longer. At his words, AI Lian's entire frame trembled, her own inner fire flaring violently. Hold on, she whispered, suppressing the surge of tenderness and desire, turning her face aside. Her voice, low and husky with restraint, betrayed her composure, her trembling body giving away the fierce battle waged behind her calm exterior. I can't hold on anymore. Wang Xiao let out a low, guttural laugh, his eyes gleaming with quiet amusement. Women like her, poised, icy, mature, were no mystery to him. He'd known many in his past life. Tradition and reserve were virtues, but also chains binding her heart. Break that final lock, and he would claim not just her body, but her soul entire. Wang Xiao's eyes glowed faintly red as he openly, unflinchingly appraised AI Lian, the stunning elder sister-in-law before him. AI Lian pressed her lips together tightly, turning her face away from his burning gaze. Yet in her lowered lashes lingered familiar defiance, and droplets of water sliding from the ends of her wavy hair traced paths down her jawline and vanished beneath the collar of her silver-gray blouse, now soaked and clinging intimately to her skin, its folds rising and falling with each shallow, rapid breath, her slender waist accentuated by the translucent, damp fabric. Her black stockings were torn in several places, likely from struggling during the water torture. Yet under the dim amber light, the damage lent her an arresting blend of vulnerability and allure. Her sharp, elegant bone structure harmonized with soft, sensual features, compounded by her role as elder sister-in-law and the refined magnetism of a mature woman, creating an intoxicating, opium-like charm. A fierce blaze ignited in Wang Xiao's chest, his gaze burned with unabashed hunger. Elder sister-in-law, I'm burning, and I need to release this fire. Help me. He lifted her chin, with one finger forcing her to meet his eyes. You know it. I've waited for this moment since the very first time I saw you. His quiet, cool confession, delivered with the gravity of a younger brother, ignited the dormant embers deep within AI Lian's heart. Wait, Xiao. Wait for what? Just wait. Let me spread the blanket first. The floor's cold. A soft murmur rose. AI Lian unconsciously bit her lower lip, her trembling pupils reflecting only Wang Xiao's face as the last ember of reason dissolved into pure, incandescent surrender. The gentle melodic lilt of Cantonese, like fire melting ice, lingered faintly in the hush. Inside the factory, Wang Jiangwo listened to the sounds coming from the cell, envy written all over his face as he chuckled. Big brother is indeed big brother, not spending a dime, yet having the sister-in-law played around with. The key is that the sister-in-law is still willing. Several of them chuckled mischievously. Nearby, Wang Jianjun raised his hand to load the AK magazine, and hearing his brother's laughter, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. As they chatted and laughed, suddenly an engine roared outside the factory. Click, click. The sound of the AK being loaded echoed throughout the room. The lights quickly extinguished, plunging the factory into darkness. In the previous moment, the few veteran fighters were still laughing, but in the next second their expressions turned icy as they swiftly grabbed their AKs and slipped into the shadows. "It's us." A voice from outside called out, belonging to Asun. Wang Jianjun and the others relaxed their expressions and slowly walked out. "Brother, we got the money." Asun excitedly threw down 2 bags and unzipped one, saying, "For million, not a penny less. It's all been checked with no markings. And there's one more thing." Before Asun could finish, Wang Jiangwo let out a loud shout and pounced on the heavy money bag. "We've struck it rich, ha!" The newly emerged group stared at their first fortune in life, unable to contain their excitement and laughter. "Stop laughing," Asun urged urgently. "I bumped into the cops on my way back. They finally tracked us down following the clues." Hearing this, Wang Jiangwo and the others immediately suppressed their smiles and turned their gazes toward the squad commander. Considering the time, it should be about right. Wang Jianjun clapped his hands and said coldly, "According to Big Brother's next plan, prepare to break out." Time stands still in the dark chamber while chaos reigns outside. At dawn, in the outskirts of Yumidizan in the industrial area. After searching all night, the police dogs breathed heavily, their exhalations mixed with saliva hitting the grass. The dog handlers and numerous officers following behind were just as exhausted, panting heavily. From a high vantage point, the police formed their first fan-shaped search perimeter. On the outskirts, a police convoy and crowds of hundreds of short officers gathered in groups, forming a second larger but looser search perimeter. At the front, police dogs continuously sniffed the ground. Suddenly, a black-backed police dog at the forefront abruptly lifted its head, sniffing the air for the scent of blood, its nose twitching violently as it let out a low, excited growl. The dog powered forward, pulling its handler along as it charged into the grassy area. The nylon leash was pulled taut. The handler clutched the grip, stumbling to keep up with his eager companion. The grass rustled underfoot, and the black-backed police dog pawed through the grass, lowering its head to pick up the dark red stains on the glove had long dried, faintly exuding a foul metallic smell. "Quick, come here, we found something," the young handler exclaimed with joy, calling out to the officers behind. Surrounding officers quickened their pace and gathered around. The black-backed police dog opened its mouth, excitedly wagging its tail in front of the crowd. "Good dog, you've done well." The young handler bent down, continuously petting his beloved partner. In the center of the police convoy, "Gentlemen, please take a look." When Jianren laid out a map on the police cars, hood facing a group of superiors with decorated shoulders, as he reported seriously. "Based on traffic groups, road surveillance, and the police dog's search confirmation, we have currently determined that the bandits are hiding in this industrial area. Several factories have built and operated here, one after another. After this year's financial crisis, some factories went bankrupt and closed down, leaving the previous factories abandoned, making it highly likely that the bandits are hiding inside these abandoned buildings. The environment in the industrial area is quite complex, and my serious crimes unit is currently investigating one by one." When Jianren concluded his orderly report, "Let's get to it, search quickly." Police Chief Dong Biao of the Serious Crimes Unit waved his hand at Wen Jianren. Dong Biao turned his gaze towards Director Huang and several foreign superiors nearby. The leading blonde foreign officer, slightly balding and over 40, was Jerome Fletcher, the head of the West Kowloon. Jerome's expression was grim. He had been peacefully asleep with his lover in the middle of the night, only to be jolted awake by a series of phone calls, causing his mood to plummet to the lowest point. The senior officer remained silent, and the group beneath him held their tongues, avoiding attracting trouble. "Things have escalated now, even the boss and the governor are aware of it," Jerome said in a deep voice, having lived in Hong Kong for many years, speaking fluent Cantonese. No matter what identities Wang Xiao and AI Lien have behind them, on the surface they are both wealthy businessmen worth millions. 2 businessmen kidnapped by bandits in broad daylight, resulting in numerous casualties, marks this case as one of the most serious incidents since the opening of Hong Kong. Now, with the governor and the boss paying attention and the media and citizens watching, if anything happens to Wang Xiao and the public opinion in Hong Kong will point directly at us, the royal police. We have no time to waste. Jerome's blue eyes scanned the group of subordinates as he said grimly, "I command, recall all officers on leave." A chorus of police officers stomped their feet in unison at the sound of the command, "Ready and waiting." Immediately returned to their posts. He ordered the Serious Crimes Unit, the uniformed officers, the Anti-Triad Unit, the police dog team. Even the traffic police, all of them must hurry and increase the search speed. At all costs, we must rescue the hostages as soon as possible. Annihilate the bandit gang. "Yes, sir." The crowd looked serious, stomping their feet in response. "Dismissed. Let's act." The foreign officer Jerome opened the car door, waving his hand at the group of subordinates. The crowd turned and left, immediately commencing their actions. "Let's go." Dong Biao exchanged a glance with Director Huang, both understanding the implication in the senior officer. The senior officer had just said annihilate rather than using the term capture, indicating that everyone had been granted the authority to fire and to deal harshly with the bandits. "The undercover you trained is quite good," Huang Bingyao said with a toothy grin, glaring at his old subordinate. Dong Biao wore a bitter smile, left speechless. The carefully selected Undercover had unexpectedly taken over the operation after the drug lord's death. In just a few days, he had transformed from an undercover agent into a millionaire situation that was unique within the entire royal police. With the other's identity undergoing a dramatic change, it was no longer easy to manage the little undercover agent as before. Just now did you report to the senior officer? Dong Biao paused for a moment, turning his head to ask. He recalled how Jerome had hesitated slightly when mentioning Wang Xiao's identity and had glanced at him. With such a big incident, how could I not report? Huang Bingyao replied irritably. I'm nearing retirement, or I want some peace, yet here I am cleaning up after you. I didn't expect that while dozing off Wang Xiao would shoot to fame. Dong Biao sighed, feeling quite complex as he asked, what did the senior officer say after you reported? He didn't say anything, but the message was clear. You're on your own. Bingyao replied, darkly rubbing his. If this matter isn't handled well, the two of them might as well prepare for early retirement. Huang Bingyao walked forward with heavy steps. At that moment, a shout came from ahead. Director Uncle Biao, the police dog team, has found a clue. The two short and stout officers looked up in surprise, eagerly looking forward. In the blink of an eye, a police officer hurried over, raising his hand to salute the two officers. Excitedly, he reported, Gentlemen, we found the bandits' hideout. Inspector Wen is worried about the hostages' safety and requests support from the main force to surround the target. Let's give that kid Wen Jianren some credit this time. The portly Huang let out a sigh of relief. Old Biao, you take command. I'll personally go report to the senior officer. Huang Bingyao finished speaking, and moving faster than his figure suggested, quickly headed towards the foreign officer. Moments later, the police suddenly halted, and the radio crackled with frequent command transmissions. Behind the police vehicles, the Hengji team lingered at a distance. The cops suddenly stopped. They must have found the hideout of those ruthless bandits. With a click, the car door opened, and Hua Baoming stepped out, gazing at the police forces and the abandoned factory in the distance. Ajian, order the brothers to spread out and surround the factory. Hua Baoming paused, thinking carefully before he spoke. Remember, saving lives comes first. Surround it, but don't interfere with the cops' actions. Understood, boss. Ajian replied, seriously waving. More than 20 men immediately scattered to relay the message. Time slowly passed. 100 meters away from the abandoned factory, pairs of police boots crunched over the grass. Around the factory, the officers crouched low, taking advantage of the last darkness before dawn to stealthily approach the factory. As they got closer, Chen Jiejun looked at the wide-open door of the dark factory and suddenly raised his right hand. Stop! There's a sound. Several members of the team held their breath simultaneously upon seeing this and immediately crouched down to hide. Chen Jiejun leaned forward, listening intently. A faint humming sound came from inside the factory. It's the sound of a vehicle. Not good. The bandits are trying to escape. Chen Jiejun's expression changed. In the next moment, two headlights suddenly illuminated. Virum. The engine roared, and a van crashed through the cardboard barriers, speeding out of the factory. Fire! Chen Jiejun shouted decisively, raising his .38 and continuously pulling the trigger. The other officers immediately raised their guns to shoot, attempting to intercept the vehicle. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted and bullets whizzed by. Ding, ding, ding. Bullets struck the van, sparking flares, and without exception ricocheted off. What kind of vehicle is this? Chen Jiejun and the others widened their eyes, staring at the steel-sealed windows, momentarily dumbfounded. The surrounding officers heard the gunfire and immediately accelerated their actions. Behind Chen Jiejun's team, many officers no longer hid and stood up to fire. In the darkness, the flames from the gun muzzles continuously shot out and dense bullets struck the bandits' modified vehicle, producing a crisp clinking sound. Hey, everyone, stop shooting. The loudspeaker of the modified vehicle blared as Wang Jiangwo and others laughed heartily. Your .38s wouldn't even penetrate this lightweight armored vehicle. Ha ha. Goodbye, gentlemen. Goodbye. The modified van roared past the police, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn it. A pack of ruthless bandits. The officers gritted their teeth, glaring hatefully at the van's fading taillights. Behind them, near the police command vehicle. Seeing the bandits flee, Dong Biao turned and jumped into the vehicle, grabbing the intercom and shouting, "All officers pay attention." Wen Jianren's team entered the factory to search for traces left by the bandits. The other teams prepared to pursue the bandits. We cannot let these bandits go free. As the orders were given, the police car drivers responsible for holding the line quickly jumped into their cars and started the engines. The roar of engines echoed. In the blink of an eye, police cars accelerated toward the abandoned factory, picking up Chen Jiejun and many others, racing toward the direction the bandits had disappeared. Not long after the modified van broke through the police encirclement, it soon encountered a loose encirclement formed by Hengji's men. With a stomp on the gas, the engine roared. Run! Facing the van charging toward them, the men yelled and turned to flee, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. Dispelling the self-righteous men, Wang Jianjun at the driver's seat remained calm, swiftly turning the steering wheel straight toward Sheng Tao and the Hengji team. In a moment, the temporary parking point of the Hengji team was filled with cars on both sides of the road. The roar of engines approached, and the noisy Hengji team quieted down, all looking up at the modified van. The modified van charged into the heart of the Hengji team. The next second, the modified vehicle suddenly slowed down, the tires screeching against the ground. The iron plates on both sides of the van suddenly dropped. AKs poked out from inside, the dark muzzles aimed at the cars and men on both sides. Damn it! Get down! Hua Baoming's eyes widened as he shouted, just as the king of war roared. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets swept across the sides, hitting both people and cars. Hot bullets pierced through bodies, blood splattered, and screams erupted. Oh, run! Help me! After emptying a magazine, the bandits finally stopped. The loudspeaker of the modified vehicle blared fierce curses. Hua Baoming, you bastard! How dare you call the cops? At the tail of the van, I didn't call the cops. Hua Baoming lay on the ground feeling wronged and frustrated. It seemed these bandits mistakenly believed he had, but for heaven's sake, for his wife's safety, he voluntarily paid the 4 million ransom. As a gang leader, he never intended to involve the police when paying the ransom. Could he possibly stop the police from investigating? Listening to the cries of his subordinates nearby, Hua Baoming wished he could devour these bandits alive. He forced himself to suppress his anger and shouted, I didn't call the cops. I've given you the ransom, I'll let my... Who do you think we're fools? Wang Xiao said with a cold laugh, holding the microphone of the loudspeaker. Hua Baoming, you have no credibility, but we brothers are real men. Your wife is still in the factory. Oh, by the way, Hua Baoming, let me send you a message before we leave. Wang Xiao paused, his laughter becoming more playful. Your wife, Alien, is very moist. Ha ha ha. After the bandits finished speaking, they drove away. Silence. The only sounds left were the moans of the injured and an eerie stillness. The many men exchanged strange glances, looking at their boss, Hua Baoming. Hua Baoming stood dazed in place, feeling dizzy with a buzzing sound in his ears, and had the bandits' laughter and the last words echoing in his mind. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and he didn't know how long had passed. Hua Baoming felt darkness cloud his vision, a surge of iron-sweet blood rising in his throat. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson droplets splattering on the ground. Brother Ming. Seeing Hua Baoming swaying unsteadily, Ajian and the others rushed forward to support him. Get off me. Hua Baoming pushed everyone away, staggering as he leaned against the van. With a screech, his fingers left 5 scratches on the vehicle. Ajian and the others swallowed hard, looking at Hua Baoming's purple and bruised face, feeling a mix of pity and emotion along with a budding ambition. The grudge of a murdered father and the hatred for a stolen wife. If the boss doesn't take revenge this time, he wouldn't have the face to continue in this world. Unexpectedly, the opportunity to rise came so quickly. Ha 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 ha. Hua Baoming suddenly laughed, unable to stop his throat bobbing as his fingers slowly curled into a fist. The moment his knuckles cracked, he clenched his fist and smashed it against the car window. Crash! The window shattered violently. Blood dripped from the wound on the back of his hand. Hua Baoming's eyes turned red, and he spat out 2 bloody words through gritted teeth: revenge. 10 minutes earlier, as the van entered the derelict factory, muffled, urgent voices of the bandits echoed, Boss, we've got the money. But on my way back, I ran into the cops. They're already surrounding us. Inside the cell, Wang Xiao froze mid-motion and pressed his hand over Desau's crimson lips. Shoo, silence. Listen. As the drug's effect faded, Ai Lian obediently sealed her lips, breathing rapidly through her nose. Within a few breaths, her gaze shifted swiftly from dazed to its usual calm composure. Pack up, leave now, commanded the gang leader outside the cell. Boss, let me finish off that wretched couple inside. No time left, leave them be. The leader's voice bristled with impatience and irritation. We were paid to take lives, but since we've collected the money this time, we'll spare theirs. No more talk, grab the cash and go. Ai Lian pushed aside his hand and finally exhaled deeply. Our lives are saved. The 4 million wasn't wasted. That Cantonese gang boss, remarkably honorable. In moments, the bandits roared the engine to life and sped violently out of the hideout. Then, gunfire erupted sharply beyond the factory walls. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it, the cops have arrived at last. Wang Xiao slapped Desau's firm, rounded buttock with a sharp crack. Stop panting, Desau. Get up and dress. Don't let anyone see my bare back, or grope me like some cheap flirt. Wang Xiao withdrew without hesitation, snatched his suit jacket from the floor, and began pulling it on. His rough movement inadvertently jolted Desau's tender spot. Ai Lian emitted a soft moan and propped herself upright, gazing down at her torn blouse and skirt, and at the faint scattered marks still visible upon her skin. Ai Lian flushed involuntarily, recalling the wild, feverish intimacy just past. Faced with imminent peril, uncertain whether they would live or die, the two had surrendered utterly to instinct, entwining with reckless, desperate passion in their final moments. Now, with evidence so plainly etched upon her body, concealment seemed futile. Rumors would surely follow. This time you've truly doomed me, Ai Lian murmured softly, her eyes flickering as she watched her young lover fasten his trousers. Wang Xiao slipped on his shirt, covering the claw marks across his back, then turned toward Desau, who sat motionless. What are you waiting for? Get dressed. Ai Lian suddenly bit her lower lip, her resolve crystallized. "I shall put your hands behind your back. I'll bind you first. Then lie still and feign unconsciousness. You're afraid your husband will find out." Wang Xiao's brow knotted tightly as he locked eyes with Desao, his voice icy. "So what if he does? You intend to pin this incident on those ruthless bandits. But have you considered how word of it would shatter?" Seeing the genuine concern veiled beneath his anger, not mere pretense, Ai Lian felt her heart. He truly cared about her suffering. After a pause, her expression hardened with determination. "That snake-hearted schemer wants to turn you and your brothers against each other. I will never let him succeed." She gazed upon Wang Xiao's stern, chiseled face and sighed inwardly. "Foolish boy. Better my name be ruined than both of ours destroyed." "Ah Xiao, I'm begging you." Ai Lian lifted her chin and softened her tone. "Fine. Have it your way," Wang Xiao replied, stiffly turning away, yet a faint, knowing smile curved his lips. After struggling into her torn clothes, Ai Lian picked up the rope and approached him barefoot, whispering gently, "I'll tie you tightly. Bear with it." The rope rustled softly as it coiled. "Lie down. Act convincingly," Ai Lian urged, unable to suppress her anxiety. "Enough chatter." Wang Xiao dropped unceremoniously onto the floor and shut his eyes. Ai Lian quietly retreated to the corner, leaning against the wall. She covered her eyes with both hands and rubbed fiercely, until her vision burned red, then stopped. Wang Xiao watched amused as Desao performed her silent drama. Ai Lian lowered her head slightly, replaying sorrowful memories in her mind, pressing, straining to summon tears. "Can you even do it?" Wang Xiao grinned mischievously. "If not, come here. I'll give you one solid whack to guarantee." Puffed. Just as tears spilled from Ai Lian's lashes, she broke into laughter. The aloof, elegant Desao dissolved into a radiant, playful glare. "Go die already. Shut that dog mouth of yours. Don't disturb me." Desao, next I'm launching into action romance cinema." Wang Xiao chuckled appreciatively. "Any interest in starring as my leading lady? It's a shame you're not an actress." "Ah Xiao, you're delusional. Please, for my sake, stop interfering." Ai Lian sighed helplessly, palms pressed together in mock supplication. "Fine. Carry on." Wang Xiao chuckled lightly. "I won't disturb you." With the nuisance gone, Ai Lian steadied her breath, and soon tears streamed like falling pear blossoms, soft and sorrowful. Her quiet sobs echoed through the confined cell, so poignant they pierced the heart and blurred the eyes. "Women, born performers," Wang Xiao mused, unmoved, shaking his head with wry admiration. Just then, heavy footsteps thundered down the corridor outside the cell. "Sir," when the doors locked, footsteps drew nearer. Thud, clang. The iron cell door was shattered inward. "Don't move, Sir," when Jinren barked low, dual-wielding his pistol as he darted inside. "You." Seeing Ai Lian huddled in the corner, Sir Wen widened his eyes naturally, in full view of his office. "Hurry, it's Ms. Ai Lian and Mr. Wang." He rushed forward, knelt beside Wang Xiao, and carefully rolled his employer onto his back. "Not bad acting. You'll get promoted soon." Wang Xiao lay prone, feigning unconsciousness, a subtle smirk tugging at his lips. When Sir's tireless efforts tonight assured him a share of the credit. Sir Wen remained impassive, issuing orders. "Mr. Wang has lost consciousness. Call for an ambulance immediately." "Ms. Ai Lian." His gaze lifted to the disheveled, tear-streaked woman in the corner, and his voice softened as he directed summon 2 female officers to attend to Ms. Ai Lian. Outside the abandoned factory, medics completed emergency treatment, disembarked from the ambulance, and briefed them. Once they departed, Wang Xiao lay stretched on the stretcher, tilting his head toward Ai Lian, still weeping softly in the corner, and grinned. "My dear Desao, your tears break my heart. Come, where does it hurt? Let me blow on it." "Refuse. Then blow on mine instead." He reached out casually. Ai Lian, sobbing, paused mid-breath. She raised her slender hand and slapped his wrist sharply. "Cops are everywhere, Wang Xiao. No one to stop." Wang Xiao rolled his eyes inwardly. "If I knew how to stop at the right moment, I wouldn't have fled to South America in my last life." No matter. Once leads to twice, twice to thrice. Between man and woman, there is only 0 or countless times. Wang Xiao had barely exchanged 2 words when their private moment shattered again. "Step aside. That's our Desao." A shout rang out nearby. "The hostages are stable. You may enter, but only immediate family members are permitted," the officer blocking the entrance declared. "I am Mr. Wang's attorney. I demand to see my client." Chaos swelled. Suddenly Ai Lian shot out her hand and seized Wang Xiao's side flesh in a tight, painful grip. "What the—" Wang Xiao stared, a cold dread rising in his gut. 1 night of marriage equals 100 days of, ouch, damn it. Before he could finish, he shrieked in agony. "Don't blame me," Ai Lian said coolly, twisting his side flesh with "I'll fuck you." Wang Xiao cried out. Already pale from the cut on his palm, now drained further by the searing pain, his face whitened, sweat pouring down his temples. Ai Lian glanced at his ashen complexion, satisfied, and released him with a faint crimson-lipped smile. At that moment, Inspector Wen led Hua Bao Ming and Zhang Er he rushing toward the ambulance. "Whoa." Zhang Er he recoiled at his boss's pallor, silently marveling. His acting is incredible, convincing enough to fool anyone. "Boss, are you alright?" Zhang Er he hurried forward, deeply concerned. "You blind? Do I look alright?" Wang Xiao gasped between clenched teeth, scowling furiously. "Wife." Hua Baoming gazed at his disheveled wife, tears streaming down her face, and in an instant his old eyes turned bloodshot. Alian looked at her late-arriving husband, recalling the torment of the previous night, and her true feelings spilled forth, rendering her speechless with grief. "I understand your feelings," Wen Jianren said solemnly, comforting Hua Baoming. "According to Miss Alian, she has been repeatedly violated by the bandits. Please do not let her emotions become overly agitated lest she takes extreme measures." Nearby, a group of police officers and emergency medical personnel focused their gazes on the leader of Hengji, their previous disdain replaced by deep sympathy. Creak, creak. Hua Baoming's teeth chattered as anger surged in his mind. Wen Jianren waved his hand, leading his fellow officers away to leave the four of them some space to meet. Once the officers walked away, Hua Baoming clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and coldly asked, "Wang Xiao, who did this? What are you talking about? Speak properly. Did I owe you money?" Wang Xiao frowned in displeasure. "Husband, it was Shepi who did it." The sobbing sister-in-law interjected, "The bandits let something slip. Shepi knew that after you two became sworn brothers, there was no opportunity left, and the malice began to breed. He had someone kidnap me and Xiao, wanting the channels in Axio's hands, and aimed to destroy the bond between you brothers. Shepi ordered Xiao to violate me, and even wanted to film it, making you all the targets of public scorn." Hua Baoming felt a chill run down his spine, his gaze fixated on his sworn brother. "Sister-in-law, can you not speak?" While gasping for breath. "It leads to misunderstandings," Wang Xiao complained. Hua Baoming was taken aback, his emotions fluctuating as he looked expectantly at his beloved wife. Xiao certainly refused. He was tortured and knocked unconscious. Alian recalled the harrowing night, fear creeping into her heart as she wept, her head bowed. In the end, they. The sister-in-law's words faltered as she broke down in tears. "Minggu, are you okay?" Zhang startled, stepped forward to support the trembling Hua Baoming. "I will kill him." Anger surged within Hua Baoming, a metallic taste rising in his throat as he squeezed out a blood-curdling roar between gritted teeth. "Shepi!" The roar echoed above the abandoned factory. The surrounding police officers exchanged glances, shook their heads, and pretended not to hear. This time Xingyi Shepi was truly insidious. Anyone in this situation would be driven to seek revenge. The group of police officers harbored no doubts that Alian was lying. Although the atmosphere was more liberal, now no woman would willingly risk her reputation to spout baseless accusations. If the incident of being violated by the bandits spread, her reputation would be utterly destroyed, akin to social death. In the white car, Alian clenched her fists, looking at her furious husband, silently apologizing in her heart. "I'm sorry, husband, this is a kind-hearted lie." Her husband's temperament was already volatile, and now he had completely lost his reason. If she told him the truth, it would play right into Shepi's hands. Once he regained his composure, she would tell him the truth. Hua Baoming swallowed the surge of blood rising in his throat. "Big brother." Wang Xiao clutched his chest, struggling to sit up. Hua Baoming lifted his head at the sound, silently gazing at Wang Xiao. At that moment, he did not wish to utter any pleasantries. He only wanted to personally chop Shepi into pieces. "Big brother, throughout history, secrets have a way of leaking." Wang Xiao's eyes were cold as he said meaningfully, "Why did those bandits reveal Shepi's identity to the sister-in-law? They clearly had the opportunity to silence us. Why did they let us go? Do you think this was really done by Shepi?" Hua Baoming and Alian's expressions darkened. "Xiao, are you suggesting?" "Damn it. I suspect someone is deliberately framing Shepi." Wang Xiao's eyes turned sinister as he coldly laughed. "The night before the incident, in the dead of night, Tony from Yuanbang called me. He threatened me to hand over the channels. I refused, and he told me to clean up. He would come looking for me soon. As a result, I was kidnapped the next day. Of course, it could also be that I'm overthinking." As the words fell, Hua Baoming and Zhang were stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Framing someone? Could such a thing even happen? Zhang was amazed. If he hadn't been personally involved, he might have doubted that the true culprit was Yuanbang. What a clever move to frame someone and then cry thief. A plan within a plan, a web of traps. When the boss gets ruthless, he doesn't even spare himself. Beside him, Hua Baoming's eyes flickered, a sense of horror rising within him as he instinctively looked to his wife for guidance. Axio's point could be valid, Alian said, furrowing her brow deep in thought. However, it is well known that the Yuanan brothers are all reckless men. They do not possess such cunning. If this matter is indeed related to them, the instigator must surely be their master behind the scenes. Zhang Erhe's mouth twitched, glancing inadvertently at the true mastermind. The sister-in-law was undoubtedly wise, but she had preconceived notions limiting her thinking. She truly could not outsmart the boss. Hua Baoming's forehead bulged with veins, and he opened his mouth to curse. "Let me finish." Alian raised her hand to interrupt him. "The most suspicious is still that bastard Shepi. Next is Yuanbang." Wang Xiao clutched his chest, his voice hoarse with murderous intent. "The police need evidence to investigate. As for those Yuanan bastards, I've made up my mind. This time my sister-in-law and I barely escaped with our lives. My sister-in-law's dignity was even tarnished. This matter will eventually come to light. If this grudge is not avenged, what do you think will happen? If the brothers below find out, how will they view us? If the Triads of Hong Kong and our peers learn of this, how will they mock and ridicule us in the future? From now on, how will Wang Xiao have any face to stand in Hong Kong? Those who mix in this line of work must value their reputation. Xiao is right. Bao Ming's anger flared as he and his sworn brother thought along the same lines. Wang Xiao gave the sister-in-law a deep look, then turned to Bao Ming with a serious expression. Leave Yuan and Bang to me. As for Xingyi Shepi, that will be up to you, big brother. My life is trivial, but my sister-in-law is like a mother to me. If I do not seek revenge for her, what face do I have to live in this world? Alien's eyes reddened as she gazed at Wang Xiao's stern profile, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Xiao, true feelings are revealed in times of hardship. Bao Ming reached out, gripping his good brother's arm tightly. You and I are sworn brothers, no need for many words of gratitude, Wang Xiao said earnestly. Good. Bao Ming felt a bit of his pent-up anger dissipate, and nodded seriously. Xiao, when do you plan to act? Let's set a time and strike together. There is no better day than today. Wang Xiao's eyes erupted with a fierce killing intent. Those damned Yuanan bastards, this time, I want their entire family dead. In the outskirts, the police's temporary command point. Jerome, the head of the West Kowloon district, along with officers from the district and Yao Mati division, quietly watched the two convoys depart. Although the hostages were successfully rescued, the situation was far from over. The officers present were well aware that this time both Sheng Tao and Heng Ji had lost all face, and they would not rest until they took their revenge. Relay my orders. Jerome withdrew his gaze and commanded his subordinates beside him, continue the search for the whereabouts of the gang of robbers. The district and the 3 divisions of Yao Mati should prepare in advance and be ready to deal with large-scale gang conflicts to prevent the situation from uncontrollably deteriorating. Yes, sir, the officers responded in unison. The temporary meeting had not yet concluded when an officer hurried forward, raising his hand to salute Jerome. Sir, Mr. Wang Xiao's personal lawyer wishes to see you. Jerome frowned slightly as he was inherently annoyed by these shady lawyers. However, since the hostage's lawyer specifically requested to see him, he had no choice but to comply. Bring him over. In the blink of an eye, Zhang approached the crowd with a restrained smile, carrying a briefcase, walking steadily in front of everyone. Gentlemen, Zhang said. Lawyer Zhang, is there something else? Dong Biao stepped forward to proactively intercept trouble for Jerome. Facing the high-ranking officers of the police force, Zhang dismissed his previous sycophantic demeanor before his master. He slightly raised his chin and spoke with dignified composure. In this kidnapping case, the West Kowloon district and Yao Mati police responded very swiftly, especially the serious crime unit led by Wen Jianren, and Inspector went along with the police dog unit and many other officers. It was their tireless overnight search that forced the criminals to be cautious, making an indelible contribution to the successful rescue. Well, after all this lawyer isn't here to cause trouble, but to express gratitude. Jerome and the other officers sighed in relief. The many lower-ranking officers around smiled, feeling a sense of goodwill towards Wang Xiao. Mr. Wang, you're too kind, Huang Bingyao said, grinning like the Buddha, offering polite words. Rescuing hostages is our police duty. Next, we will continue to trace the whereabouts of that gang of robbers to maintain peace and order in Hong Kong. Mr. Wang has always been aware of our police's contributions. Zhang raised the briefcase and smiled with restraint. Mr. Wang mentioned before leaving that he would immediately contact various media outlets to publicly express his gratitude and support for our police. The eyes of all the police officers present brightened, and their smiles grew even broader. This kidnapping case had become widely known, yet the hostages were rescued in a short time, which was a significant achievement for the police to promote. As a victim of the incident, Wang Xiao was willing to step forward and speak out. Not only would he play a role in calming public fears, but he would also genuinely commend the police's efforts. Zhang glanced at the expressions of the officers, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Mr. Wang was deeply moved by this incident. Before he left, he specifically entrusted me to convey his gratitude to the police and all the gentlemen, and he also wishes to donate funds to our police. Mr. Wang has decided to initially donate 1 million Hong Kong dollars to reward the many hard-working grassroots officers involved in this rescue operation. Zhang raised his voice, speaking with emotion and rhythmic emphasis. As an entrepreneur, Mr. Wang has promised to continue donating in the future. My boss hopes to make a modest contribution to the construction of our royal police and the public safety of Hong Kong. As his words fell, many lower-ranking officers were overjoyed. Who doesn't like rewards? Under the professional conduct requirements of the disciplined force, everyone managed to suppress their laughter. Huang Bingyao, Dong Biao, and others were instantly stunned upon hearing this. What a coincidence! Just moments ago, the senior officer had ordered preparations to prevent Wang Xiao and the explosive Ming from retaliating, and now Wang Xiao was waving cash to donate to the police. The underlying meaning of his donation was already self-evident. The officers exchanged glances, feeling that Wang Xiao was very shrewd in his dealings. No one hits a smiling face, especially with so many officers watching eagerly. Cough, Mr. Wang's kindness is hard to refuse, so we won't be polite. Jerome cleared his throat, and said with a smile, "Lawyer Zhang, please convey our thanks to Mr. Wang on behalf of the police." "No problem, Sir Jerome," Zhang replied with a smile and a polite nod. "Since the matter is settled, I will take my leave now. Oh, please remain, gentlemen." Wen Jianren stepped forward to take the briefcase. After the shady lawyer left, Huang Bingyao waved his hand to the gathering officers. "What are you all still doing here? Disperse." The officers, all smiles, dispersed in a rush. Huang Bingyao and the others turned their unified gaze towards Jerome, quietly awaiting orders. Jerome watched the smiling faces of the officers as they dispersed, and after a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "In recent years, the Shang-Yi Society and the Yuannan gang, especially the three brothers of Yuannan, have become increasingly reckless in their actions. They seem to have forgotten who provided them with their meals." The scene fell silent, and the mid-level officers present, composed of sharp minds, instantly grasped their superior's hint. Under the colonial government, Hong Kong Island is filled with societies with nearly 1/5 of its young men connected to these groups. The root of the rampant societies lies in the inaction of the colonial government and the royal police, or even deliberate indulgence. When government order is imperfect, the societal forces supported by wealthy patrons rise to fill the power vacuum. The royal police have always been cracking down on crime, yet it has only led to more corruption. Both sides of good and evil have reached a tacit coexistence. This kidnapping case, whether instigated by Shang-Yi or Yuan-nan, ultimately stemmed from their actions, sparking conflict and breaking the tacit agreement among everyone. As the victim, the explosive Ming is one thing, but Wang Xiao is publicly thanking the police and promising continuous donations, which has already given the police ample face. What he seeks is simply a little time from the police to resolve the issue without interference. "I will report this to the boss." Jerome surveyed the officers with a faint smile. "The previous alert order is hereby cancelled. This time everyone has worked hard. I will grant everyone 2 days off to rest properly." "Yes, sir." Everyone understood and responded in unison with smiles. Giving Wang Xiao and the explosive Ming 2 days' time, the final outcome would depend on their own actions. Late afternoon, the Yaomati Hotel, a conference room. The press conference had just concluded. Zhang stepped onto the stage and, smiling warmly, addressed the assembled journalists from numerous media outlets. "Thank you all for attending. Our boss has prepared small tokens of appreciation for each of you. Please accept them with our sincere regards." A chorus of chairs scraping against the floor echoed through the room. The journalists exchanged knowing smiles and began to depart in orderly fashion. In the corridor outside the door, members of Shang Tao's enforcers stood holding gift bags, ready to hand them out one by one as the reporters emerged. A middle-aged photographer from ATV News clutched his gift with glee and eagerly tugged at his female colleague. "Sima, come on. We're going to take a look." "I'm wearing heels. Slow down." Fong Sima sighed, helplessly breaking into a light jog as she followed her partner into the stairwell. The space was deserted. The photographer tore open the gift box, and inside lay an envelope. "Wait, this envelope feels unusually thick." His fingers traced its weight, his eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, he ripped it open and stared elated at the stack of $100 bills within. A low, triumphant exclamation escaped his lips. $5,000. How extraordinarily generous. "Sima, quickly check yours too." Fong Sima withdrew the notes and counted them, her crimson lips curling into a radiant, brilliant smile. "It's identical to yours. Half a month's salary, effortlessly secured," the photographer murmured, savoring the thought. "That Mr. Wang truly knows how to impress. Where money is paid, burdens are lifted. Let's rush back and fast-track our report. Get him and the police onto tonight's evening news." "Not so fast." Fong Sima seized his arm, lowering her voice. "We've just been handed a golden opportunity. The kidnapping case has already catapulted Wang Xiao's name across the city. Every newspaper is praising the police. But what if we do the opposite? What if we secure an in-depth exclusive interview with Wang Xiao himself? I have a strong premonition. It'll certainly land us on the front page." The photographer scratched his cheek, skeptical. "Didn't that lawyer just say Mr. Wang sustained injuries and trauma? He's meant to be resting in bed. Let's drop it." "How can we know unless we try?" Fong Sima gripped her microphone tightly, her luminous eyes sparkling with restless anticipation. "I hear he's staying in the penthouse suite. Hurry, let's go." "Penthouse suite. Honey, your freshly brewed coffee." Ai Wei whispered softly, carrying the cup toward the man and placing it gently on the coffee table. Wang Xiao didn't even lift his gaze, lounging lazily on the living room sofa, one leg draped casually over the table. Ai Wei knelt obediently before him, her hands kneading his calves with quiet devotion. A faint murmur of commotion drifted in from the corridor outside. "What's happening out there?" Wang Xiao asked idly. Hua Zijuan immediately stepped out and returned moments later to report. "Boss, a female reporter tried to request an exclusive interview. Our brothers escorted her away." Wang Xiao gave a soft, dismissive hum, closed his eyes, feigning sleep, waiting patiently for the bait to bite. Zhang Hua Zijuan, and the enforcers stood silently nearby, hands clasped, awaiting orders. The living room fell into profound stillness. Half an hour passed. Ai Wei's knees burned with numbness. Her mind seethed with silent curses. Who would have imagined this bastard Wang Xiao possessed such uncanny luck? Snatched by kidnappers, and yet he'd walked back alive. Her gaze flickered upward, studying his slumbering profile. Her hands stilled mid-massage as she surreptitiously flexed her cramped legs. Ding-ling-ling. The bulky mobile phone on the table rang sharply, startling AI Wei. Sir. Zhang bowed deeply and handed it over. As the call connected, the man on the other end spoke in a voice laced with desperation and frustration. Xiao, listen. I swear it wasn't me. Sheppy, I've been waiting for your call. Wang Xiao opened his eyes slowly. Cold, glacial, unreadable. Brother, the entire Hong Kong island believes I kidnapped you and Eileen. But you must trust me. I'm utterly innocent. Framed, absolutely framed. Sheppy gritted his teeth, swearing fiercely. I swear upon Mazu herself. Some damn traitor sent me. They kidnapped you, and then pinned it on me. I've ordered my brothers to hunt down those Daquan gangsters. If they dare frame me, I'll tear Hong Kong Island apart, brick by brick, until I find those bastards. Fine. I believe you, Wang Xiao replied with a chilling, mirthless smile. When I gave my statement to the police, I pointed out something odd about the Daquan gang's conduct. I suspected someone was deliberately framing you. But the police refused to listen, and Hua Baoming refused even more stubbornly. Sheppy clutched the receiver tightly, his voice hoarse with exhaustion. Xiao, I've called everyone. You're the only one who still believes me. A deep, weary sigh escaped him, a tide of conflicting emotions surging beneath. Xiao, I understand. Even if you no longer wish to deal with me, at least we. Damn it. Suddenly Sheppy gasped, then shouted, electrified, Xiao. I know who did it. Wang Xiao's lips curved faintly. Speak. It's Hua Baoming and Eileen. Sheppy panted, breathless with revelation, words tumbling out in frantic urgency. It just clicked, Xiao. Think after you were kidnapped by me, whose interests were most served by the scandal erupting. Would you still trust me? With whom would you strike a deal? It's him, Hua Baoming. This whole kidnapping was his stage performance, no doubt about it. That despicable schemer. Such a vicious, calculating plot could only have sprung from Alien's twisted mind. Sheppy roared, incensed. Staged. Why didn't I see it sooner? Wang Xiao planted his foot atop AI Wei's shoulder, his voice heavy with grim realization. Damn, they played it cold. Wang Xiao fell abruptly silent. From the other end of the line came the distant raucous shouts of Sheppy's underlings. Sheppy kicked over a chair, exhilarated, almost manic. Xiao, don't rush into deals. Let me capture those Daquan thugs first. Let me prove it to you. Sheppy, what good is my belief to you? Wang Xiao shook his head, speaking with earnest gravity. We've known each other long enough. I urge you prepare for Hua Baoming and Eileen have fixed their accusations squarely on you. They're already mobilizing forces to eliminate you outright. Hearing unexpectedly of Hua Baoming's imminent assault on Sheppy, AI Wei's eyes flashed. Her hands ceased massaging entirely. Just believing me is enough. Sheppy drew a sharp breath, snarling. Since when have I feared him? Back when I eliminated his sworn brother, I should have wiped out Hua Baoming too. I'll hit the papers tomorrow. Expose that wretched pair's conspiracy. This time I won't just clear my name. I'll send both Hua Baoming and Eileen straight to hell. His furious roar crackled through the line, reverberating in the penthouse. Wang Xiao hung up, then lowered his gaze to the stunned woman beneath his foot. Honey, you look like you'd fallen asleep. I'll help you back to bed for some rest. AI Wei instantly transformed, soft-spoken, demure, tender. No need. Wang Xiao rose slowly, his palm brushing lightly across her delicate cheek. Someone's taken an interest in me. I can't stay at the hotel any longer. You remain here quietly. Yes, I'll obey you completely. As farewell neared, AI Wei leaned gently into his palm, her expression warm, affectionate. I'm leaving. Wang Xiao grinned, turned, and strode out, flanked by his men. Click. The penthouse door sealed shut behind him. AI Wei's face erupted with unrestrained delight. Moments later, stepping out, Wang Xiao turned directly into the adjacent suite. Inside the bedroom, Wang Xiao lit a cigarette and sat motionless beside the bed. Zhang stepped forward and quietly activated the speakerphone function on the landline. 10 minutes later, the intercom crackled, transmitting the conversation from the neighboring suite. Honey, it's me. Our chance has arrived. AI Wei dialed Bao's number, her voice trembling with exhilaration. You saw yesterday's headlines. Just now I overheard Wang Xiao talking to Sheppy, and Hua Baoming is preparing to wage war against him. Once they clash, Sheppy and Xia Fei won't have time to hunt you down. You're safe to emerge. Bao reacted with equal fervor, the three men grasping implications far beyond AI Wei's vision. Our moment for vengeance has come. Tang Lang hissed, electric with anticipation. Contact Hua Baoming. We'll join forces. We'll eliminate Sheppy for him. Hunted relentlessly by the Sheng Yi Society's bounty, the trio possessed neither weapons nor funds. Forced to hide in crumbling tenements, shunned by all. At last, their long-awaited opening had arrived. Adana Bao, once you've finished off Sheppy, come kill Wang Xiao. Hurry. AI Wei ended the call with reluctant reluctance. In the adjacent bedroom, Boss Zhang inclined his head, slightly awaiting instruction. Wang Xiao's expression remained impassive, his voice terse, icy, absolute. Kill. In the luxury suite, AI Wei rubbed her knees, rising to hang up the phone. Boom. The suite door exploded inward, shattered by brute force. AI Wei whirled around, only to see Hua Zaijuan returning flanked by Sheng Tao enforcers storming in with lethal intent. You, her eyes widened, words dying mid-sentence. Hua Zaijuan's face contorted in fury. He struck her across the face with brutal force. Whore, your treachery is exposed. Every word you spoke just now. Our boss heard every syllable. AI Wei recoiled in horror, her knees buckling as she collapsed to the floor. Consider yourself fortunate. Hua Zaijuan spat contemptuously. Our boss says, one night as husband and wife earns 100 days grace. He grants you a full corpse. Proceed. Two enforcers lunged forward, seizing AI Wei's arms. Her face bleached bone white, her body convulsed uncontrollably. She screamed, pleading desperate. No, don't. Stop shrieking. I'll escort you myself. Hua Zaijuan's features twisted, raising the rope, looping it tight around her throat. The rope cinched, suddenly violently. AI Wei's breath choked off, a strangled guttural rattle escaped her throat. HHH. I want see, Xiao. HHH. The noose tightened, relentlessly. Her fingers clawed frantically at the cord, biting into her flesh. Her toes scrabbled desperately against the floor, her stiletto heels shrieking across the hardwood. In seconds, darkness swallowed her consciousness. Her arms fell limp. In the neighboring suite, the bedroom, Wang Xiao's expression remained unchanged, when suddenly a crisp, ethereal chime resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have eradicated an accomplice of assassination. Reward: 3 dual-wheel off-road motorcycles. Smoke curled languidly through the air. Wang Xiao held the cigarette between his fingers, gazing into the distance, weighing the next move in the unfolding chessboard. Silence settled, thick and heavy, as Wang Xiao remained mute. Zhang stood motionless beside him, studying his boss's stern, sculpted profile, his heart swelling with complex awe. He'd truly done it. Who outside could possibly imagine? The coming chaos across Hong Kong Island would spring, not from some grizzled elder, but from this young man before him, barely 25 years old. Step 1: exploiting human greed. He dangled irresistible bait before rival triads, successfully igniting the feud between Hung Ji and Sheng Yi societies. Step 2: he risked his own life, staging the kidnapping himself. Then, leveraging decades of festering enmity, he deftly shifted blame onto Shepi of the Sheng Yi society. Step 3: he weaponized Hua Bao Ming's masculine pride, using the mouth of a hardened criminal to publicly expose the abduction and violation of his wife, thus igniting Hua Bao Ming's wrath, blinding him with rage, driving him to declare war upon Sheng Yi without restraint. Shepi, though innocent, found himself drowning in irrefutable accusation. As a lawyer, Zhang understood, when everyone declares a man guilty, the truth becomes irrelevant. When consensus pointed unerringly to Sheng Yi society, Wang Xiao instead redirected suspicion straight toward the Yun and Bang, a gang that had once dared threaten him, achieving his ultimate objective: chaos as cover. After extricating himself from captivity, he extended goodwill to the police, while subtly signaling neutrality, compelling them to stand aside, buying precious time. Upon returning, he waited, patiently, for Shepi's call. Through silence and implication, he guided Shepi toward accusing his sworn brother, Hua Bao Ming. Another layer of misdirection, pinning his own self-staged crime upon a man both innocent and plausibly culpable. Shepi's fury ignited, war inevitable. Yet Wang Xiao, fearing insufficient bloodshed, deployed AI Wei and the assassin brothers, delivering the final decisive blow. He calculated the press. He calculated the colonial police. He calculated Hua Bao Ming, Shepi, Ali and Tony, and his brothers. Even AI Wei, that cunning gold digger. He had mastered human nature itself, manipulating hearts with surgical precision. To hundreds of thousands across Hong Kong, he appeared the victim. No one suspected the architect hidden in plain sight. Zhang stared, chilled to the marrow, gripped by profound terror and utter helplessness. Before him stood youth incarnate, handsome, magnetic, yet radiating venomous cruelty. A born strategist, a natural-born conqueror. Come here. Wang Xiao tilted his head, beckoning with a faint, unsettling smile. Zhang snapped back to attention, hurrying forward. Boss. Slap. Wang Xiao struck him, sharp, deliberate. Zhang showed no shame, only earnest inquiry. Boss, did I fail to conceal my thoughts? Yes. Your eyes betrayed a flicker of disdain. Wang Xiao replied calmly. Your composure requires further refinement. Understood, boss. Zhang straightened, undaunted, resolute. He nodded with solemn reverence, embracing every word as sacred doctrine. Unnoticed night had fallen beyond the window. A night black as ink, perfect for murder. At last, the sky has darkened. Wang Xiao's smile blazed, brilliant, beautiful, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Let's go, master strategist. Our brothers have been waiting. Mongkok Nathan wrote. Waiting from day to night, a group of low-level gangsters received the news and hurried to the Flower City nightclub. As night fell, the number of gangsters on the street increased, already surpassing 1,000, with more arriving continuously from the outskirts. Tonight, those rushing here are the lowest tier of the Blue Lanterns on Hong Kong Island. The Blue Lanterns are low-level gangsters outside the circles of various gangs. They pay red envelopes to the gangs and affiliate themselves peripherally. Some do this to avoid being bullied by the gangs, while others, being young, aspire to join a gang hoping to rise to power and become a big shot one day. However, the vast majority of Blue Lanterns are just surviving among various gangs with no real opportunity to join any. When conflicts arise between gangs, they will do work for whoever pays. As long as the price is right, whether it's a gang show of force or a fight, they can be seen everywhere. With over 1,000 people on the street, the crowd seemed endless. The throng occupied the sidewalks while many drivers stopped their cars, abruptly turning around to avoid trouble. Ordinary citizens out for leisure at night stopped from afar to take a look and without hesitation turned and ran away. The people of Hong Kong Island are straightforward, and many local businesses have seen such scenes countless times. As the shopkeepers looked at the dense crowd of gangsters, they instantly recognized that there would be a big scene tonight. Damn, the gangsters are blocking the road. We won't have business tonight. Damn your mother. A bunch of jinxes. Always cutting, the fewer the better. The shopkeepers muttered curses behind their backs, hurriedly closing their shutters. With a clatter, the shop shutters closed one after another. Wow, brother Fei Quan, why are there so many people tonight? A young gangster exclaimed, wide-eyed, asking his leader. Lucky we made it in time, Fei Quan said with a bright smile, explaining softly to his younger brothers. Tonight there's a big spender hiring people without limitation on numbers. He wants as many as possible. This isn't just a show of force, the contact person said. The big boss wants to make a move. Whoever has the guts can come. The boss is being ridiculously generous. The intermediary said, before the job starts, each person gets $2,000 with another $2,000 promised upon completion. Those who perform well will get bonuses. Just afraid you won't dare to come, not afraid you won't make money. Damn, what a big spender. Several younger brothers were both excited and nervous. They initially thought the boss was just hiring for a display, but were surprised to learn it was for a fight. Dinosaur, why did you take so long to arrive? Hurry up. Brother Quan, let's go. On the street, the calls of gangsters were incessant, as everyone hurriedly formed groups, familiar faces standing together, each independent. Some gangsters looked excited and spirited, while others, new to the scene, showed signs of nervousness, yet were filled with anticipation. Fei Quan and his group ran quickly. The chubby fat lion was sweating profusely, shouting towards the back of his leader, Brother Fei Quan, wait for me. Bang! A nearby long-haired gangster was pushed aside by the fat guy's cigarette, but burning his hand, causing him to gasp in pain. He threw down the cigarette, turned, and shoved the fat guy. Damn you, why are you pushing? What? I like pushing, but if you're in my way, it's your fault. Fat Lion panted heavily, face to face with the gangster, speaking sarcastically. You fat bastard. His companions were infuriated, and several nearby gangsters immediately surrounded Fat Lion, looking at their leader. Brother Dinosaur, this fat bastard is causing trouble. What do you want? Fat Lion looked at the tall and strong Dinosaur, who had a hint of charm, swallowing nervously. What do you want to do? Fat bastard, you crash into someone and still act tough. Oh, where's your boss? Dinosaur, with a cigarette in his mouth, stepped forward, looking down with a disdainful smile. Dinosaur, Zhang Yaoyang from the movie Go. Fit team. Step aside. Suddenly a furious shout rang. Dinosaur looked up and saw a slightly dark-skinned, handsome young man pushing through the crowd with an imposing manner. Fei Quan from the movie The Gold List. Is this fat bastard one of yours? Dinosaur crossed his arms, tilting his head to ask. Tell him to behave. He's got no skills, yet acts so cocky. His name is Fat Lion, not Fat Bastard. Fei Quan glared at Dinosaur coldly, saying, My people are mine to manage. No need for your lessons. Step aside. Several gangsters blocked the way, and Dinosaur shook his head, ordering, Step aside, Fat Corpse. There will be plenty of chances to fight tonight. You also call him Fat Corpse. Two of the Fat Corpse brothers exchanged glances, snorting in unison. The long-haired Fat Corpse spat, indignant. How can he have the same name as this fat bastard? Let's go, Fat Lion. Fei Quan glared at his younger brother, and before leaving nodded at the retreating Dinosaur. My name is Fei Quan. Dinosaur. With a big task ahead, a small conflict was suppressed by the leaders. At this moment, the crowd ahead suddenly stirred. Quiet. The boss is coming out. The crowd instinctively surged forward, and Fei Quan and Dinosaur, along with their younger brothers, squeezed toward the front. Sheng Tao Flower City nightclub. Wang Xiao, with his legs crossed, lightly tapped the documents in his hand. In a place where it's hard to help, with less than 500 formal members and over 2,000 in the periphery, how can they stand in Sim Sha Sui? Indeed, when the tiger is away, the monkeys call the shots. The three brothers of Yuan are fierce, but it's a pity they shouldn't have offended the boss. Zhang smiled, flattering. Click, click. The sound of magazines being loaded echoed. Duan Kuan, Big Tooth, and others tucked away their pistols, ready to fire at any moment. Everyone was prepared, waiting for their boss' command. Wang Xiao raised his hand to check the time and stood up, extinguishing his cigarette. Let's go. After tonight, there will be no monkeys in Sim Sha Sui. Nearly 100 core members of Sheng Tao quickly exited the nightclub, swiftly moving to disperse the surrounding gangsters. Amidst 1,000 people, the whispers of the gangsters merged into a chaotic buzz resembling a swarm of bees. At this moment, 4 members of Sheng Tao worked together to carry a table out from the store, steadily placing it on the... Many gangsters stood on tiptoes, curiously gazing at the large wooden table covered with red cloth. At the door, Zhang Er stood on the steps looking out, seeing the crowded street filled with ambitious gangsters. Silence. Zhang Er took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Be quiet." Nearly 100 Sheng Tao members looked solemn as they collectively reprimanded, their voices echoing over the street. The noise gradually began to cease, and over 1,000 gangsters, influenced by the atmosphere, closed their mouths and stood with their hands down, quietly awaiting the appearance of their wealthy boss. Standing at the steps, the bright neon lights of the nightclub illuminated Wang Xiao's tall figure. In the darkness, Wang Xiao's silhouette appeared particularly grand under the lights. Standing at the steps, the bright neon lights of the nightclub illuminated Wang Xiao's tall figure. In the darkness, Wang Xiao's silhouette appeared particularly grand under the lights. The gaze of nearly 100 Sheng Tao members uniformly focused on their leader. Thousands of people gathered, creating a heavy yet anticipatory atmosphere. "I believe some of you should know who I am." Wang Xiao stood tall and spoke loudly. "My name is Wang Xiao, and I was kidnapped by robbers yesterday, and the one on the news is me. Today I called you all here for a very simple purpose: revenge." Wang Xiao, looking down, his sharp gaze swept over the thousands present, his tone as cold as ice. "The 3 brothers of Yuan threatened me first, then kidnapped me. If I don't repay this grudge, I, Wang Xiao, swear not to be human." Wang Xiao's roar echoed on the street, and over 1,000 gangsters looked serious, their eyes fixed on the imposing. "After I was kidnapped, I also reported to the police, but what was the result? Illegal." Wang Xiao shook his head, sneering. "The cops said there was insufficient evidence, and the 3 brothers of Yuan were released without charge. In this day and age, is there even law? Since the law can't judge them, then I'll take matters into my own hands." Wang Xiao's gaze turned to the nearly 100 Sheng Tao brothers below, coldly asking, "Tell me, has anyone threatened the company to hand over business? Threatened to kill me?" Wang Xiao insulted my Sheng Tao company at will. "What should we do?" Duan Kun's expression was fierce as he shouted loudly, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let them. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Blood debts must be repaid with blood." Huazai Jun, Big Tooth, and nearly 100 others' faces flushed red as they shouted in unison, "Blood debts must be repaid with blood." The crowd was filled with burning anger. Sheng Tao, a drug lord group, just lost their former boss, and the 3 monkeys from Yuan thought Sheng Tao was left with no one and wanted to eat their last meal. "This is treating everyone as if they are nothing." The cries filled with killing intent echoed in everyone's hearts. Wang Xiao's eyes were cold as he stepped forward and yanked the red cloth off the table. With a flick, the red cloth was lifted, and a sudden chorus of gasps rang out from the crowd. On the wooden table lay stacks of $100 bills, neatly arranged, instantly attracting the gaze of thousands. Pairs of covetous eyes were glued to the cash. Nearly 100 Sheng Tao members had fierce expressions, reaching into their pockets to grip their guns, their fierce gazes firmly fixed on the eager crowd. Gulp! The sound of swallowing could be heard. Many gangsters, upon seeing the eyes of these reckless drug lord thugs, instantly woke up from their dreams, subconsciously lowering their heads to avoid the gunman's attention. "This is a full 10 million. Wang Xiao's gaze swept over the crowd, a wicked smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Do you want it?" The gangsters were momentarily stunned, and the crowd erupted in a chorus. "Want it? Boss, if you dare to give, I..." "Good." Wang Xiao's sharp gaze cut through the crowd of fighters. "If you want it, I, Wang Xiao, will be willing to give it. I know each of you aspires to the glory of those big shots. Tonight I will give you a chance. Tonight I will wipe. If anyone among you can take down a turf, I'll reward him 100,000. No upper limit. As long as you have the guts and are willing to fight. Tonight becoming a millionaire is not a dream." Over 1,000 gangsters erupted in excitement. In the crowd, Brother Dinosaur Fat Corpse grabbed his leader's arm, trembling with excitement. Amidst the roaring excitement of the gangsters, Dinosaur could clearly hear his heart racing uncontrollably. "The opportunity we've been dreaming of has arrived." Dinosaur's face was fierce as he hoarsely said, "Let's..." Fat Corpse and others, flushed with excitement, vigorously nodding. In a corner of the crowd, Fei Quan stood on tiptoe, gazing at the distant young boss, his chest rising and falling rapidly, his heart surging. Spending 10 million. With a single command, 1,000 people would fight to the death. This is the real big shot. The biggest among the big shots. I must seize this opportunity. I want to join Mr. Wang's ranks. Fei Quan's eyes reddened as he grasped his younger brother's shoulder, saying solemnly, "I, Fei Quan, must become a big brother in this lifetime." The words of the wealthy leader ignited the ambitions of everyone present. In the eyes of over 1,000 glimmering gazes, the flames of ambition were burning wildly. Wang Xiao stood tall, quietly waiting for everyone to vent their excitement. The sounds of joy gradually subsided. The street fell into an eerie silence, with only the striking figure and the hurried breaths and heartbeats of over 1,000 people remaining. The gaze of 1,000 people focused on the valiant young boss. "You fight for me, Wang Xiao, but also for yourselves, for a chance at wealth." Wang Xiao's expression was resolute as he coldly declared, "Tonight, anyone who performs well will be invited to join the company. The company does not distinguish between new and old. Each of you is my brother. As long as I am in this world for a day, I will support him for a lifetime." As soon as the words left his mouth, the street was instantly engulfed in a sea of excitement. Long live the boss. Listening to the rising cheers, Wang Xiao remained calm, lightly waving his hand. Zhang Er stepped forward, continuing, "Those who are not afraid of death sign up. No real names needed, just numbers. Once the action starts, each person wears a mask. One Sheng Tao brother will lead 10 to 15 brothers. Numbers will be registered from 1 to 15. No one can steal everyone else's hard-earned money, and no one can take Mr. Wang's money without putting in the effort. To those who are sneaky, I advise you to roll away early. Otherwise, during the action, you will be the first to be taken down. All clear. Come up to get your money. Get the weapons." Dozens of Sheng Tao gunmen, all dressed in black suits, stepped forward to open the doors of several vans. Inside were various knives, steel pipes, cleavers, and red and white cloth strips. Fei Quan collected his money and surrounded his brothers. "White cloth for the blades. Red cloth for the right arm." Hua Zaijun shouted while picking up a pile of weapons. "There are plenty of weapons. Pick the ones you're good with. If you don't want it, pass it to the back." He passed the knives and red cloth strips backward. "Brother Quan, raise your arm." Fat Lion took 2 red cloth strips, pulling one out and tying it around Fei Quan's right arm. Fei Quan donned a mask, gripping a cleaver to test its weight, then secured the white cloth tightly around his hand and the handle. He looked around, seeing a group of eager young gangsters, excitement and tension written on their faces, as everyone longed for a chance to rise and dreamed of making a name for themselves. Now the opportunity had finally arrived. The air seemed to freeze the tense and oppressive atmosphere before the fight, spreading among the crowd. One by one the gangsters finished preparing, their eyes fixed on the Sheng Tao gunman at the front. "Get in the van and set off." Big Tooth and others shouted fiercely. "Target UN. Kill those damn monkeys. Kill." The faces of the 1,000 gangsters twisted as they suddenly pulled down their masks and jumped into the vans. Vroom vroom. The vans roared to life, the sound of engines echoing in the night sky. The convoy sped toward their predetermined target, a suffocating aura of menace enveloping them. 9 o'clock at night. Jianshazui Midendao. Yujianwang District, one of the island's busiest quarters, shimmered with storefront lights. As dusk fell, the thoroughfares grew even more crowded than in daylight. Tonight, the bustling revelry was shattered by a sudden roar. Engines buzzed and thundered. Pedestrians on the street froze, curiosity and alarm widening their eyes. Vans streamed down from the north, a growing tidal wave of metal racing toward the southern stretch of Midendao. The lead vehicles pressed onward, while several at the rear slammed their brakes to a halt. Screech, tires ground against asphalt. With a clatter, doors on moving vans were flung open. 2 vans braked hard. Their momentum carried them forward just enough to park neatly before the Yuan and Bang night. Before the engines cooled, Kowloon leapt out, clutching a cleaver, his face cold as stone. Without a word, he swung the blade at the Vietnamese men by the door. Outside the club, the 4 Yuan and Bang parking attendants gaped in terror, sweat beading on their foreheads. "Ah, damn." The gaunt leader's mouth flew open, and his cigarette fell scattering sparks. Before he could finish his curse, Kowloon's blade sliced his face. A hoarse scream tore from his throat. Kowloon kicked the wounded man to the ground, spun the cleaver, and buried it into another's neck. The sound of flesh giving way was sickening. Blood spurted. Help me." The wounded man gurgled, clutching his bleeding throat. His pupils widened, and he crumpled to his knees with a dull thud. Rapid footsteps clattered. Fei Shi and his crew jumped from a van bristling with menace. "Run!" 2 remaining men from the gang cried, panic flaring as they bolted into the club to raise the alarm. "Move." Dayazai bounded from his vehicle, yanked a black mask over his face, and barked, "Mr. Wang offers 1,000 for each Yuan and man cut down. Every little gain adds up. Work hard, and you'll be rewarded." Upon hearing this, Kowloon's eyes brightened, and he surged forward, leading the charge into the nightclub. "Kill." Fei Shi and the others' faces contorted with ferocity as they stormed inside. Screams of women erupted through the club. Inside, chaos reigned. Patrons and hostesses fled in terror. Dayazai strolled calmly through the melee, passing the man with the slashed face. He paused, drew a butterfly knife from his pocket. "Dung Jiat Toi." The fainting victim trembled, then scrambled up in a terrified surge to flee. "Go to hell." Dayazai's expression darkened. He lunged and plunged the knife into the man's chest. When he withdrew it, a metallic tang filled the air. Sheng Tao's companion grinned savagely. "Big brother truly despises you." He seized the man's hair and drove his blade into the throat, delivering a final merciless cut. The short thug's mouth frothing with blood, he was beyond saving. Dayazai dropped the corpse with a leer. "Brother still owes me 1,000, huh? Too bad he's a spendthrift. He might be broke by tonight, so I'll forgive the debt." With such a generous patron, one could understand the indulgence. Dayazai shook his head with a smile and stepped further. As the enforcers arrived, the shouts inside escalated. "Brothers, which crew are you from? Let's talk." The smaller guards for the Yuan and Bang trembled, clutching knives. Kowloon wiped blood from his face, pointed his blade at them, and snarled, Tell them to kill them. Kill. Fei Shi and a dozen others charged with murderous looks. They're mad. Go warn Tony. The Yuan and Bang foot soldiers had no will to fight. Outnumbered, they abandoned their posts and fled without. Kowloon moved like a coiled spring, felling 2 men in succession. A command barked from behind. Don't pursue. Securing the venue is enough. De Yazai produced a small ledger and ticked the nightclub's name with satisfaction. Nice work. Taking one venue nets 100,000 split among 15 of you. Don't worry. The money will be divided now. The boss accountant will send cash immediately. He really pays? Kowloon and the others' panted eyes suddenly alight. Whether he pays or not. De Yazai's brow furrowed, voice stern. My big brother, ahem, Mr. Wang keeps his word and follows through. Rest assured your blood-earned pay will not be withheld. 100,000 split 15 ways meant each man would pocket over 6,000, more than many white-collar graduates' monthly wages. Fortune has come. Kowloon and Fei Shi exchanged excited looks. Rest a bit to recover. De Yazai waved them off and eyed Kowloon. Number 1, you fought well. Interested in joining the company? Yes. Kowloon leapt to his feet at the mention of his number, answering without hesitation. Who wouldn't seize the chance to attach themselves to a wealthy patron? Good. You're sharp, De Yazai said, circling the number 1 on his list. Fei Shi and the others eyed the ledger with envy. Shall we continue soon? Fei Shi asked impatiently. Don't be in a rush. Everyone will have their chance tonight. De Yazai chuckled meaningfully. Mr. Wang will need many men after he takes down the Yuan and Bang. This is only the beginning. While they rested briefly, Midden Dao had descended into chaos. Vans screeched to a halt outside each Yuan. Men with red bands bound around their arms jumped out brandishing cleavers and pipes, leaping into one establishment after another with murderous intent. Passers-by cried out as shopkeepers cursed. Those quick and practiced fled at once. Bang bang thud. Doors slammed and shutters rolled down. Midden South Road, lively half an hour earlier, emptied in an instant, the street suddenly clean and cold. At the same time, Simshazui Haifeng Dao, the Yuan and Bang bar. Lurid music and bawdy laughter filled the air. Colored lights spun as men and women flirted heedlessly under their haze. Then 3 vans thundered into the bar, and the glass doors shattered. Patrons recoiled in fright. Doors flew open. Huazi Jun flicked a cigarette, but with casual disdain, and ordered coldly. Kill. Cut them down. Fei Quan led the charge, blade flashing as he and his brothers descended upon the... The gangs are fighting. Run, patrons shouted. Experienced, they clutched their heads and scattered like a practice. Grab weapons. The unprepared Yuan and men ran toward the bar. Fei Quan closed quickly and swung his... Thud. The blade sank into flesh. The wounded man clutched his spurting neck and collapsed. Fei Quan drew his blade and struck another across the back. The man screamed and tumbled, crawling desperately. Zijun overtook him in long strides and ended the man's life with a single stroke. Caught unawares, the Yuan and men were cut down. Within moments, more than a dozen lay defeated. A dozen or so survived, snatching up chairs and bottles to fight back. Kill. Fei Quan's eyes blazed as he hacked madly at anyone who stood. The lead Yuan and man vaulted the bar and hauled up a crate of cleavers. Grab the weapons. Finish them. Several Yuan and men seized knives. The small-statured attackers whirled with ferocity, lunging at Fei Quan. A whoosh, bottles flew. Fei Quan ducked as 2 bottles smashed against his subordinate Fei Shi's head with a sickening crack. The glass shattered ere Fei Shi clutched his bleeding skull, roaring, "He'll gut him. He'll kill him. Damn." Fei Quan cursed and plunged into the fray. His cleaver flashed in a brutal exchange. Each strike traded wound for wound, but each found its mark. Fei Quan's ferocity drew the attention of the Yuanan leader. With a cold stare, the leader palmed a pistol under the bar. As Fei Quan exposed his torso in the crowd, the Yuanan chief raised the gun and aimed at his chest. Fei Quan dodged. Zijun's pupils shrank as he shouted. Bang bang. Shots rang out, and the room stared stunned at the fallen. The leader's eyes went blank as a bullet tore his temple. A smear of brain matter oozed out. He went limp and collapsed to the floor. Fei Quan's hair stood on end as he turned toward his savior. You thought I was just an enforcer? Huazi Jun twisted a crooked smile. I had to fire 4 times to hit ahead. If Big Brother sees this, hell still give me hell. He flipped the gun and squeezed the trigger at several Yuanan men. Bang bang bang. 3 rounds found their marks. 3 men crumpled. The remaining attackers lost heart at the sight of the barrel. Don't just stand there. Kill them. Huazi Jun glared at Fei Quan and changed magazines. Fei Quan breathed a silent thanks, and blade in hand lunged at the cowed Yuanan men. Kill. After a short, brutal whirl, the shouting and slaughter subsided. Fei Quan and his men emerged blood-smeared and menacing. Get in. Move to the next place. Huazi Jun snapped, opening the driver's door. Mr. Wang commands blood for blood. Tonight, wipe out the Yuan and Bang. Fei Quan, Zijun, and Fei Shi raised their cleavers and answered in unison. Wipe out the Yuan and Bang. They leapt into their vans and sped toward the next gambling den. That night, after Simshazui, Midden Dao Jinbali Dao Jialianwei Lao Dao Shanlin Dao Jinmelin Dao Haifeng Dao, the whole district erupted in chaos as shouts and screams echoed incessantly. Under the Yuan and Bang's banner bar, after bar nightclub, sauna mahjong parlor gambling den, and stall, Sheng Tao's men stormed and overturned them all. When Zhang Er arrived, distributing sacks of cash on the spot, Fei, Quan Konglong, and thousands more grinned as they clutched their bounty. Morale surged to fever pitch. Mr. Wang really pays. Fei sure gripped over 10,000 in his hand and stared hungrily at the next target. The whole island. Which big shot or gang leader throws money around so lavishly and so decisively? The low-tier foot soldiers' pockets bulging with bills felt their ambitions flare like wildfire. Everyone understood that if they truly wiped out the Yuan and Bang in one night, their names would be made. A glittering golden road would then lie before them, joining Mr. Wang's company. Led by Kowloon, Fei Quan, and the like, thousands of men tore into the night like mad dogs, hunting the Yuan and men relentlessly. Without their snakehead leadership, the once ferocious Yuan and foot soldiers began to buckle and fall back. In the dead of night, the operator at the 999 reporting center picked up the phone, but before she could finish her words, a dissatisfied voice came through from the other end. Right now from Mongkok to Tsim Sha Sui, the entire Nathan Road is filled with short men wielding knives. I've been waiting for over an hour. Are you police going to do anything? Are you going to let us do business or not? The female operator remained remarkably calm and soothingly replied, Sir, we completely understand your urgency. Please rest assured our police are already deployed and the chaos tonight will soon come to an end. Just as the call was disconnected, the operator had not even taken a breath when the emergency phone rang again on her desk. Sigh. She sighed and adjusted her mood before answering. Hello, this is the 999 reporting center. I want to report a crime. The caller was a woman, her voice filled with irritation and tension. The address is Yao Mati Pei Lick Street. There's a gang fight going on at midnight. Both sides are shouting and fighting fiercely. I heard someone hurriedly going upstairs, and there are injured men hiding outside the door. I'm worried they will break in. Please send someone to drive them away. After the woman vented her frustration, the operator gently reassured her. Please make sure to lock your doors and windows to prevent any Triad members from breaking in. Rest assured our police are already on their way. Ring, ring, ring. The operator responded, 999. Mongkok Pollen Street. The gang members have blocked the road. Now the two sides are fighting like madmen. I'm trapped upstairs. If I don't get home tonight, I'm done for. Police, come save me. Sir, please provide your exact location and do not attempt to leave on your own. Our police are on their way to rescue you, the operator said as she picked up a pen and paper ready to take notes. The male caller hesitated and said, Pollen Street, A area, A building 13, 4th floor at the house of Yu Nu Xiao Shen Shui Xiaoping. The female officer suddenly fell silent, speechless as she asked, It's a brothel, right? Just wait there. Hey, what's with your attitude? Be careful, I'll file a complaint against you. The call was abruptly disconnected. Ring, ring, 999. There's a big gang fight in Tsim Sha Sui. There are short men chasing and attacking everywhere. 2 people are dead in my bar downstairs, lying there for more than 10 minutes without moving. Ring, ring, ring. In the police reporting center, the phones rang incessantly, and the operators were overwhelmed. After receiving the emergency calls, the police in the Yao Tsimong district were already on the scene. Officers had set up blockades at various intersections, evacuating trapped citizens, while intercepting a group of media reporters, but the police had yet to enter the scene to control the situation. Gang fights are an old feature of Hong Kong Island, something the police had long been accustomed to. However, no one in the police had anticipated such a large scale of chaos tonight. After dark, the entire Yao Tsimong district was overrun. Tonight, Hung Ji and Sheng Yi's factions with thousands of men were madly fighting in Mongkok and Yao Mati. Some vengeful individuals spared no expense, spending millions. Mobilizing thousands of short men, they launched a fierce assault aiming to take down the entire Yuan Nam faction and exact revenge. Under the dark night, the once bustling and beautiful Yao Tsimong district Yao Mati Tsim Sha Sui Mongkok was brutally torn apart amidst the deafening shouts and sounds of hacking. On Pollen Street in Mongkok, the chilly street was now bustling with people. Hung Ji and Sheng Yi's factions with hundreds of men were crazily hacking at each other like wild beasts. Kill these Sheng Yi bastards. Hung Ji's dogs, I curse your mothers. Kill. The sounds of curses and screams echoed in the night sky. In a corner of the dark crowd, ding. A short knife held by a Hung Ji member was knocked away by an opponent. His hand trembled as he turned to pick up the knife. Behind him, a Sheng Yi short man had a fierce expression, raising a steel pipe and smashing it down on the Hung Ji member. Bang! The pipe struck his back, and the Hung Ji member groaned, suffocating, and fell to the ground. He pushed himself off the ground, struggling to turn around. The Sheng Yi short man, silent and ferocious, swung the steel pipe at the Hung Ji member's head. Curse your mother. As death approached, the Hung Ji member gritted his teeth and lunged at his opponent. Ding dang. The steel pipe slipped from his hand and smashed against a nearby fire hydrant, producing a crisp sound. 2 short men fought like beasts, one hand tightly gripping the other's throat, wrestling furiously. Amidst the rolling, the exhausted Hung Ji member gradually lost the upper hand, being pinned beneath the Sheng Yi short man. Die. The Sheng Yi short man's gaze was cruel as he panted heavily, his hands gripping the opponent's throat tightly. Who? The Hung Ji member's eyes rolled back as he struggled futilely between life and death suddenly. The Hung Ji member's hand found a broken knife. His eyes widened in rage as he grasped the blade and stabbed it fiercely towards the Shang Yi short man's throat. Puff! The Shang Yi short man's pupils trembled violently. Blood gushed from his neck, splattering all over the Hung Ji member's face. His hands, which were gripping the opponent's throat, gradually lost strength and released their grip. His upper body swayed, and finally, with a thud, he fell to the ground. Hoo. The Hung Ji member gasped for breath as he flipped over, gripping the short knife, and plunged it fiercely into the heart of the short man. The young short man, who had dreamed of rising to power, now stared blankly at the darkened sky, his pupils gradually losing focus. After dealing with his opponent, the Hung Ji member dropped the blade, his hand covered in cuts from the knife's edge. He forced himself to stand up when suddenly, in the next second, a steel pipe smashed heavily against the back of his head. The Hung Ji member's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, convulsing uncontrollably. After easily dispatching his opponent, the Shang Yi short man raised the steel pipe and turned to smash it against the side where a cleaver was striking. Off! In the chaos, the short men screamed in madness. Some, provoked by the prospect of death, turned to run, while others, blood boiling unknowingly, became furious. In the crowd, Zijian gasped for breath, tore at his tattered floral shirt, wiping the blood from his face and the blade. Ahead, two Shang Yi short men shouted loudly, charging at him with knives. Die! Zijian's expression suddenly turned fierce as he swiftly swung his chipped blade, striking down one short man. He ducked under a downward strike, then kicked at another Shang Yi short man's abdomen. Ugh! The short man cried out in pain, clutching his belly, staggering backward. Before their Red Stick brother could intervene, three of Zijian's subordinates rushed forward, wielding their knives and attacking the Shang Yi men. Puff! Puff! The sharp blades cut through flesh, warm blood slowly oozing out. The three Hung Ji members went wild, striking one knife after another. The Shang Yi short man coughed up blood, his body drenched in it, convulsing uncontrollably. Quick, contact the boss and have him send reinforcements. Zijian gasped, grabbing a subordinate and commanding, "Get me 300 men. No, 200 men. Just give me 200 men. I can definitely take down Xing Yi's territory on Pollen Street." Understood, brother Zijian. The subordinate nodded repeatedly, pulling out a walkie-talkie and hurriedly contacting the reinforcement stationed in the back. The call connected, but quickly hung up. Brother Zijian, the boss, says we need to hold on for a while longer. The subordinate licked his dry, cracked lips, speaking urgently. Xing Yi Xiaofei has led people into our Yao Ma Ti. Even Yao Wen, who usually stays out of gang affairs, has personally brought people to assist this time. Upon hearing this, Zijian's expression tightened, and he spat out in frustration. Curse your mother. He looked up, his gaze sweeping across the street, where in just a few minutes the ground was littered with the injured. Killing is also a physically demanding job. Both sides of the short men, who were highly tense, were now panting heavily, their strength waning. The fact that both sides had held on until now made every young Hung Ji member fantasize that perhaps they were different, with everyone deep down believing they were the protagonists of their own stories. With ambitions and desires for power, they had transformed into beasts devoid of reason, roaring and continuously hacking at every enemy in sight amidst the stimulation of blood and death. As someone who had been through it all, Zijian understood what the short men wanted. If they couldn't bring in reinforcements, they had to hold their ground, waiting for the Shang Yi gang to tire out. Brothers of Hung Ji, the chance to rise is here. Zijian took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Brother Ming promised that if we can take down Shang Yi on Pollen Street, he will personally take care of the brothers. Whoever can kill Shi Pai and Xiao Fei will be rewarded with 1 million in bonuses. Today is the chance to prove ourselves. For our sister-in-law's revenge. Kill! Kill! The nearby Hung Ji members were invigorated upon hearing this, shouting in unison as they surged forward. Brothers of Shang Yi, hold your ground. Suddenly a loud shout came from behind the crowd. Brother Xiao Fei has already entered Yao Ma Ti. The boss is right behind, watching us. The chance for the brothers to rise has come. Many Shang Yi short men marked with blue cloth strips on their arms gritted their teeth, firmly resisting the Hung Ji members. Clear out the Hung Ji members. Let's take down Ai Lian's rice. Kill! Amidst the intimidating shouts and clamor, the two tides of people crashed into each other once again on the street. Each Hung Ji member's face was fierce as they wielded their knives against their opponents. Puff! Puff! The sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh mixed with groans and cries echoed incessantly in the air. In the deep of night, in Yao Ma Ti, on Temple Street. The street, once bustling with crowds and numerous vendors, now lay in disarray. Clang! The sound of metal blades clashing echoed amidst shouts and curses. Damn you, bastard Shang Yi. Come on, you dog of Hung Ji. Hundreds of people from both sides wildly fought, tearing apart the tranquility of Temple Street at night. Behind the chaotic crowd, Xiao Fei hastily stepped forward, building momentum before delivering a powerful kick that sent his opponent crashing into a trash bin. Bang! The plastic trash bin shattered under the impact of the human body, splattering rotten garbage and food juices all over Hung Jia Sijio. Sijio struggled to rise. One of Xiao Fei's subordinates, holding a short knife, stepped forward boldly. Thud! The watermelon knife plunged deeply into Hung Jis Cgio's abdomen. He gripped the knife with trembling hands, eyes filled with terror and despair. Die, you bastard. Sheng Yi's Cgio's face twisted in fury. He viciously twisted the knife, and then brought it down heavily. Crack. Hung Jis Cgio's nose was broken, and he fell backward onto the ground. The stench of his body, mixed with the smell of blood, rushed into the nose, making one feel nauseous. Xia Fei frowned disdainfully, waving away the foul smell from his nostrils. Under the protection of more than 10 little brothers, Xia Fei stood quietly, observing the battle from the back of the crowd. At this moment, a Sheng Yi Cgio hurriedly ran over to report. Brother Fei, Explosive Ming has called in a lot of people, and our brothers have been fighting for a while. Some are exhausted. Hold on, Xia Fei raised his hand to check the time. Wait until dawn when the officers come to clean up, and we can talk about stabilizing our territory then. The Cgio nodded helplessly. As he left, his peripheral vision caught sight of Xia Fei behind him, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Brother Fei. Xia Fei looked at the terrified expression of his little brother, and his heart suddenly sank. With seasoned experience, he threw himself forward in a sudden motion. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted suddenly. From the darkness of the narrow alley behind the crowd, 3 figures suddenly shot out. 3 gunmen raised their pistols, aiming at Xia Fei and the crowd, pulling the triggers continuously. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire rang out. 4 Cgio bore the pain, blood bursting out from their bodies. Ugh. Xia Fei let out a suppressed groan. Although he reacted quickly, he was still shot in the shoulder, blood gushing out, and the bullet that hit his right ear shattered it on the spot. There are gunmen. Save Brother Fei. The Sheng Yi Cgio reacted, shouting in panic. Xia Fei crashed heavily to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunmen behind held their guns, shooting as they moved forward. With each gunshot, a Cgio fell to the ground. Xia Fei, pale with fear, disregarded his injuries, using all his limbs to roll and crawl to avoid the gunfire. The surrounding Cgio scattered in panic, clutching their heads and fleeing for their lives. Whoosh. In the darkness, a bullet struck Xia Fei's lower back. Ugh, damn it. Xia Fei let out a muffled grunt and fell to the ground. Cold sweat broke out from the pain. He suddenly realized he had lost all sensation in his lower body. Step, step, step. Footsteps approached from behind. Don't move. A hand grabbed Xia Fei's shoulder and roughly flipped him over, exposing his face to the sky. Don't shoot. Let's talk. I'm willing to pay for my life. Xia Fei's face turned pale, disregarding his image as a red stick. He pleaded repeatedly. A masked gunman holding a gun stood guard behind his 2 companions. The 2 in the middle stepped forward, grabbing Xia Fei by the collar, their eyes fixed on the Sheng Yi red stick. Brother Fei, have you forgotten us so soon? This voice, it's over. Xia Fei's eyes widened in shock, his heart dropping into the abyss. Brother Bao, Brother Manted, it's all my fault. You can treat me like air and let me go. Xia Fei pleaded with tears in his eyes, his voice trembling. Brother Bao, I didn't even touch sister-in-law. It was Wang Xiao who took her. It has nothing to do with me. If you are looking for someone, go find him. Please show mercy and spare my life. You're cowardly now, huh? A Bao pulled off his mask with a sinister smile. I told you I would definitely find you. Recalling the scenes of being brutally beaten by Xia Fei in the past, now seeing Xia Fei's pitiful, pleading, Manted's smile grew increasingly smug. He raised his hand and slapped Xia Fei's cheek, sneering. You little bastard. Didn't expect you to have today. Last time, a Bao had aimed a gun at his head, and surviving that was lucky. This time, it wouldn't be so easy. Xia Fei understood clearly, his face twitching as he forced out a grim smile. Brother Manted, Brother Bao, and Brother Dong, we are all old acquaintances. Let's talk it out. Knowing that there was no escaping death today, as Xia Fei begged humbly, his palm discreetly moved downward. A Bao Manted, enough with the nonsense, just kill him, and let's go. A Dong holding a gun guarded behind his brothers looked at the eager Cgio nearby, and urged, you 2 have vented enough. A dagger plunged violently into Manted's throat, and the smile on Manted's face froze instantly. A Bao's pupils trembled violently as he stood there in shock. In despair, Xia Fei's eyes turned frenzied as he pulled out the dagger, stabbing it repeatedly into Manted's throat. Huh. Manted coughed out a mouthful of blood, unable to believe as he clutched his neck, collapsing onto the ground. Manted. A Dong turned around, shocked to see his brother bleeding to death. The smile on his face shifted its target. Xia Fei wore a radiant smile, waiting for death with satisfaction. Oh, I will kill you. A Bao's eyes turned bloodshot as he let out a heart-wrenching wail. Bang, 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 bang. Xia Fei's mind opened wide, a frozen smile at the corner of his mouth, quietly mocking his enemy. Click, click, click. The bullets ran out. A Bao remained oblivious, continuously pulling the trigger. A Dong finally came to his senses, grabbing his brother. A Bao, let's go. The Sheng Yi Cgio are coming. Bang, bang. He fired while retreating, each bullet striking the walls of the shops. The 2 turned and fled into the alley, disappearing into the night. At the same time, in Simsha Sui, on Kimberley Road, upstairs in a bar. Kill. The roars of Cgio mixed with the muffled groans of those stabbed echoed in the bar above. Die for me. Dinosaur roared, lifting a bar chair and smashing it toward the upstart Cgio. The upstart's pupils constricted as he dove onto the ground, narrowly dodging the flying chair. Crash. The bar's glass shattered into pieces. The chair smashed through the glass, continuing its momentum and crashing heavily onto the neon sign of the bar. The neon tubes shattered, exposing the wiring crackling with electricity. Hua Sheng, have you gotten through on the phone yet? The leading upstart, with wounds all over his body, swung his knife in a horizontal sweep without turning back to ask his little brother. Beep, beep, beep. The landline phone line was met with a busy tone once again. Damn it. Hua Sheng broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth, cursing the terrible luck. Not long ago, under the orders of his superior at the police station, he successfully infiltrated the upstart gang, never expecting to encounter such a bloody scene so soon. Seeing the mad demeanor of the opposing CGO, this was a matter of life and death. Hua Sheng, are you dumb? Boss, I can't get through to Brother Hu or Brother Jia. Hua Sheng curled up under the counter, his hand trembling as he held the phone, shouting loudly. Brother Tony's phone has been busy too. What if the bosses are in trouble? In the bar, the remaining 7 upstart CGO felt their hearts sink. Everyone understood Sheng Tao Wang Xiao had suddenly gone on the offensive. With 3 major figures completely unresponsive, they were likely finished, and there was no backup behind them. The last 7 upstart CGO, almost all injured, had already been surrounded by Dinosaur and others. We won't fight anymore. The turf is yours, just let us go. Several upstart CGO gasped for breath and spoke. Dinosaur was breathing heavily, but his gaze fixed on the foreman behind. Beside him, Fei Shi and others were also covered in wounds, having been battered in this prolonged brawl. Their stamina had severely decreased. If you want to live, you must hand over your token of loyalty. De Yazai, holding a cigarette, recalled his elder brother's orders and coldly commanded, which of you is an upstart? Hearing this, the 5 CGO all turned their eyes toward the 2 in the middle. The 2 thin upstart CGO were startled, questioning sharply. We're all in this together. Why must you go to such extremes? Haha, that's how we Sheng Tao operate. De Yazai's face contorted, a cold smile emerging. When your boss Tony threatened Mr. Wang, didn't he say the same? When he kidnapped Mr. Wang, did he show any mercy? You are unjust. Don't blame us for being ruthless. A bunch of traitors. What are you waiting for? De Yazai spat out the cigarette, and ordered the 5 traitorous CGO. Once you kill those 2, you can survive. The 5 upstart CGO gripped their short knives tightly, their eyes fixed on the 2 upstart leaders. Bastards. You traitors. The 2 upstart leaders cursed fiercely at their eager subordinates. They exchanged a glance, realizing they were at a dead end, and unleashed their ferocity before dying. Dogs of Sheng Tao. The 2 upstart leaders' faces twisted, their eyes gleaming with mad hatred. Disregarding the blades aimed at them by their subordinates, they swung their knives at De Yazai. Dinosaur and Fei Shi, accustomed to this, decisively took a step back. De Yazai drew out his gun, firing twice to efficiently eliminate the last 2 monkeys. He turned the gun's aim toward the 5 traitors. Spare me. The CGO turned pale with fright, dropping their knives and kneeling down decisively. De Yazai coldly ordered, take us to the next turf, you lead the way, and if you capture it, we will spare your lives. Thank you, boss. The 5, as if hearing the voice of heaven, did not dare hesitate, and agreed instantly. Hurry. Dinosaur and others roughly pulled the 5 up. De Yazai's gaze was fixed on the bar counter. Come out, don't make me say it a second time. Don't shoot, boss. I don't have any weapons. Hua Sheng obediently raised both hands, stepping out from the counter, his face filled with a pained plea. Boss, I just joined the upstart gang, and I'm willing to pledge my loyalty. Clever boy. De Yazai smiled, putting away his gun and nodding towards Fei Shi. Fei Shi's eyes were fierce as he kicked Hua Sheng in the butt. Get moving. Dinosaur and De Yazai and others went downstairs, quickly getting into the van. In the distance at the intersection, a young officer looked at the van anxiously and asked, Sir, the CGO are about to run. Shouldn't we go after them? Wait a moment. Sir Wei raised his hand to check the time, speaking leisurely. 3 vans roared and vanished into. The young officer was frantic, feeling a hint of impatience and dissatisfaction. Sir, how long must we wait? Old rules, wait for the CGO to settle their scores, Sir Wei said, taking a drag from his cigarette. The young officer, just graduated from the police academy, frowned, wanting to say more. Everyone else is calm. Why are you a newcomer so anxious? An old sergeant beside him placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, kindly explaining. This has been the old rule in our police force. When gang conflicts cannot be resolved, we just watch them fight, and we are only responsible for cleaning up afterward. If we suppress them and don't let them fight, it will only backfire. Besides, these CGO are a cancer to Hong Kong. Losing one is a gain. The citizens will only cheer. These CGO are all young and hot-headed. They are already bloodthirsty now. If we rush in too early and our guys get hurt, how can we face our families? Everyone has had their moments of youth, justice, and passion. After finishing, the old sergeant pat the young man's shoulder heavily. Everyone earns just a few thousand a month. It is not worth risking their lives against a bunch of reckless CGO. The young officer looked up and scanned the elderly in the cars. He saw everyone leisurely smoking, appearing to be spectators of the fight. As the knowledge learned in the police force starkly contrasted with the reality, the young officer fell silent, feeling oppressed and unable to breathe. As time rewinds to the eve of war, 4 hours earlier, the execution operation had quietly commenced while Sheng Tao Company summoned the dwarfs. Location: Sim Sha Sui, Salisbury Road, Grand Palace nightclub. Across from the nightclub, there are parking spaces available. A sedan gradually slowed down with a bespectacled man scanning the surroundings, searching for a parking spot. At that moment, not far ahead, a car happened to pull out. Lucky day. The bespectacled man chuckled as he prepared to park by the side. Vroom. The roar of an engine came from behind. A black sedan zipped past, slipping into the parking spot ahead of him. What the hell? The bespectacled man widened his eyes, rolled down the window, and opened his mouth to say something. Click. The door of the black sedan opened. A Wu stepped out, casting a casual glance at the bespectacled man. Upon seeing a Wu who was dressed in a black suit and appeared strong and imposing, the bespectacled man instinctively swallowed his words, awkwardly smiled, and quickly drove off to find another target. Hurry up, you cripple. A Wu turned to his partner behind him and said irritably, I came out to work and now I have to babysit a handicapped person. Just stand behind me later. You can do less work, but you must give me half of your share once the job is done. You money grubber, all you care about is cash. Little brother Ma adjusted his trench coat, a toothpick in his mouth, and I don't need you to protect me. Oh, I want to ask the boss for money. You might as well give up on that thought. You poor cripple, you haven't suffered enough. A Wu smirked. Even if you don't want it, the boss will definitely give it to you. You might as well hand it over to me. Little brother Ma scoffed in disdain. You money grubber, all I can smell from you is the stench of copper. Stay away from me, your mouth reeks. As the two continued their banter, they entered the nightclub. A waiter greeted them with a smile. Welcome, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation? A Wu remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the brightly lit men and women. His eyes briefly lingered on the dozen or so bouncers. No, we're here to find a friend, little brother Ma replied, casually, still chewing on his toothpick. You go ahead, we'll make our way ourselves. The waiter, not thinking much of it, politely inclined his body and turned to leave. Once the waiter was gone, A Wu's lips moved slightly as he whispered. The person is in the private box. Let's take the stairs. Little brother Ma nodded slightly, and the two of them headed towards the emergency exit. The first floor of the nightclub, turning down the corridor, arrived at the VIP box area. A Wu and little brother Ma walked shoulder to shoulder, laughing and chatting as close as if they shared the same pants. Their footsteps did not stop, eyes catching on the four bodyguards standing in front of a box in the center of the corridor. The four bodyguards, dressed in suits, all turned their eyes towards A Wu and little brother Ma, their faces filled with scrutiny. A Wu and little brother Ma appeared completely at ease, whispering and joking among themselves as they walked. Let's get this straight, who goes in first, you or I? Hearing this, A Wu grinned. They'll go in, you ask the boss for money and give me half. Little brother Ma kept walking, elbowing A Wu. Then let me do it. To an outsider, it seemed like two good friends were playfully teasing each other, but little brother Ma's right hand naturally dropped close to his thigh, its movement growing smaller. You're such a fool, A Wu said with an exasperated look. Forget it, I'll do it. I'm afraid you might alert the enemy. The two continued to joke naturally as they approached the four bodyguards. As they walked, A Wu and little brother Ma's faces flushed the strong scent of alcohol emanating from them. They brushed past each other, and the four bodyguards looked at the two drunks with cold disdain. Time suddenly seemed to slow down. In less than the blink of an eye, whoosh. A flash of cold light suddenly appeared. A Wu's expression turned icy as he pulled out a knife from his lower back, and in an instant the sharp blade sliced through the throats of the two men. Puff puff. The two bodyguards' necks gushed blood, their faces filled with terror as they clutched their severed throats, their legs giving way as they leaned against the wall, slowly collapsing to the ground. The remaining two bodyguards were horrified, quickly reaching for their guns. Trash. One of them shouted, trying to alert the boss inside the box. He had just uttered the first sound when a flash of cold light appeared. A Wu's knife tip precisely stabbed into the bodyguard's throat, then instantly withdrew, slashing at the other bodyguard's raised right hand that was holding a gun. Crack. The crisp sound mixed with the tearing sound of flesh exploded. The bodyguard's face contorted in pain, his hand still gripping the gun spiraled down to the ground. Time seemed to slow down under the intense pain. The bodyguard's face was filled with agony as he opened his mouth to scream. A Wu lunged forward, his right hand splayed open, viciously pressing down on the bodyguard's mouth and nose. With his left hand, the knife pierced into the bodyguard's throat like a flash, violently twisting, tearing through the windpipe and carotid artery. The bodyguard of the gang let out a wheezing sound, his eyes filled with despair, his hands futilely grasping the blade, blood bubbles emerging between his fingers. Puff. A Wu pulled out the knife, gently laying down the dying bodyguard. In just a few breaths, he easily dispatched all four bodyguards. Little brother Ma, with a toothpick in his mouth, was filled with amazement. His partner was incredibly fierce at close. It's your turn, cripple. A Wu smiled, tilting his head towards little brother Ma, looking ready to see his performance. Little brother Ma grinned, donned his mask, and swiftly lifted his trench coat, drawing out two large black stars. With a click, the box door suddenly swung open from inside. A bodyguard stationed inside heard the commotion and poked his head out, frowning as he asked, "What's going on outside?" The black star pressed against his forehead. The bodyguard froze, his eyes widening, lips quivering as he struggled to speak. Bang! Gunfire erupted. The bullet hit the bodyguard's forehead, and his dazed eyes rolled back as he fell backward. Inside the box, the laughter and playful sounds of men and women abruptly stopped. Numerous men and women turned their gazes towards the door. Little brother Ma holding two guns dashed into the box, instantly locking onto the two brothers Jia and Hu in the center of the crowd. His fingers continuously squeezed the trigger. Bang 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 bang. The pupils of Jia and Hu shrank rapidly, completely unable to react as the deafening gunfire rang out beside their ears. Smack! A bullet precisely struck Jia's forehead. Jia's eyes still held a trace of horror before he died, his head tilted back, due to inertia crashing onto the sofa. Jia from the movie Detonator. Hu, who was quite skilled, quickly bent down trying to dodge. In the blink of an eye, the bullet was like a shadow following him. Ugh! Hu groaned painfully as blood flowers blossomed on his back. His legs weakened, he fell over onto the coffee table. Crash! The wine bottles and glasses on the coffee table shattered to the ground. Hu! It was only then that the crowd finally regained their senses. Brother Jia, brother Hu. The gang's followers and bodyguards gasped in horror, reaching for their guns to retaliate. Aunt! The women screamed in terror, hugging their heads as shrieks echoed. Bang 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 bang. Little brother Ma's eyes were exceptionally cold. His hands sprayed bullets continuously, each gunshot hitting a gang member accurately. Ugh! A gang member cried out in agony, intertwined with the sound of shattering glass. Crack! Crack! Crystal wine bottles exploded with gunfire, the broken glass and amber liquid splattering everywhere. The genuine leather sofa was riddled with gaping holes from the bullets, the screams of men and women drowned out by the incessant gunfire. Clink! The shells and magazines fell onto the floor, producing a series of pleasant sounds. Little brother Ma used his left hand to suppress the fire while his right hand grasped a handgun, with just one bullet left, quickly tucking it into his waistband. With a click, he skillfully inserted a new magazine. Little brother Ma aimed at the gang member who had just drawn his gun, and bang bang, two shots blew his head off. The deafening gunfire suddenly ceased. After eliminating all the gang members, little brother Ma stepped forward with his gun raised while Wu, wearing a mask, surveyed the bodies within the box, secretly raising his eyebrows. No wonder the boss valued this cripple so much, insisting he partner with him. In the blink of an eye, he had effortlessly gunned down all dangerous targets. This cripple's marksmanship and courage were undoubtedly worthy of the boss' favor. The pungent smell of blood and gunpowder filled the box. Little brother Ma aimed at the heads of Jia and Hu, firing 2 additional shots. The 2 brothers who ruled Sim Sha Sui opened their eyes wide in anger, unable to close them even in death. Tap tap tap. Hurried footsteps sounded from the corridor. It's your turn, cripple, Wu said with a slight smile, unabashedly adding, you can do it faster than I can. Little brother Ma rolled his eyes, too lazy to bicker with his greedy partner. In the corridor, more than a dozen gang members armed rushed towards the boss sitting in the box. In front of the box, little brother Ma raised both guns, swiftly stepping out, aiming at the startled gang members. Bang 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 bang. The bullets pierced through bodies, continuing their trajectory to penetrate the chests of the gang members behind. The gunfire flickered, and one by one the gang members collapsed to the ground. Let's go inform the boss. Little brother Ma and Wu stepped over the fallen bodies, blending into the terrified crowd as they quickly vanished into the night. Before the war, 2 of the 3 leaders of the gang had already been eliminated. Sim Sha Sui, Salisbury Road. A convoy thundered past the street, racing towards its target location. About 20 minutes later, the convoy turned off its lights in succession and halted outside a luxurious villa. The car door swung open. A group of masked gunmen in suits carrying their prepared weapons quietly stepped out of. Duan Kun wore a radiant smile, holding an AK, and waved his hand to command. Surround them. Cut the phone lines. The gang of Sheng Tao gunmen scattered into action. Inside the villa's bedroom, a seductive whisper echoed. The landline phone suddenly rang. Tony ignored it, continuing to focus on his business. In the next moment, the mobile phone on the bedside also rang. The crisp ringtone grew, increasingly grating in the owner's ears as time dragged on. Damn it! Tony suddenly shivered, hastily finishing his encounter, and reached for the landline. Behind him, 2 stunning women gazed at Tony's back with resentment. As soon as the call connected, before Tony could speak, an urgent voice from his subordinate came through. Tony, it's bad. Someone's come to crash the party. What are you panicking about? Which gang's bastard is it? Speak slowly. Tony jumped out of bed, his eyes filled with. A brother escaped from another venue, and said. The speaker wiped the sweat from his forehead, but suddenly halted. Tony gripped the receiver tightly, a sudden tension rising in his heart. In an instant, the phone line was filled with the screeching sound of brakes and footsteps. Tony, they're coming for us. The speaker's tone was filled with anxiety and fear as he shouted. It's people from Sheng. They've made it to the store. These bastards are slashing anyone they see. They're merciless. Boss, you need to send help. In the midst of his speech, a sudden cacophony of shouts and curses erupted. Kill. Chop these bastards from Vietnam. Damn those Sheng Tao fools. Suddenly the caller fell silent. Hello? Speak. Where are you? Tony tightened his grip on the phone, desperately calling out. No one answered the phone, only the rising sounds of smashing and cries of pain. Sheng Tao. Tony's expression darkened as he slammed down the phone, his teeth grinding together. Wang Xiao. During the day, the police came knocking, claiming that Wang Xiao was rescued from kidnapping and accused the San brothers of the crime. The three brothers laughed out loud in front of the officers, but after laughing they felt a twinge of regret. Initially, the three had also planned to kidnap Wang Xiao with both the people and the weapons ready, but they hadn't had the chance to act before someone else beat them to it. After fooling the royal police, the brothers returned and mocked Wang Xiao, saying that at least he was now a big shot in the underworld, reduced to seeking justice from the police. Unexpectedly, they never anticipated. When the other side moved, they moved like a tiger descending from the mountain. Not even a day passed before Wang Xiao struck suddenly. I really underestimated you. Wang Xiao. Tony clenched his fists, tightly grabbing the phone to contact his two brothers. The landline showed no response. Tony's gaze sharpened, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside the bedroom. Tony's expression changed as he opened the drawer, grabbed his pistol, and cocked it. The two women on the bed jumped in fright, looking at Tony with terror. Tony! A voice from outside called out urgently. Tony silently sighed with relief. Click! The bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Boss! Someone's come to kill us. A group of subordinates rushed in, guns in hand, to report urgently. Just now we saw movement outside the villa, so we sent some brothers to check, but they haven't returned yet. The phone lines at home are all cut, none of the landlines are working. Boss, you need to get dressed, we'll protect you while you escape. Ah. The two women turned pale with fear, forgetting their nudity, desperately grasping Tony's arms, pleading. Tony, take us with you. Get away. Tony roughly pushed the two women aside, rising abruptly and commanding. Quick, contact the gang brothers, tell them to abandon their territory and come to the villa for support. Go upstairs, bring my mother down, everyone prepare to fight their way out. A group of subordinates nodded seriously. Three of them pulled out walkie-talkies to contact the lower-ranked members. Tony quickly got dressed, took a deep breath, picked up the landline, and dialed a familiar number. Pick up. It must be answered. Tony held the phone tightly, silently urging. Dialing. Dialing. He dialed twice, but the phones of his brother Aja and younger brother Ahu remained unanswered. It's over. Tony sat down on the bed, lost in thought, throwing the phone away. Three subordinates grabbed the walkie-talkie, each making calls, their faces growing increasingly grim. Boss, the phones in each venue either don't connect, or when they do, they're shouting for us to send support. The brothers below say those Sheng Tao guys are going crazy tonight, chopping people like they're on drugs. We can't reach Xiaogu and Hugo either. Boss, we need to retreat quickly. The subordinates clutched their guns in the corridor. Tony's elderly mother, suffering from dementia, looked at the group of subordinates and nervously asked, Who are you? What do you want? Let's go. Tony wasted no time, taking his mother along, and the group hurried to the garage, splitting up into 3 cars. Screech. The garage door slowly rose. Outside the villa, in the darkness, a flurry of gunfire suddenly illuminated the night. Bang, bang, bang. Tat, 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 tat. Bullets pierced through the garage door, flying wildly inside. 2 unfortunate souls groaned repeatedly, blood bursting from their bodies. Damn, Wang Xiao. You really are ruthless. Tony gritted his teeth. We can't get out. Up the stairs. Outside the villa, a modified van, the door swung open. Leading the charge was Wang Jianjun, along with 6 blooded veterans wearing masks and holding AKs, dressed in tactical vests, quietly observing their boss in the van. Wang Xiao gazed at the darkened villa, raising his hand to signal. Go, and I want Tony alive. Click, click. The AKs were loaded in succession. Wang Jianjun led the way, the remaining 6 brothers instinctively separated into 2 groups of 3, stealthily approaching the villa under the cover of night. Let's begin. Wang Xiao picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke calmly. Around the villa, 20 Sheng Tao gunmen moved at his command, pulling out makeshift smoke bombs made from canned goods, lighting the fuses and tossing them into the villa. Crash! The smoke bombs shattered the villa's windows, rolling inside with a clatter. Black smoke billowed from the holes, filling the room with a pungent odor. In the dark at the back corner of the villa, 2 grappling hooks were tossed out, camouflaged by the sound of the smoke bombs hitting the ground, accurately hooking onto the railing. Wang Jianjun shouldered his AK and silently began to climb upwards. In a short while, the 7 men took turns covering each other, silently infiltrating the target location. Cough, cough. In the dark villa, intermittent coughing echoed. More than 10 subordinates covered their mouths and noses, nervously huddling in every corner of the villa. Outside the villa, Wang Xiao grinned cruelly, raising his hand to press the walkie-talkie. Prepare the Molotov cocktails, let's light up these rats in the gutter. Around the villa, 20 Sheng Tao gunmen grinned menacingly, picking up the prepared Molotov cocktails, lighting the cloth wicks soaked in oil. Whoosh! The Molotov cocktails soared into the villa with a howling wind. Boom, boom, boom. The glass-made Molotov cocktails shattered in various places, igniting, immediately splattering flames everywhere. The dark villa was suddenly illuminated. The last shred of hope for the hidden subordinates crumbled as more than 10 pairs of eyes were filled with terror and despair. Wang Xiao raised the walkie-talkie, laughing maniacally. Kill the monkeys. 1,000 for each. Damn it. Go. Duan Kuan shouted, holding the AK. 20 Sheng Tao gunmen charged into the villa with a murderous aura. Inside the living room, Two subordinates looked at each other at the sound of approaching footsteps and stood up to shoot. Bang bang. Bullets flew past them like insects buzzing by. Die. Three Sheng Tao gunmen, faces twisted in rage, appeared, unbothered by death. The three brothers opened fire, emptying their magazines at the hiding spots of the two Vietnamese subordinates. Damn these gangsters, they just won't let the drug lords be. Duan Kuan cursed while pointing his AK at a seriously injured Vietnamese subordinate on the ground, sneering. Mr. Wang asked me to ask you, do you have more guns, or do we have more bullets? I see more bullet holes on you than on me. Please. Just give me a quick death, the Vietnamese subordinate pleaded, desperately collapsing on the ground. Duan Kuan stepped on the Vietnamese subordinate, grinning wickedly. Dream on, you bastard. Bang 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 bang, you bastards. The sounds of gunfire mixed with screams and curses echoed throughout the villa. On the first floor of the villa at the staircase. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck the walls of the staircase, causing a cacophony as plaster and dust splattered into the air. Die, monkeys. Let's see how many bullets you have left. Duan Kuan cursed, holding his AK with both hands, leaning out to fire continuously at the upper floor. A group of Sheng Tao's gunmen huddled on either side of the staircase, occasionally firing to draw fire away from the infiltrating team. Above on the second floor, the intense sounds of gunfire and curses echoed through the corridor. A few remaining Vietnamese soldiers crouched in the corridor and at the staircase on the second floor, continuously firing to suppress Sheng Tao's gunmen from advancing upstairs. They were unaware that 6 shadows had silently infiltrated the rooms on the second floor. With a couple of soft clicks, the door behind them suddenly swung open. Wang Xiao and his 3 companions burst out of the room, brandishing their AKs, aiming at the stunned Vietnamese soldiers. Rat-a-tat-tat. The AK roared to life, a torrent of bullets piercing through bodies, creating bursts of crimson mist. Ugh! Several Vietnamese soldiers trembled, as if electrocuted, crashing to the ground with horrified cries. Sun and another man aimed their guns at the side rooms, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Using cover, Wang Xiao and his 3 companions silently advanced, guns raised, each shooting 2 bullets into the downed Vietnamese soldiers. Tap tap tap. The crisp sound of gunfire rang out. After finishing the execution, Wang Xiao raised his hand, signaling with 2 gestures. The 6 men automatically split into pairs, slowing their pace to begin searching for any remaining enemies. Bang! Sun looked at Wang Xiao. The 2 brothers exchanged a knowing glance. Wang Xiao crouched, slightly preparing for a charge. Bang! Sun kicked the door open with force. As the door burst open, Wang Xiao sprang inside like a rabbit. Time seemed to slow down in that moment. Inside the room, a Vietnamese soldier shot in the abdomen crouched behind a table, raising his gun, aiming at Wang Xiao's head. Bang bang. Bullets whizzed past overhead. Before the Vietnamese soldier could fire, Wang Xiao had already changed his assault posture. Locking his gaze on the hiding enemy, his body executed a standard gun-holding position, the barrel of his AK pivoting with his body, instantly completing a counterfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets ripped through the wooden table barricade, splinters flying as 3 bullets exploded the Vietnamese soldier's head. The Vietnamese soldier slumped, falling silent on the ground, his body twitching like a dead fish before going still. Bang! On the second floor of the villa, one by one, doors were violently broken open by seasoned combat veterans. After clearing out the remaining enemies, the 6 men quickly began to advance to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor of the villa, inside, a bedroom furniture was moved to block the door. Gunfire and the wails of the mortally wounded echoed from downstairs, piercing and horrifying. Tony's dazed mother hid alone in a corner, mumbling incoherently in Vietnamese. 2 pale-faced women trembled as they tied bed sheets tightly together, preparing to escape through the window. In front of the safe, Tony grabbed bundles of US dollars, frantically stuffing them into a bag, hastily preparing to flee. The 4 men were unaware that a pair of eyes were quietly watching them from the windowsill. The boss wants live captures. Wang Xiao simply holstered his gun, gripping the grappling hook tightly, pushing off the wall with his feet, and leaping up like a leopard towards the window. He twisted his body and kicked, crashing through the glass, rolling neatly into the room. Tony was startled, not expecting that with the door blocked, the enemy would drop in from above, breaking in through the window. He dropped the bag in his hand and reached for the gun on the floor. Wang Xiao darted out, kicking Tony's wrist. Clatter! The gun spun and fell to the floor. Wang Xiao Zhou Xiaolong versus Tony Zhou Xiaolong. Tony's hand trembled, unable to catch his breath, his upper body jerked back violently. A high kick swept past Tony's face. Wang Xiao missed the first strike, but quickly followed up with a side kick. Tony had just dodged an attack when he was unexpectedly struck hard in the chest. Bang! Tony grunted, crashing to the ground, but disregarding the pain, he rolled urgently, narrowly avoiding the thrust of a trident knife. Wang Xiao turned the trident knife in his hand, switching grips, lunging towards Tony. Ugh! Tony's face contorted in pain as he screamed. Thrust! The knife plunged deep into Tony's shoulder blade. Wang Xiao firmly controlled the Vietnamese monkey. Out! Nearby, the 2 women screamed in fear. Bang! Bang! Wang Jianjun's expression turned cold as he pulled out his gun, unhesitatingly firing 2 shots that exploded the heads of both women. Instantly silence enveloped. Tony gasped in pain, pointing at the bag on the floor. Brother, spare us, the bag contains a full $1 million. You work for that bastard Wang Xiao, how much can he possibly give you? As long as you agree all this money on the floor is yours. You could never spend it all. How about it? Vietnamese dog cubs, each one like this. Wang Jianjun laughed in anger, pressing his knee against Tony's spine, coldly stating, my brother gives far more than you can imagine. Most importantly, I really hate you dead monkeys. I have lost too many comrades at your hands in this lifetime. I will kill every single one I find. With a turn of the gun, Wang Jianjun aimed at the dazed old monkey. Stop! Tony roared in fury. Don't kill my mother. She has Alzheimer's and knows nothing. She is innocent. Innocent? Humph! Wang Jianjun sneered, twisting the knife. Ah! Tony suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Do you even know what innocence is? Wang Jianjun pulled out the knife, pressing it against Tony's neck, sternly questioning. We spent 20 billion to raise you wolf cubs. In the early days of the battlefield, my brothers treated you old, weak women and children with kindness, giving you food and drink. And what happened? After eating our rations, you poisoned our food and water. You old, weak women and children lured us into minefields. You attacked us from behind time and again. How many people, how many brothers who spent every day with me, my comrades, died at the hands of you so-called innocent people? Being kind to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Remembering familiar yet strange faces from the past, Wang Jianjun's eyes turned red, and after a moment of silence, he slowly lowered his gun. Whether you mother and son live or die, I have no say in that. Whatever you have to say, tell my boss later. The night breeze rustled, the flames illuminated the dark sky. At the same time, under the same night sky, the bloody clash between the oil-stained Wang gang was just beginning. The evil punishment system personally certifies that I, Wang Xiao, am a good person. For the system's generous rewards, petty squabbles are too trivial. Let's aim for something big. Wang Xiao stood quietly by the car, cigarette in mouth, murmuring to himself, if I ignite a conflict between 2 gangs and wipe out one, the reward should be substantial, right? The next moment, a prompt from the punish evil and promote good system suddenly sounded in his mind. Mechanical prompts echoed continuously. Congratulations, host, for punishing evil and promoting good, striking against malignant forces. Execute the 2 leaders of the Vietnamese gang. Special rewards: 1. Patek Philippe Platinum Diamond Men's Wristwatch. 2. Military Kevlar Helmets. 20. 3. Soviet SVD Sniper Rifles. 6. Congratulations, host, for punishing evil and promoting good. Successfully executed 16 Vietnamese gang gunmen. Reward: Soviet AK-4732. Congratulations, host, for striking against malignant forces. Executed 10 core members of the gang. Reward: Black Star pistol bullets, 500 rounds. Congratulations. Reward: Stab-resistant vests, 50 sets. Reward: Same as above. Reward: Military walkie-talkies, 15. Reward: Police stab-resistant vests, 20 sets. Reward: AK bullets, 1,000 rounds. Reward: Special Operations uniforms, 20 sets. Reward: Black Star pistols, 20. Reward: Combat boots, 30 pairs. Reward: Military tactical gloves, 60 pairs. High-end sexy high-slit Cheongsam skirts, 50 pieces. 2-wheel mountain off-road motorcycles, 70. Ultra-thin shiny black stockings, 100 packs. Coward's Nemesis Uncle Das Special Supply Assens Oil, 20 bottles. Apply a thin layer, young man, don't be greedy. Essential for Friends Mountain Cutting Knives, 300. Same as above, same as above, same as above. Essential for Hitting Sticks Baseball Bats, 450. Same as above, same as above. 7-colored fishing net stockings, 500 packs. Marlboro cigarettes, 100 cartons. Japanese boutique action love educational films, 10. Edible pineapple buns, 1,000. Butterfly knives, 130. Frozen lemon tea, 360 cups. High-end off-road bicycles, 110 units. Carefully watch after rewards are drawn. We bear no responsibility for any losses on the island. Portuguese egg tarts. Playboy premium magazines. Rewards rang incessantly. Wang Xiao's mouth twitched as he exhaled a puff of smoke. This reward really is all-encompassing, providing for every need, but just keeps getting more ridiculous. The chaotic rewards from the shorty were truly unreliable. Wang Xiao snapped back to reality, waving his hand to his subordinates. Burn it down. The crowd holding Molotov cocktails suddenly sprang into action. One by one, the bottles were thrown, smashing in the empty villa. Flammable liquids splashed everywhere. Boom, boom. The flames of the villa flared up, instantly burning fiercely. In less than 20 minutes, the mission was accomplished. Wang Jianjun and his companions pushed Tony and his mother into a car. Let's go. Wang Xiao climbed into the vehicle, and the convoy quickly disappeared from the scene. In a nondescript alley in Jiandong, there lies a hidden smoke shop under the banner of Shengtao. Inside, the sound of the rolling shutter echoing. Kneel down. Wang Jingwo kicked Tony harshly at the back of his knee. With his hands bound, Tony's legs buckled, and he collapsed on his knees before his mockers. Wang Xiao sat confidently in his chair gazing at the menacing Yunanzi before him with a tone of reflection. Tony, your threats not long ago seem to still linger in my ears. To think that our first meeting would also be our last. Under the gaze of everyone, Tony lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Wang Xiao, his rebellious spirit undiminished. Wang Xiao, I underestimated you. I should have listened to my brother and taken you down sooner. Fuck. Even at death's door you're still quite tough. Duan Kun's face darkened as he raised his AK and smashed the butt against Tony's head. Thud. Tony fell sideways to the ground, blood streaming from his forehead, slowly trickling down his cheek. His hands were bound. He struggled to prop himself up with his head, trying to force himself to rise. Underestimating the enemy. Hee. Wang Xiao scoffed, disdain evident in his eyes as he stepped on Tony's head. Do you really think I would consider you an enemy? Do you think I'm a big shot in the underworld like you? You overestimate yourself and underestimate me, Wang Xiao. From the beginning to the end, my target was never you, Tony, let alone your so-called Yunanzi gang. Considering someone your opponent or rival inevitably reduces you to their level. Young people think the leaders of gangs are glamorous, but in reality they are merely puppets and tools for the wealthy, kept around for use and discarded when no longer needed. Being humiliated and stepped on, Tony's face twisted with anger, veins bulging on his neck as he desperately tried to break free. What level are you? How dare you compare yourself to me? Wang Xiao slowly stood up, looking down at the dying monkey beneath him, his foot grinding against Tony's stubborn face. You are merely a dog raised by others, all bark and no bite, yet you think I would regard you. A dog biting a person is best dealt with by taking out the dog's owner as well. My real target is the three masters. If it weren't for the fact that you have something I want tonight, you wouldn't even have the right to see me. Tony's eyes turned red, his chest heaving rapidly, feeling humiliated to the extreme. In the battle of kings and bandits, he could accept losing, even dying, without regret. But he never expected that Wang Xiao truly looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. Wang Xiao licked his lips, a sinister, bloodthirsty smile appearing. 3 wealthy masters, isn't it much more enjoyable than your dead dog life? Wang Xiao, I swear to you, you bastard. Tony's desperate struggles yielded no results, and he suddenly let out a furious roar. Upon hearing someone insult his elder brother, Duan Kun's expression changed drastically. Damn you. He raised his AK ready to strike. Before Duan Kun could make a move, 7 shadows swiftly darted out from the side. In the darkness, even with their masks on, a group of Sheng Tao gunmen could see the ferocity and anger in the eyes of these 7 fiends. I let you insult. Wang Jianjun flew into a rage, delivering a kick to Tony's mouth. Ugh. Tony let out a painful whimper, spitting out a mouthful of old blood mixed with 3 teeth and a small piece of his tongue. Wang Jiangwo and his cousins were furious, surrounding Tony and giving him a thorough kicking. Duan Kun clicked his tongue, puzzled about where the boss had found these gunmen. Each one was more dedicated than the last, showing more enthusiasm than themselves. He shook his head, realizing he couldn't step in and had to regretfully back off. Stop hitting him, Wang Xiao waved his hand. The 7 brothers reluctantly ceased their assault, leaving behind a battered Yunanzi leader. Tony was covered in blood, his face swollen like a pig's head, lying on the ground, his chest rising and falling irregularly, barely proving he was still alive. Why hit him so hard? If you kill him, how will I ask? Wang Xiao glared at his brothers, kicking the unconscious Tony on the ground. This isn't my fault, you damn monkey. Really have no self-awareness, and you still dare to act tough now. And I absolutely hate it when someone insults my mother. You need to apologize to me. Wang Xiao smiled eerily. Bring his mother here. Wang Xiao. Tony mumbled, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his words slurred. Footsteps approached behind him. Get up. Kneel down. 2 gunmen roughly pressed Tony's mother to the ground. Wang Xiao tilted his head to look at Tony, smiling faintly. Tony, you should know what I want now. The 3 old guys, Da Xiao Siguang and Baldway, raised you Yunanzi gang from a young age, funding you to establish the Yunanzi gang. Over the years, you 3 brothers have helped them with plenty of dirty work. You Yunanzi gang are all ungrateful wolves. You surely have some dirt on them. Hand it over willingly, and he'll leave you with a whole corpse. Tony struggled to open his swollen eyes, looking helplessly at his dazed mother. I'm trying to talk to you nicely. Do you really think I'm easy to deal with? Wang Xiao grabbed Tony by the hair, gazing into his eyes coldly. You don't want to speak, pretending to be mute, huh? He'll give you one last opportunity to choose your mother or the stuff. You have 10 seconds to think. Wang Xiao released Tony's head, disdainfully wiping his hands on his clothes, drawing out the big black star and aiming at the monkey's mother. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The countdown from Wang Xiao rang out, each number striking Tony's heart like a dagger. Tony's face turned pale, and with the countdown his breathing grew increasingly rapid. Wang Xiao showed no mercy in his eyes, coldly announcing the death countdown. 5, 4, 3. I want a person. Tony suddenly shouted, throwing his head back. After he had spoken, he seemed to exhaust all his strength, his chest heaving rapidly as he lowered his defiant head, his expression grim. Wang Xiao raised a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth, gently patting Tony on the shoulder. Go on, I'm listening. Tony's lips trembled for a long time before he let out a deep sigh. There are no fools among those who make their way in the world. After the three brothers had gained their wings, they had kept incriminating evidence of the three major water sources over the years. Though they were all in the same boat, one must always leave a backup plan just in case. After being beaten mercilessly, Tony, who refused to bow his head, ultimately had his spine bent by the old mother. Wang Xiao, Mr. Wang. Tony slowly lifted his head, his demeanor humble and desolate, speaking indistinctly. Before I die, I only wish to ask you for two things. First, give me a quick endo, and second, my mother is a dementia patient. She poses no threat to you. I beg you to spare. I never kill women. Wang Xiao said nonchalantly without blinking, gesturing to Duan Kuan. A Kuan drive, and personally take his mother to the police station. Big brother indeed does not kill women, I know that too well. Duan Kuan said with a smirk, pulling the old lady out of the smoke-filled room and tossing her into the vehicle. I'll take your mother to find the cops. Now you can rest easy, Tony, Wang Xiao said earnestly. Tony listened to the car fading away, took a deep breath, and muttered indistinctly. The items are stored in the vault of Huifeng Bank Sim Sha Sui branch and require a seal and password to retrieve. The seal is in my pocket hanging with the car keys, and the password is. Upon receiving the location, Wang Xiao picked up the big brother phone behind him and immediately called his underling. Boss, don't worry, I'll contact the branch manager right away to expedite the retrieval, Zhang assured straightforwardly. Less than half an hour after hanging up, Zhang called back, his tone even more respectful. Boss, the items have been retrieved. I took the liberty to check, and there were no errors. With the items in hand, Wang Xiao satisfiedly hung up the phone and turned to his group of brothers, waving his hand. Don't say that big brother doesn't let you enjoy this. Dead dog is for you. Good. A sinister grin spread across Wang Jianjun's usually cold face. Wang Zhangwo and Ah Sun tossed aside their cigarettes, drawing out military daggers as they ferociously closed in. Ha ha, today we'll let you truly enjoy this. Wang Xiao. Tony shouted fiercely at Wang Xiao's retreating figure, seeing the hatred in the eyes surrounding him. You promised me a quick end. You came here to mix it up, yet you don't keep your word. You finally noticed it's too late, haha, Wang Xiao said, lighting a cigarette and raising an eyebrow with a smile. Tony, save your strength. You'll have more to scream about later. In the east, Kowloon smoke stalled the lounge. After a busy night, Wang Xiao returned and handed Tony over to Wang Jianjun. Exhausted and sleepy, he headed back to the lounge to catch up on some rest. Before falling asleep, Wang Xiao sat by the single bed and lit a sleep aid cigarette. The smoke drifted gently before him as he silently recited, punish evil and promote good. In the next moment, the drifting smoke suddenly surged back, forming a lead gray light curtain in front of him. Wang Xiao looked at a long list of system rewards, his gaze instantly drawn to the grand prize at the top. Congratulations, host, for cracking down on evil. By your own strength, you have successfully eradicated the most difficult gang. Unlock elimination of Gang 1. Special rewards 1 new. Skill evolution point 1. Skill evolution point strengthens the skills learned by the host after use. 1 point adds enhancement surpassing the futile practice of fools for half a lifetime. 2. Gene potential point 2. Gene potential point strengthens the host's physical quality, breaking through the genetic locks of the human body. 3. 5 cubic meters of private storage space. For new, black technology, nano bulletproof, and stab-resistant suit, white edition. Suit, trench coat, hat, vest, shirt, pants, nano material, automatically repairs damage, adjusts size, cleans, stains, excellent bulletproof, and stab-resistant effects. Produced by the system, guaranteed to be of high quality. These are all good things. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow and smiled after reading the system introduction. With a wave of his hand, a neatly folded suit appeared eerily on the bed. So soft, can it really be bulletproof and stab-resistant? Feeling the soft texture of the suit, Wang Xiao looked skeptical. Let's test it out. He drew a dagger, picked up a pillow from the bed, stuffed it into the suit, and prepared. With a swift stab, he aimed at the suit's jacket. In the next moment, a crisp sound rang out, and Wang Xiao's pupils shrank in surprise. Damn! A miraculous scene unfolded before his eyes. Just as the blade was about to pierce the nano suit, it seemed to sense danger, and a layer of faint light suddenly flashed across the surface of the nano suit. The originally soft jacket instantly transformed into something as hard as steel, effortlessly blocking the dagger's thrust. So awesome! It can actually change its hardness. Again, with a smile on his lips, Wang Xiao dropped the dagger and switched to a trident stiletto. Gripping the stiletto, Wang Xiao lunged at the chest area of the nano suit. Clang! A crisp sound of impact echoed as the stiletto again slipped off. Impressive! Wang Xiao's smile grew brighter as he drew out a large black star from his lower back and raised his hand to fire 2 shots. Bang! Bang! The bullets, moving like lightning, struck the nano bulletproof suit, but seemed to sink into an invisible quagmire. After the kinetic energy dissipated, the bullets softly dropped onto the suit. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a flurry of footfalls sounded from outside the door. Bang! Wang Zhangwo kicked open the door, his eyes wide with concern as he asked nervously, Big brother, are you okay? Wang Jianjun's vigilant gaze swept the room, fearing someone might be hiding in the shadows to threaten his brother. Behind him were a group of brothers and the gunmen from Sheng Tao, each holding their weapons, looking increasingly tense. "I'm fine, just a misfire." Wang Xiao waved his hand to dismiss them. "Everyone just go out." Wang Jiangwo wanted to say more, but Wang Xiao suddenly stood up, smilingly scolding him, "Get lost. All of you get lost." Seeing his lively brother, everyone finally relaxed and turned to leave. Click. Wang Jianjun was the last to leave, bending down to glance under the bed, confirming there was nothing unusual, before casually closing the door. Once they left, Wang Xiao stepped forward to inspect the immaculate suit, pulling out the pillow beneath the clothes for a quick look. The pillow was just as it had been. The effects of the black technology and nanosuit were already self-evident. Produced by the system, guaranteed to be of high quality, the system prompt was indeed not wrong. Wang Xiao felt satisfied and couldn't wait to strip off and put on the treasured suit. Once worn, the suit was slightly oversized. Wang Xiao looked down, eagerly gazing at the nanosuit on him. Sure enough, the sleeves and pant legs seemed to have elasticity, miraculously shrinking automatically until they fit perfectly. Touching the seemingly tailor-made black technology suit, Wang Xiao smiled, feeling a surge of security. Containing his excitement, Wang Xiao turned his gaze back to the system light screen. Sensing the host's attention, the system light screen automatically popped up a warm reminder: currently available. Gene points 2, skill points 1. 3 skills popped up automatically, each with a sign glowing beside it. Firearm shooting beginner level. Military combat beginner level. Car driving beginner level. Skill ratings from low to high are beginner, proficient, expert, master, transcendent. Click the plus sign to upgrade with one button. After a moment of thought, Wang Xiao decided without hesitation to upgrade his firearm skill over combat skills. No matter how high martial arts or one shot can take them down. Now that he had 2 gene points to enhance his body, the skill points should definitely prioritize improving his firearm capability. After finishing a cigarette, Wang Xiao raised his hand to choose to upgrade firearm shooting. A stream of faint white light surged from the light screen, and the skill points instantly merged into his mind and body. As soon as it entered his body, Wang Xiao suddenly furrowed his brows. A wealth of shooting experience flooded into his mind at once, and he frowned, covering his burning eyes. His eyes felt as if they were being scorched by flames, causing mild pain. Quietly absorbing the skill experience instilled by the system in his mind, after enduring a few minutes, the discomfort in his eyes gradually faded. Punish evil and promote good. System new. Firearm shooting, proficient level. Wang Xiao let out a breath, turned to reach for the cigarette box, preparing to relax his nerves. Unintentionally, Wang Xiao's gaze swept past behind the door, and his eyes suddenly widened. The old tungsten filament light bulb above his head was dim. In the dimly lit room, he surprisingly could see the patterns on the spider web behind the door clearly. Damn! Wang Xiao revealed a look of joy, lifting his gaze to scan the room back and forth. The entire dim room, with its furnishings and subtle corners, suddenly appeared several times clearer in his eyes. So it turns out that improving skills can also benefit oneself, Wang Xiao murmured with a smile. The system proved with facts that every strongest in their field, besides their daily efforts, their talents also surpassed ordinary people. Lighting a cigarette, taking a puff after puff. As the cigarette burned down, bring it on. Wang Xiao chuckled, lightly extinguishing the cigarette, but with his foot expertly lying back on the bed and casually stuffing a towel in his mouth. 2 golden gene points instantly transformed into flowing light rushing into his body. Wang Xiao let out a muffled groan as his skin and meridians rolled. The process of washing muscles and bones began anew. So good. Damn it. It hurts yet feels great. Wang Xiao broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth, enduring the pain with pleasure. After a sleepless night, he unknowingly fell asleep. As the morning sun rose in the east, the first rays of light slowly swept across the bloodstained streets. The chaos left by last night's gang conflict dissipated with the morning mist in the city's awakening clamor. Tony, the boss of Tsim Sha Sui, was dead. Dead like a dog. In the break room, a sudden system notification sounded in the air. Congratulations, host. You have executed the difficult task of eliminating Deputy Tony. Special rewards: 1. High explosive grenades 10 boxes. 10 grenades in a box. 2. Smoke bombs 10 boxes. 10 bombs in a box. 3. Flashbangs 10 boxes. 10 grenades in a box. Wang Xiao opened his eyes and looked at the system light screen. New. Genetic comprehensive rating, 6. Average for adult males is 15. New. Height 178, enhanced by 2 cm. After a night passed, the enhancement was complete. Wang Xiao nimbly rolled out of bed. Yesterday's fatigue seemed to vanish suddenly. Wang Xiao clenched his fists and looked down to observe his condition. His arm, leg, and abdominal muscles were more defined, and his fingers were thicker at the joints, with strength and physical abilities further enhanced. Feeling invigorated, it was as if a new life surged within him, filled with a sense of power. He pushed open the small window, and the morning breeze of Hong Kong Island wafted in, bringing a hint of blood and decay. Wang Xiao inhaled deeply, lost in bliss. I love Hong Kong Island so much. Of being here feels like being in front of the entrance to the smoke shop. 2 gunmen reached out to pull up the roll-down gate. As the door opened halfway, Zhang eagerly bent down and darted inside. Zhang Dezhuang. The 2 gunmen nodded in greeting. Where's the boss? Zhang asked straightforwardly. The 2, not daring to delay, quickly replied. The boss has stayed up all night and went to the office to catch some sleep. Zhang took a step forward, hurriedly heading towards the office, only to bump into 7 masked members of the gang. Upon meeting Zhang, who considered himself the boss' right-hand man, paused his steps, smiled politely, and raised his hand to gesture for the group to go ahead. Wang Jianguo and a Sun were unceremonious, each carrying a black package, stepping towards the office. Wang Jianjun raised his hand, just about to knock on the door. A lazy, cool voice came from inside. "Come in." As the door opened, Wang Xiao had his back to the entrance, his muscular torso bare, pulling up his pants. The gaze of Wang Jianjun and the 7 brothers was instantly drawn to the imposing tattoos and scars on their elder brother's body. Behind Wang Xiao was a vivid tattoo of a fierce tiger devouring a dragon. The fierce ink tiger opened its golden eyes, its savage fangs fiercely tearing at the 5-clawed golden dragon, its claws shredding the dragon's scales, and bursting with golden light as the divine dragon, covered in wounds, seemed to wail to the heavens, struggling to escape the tiger's jaws. A blood mist surged around the fierce tiger, within which countless malevolent spirits fanatically following their master into battle screeched as they lunged at the wailing 5-clawed golden dragon. The entire tattoo of the tiger devouring the dragon exuded an overwhelming might, as if it were about to. This was the first time the 7 brothers saw their elder brother bare-chested. After years apart, upon reuniting with him, they had only seen his glorious side, but the hardships he endured over the years had never been shared with the brothers. As they looked at the scars on their elder brother's body, Wang Jianjun and the others felt a heavy and indescribable weight in their hearts. Unaware of their sentiments, Wang Xiao finished putting on his pants and reached for the cigarette box on the bedside. Ding! He flipped open the lighter cover, and Zhang rushed over, eagerly reporting, "Boss, you left behind 10 million, although it was spent cleanly. But the territory of the difficult help has all been taken over by us." Wang Xiao's expression remained unperturbed as he casually nodded, indicating acknowledgement. Zhang cautiously assessed his boss' expression, secretly thinking how stable the boss still was. Outsiders wouldn't know. They might think the difficult help was a small gang that could be easily kicked down. It should be noted that the difficult help has 500 registered members, and their gang is notorious for their brutality. Their strength is not weak, ranking among the second-tier gangs of Hong Kong Island. Unbeknownst to others, their boss had quietly set a new record for the gangs of Hong Kong Island. The smile on Zhang Erhe's face could no longer be contained. In one night, the difficult help was crushed. In fact, it wasn't that other large gangs in Hong Kong Island couldn't do the same, but they were unwilling to. The essence of gangs is to make money. Of conflicts between gangs burn cash every second, with expenses for cars and horses, medical fees for the injured, bail fees for arrests, all adding up to astronomical figures. Deploying over 1,000 men to annihilate the difficult help in one night is something that could be done by the likes of Lian Sheng, Hong Xing, and Dong Xing as well. Take Lian Sheng as an example. Deng Bo publicly claims that Lian Sheng has 50,000 members, which is just an old man's shameless boasting. The total number of lowly foot soldiers across Hong Kong Island is merely a few 100,000. Every member on the gang's roster costs money to maintain. Even if they are paid the lowest average monthly salary of $1,000, Lian Sheng wouldn't be able to support 50,000 formal members. Although the membership list of gangs is strictly confidential, as one of the top-tier gangs in Hong Kong Island, Lian Sheng's actual registered members should be about 1/10 of what Deng Bo boasts. A gang of 5,000 members, if money is sufficient, destroying the difficult help overnight is not a difficult task. It all depends on whether the gang members are united. Only their boss could accomplish such a feat of burning through 10 million in a single night. While Zhang felt emotional, he couldn't suppress his excitement. After last night's chaos in Yao Ma Ti, the news of wiping out the difficult help would surely make their boss famous throughout Hong Kong Island. As the saying goes, when one person achieves success, even their pets thrive. As the boss confidant, old Zhang's status would be different from now on. "Did you embezzle company money again? Why are you smiling so happily?" Wang Xiao, with a cigarette in his mouth and a smile on his face, casually glanced at the sycophant. In response to the boss' jest, Zhang chuckled in agreement, his attitude subtly becoming more respectful and humble. Jianjun Zhangwo, Tony's dead dog, must have coughed up something before dying. Wang Xiao lowered his head to light the cigarette, casually tossing the box to his brother. Wang Zhangwo relaxed his grip, put down the package, and raised his hand to catch the cigarette box that was thrown in. Big brother is wise. After staying up all night, the Vietnamese monkey's bones were definitely softened, and before dying he coughed up over 20 million. Wang Zhangwo grinned proudly, stating, "Well done." Wang Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Under extreme torture, aside from those willing to sacrifice their lives for their beliefs, for ordinary people, no matter how tough they are, they cannot withstand severe interrogation. The difficult help had been established for 10 years, stationed in the prime area of Tsim Sha Sui, while the Tony brothers were essentially dogs raised by the big bosses. The various venues of the gang were all run by the higher-ups. However, over the years, the 3 brothers definitely earned their share. Even after deducting all kinds of expenses from the gang, the Tony brothers would never just have $1 million in savings. What goes out will come back. Wang Xiao's smile was chilling as he exhaled a puff of smoke, feeling exceptionally joyful. Along with the $1 million prepared by Tony for his escape last night, They easily obtained 30 million in just one night. Big brother, you forgot the haul isn't just 30 million, Wang Xiao said, while holding a cigarette, squatting down to open 2 packages by his feet. This is the 4 million ransom earned from the previous deal with the fiery Ming. 1 bag contains 2 million, all here, not a penny less. I haven't forgotten, this money isn't just mine. Wang Xiao chuckled as he stepped forward with a bold gesture, grabbing a backpack and flipping it over. With a rustling sound, bundles of cash scattered across the floor, emanating a faint ink smell. The gazes of Zhang and the 7 brothers were instinctively drawn to this most beautiful thing in the world. Wang Xiao's expression remained normal. The mere 4 million no longer caught his eye. You are not my foot soldiers and certainly not lowly henchmen, Wang Xiao said, his tone serious. I have other arrangements for you next. Don't ask too many questions, let me finish the rules first, and then I'll discuss your future arrangements. Since ancient times, every country has its laws, and every family has its rules. Wang Xiao's expression was not angry, but still exuded authority, as he picked up a stack of cash and lightly tapped his palm. The plan is provided by me, but this money was earned through everyone's efforts, so everyone deserves a share. As we are all brothers, Wang Xiao didn't intend to be so meticulous, but without rules nothing can be accomplished. Throughout history, how many brothers have fallen out over dividing property? To my own blood brothers, I speak, plainly, clear accounting among brothers. This time, Big Brother will set the rules clearly, and from now on we will follow them. If anyone has different opinions, feel free to raise them, don't be shy about it. I have no objections. Wang Xiao's eyes were firm as he was the first to express his stance. Big Brother has worked hard, you are the one who thinks for us. Without Big Brother, we might not have earned so much money in our lives. Big Brother decides how to split it, we absolutely have no objections. The rest of Wang Xiao and Asun's 6 brothers nodded in agreement. Big Brother has the final say, we have no objections. Wang Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, but a trace of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Don't shout randomly, this is everyone's hard-earned money, so pay attention and listen carefully. For major operations, robbery, kidnapping, the distribution will be calculated according to the gang's standards. Wang Xiao said, turning his gaze to the sycophant. Old Zhang, how is it calculated among the major gangs on Hong Kong Island now? Without hesitation, Zhang responded seriously to everyone. Among the major gangs on Hong Kong Island, the common distribution is a 37 share, with the team leader formulating plans, purchasing arms, and commanding actions, thus taking 70, while the remaining 30 is shared among the other gang members involved in the actions. Big Brother, we understand the rules too. Wang Xiao laughed heartily. A 37 share is acceptable to us. Asun beamed excitedly, adding, the 30% of 4 million is 120,000. Each of us can get 17,000. If we stayed in our hometown in the north, we would barely earn 100 or so a month. 17,000 is something we could never earn back in our lifetimes. This money can go back home, buy land, build houses, marry wives, and have children. It's enough for everything. It makes us the top earners in our 10-mile radius. Laughter erupted among the group, unanimously agreeing on the 37 share. Everyone be quiet. Wang Xiao tossed the cash in his hand, scolding with annoyance. I, Wang Xiao, have blood brothers, and you all expect me to give you only 30%. If outsiders found out, they would think Wang Xiao is a good-for-nothing miser. From now on you will split everything according to a 50-50 rule. Wang Xiao pointed to the cash on the ground, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Leave a bag for me. You can divide the rest now, and in the future we will divide according to the rules I set. When I tossed it out earlier, some scattered, we are brothers, so when dividing don't fuss over a few bills here and there. Big Brother. The 7 brothers felt a mix of emotions, wanting to refuse again. Listen to my arrangements. Wang Xiao raised his hand to interrupt without politeness, gesturing dismissively. Division of money. Anyone who doesn't want theirs can give it to the other brothers. Big Brother, I want mine. Who would refuse? Ha ha. Wang Xiao and Asun were all smiles as they stepped forward to divide the money. What the hell, I don't want any of that. Wang Xiao found it awkward to hear scolding while kicking Xiao lightly. Wang Jianjun stood behind the 6 brothers, a brilliant smile curling at the corner of his mouth under the mask. Coming to Hong Kong Island to join his elder brother was truly the right decision. Leaving aside their blood relationship in terms of character and vision, doing things decisively and skillfully, their elder brother was far superior to him. Wang Jianjun's eyes sparkled. Following his elder brother, they would surely go further together in the future. Old Zhang, take out 100,000 from my share and give it to them. Wang Xiao leaned against the desk, smiling faintly. Zhang immediately complied. Wang Jianjun pressed down on Zhang He's hand, turning his head helplessly. Big Brother, we agreed to do it by the rules. You are breaking the rules first. This is a one-time exception. Wang Xiao shrugged, laughing heartily. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. To make it an even 210,000, you 7 get exactly 30,000 each, and that makes me feel better. Wang Jianjun was left speechless upon hearing this. 30 million is not enough to satisfy my appetite. Wang Xiao flicked the cigarette, but sparks flying on the cement floor as he coldly commanded. Old Zhang, gather the brothers from Shengtao and be on standby tonight. Yes, boss. Zhang Erhe's expression turned serious as he bowed and exited, gently closing the door behind him. Click. The office door closed. Asun silently approached the door, listening to the fading footsteps, then turned back to nod at his elder brother. The seven brothers quietly looked at their elder brother, waiting for his instructions. Hung Jis, Fiery Ming, Sheng Yi, Snakeskin, including Tony, and these difficult help members, they all think him a mafia boss. Wang Xiao crossed his arms and chuckled, shaking his head. A gang boss. A mere dog cannot sit at the table. No matter how powerful a gang boss is, a small police officer can confront him face to face. The truth will prove that they have misjudged me. Wang Xiao's lips curled up, a smile that carried a hint of irony. In my past life, I was mixed up in Colombia, where aside from the most well-known drug lords, there were also armed warlords. Big brother, weren't you an undercover cop? Wang Zhengwo chuckled mischievously. That was my youthful ignorance, fooled by those old crooks. Now punishing evil and promoting good is my hobby. Actually, I am a businessman. Wang Xiao revealed a smile, speaking with a deep meaning. In business, what could be more profitable than taking over all of Hong Kong Island? The seven brothers' expressions turned serious, instantly energized. The rules are set. Next are your arrangements. Wang Xiao glanced over the masked brothers. Until now, besides me, no one knows your true identities, and no one has seen your faces under the masks. I will sponsor you to establish the gang. From now on, we will be white and black. I will be in the light, and you will be in the dark. After you go down, start with the gang members who come to Hong Kong Island to do major operations. I want you to recruit all kinds of desperate fugitives. The expressions of Wang Jianjun's seven men turned solemn as they listened silently. We currently lack strength and must remain patient, accumulate power, and secretly nurture elite soldiers. Wang Xiao lit a cigarette and took a deep puff, his voice hoarse and low. Quietly await the day when the opportunity arises. The seven brothers exchanged glances, their blood silently boiling. Understood, big brother, the seven replied earnestly, their voices booming with confidence. The roar reverberated, causing the tungsten filament lights to sway, illuminating the fierce tiger devouring dragon tattoo behind Wang Xiao, its dragon eyes glistening under the flickering light, as if two streams of blood tears were flowing. In the morning, after a simple lunch, Wang Xiao hurriedly took a seat in the Benz, commencing a day full of busy schedule. Inside the moving Benz, Ao held the steering wheel steadily, with both hands glancing sideways at his partner in the passenger seat. You useless cripple. We earn the same amount, yet I always have to be the driver. Watch the road, said Brother Xiao, leisurely reclining in his seat, one hand clutching a cigarette, and the other holding a pineapple bun, taking a puff and a bite, dismissing the grumbling as mere noise. In the back row of the Benz, Zhang held an ashtray, eloquently reporting the latest situation. Boss, all the major gambling dens, smoke shops, horse racing venues, and loan sharks under your command are now in your hands, but the legitimate businesses such as nightclubs and bars are all held by the Junta Group and its three major channels. Continue. Wang Xiao said, his expression unchanged, showing no sign of surprise. Zhang took a breath and replied earnestly, last night the heroes should have used their connections to contact the police. The police arrived earlier than we anticipated, but rest assured, boss, I left a few corpses behind, and the rest have been dealt with in advance. I selected some volunteers among the short mules, preparing to let them take the fall for last night's incident to present to the police as a show. Well done, but there's still some work to be done. Wang Xiao smiled lightly and nodded. The truth is irrelevant. The matter is merely for show. Having a dog-headed advisor under him indeed saved him a lot of trouble. After a night of shouting and killing between the two factions with no casualties, the media would not believe it, nor would the surrounding citizens. But if real casualties were revealed, it would become a significant problem. What mattered was controlling the numbers, ensuring the police had explanations for the citizens and the media. After pondering for a moment, Wang Xiao gently patted the dog-headed advisor's knee and ordered softly, Old Zhang, prepare some compensation for them in advance. The money must be adequate. If 100,000 won't do, then 50,000 it is. From now on, I will personally visit their families every month, ensuring they have no worries. This time you will personally defend the brothers, striving for the lightest sentence, and tell them that working for me, Wang Xiao, they will never regret it. After they are released, I will personally assist them in getting back on their feet. Yes, boss. Zhang nodded earnestly. They'll go down and remind them one by one. I guarantee no one will speak out of turn. In the front of the Benz, Ao and Xiao Ma exchanged a quiet glance after hearing the boss' words, both breaking into a smile. No matter how the boss presented himself publicly, he truly had their backs. Boss, the three heroes are getting restless. They want to meet you tonight to discuss things, Zhang whispered. They've arranged the meeting at sea. Oh, I find it somewhat inappropriate, fearing they might act out of desperation. A banquet without good food. Wang Xiao replied with a playful smile. Whether they get to eat is still uncertain. Since the boss has made up his mind, Zhang fell silent, no longer speaking. What is the situation with Shengyi and Hengji now, eh? Wang Xiao asked casually. Last night, Shengyi and Hengji had a fierce clash. Both sides suffered casualties, but overall Shengyi lost. Zhang paused, a shadow of a grin appearing on his face. Boss Xia Fei from Shengyi has already been taken out by a shooter. Oh, Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow and laughed hard. Help me contact Shepiao. After all, we are acquaintances, and I must offer my condolences. Understood, boss. Zhang Er cheerfully set down the ashtray, picked up the phone, and dialed Shepi. Beep, the call connected. Brother Shepi, I just got wind that a Fei has passed away. A couple of days ago, I was still drinking with a Fei. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye he would be gone, alas. Wang Xiao's expression changed instantly, his tone exceptionally heavy as he sighed gently. Brother Shepi, given the circumstances, please accept my condolences. Once we find out who did this, we shall avenge a Fei. Xiao, a Fei did not misjudge you. He said you are young but loyal and righteous. I thank you on behalf of a Fei. Sheepy's voice, clearly lacking sleep, carried a deep resentment. No need to wait any longer. I have already identified the killer. Last night the shooter was killed by a Fei. In return, it was that bastard from the Mantis gang. But there is someone else behind them. Wang Xiao's expression lightened, a smile creeping into his eyes as he pretended to hesitate, and asked, Brother Shepi, could it be that my good brother sent them? Who did it, boss? Don't you really know? Zhang Er beside him struggled to suppress his laughter, thinking that the backup plan the boss had left was indeed coming. The three knife-wielding brothers were hunted down by Shengyi. No one on the street was willing to shelter these fugitives, and they had offended Shengyi for no reason. With their vengeful personalities, since they were unwilling to flee, the only path before them was to ally with Huobao Ming. The boss is too cautious. Clearly the plan has succeeded, yet he still worries that the two factions won't engage in a deadly fight. That night in front of AI Wei, he purposefully leaked the news of their impending conflict, using AI Wei to gently nudge the three knife-wielding brothers, which led to Xia Fei's demise. Thinking of this, Zhang Er held the ashtray and cautiously glanced at the hidden mastermind beside him. It was that bastard Huobao Ming. On the phone, Shepi gritted his teeth and cursed. I bribed a few Hengji guys, and someone saw Huobao Ming meeting a Bao and the other two bastards last night. He even provided them with weapons. Huobao Ming has been a constant source of trouble for me. I will never let this go. Calm down, brother Shepi. Wang Xiao listened to the shouting, his eyes filled with mockery and coldness. A dog that bites doesn't bark. There's a saying in the harbor, there's no mistaken name on the streets. Shepi the viper shedding its skin leaves no trace. Xia Fei was Shepi's right-hand man. Now that he has just entered into conflict and lost an arm to Huobao Ming despite his public outcry, he likely wishes to negotiate peace internally. As for Face, even as the leader, he is still a short mule. If the gang gets wiped out, what face does he have left? Wang Xiao, tired of talking to this useless person, naturally offered some comforting words before hanging up the phone. Boss, from the looks of Shepi, he doesn't seem to want to fight anymore. Zhang Er said as he handed over the car ashtray. Do you think Shepi calls the shots? Wang Xiao scoffed, casually tossing away his cigarette, and coldly stated, if he doesn't want to fight, then we will force him to continue. The night of slaughter quietly passed. Within the various hospitals in Yao Mati, the moans of the injured echoed. A Mercedes-Benz slowly parked in the hospital lot. Boss, we've arrived at the hospital, Wu said, stepping forward to open the rear door. Wang Xiao stepped out of the car, looking up at the private hospital before him, a hint of playful amusement in his smile. Mingxin Hospital, huh? As a company owner, it was somewhat embarrassing to be without a personal doctor or a private. Zhang Er, come over here. Wang Xiao beckoned to his doghead strategist who had just gotten out of the car. Boss, him here. Zhang Er hurriedly approached. Wang Xiao glanced at the doghead strategist and asked, how is this hospital? Zhang Er paused for a moment, considering the implications of his boss' words, and cautiously replied. Boss, Mingxin Hospital is the most well-known private hospital in Simsha. The doctors and medical equipment here are quite comprehensive, and it has received high praise from the public. Then according to you, this place really is quite good. Wang Xiao nodded in satisfaction. If the company had its own private hospital, it would be much better for my brothers when they get injured rather than going to those roadside black clinics. Without waiting for the doghead strategist to speak, Wang Xiao suddenly asked, do you think the owner of this hospital would be willing to sell it to me? Boss, this matter might be difficult, Zhang Er said with a wry smile. Although the economy is currently sluggish, people will always need treatment. Mingxin Hospital's earnings over the past 2 years have been among the top in all of Simsha, and the identity of the hospital's owner is certainly someone wealthy and influential. He likely won't part with this treasure easily. Last night the boss spent 10 million and just recouped 30 million today. Now he wants to buy a hospital. This thinking is simply too far-fetched. The boss spends money like water, but no matter how rich he is, he can't afford to be this extravagant. As a loyal subordinate, he wanted to offer advice. Zhang Er was pondering how to persuade the boss. If it really didn't work, they could consider another small hospital. What if the owner doesn't want to sell? Wang Xiao fixed his gaze on the hospital, commanding, without hesitation, strategist, go find out who owns this boss. Zhang Er's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that the boss is thinking, if I can't buy it, I can just seize it? Wang Xiao scoffed dismissively. Zhang Er stood there in shock, a bitter smile on his face, feeling his temples. Wang Xiao turned his head to look at Wu and Xiao Ma behind him, smiling as he asked, what do you two think of this hospital? Boss, I can't tell if it's good or bad, Xiao Ma said, holding a toothpick, laughing. But this hospital building looks high-end and classy. If I had money to get treated here back then, maybe I wouldn't have, nothing being a cripple. Ah Wu interjected before his partner could finish retorting angrily. Can't you see the good or bad? Open your eyes and take a good look at the foot traffic. The comings and goings never cease. This hospital must be making a lot of money. Damn it, maybe the doctors here earn more in a day than I do in a month. Ah Wu was getting increasingly frustrated, scratching his cheek. He cursed himself for being such a fool back then, wanting to mix in with a gang instead of studying medicine. How much money he could have made now. Wang Xiao's smile grew brighter as he turned to the doghead strategist, chuckling meaningfully. Strategist, I genuinely like this hospital. Boss, I understand now. Zhang Erhe's expression tightened, his understanding dawning as he nodded. Once the boss turned his head, Zhang Er wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. At this moment, he deeply understood the meaning behind the phrase, serving a tyrant is like serving a tiger. Ever since following this reckless boss, every day has been. But it's so thrilling. Wang Xiao reluctantly withdrew his gaze, checking the time. Let's go see the injured brothers downstairs. There are over 1,000 of them. We need to hurry. There's a party waiting for me. In a ward of Mingxin Hospital, Fei Quan was wrapped up like a mummy, yet he couldn't help but boast like a true gangster. When I went in on horseback, it was 1/1 taking out the leader, and the rest of the gang was so scared they turned and ran. Brother Fei is truly amazing. So impressive. The younger brothers of Fat Lion eagerly praised him, showering him with compliments. Fei Quan grew annoyed with the bragging, propping himself up to sit up, and asked his neighboring patient, Long, how many places did you take last night? 8 places. If my brothers hadn't exhausted themselves, and I couldn't fight anymore, I could have swept another street. Long grinned wickedly, casually mentioning a street. Unfortunately, he was wrapped up like a dumpling from the neck down, failing to project the brave image he had that night, making him appear somewhat comical. As everyone chatted idly, the ward door suddenly swung open. Wang Xiao led the group into the room. Mr. Wang. Fei Quan's eyes widened as he shot up in surprise. His sudden movement caused him to inadvertently pull at his wounds, causing him to wince in pain. Mr. Wang. N. Long's face lit up with excitement, and the other injured brothers, including Fat Corpse and Zijun, all got up to greet him. Everyone lie down, Wang Xiao said with a warm smile, stepping forward and waving his hands at them. Who is Long? Who is Fei Quan? Mr. Wang, I'm Long Fei Quan. The two of them, upon seeing their big boss, tried to get out of bed. Wang Xiao reached the middle of the 2 beds and pressed his hands on their shoulders. No need to be so formal, just lie down and talk. Zhang Er brought over a chair for the boss to sit on. I wanted to see what these 2 tough guys are like. Wang Xiao sat down casually and joked. You both were really brave last night. Fei Quan took down 7 places covered in blood, charging into the gambling den alone to take it down. And Long, you're not bad either. I heard you had the guts to lead a dozen brothers chasing down nearly 100 people. I believe that soon your names will be known to every gang in Hong Kong. This time Wang Xiao have struck gold. Wang Xiao chuckled, reminiscing about the bravery of the 2 last night. Fei Quan, Long, and Fat Lion instinctively raised their heads, their faces glowing with pride and joy. What you both did could easily earn you a red stick in an ordinary gang. But my expectations for you go beyond mere bravery. Wang Xiao looked at the 2 tough guys, his tone light, yet filled with deep expectation. Join the company and always think more when faced with challenges. Yes, Mr. Wang. The 2 instinctively nodded in agreement, suddenly taken aback. Coming to their senses, the 2 looked at their big boss with surprise. You heard right. Wang Xiao slowly rose, smiling. However, I haven't asked for your opinions, yet do you both wish to join Sheng Tao Company and work for me, Wang Xiao? Fei Quan, visibly excited, replied without hesitation. I willingly do. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, I also willingly do. Long said firmly, nodding his head. Great. On behalf of Sheng Tao, I welcome both of you brothers. Wang Xiao's smile faded as he spoke seriously. I Wang Xiao reward those who contribute. You both have achieved great deeds, and not rewarding you enough would undermine the company's prestige. The over 1,000 brothers who worked last night are watching how I Wang Xiao handle the aftermath. In the future, they will look to you both as examples of how to conduct themselves. We understand, Mr. Wang. Fei Quan and Long's expressions grew increasingly serious, promising, and let's not say more. Take care of your injuries and recover soon, Wang Xiao said, raising his hand without looking back. Zhang Er immediately stepped forward, gently placing something in the boss' hand. This is a small token of my appreciation. Everyone in the ward is entitled to share. Wang Xiao placed a stack of thick red envelopes on the bedside table of the 2, smiling lightly. Don't refuse who I dislike brothers thanking me. I'll take my leave now. I still have to check on other brothers. You take good care of yourselves. After saying this, Wang Xiao gently patted the shoulders of the 2 and turned to leave with his group. Mr. Long and Fei Quan held the thick stack of red envelopes, watching their boss leave, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Let's go continue distributing the money. Wang Xiao, accompanied by Ah Wu and others, entered room after room, handing out big red envelopes. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Xiao asked for names one by one, greeting each injured brother individually. The many injured gangsters received the thick red envelopes, and seeing the big boss personally come to visit, felt a surge of complex emotions. In Hong Kong, how many bosses and big shots care about this group of bottom-tier gangsters? Though they were bottom-tier gangsters, they understood who treated them well and who did not. Thank you, Mr. Wang. N. The sounds of gratitude, some shaky and some breaking, echoed throughout the entire floor. As he walked down the wards, Wang Xiao's voice had already grown hoarse, repeatedly saying, "Don't thank me. This is what every brother working for me Wang Xiao deserves." As the doors of each ward opened, Long Fei Quan, Fat Lion, and over 100 gangsters had unknowingly stepped out, quietly watching Wang Xiao's busy figure. After a long day, Wang Xiao stepped out of the last clinic unaware as the neon lights outside began to flicker on. He walked on the scattered shards of neon light and got into his vehicle. Leaning lazily against the back of the chair, Wang Xiao raised his hand to loosen his tie and let out a sigh. "Boss, it's time for your meeting with those 3 big shots," Zhang said, taking out a lighter and offering it to him. The flame licked the tobacco and the nicotine eased his weary nerves. Wang Xiao pinched the cigarette between his fingers, silently waiting for the serpent to emerge from its den. Wisping tendrils of smoke drifted out through the sunroof. "Oh, Xiao Ma," and Zhang said little, silently sitting in the car, uncertain how much time had passed. Ding-ling-ling. The shrill ring of the phone shattered the silence in the car. As the call connected, Duan Kuan chuckled before speaking. "Boss, the dog is out of its den." "Action," Wang Xiao said, tersely issuing the command. Hanging up the phone, he raised his hand to extinguish the cigarette. "But, let's go, time for the feast." The Benz roared to life, heading towards Tsim Sha Sui Pier. Tsim Sha Sui, a villa, stood in the distance. Inside the villa, shadows flitted about as the driver and bodyguards received orders and waited in the courtyard, prepared to accompany their boss. In the villa's living room, a maid walked over carefully, holding a cup of coffee. She happened to bump into the lady of the house and quickly stepped aside. "Madam, give it to me," said the mature woman in her pajamas, taking the coffee and striding towards the man. Baldway sat composed on the sofa, holding a big brother phone and making a call. "Uyghur, rest assured. My men just called. Oh, everything is set at sea. If that kid Wang wants to push his luck, I'll take care of him tonight." Damn it, a rising star who knows nothing about manners or rules. Even when dealing with a dog, one should consider the owner. We've raised our dog for over 10 years, and he didn't even ask us before taking out the Tony brothers. If we don't teach him a lesson tonight, he'll really think we old demers are just eating dry rice. Left is Zui E. Baldway, middle is Si Yin Hui, right is Xia. On the other end of the line, Si Yin Hui quietly pulled the phone away, listening without speaking, allowing his hot-tempered old friend to vent his frustrations. Having been partners for over a decade, he and Xia knew Baldway very well. The old buddy had a fiery temper. Although the 3 of them had cleaned up their act, he still retained his ruthless nature from the past. Once Baldway calmed down, Si Yin Hui finally spoke, his voice rich and resonant like a mature man. "Away, don't be too hasty to tear faces. It won't look good for anyone." Ultimately, this matter started with the Tony brothers provoking first. The other side, young and brash, was kidnapped and came out frustrated, turning around to take out 3 dogs without a word. "As per usual, let's follow the old rules. First courtesy, then action," Si Yin Hui said steadily. "Tonight, let's see what Wang Xiao is planning. If he really is coming at us, then he'll leave it to you to handle." "I understand," Baldway said somewhat regretfully. "After all, Tony is someone I've raised since childhood. It's been over 10 years. I have some feelings for him. Losing him would be a real pity." "Well," Si Yin Hui chuckled. "A 3-legged frog is hard to find, but a 2-legged dog is plentiful. Once this is over, you can pick another one." "All right," Baldway laughed heartily and agreed. "It's about time," Si Yin Hui said, glancing at the time. "As the host, we should be on our way." "Understood," Baldway nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone, he picked up the coffee on the table and leisurely took a sip. "Honey, remember to put on your coat. The wind is strong at night. You don't want to catch a cold." The mature lady didn't ask where he was going. She picked up a coat nearby and gently draped it over the man, reaching out to touch his chest. Feeling the thick touch of the bulletproof vest, the woman finally felt at ease, trusting that her husband could, as always, turn calamity into safety. "Don't wait up for me tonight," Baldway said, putting down his coffee and gently patting his wife's hand. "I'm going out to talk business and don't know what time I'll be back. You should rest early." "Okay," the mature lady gently smoothed the wrinkles on her husband's coat, watching him leave. Moments later, Baldway got into the sedan, escorted by bodyguards, and headed towards Tsim Sha Sui Pier. In the distance from the villa, 2 vans quietly parked in the darkness, having arrived unknown to anyone. Inside the driver's cabin, Duan Kuan hung up the phone, watching the convoy disappear into the distance, quietly waiting for the right moment. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. The scheduled time arrived. Duan Kuan squinted his eyes, a cruel smile forming on his lips. "Send the signal, prepare to act." The driver flicked the light lever, causing the headlights to flash. In the front vehicle, the gunman in the passenger seat opened the rear observation window and ordered the brothers in the cargo hold. "Kuan Go has sent the signal, prepare." The gang of Sheng Tao tightened their expressions and immediately pulled on their masks. Click, click. Inside the 2 vans, the sound of guns being loaded echoed. "Act." Duan Kuan tightened his grip on the AK and commanded in a low voice. The rear vehicle's headlights flashed, and in the next second, the 2 vans roared to life, speeding towards the villa. As they drew closer, the rear vehicle quickly overtook the front one, and the 2 vehicles raced side by side. Inside, Duan Kuan and the others held tightly onto the handles or pressed against the floor of the vehicle ready for action. The driver slammed the accelerator down to the floor. The two vans roared again, hurtling towards the intricately wrought iron gate of the villa. Boom! The gate frame of the villa twisted and deformed, the welded iron rods snapping with a loud crack. They broke through the defenses effortlessly, the cargo hold bursting open. One by one, the Sheng Tao gunmen jumped out of the vehicles. The boss has given the order, capture the pups in one sweep. Not a single one gets away. Duan Kuan strode to the entrance with his AK, kicking open the wobbling iron door and sternly relaying the command. Go. The gang of gunmen had fierce expressions, gripping their handguns tightly, scattering and rushing towards the villa. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the night. Duan Kuan rushed forward, raising the AK and smashing the stock against the villa's glass. Crash! The glass shattered with a loud bang, and Duan Kuan swept aside the shards and jumped into the villa. A group of lethal henchmen broke through from various points within the villa. Oh, there's a thief breaking in. Screams erupted suddenly inside the villa. Bald Weiss' alluring wife woke up from her slumber. She jolted upright, her chest heaving anxiously as she listened to the screams. At that moment, a maid stumbled into the master bedroom, slamming the door shut behind her, her face pale with fear as she looked at the lady of the house. Madam, thieves have broken into the house. There are so many of them. You must run. What? Weiss' wife was struck cold with fear, her face paling instantly. She didn't have time to get dressed. Dragging her weak body, she hurriedly grabbed the bedside phone, attempting to call the police. Just as she picked up the receiver, the bedroom door was violently slammed open. Don't move. Hands on your head, kneel down. Duan Kuan's eyes were fierce, the muzzle of the AK aimed at the woman holding the phone. The handset slipped from her grasp. Don't shoot. The woman trembled as she raised her hands, fearfully gazing at the unexpected guests. I have money at home, take it all. Duan Kuan stepped forward, grabbing the woman's hair, sizing her up to confirm she was the target before coldly commanding. Take them all. Bitch, hurry up. Two gunmen cursed as they roughly dragged the woman and the maid, leading them down. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the screams and gasps within the villa suddenly ceased. Over a dozen men and women, terrified, knelt in the living room, their bodies trembling instinctively. Not a single one is missing, they're all here. A gunman quickly counted heads and reported back. Take them away. Duan Kuan waved his hand. Drop them. Hurry up. The gunman kicked and punched, roughly shoving Bald Weiss' entire family into the cargo hold of the truck. The two trucks roared in reverse without a shot fired. In less than 5 minutes, the gang of Sheng Tao came and went like the wind, vanishing without a trace. At the same time, in Yao Ma Ti on Nathan Road and Mong Kok on Jardines Lookout, 2 luxury mansions were invaded by a large group of masked bandits armed with guns. After taking the occupants hostage, the bandits drove away swiftly into the night. Sim Sha Sui 4th Pier on Salisbury Road. Under the cover of night, the Bentley slowly decelerated and came to a smooth stop beside the road outside the pier. A soft click sounded as the rear window of the car lowered slightly, allowing a breath of fresh air. The evening breeze carried the briny scent of Victoria Harbor enveloping them. Inside the car, Wang Xiao raised his gaze, looking at the dazzling skyscrapers of Central across the bay. The neon lights reflected on the shimmering waters of Victoria Harbor, painting a picture of a splendid and affluent urban nightscape. The refracted lights flickered in his eyes as Wang Xiao calmly gazed at this prosperous city, a tempest of ambition ablaze in his heart. Dingling. The phone had just hung up when it rang again. After ending the call, Zhang Erhe's expression was exhilarated, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Boss Duan Kuan Hua, Zai Jun, and De Yazai reported. The task is complete. Invite them over, behead them. Heh. Wang Xiao chuckled coldly, a chilling murderous intent spreading in his eyes. I want to see who will swallow whom at tonight's feast. Crack crack. Wu and Xiao Ma loaded their AKs, adjusted their slings, and quietly awaited the command to kill. Drive. Tonight let's have some fun with them. At the pier in front of a private yacht, several black sedans lined up in a row. More than a dozen bodyguards stood silently around, waiting for the guests to arrive. In the darkness, a car light flickered in the distance. Sensing the arrival of guests, everyone's gaze fixated tightly on the approaching Bentley. One of the bodyguards walked to the center of the convoy beside the extended Lincoln and gently knocked on the glass. Boss, the other party has arrived. With a soft click, the Lincoln door opened and Furid Hui, the big hero, and Baldway stepped out of the car one after another. Let's go welcome our guests, Furid Hui said with a faint smile. The Bentley smoothly stopped in front of everyone. Wang Xiao, dressed in a white nano-bulletproof suit, stepped out of the car, flanked by his loyal underlings. Wu and Xiao Ma, wearing trench coats, stood by their boss' side. Their eyes swept over the group of bodyguards, instantly locking onto 3 middle-aged big shots. Brother Hui, big hero Baldway, it's truly an honor to meet you. Wang Xiao said with a warm smile, extending it. Mr. Wang, welcome. The big hero and Furid Hui smiled and stepped forward to greet him. In our first meeting, Mr. Wang, you truly are a remarkable young talent, exuding charisma. You two are too kind. Wang Xiao feigned dissatisfaction, lightly patting Furid Hui's hand. You are the seniors here, oh just call me a Xiao. Wei, nice to meet you for the first time. I've heard so much about you. Wang Xiao turned his gaze to the taciturn Bald Wei, extending his hand warmly. Huh, a Xiao is truly too polite. Bald Wei laughed heartily, unwilling to lose face in front of Wang Xiao. Brother is truly a young hero, but your age, I was still begging for food. Comparing ourselves, it really makes one feel inadequate. Wang Xiao smiled, firmly grasping Bald Wei's right hand and shaking it with strength. You flatter me, I don't deserve such praise. The four of them met for the first time, yet they seemed like old friends exuding a harmonious atmosphere. Furid Hui smiled brightly and invited, a Xiao, the night is already late, and this is not a suitable place to talk. I have set up a banquet on the yacht, please accompany us there. Tonight we shall not leave without getting drunk, how about it? Alright, I won't decline the invitation from the three older brothers tonight, Wang Xiao replied generously. After you. The group laughed and chatted as they boarded the yacht. The engine roared as the private yacht slowly sailed away from the pier, cutting through the waves, racing towards the boundless sea in the darkness. On the open deck of the yacht, Wu Xiaoma and Zhang Er stood quietly behind their boss. Opposite them, over a dozen bodyguards stood facing each other, closely watching every move. Wang Xiao and the others took their seats, and two bodyguards timely brought out chilled champagne and snacks. Pop! With a crisp sound, the champagne cork exploded. The big hero held the champagne, personally poured a glass, and handed it over politely, saying, in this vast world, meeting is fate. A Xiao, this glass of wine is to toast our fortuitous encounter today. Furid Hui and Bald Wei also raised their glasses, their gazes fixed on Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao smiled calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Thank you, big hero. I toast this glass in honor of the three seniors. I'll treat you to a feast another day. You must give me face then. After saying this, Wang Xiao clinked glasses with the three, naturally tilting his head back to drink. Unnoticed by anyone, the liquid silently entered his storage space. As Furid Hui and the others drank, they remained oblivious. Even if they prided themselves on their extraordinary insight, they could not foresee that there was someone favored by fate. A glass of wine opened the floodgates of conversation. Furid Hui and the others chatted casually, skillfully steering the conversation and probing for information. Wang Xiao, amidst laughter, engaged three at once, his thoughts clear and his words flawless. As the big hero finished speaking, Furid Hui, smiling, suddenly remarked, a Xiao, I heard you entered Simsha. Coincidentally, the three of us also have quite a few venues there. We've often been squeezed for benefits by those societies. Now that the opportunity has come, I want to ask if you would be willing to help us manage the venues. Manage the venues? Ha! Wang Xiao's face stiffened as he realized, becoming infuriated to the point of laughter. He never expected to be looked down upon like this. Calling it managing the venues sounds nice, but it's essentially like being their dog. Do they really think they're part of some gang? People, habits of thought can be fatal. A bottle of champagne rapidly diminished, seeing Wang Xiao smiling, and silent Bald Wei furrowed his brow, patience wearing thin, and took the lead in attacking. Recently, A Xiao, you have been in the spotlight. Brother, you are young. During the chaotic times at Shangtao, you rose to take over the company, and just last night you swept through the difficult challenges. Who hasn't heard of your name in the underworld these days? Although I have been behind the scenes for a long time, I am also from the streets. Tonight, being able to meet such a young talent, while I am happy, I also wish to share some experiences with you. Furid Hui and the big hero wore restrained smiles, leaning back in their chairs, holding their wine glasses, quietly observing the rising star before them. Behind Wang Xiao, Zhang Er tugged at the corner of his mouth, subtly shaking his head. Bald Wei truly was fearless. Did he really think the boss was young and without means? To dare to teach his boss how to conduct himself upon their first meeting. He was like an old tortoise eating arsenic, fed up with life. Ha! Wang Xiao wiped away the tears of laughter, raising his hand to signal the dying man. I may be young, but I understand that a kind word is worth 1,000 gold. What else do you have to say? Please enlighten me. Bald Wei's expression darkened slightly, his dissatisfaction growing, but he continued to suppress his anger, speaking with hidden meanings. Wang Xiao, the longer you walk in this world, the more you must guard against the hidden reefs beneath your feet. Some stones are stepping stones left by others. If you ignore them and rashly kick them away, how do you expect us oldtimers to think? The old fellow kept going around in circles, unable to hold back. Wang Xiao sneered inwardly, no longer wanting to waste breath, and asked in a tone that was neither hot nor cold. I gather you want to complain for Tony's 3 dead dogs, right? The young man before him continued to disregard the face, causing Bald Wei's expression to darken completely. Wang Xiao, when beating dogs, you must look at their owner. Do you really not know that Tony is our dog? Wang Xiao leaned back in his chair, leisurely crossing his legs, causing Bald Wei's blood pressure to spike with a single phrase. I know, so what? You can't manage them well, I'll help you manage them. We're all friends. There's no need to stand on bang. Bald Wei, furious and humiliated, stood up and slammed his palm on the table, causing the wine glasses to ring. You have quite the audacity. My people don't need your management. Behind the three, a group of bodyguards seemed poised to step forward. Puff! Xiaoma spat out a toothpick, calmly watching the group of bodyguards across from him. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wu quietly counted heads, calculating the imminent income. Away! The big hero raised his hand to press Bald Wei down, gesturing for the bodyguards behind him to stand down. The bodyguards halted their steps. The big hero fixed his gaze on the unrestrained young man before him, coldly asking, "Wang Xiao, from what you've said, are you planning to come at us three?" Baldway sat back down, biting his cheek, angrily cursing. Good advice is hard to give to someone who deserves to die. Today's youth truly do not know how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is. In Sim Sha Sui, various venues could rake in at least a few million a year. I'm giving you a chance to make money with us, and you dare to disrespect me. Furid Huey's glasses reflected the cold moonlight as he said sternly, "Wang Xiao is an elder in the underworld. Let me give you a piece of advice tonight. Young people should not be too impulsive. If not being impulsive is part of being young." Wang Xiao retorted coldly, "You three old geezers. At your age, buried neck deep in the earth, you still think you can be impulsive? I see you struggle to even get into bed. Let me guess, if a beautiful woman were to strip in front of you three, you wouldn't even be able to get hard, would you?" "Oh, ha ha ha." Wang Xiao lifted his chin, gritting his teeth, and sneering, managed the venue's hum. "You still think Wang Xiao will be your dog? What talents you have? Talent, you bastard." Baldway suddenly stood up, pointing at Wang Xiao and cursing, "You little brat. I see you are lawless. Open your dog eyes and see well. On whose territory are you? A feast, huh?" Wang Xiao smiled, a hint of playfulness in his tone as he retorted, "What makes you think I dare to attend the feast? This, you." Furid Hui and the big hero's expressions darkened, a sudden sense of ominous premonition rising within them. Before anyone could react, Wang Xiao's face twisted into a snarl as he grabbed a bottle of wine from the table and hurled it at Baldway, barking nonstop, "Is this your territory?" Bang! The bottle smashed hard against Baldway's face, shattering. The wine and blood instantly blurred his vision. "Oh!" Baldway covered his face, screaming in pain and cursing, "Wang Xiao, I'll fuck your mother." Furid Hui, the big hero, and the bodyguards all widened their eyes, disbelief etched on their faces. Clearly on their own territory, this madman opposite dared to strike first. After his genetic evolution, Wang Xiao's agility had become even more pronounced. At the same time as he threw the bottle, Wang Xiao flipped the yacht's simple table and leapt out, lifting his leg to deliver a fierce kick, creating a wind-splitting sound as it struck Baldway right between the legs. Crack! The chicken flew and the eggs broke. "Oh no!" Baldway shrieked in pain, collapsing onto the deck, his body twitching from the excruciating agony. In a flash, Wang Xiao suddenly sprang into action, striking down the Baldway without warning. Watching the once mighty boss being pressed down to the ground, the 10 or so bodyguards stared wide-eyed in terror. "Stop!" The crowd shouted in horror, immediately reaching for their guns. Wang Xiao slipped his right hand into his bulletproof suit and swiftly drew an AK-47. The cold, dark muzzle of the gun pointed directly at the bodyguards. At the moment the boss struck, a Wu and Xiao Ma coordinated perfectly. Whoosh! The sound of flapping clothing filled the air. A Wu swiftly threw open his trench coat, gripping the AK with both hands. Who? The Furid Hui and the hero, along with the dozen or so lackey bodyguards, were left staring in shock as their pupils dilated. Wang Xiao pressed down on the AK, decisively sweeping the gun toward the terrified rich lackeys. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A Wu and Xiao Ma did not hesitate, pulling the trigger simultaneously. 3 AKs fired in unison. On the dark yacht deck, flashes of deadly gunfire suddenly erupted like fireworks. Ugh! The dense hail of bullets pierced through one body after another, blood and flesh splattering across the deck, with screams echoing incessantly. The dozen or so weak lackeys were turned into sieves in the blink of an eye, collapsing to the ground one by one. The Furid Hui and the hero, who had just been boasting of their experience, were now horrified beyond belief. It had been a long time since they had witnessed such a bloody scene in the peaceful Hong Kong island. Bullets whizzed overhead, while their bodyguards fell like grass around them. The two were terrified to the core. They immediately covered their heads and dove to the ground, trying to evade the raging metal storm. "Quick, fire the signal." The hero curled up on the ground, loudly shouting toward the stern. 2 bodyguards stationed at the back hurriedly pulled out their signal guns. Xiao Ma's heart tightened. His AK was out of bullets, and without hesitation, he retracted the gun. The AK pulled by the sling swung behind him. Xiao Ma, sprinting forward with a limp, fixed his gaze on the 2 bodyguards behind him while pulling out the big black star and firing 2 shots. One bodyguard was hit in the temple, crashing onto the deck. The other bodyguard was shot in the chest, blood soaking through his white shirt beneath his suit. He fell to the ground in agony, his finger reflexively pulling the trigger. Bang! Whoosh! A signal flare tore through the night sky, trailing a crimson tail as it shot upward. "Oh no!" Xiao Ma and a Wu looked at the flare in the sky, their expressions darkening instantly. On the bow deck, clink clink. Shells fell like rain around Wang Xiao's feet, and the screams on the yacht. Wang Xiao stepped forward, striding as if strolling through a garden, and with a crisp sound expertly loaded a new magazine. "Boss, it was my mistake that allowed them to send out the signal." Xiao Ma's face was tense as he stepped on the Baldway, speaking urgently, "Something's off. Oh, I saw a small boat at the stern. Let's protect you and leave first." "Don't be anxious, trust the boss." Zhang calmly patted away non-existent dust on his body, reassuring them. Xiao Ma and a Wu had not been with the boss for long, but Zhang had been with the boss through thick and thin. After a long time together, having witnessed the boss' caution and ruthlessness, he now held a strong confidence in him. Since the boss dared to come, he must have made thorough preparations. Wang Xiao, unfazed, aimed his gun at the Furid Hui and the others, coldly commanding, "A Wu Xiaoma, reload." A Wu and Xiaoma exchanged glances, changed magazines, and flicked the fire selector on the AK to single shot. The two stepped forward, guns aimed at each head, pulling the triggers. Rat, rat, rat. The rhythmic crack of supplementary shots echoed in the ears of the survivors. In less than 3 minutes the slaughter began and abruptly stopped. As the gunfire ceased, the lackey lawyer followed closely behind his boss. Having followed the boss through grand scenes, Zhang Erhe's eyes swept over the fallen bodies, blood flowing profusely. He remained unfazed, shaking his head and clicking his tongue. What a tragedy, a true tragedy. This is the consequence of following the wrong person. Suddenly a scream echoed. A Wu and Xiaoma aimed their guns at the heads of the Furid Hui and the others, thoroughly searching them twice and disarming them. The bald Wei, clutching his stomach, lay on the deck, writhing in agony. Wang Xiao suddenly grabbed the hair of the Furid Hui and the hero, exerting force. With one hand on each, he yanked them up by their hair. Ugh! The two privileged individuals accustomed to luxury felt their scalps nearly tear, letting out pitiful wails. Still screaming, Wang Xiao coldly shouted, exerting force as he grasped their hair and slammed them down. The two screamed in terror. Thud, thud. The screams abruptly ceased. The faces of the Furid Hui and the hero slammed into the deck. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Their nasal bones, fractured brow bones, cracked, instantly drenched in blood. Hiss. The hero's face twisted in pain as he gasped for air. The Furid Hui's glasses shattered, his eyes obscured by blood. Sensing Wang Xiao about to strike again, he exclaimed, "No, no." The hero's face turned pale with fear as he shouted in horror, "Wang Xiao, if you kill us, you'll have to bury us too." Wang Xiao paused, grabbing the hero's head and locking eyes with his terrified gaze, coldly stating, "I hate it most when others threaten me." Looking into Wang Xiao's violent gaze, the hero's heart sank, an overwhelming fear flooding his mind. "We have people lying in ambush at sea." The Furid Hui forced his eyes open, speaking with a fierce tone. "The signal has already been sent. If we die tonight, you will have to accompany us in death. None of us will survive." Hearing this, Xiao Ma and A Wu's hearts tightened as they crouched down, vigilantly scanning the dark sea around them. "So you're threatening me, eh?" Wang Xiao cruelly smiled, grabbing the arms of the two and laying them on the deck, pressing down firmly on their arms with his left hand. "No." The Furid Hui screamed at a pitch that shattered glass. The two struggled desperately to escape Wang Xiao's grip, but with his enhanced strength, he easily overpowered them. Wang Xiao swiftly drew a 3-edged dagger from his lower back, and with a fierce thrust stabbed it into their overlapping palms. Thud! Wang Xiao pierced through both of their palms with a dull thud, nailing them to the deck. "Ugh! My hand!" The Furid Hui and the hero wailed repeatedly. Hearing their anguished cries, the bald Wei's body trembled violently. "Bald Wei, you didn't think I had forgotten about you, did you?" A chilling voice echoed in his ears, sending a shiver through the bald Wei's body. Thud! Wang Xiao stepped on the bald Wei's head, smiling faintly. "What about your backup? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Need me to contact them for you?" The three of them were momentarily stunned, suddenly filled with a chill. Wang Xiao pulled out a military walkie-talkie and firmly pressed the PTT button. "Tiger Head calling Claw, report the situation." "Claw receive." The sound of static crackled through the radio as Wang Jianjun responded. "Two fast boats to the southeast have been eliminated." Wang Xiao rapped his knuckles on the device. "Stay alert and await orders." Claw understands. Wang Xiao stowed away the military walkie-talkie and glanced down at the three colorless lackeys, softly asking, "Is there anything else?" The Furid Hui, the hero, and the others wore expressions of despair filled with deep fear and helplessness. The three old hands were cautious by nature, worried about unexpected circumstances, and had laid ambushes at sea in advance. Yet they never expected that the backup they painstakingly left behind would not even stir a ripple. The Furid Hui struggled to lift his head, blood staining his eyes, gazing through the broken lens at Wang Xiao's youthful face, filled with vigor. Sigh. Losing isn't to be blamed. The Furid Hui deeply sighed, despairing as he lowered his head, mumbling indistinctly, encountering a monster. Under the night sky, the yacht quietly floated on the surface of the sea, glowing faintly. Suddenly a scream shattered the tranquility of the night. Wang Xiao drew out a trident dagger and casually picked up the hand-tailored suit of the hero, gently wiping the blood off the blade. Hiss! Blood gushed from the wound. The hero and Cyan Hugh's faces turned pale, clutching their pierced palms, emitting a series of painful groans. "Stop screaming, hold your wrist, you won't die just yet." Wang Xiao leaned down, smiling at the two. The hero Cyan Hui and Bald Wei knelt side by side on the deck. The killer in front of them smiled and told them not to scream. Hearing this, Cyan Hui and the others lowered their heads, biting their lips tightly, afraid to make a sound. At that moment, the three heroes no longer had their previously arrogant demeanor of considering themselves old veterans looking down on others. "If only you three had been this sensible earlier," Wang Xiao said with satisfaction, extending his hand to pat the heads of the three wealthy men. The younger generation pushes the older generation aside, The older generation gets crushed on the beach. You three bastards are already old. Now you live in villas, drive luxury cars, and keep pet dogs becoming pampered. You've long lost the sharpness you had when you first came out to fight for your lives. Now Hong Kong is the domain of us young people. The three heroes remained silent, yet in their hearts they were filled with regret, lamenting their reckless actions and underestimating Wang Xiao's ruthlessness. Zhang stepped forward at the right moment, gently propping up the overturned table, his gaze sweeping over the three wealthy men, filled with mockery. The three subordinates, raised like vicious dogs, had been killed, and their business had fallen into their boss' hands. In their urgency, they committed a grave mistake. Although they had lost their black gloves, had they not rushed to act tonight, and instead used soft tactics, they would have had plenty of opportunities to continue fighting with the boss. With both fast and slow tactics available, the three subordinates ultimately chose to confront him and fight, underestimating that their boss was a lawless outlaw. What began as a spontaneous action had ended up in this dismal outcome. "Boss, please take a seat." Zhang returned to his senses, smiling obsequiously as he adjusted the sofa beneath his boss. Without even looking back, Wang Xiao sat down with a casual elegance, crossing his legs. "Master, it's up to you now." "Understood, boss," the dog-headed assistant nodded repeatedly. He opened the briefcase in his hand and took out a stack of prepared documents. Zhang expression changed instantly as he unceremoniously threw them on the table, sarcastically taunting the three wealthy men. "It's not the first time for the three bosses to engage in this business. Let's be smart and sign quickly." The hero and the others raised their heads, their eyes scanning the documents on the table. The merger agreement between Shengtai Company and Junyu Group. What the hell is this merger? Wang Xiao is trying to swallow the entire group without leaving evidence. Cyan Hui and the heroes' faces turned extremely ugly. In business, like in war, the victors always employ every means necessary. In the past, it was they who sat on the sofa, cigars in hand, watching the subservient defeated foes sign the documents. Now a sharp pain surged through Bald Weiss' lower body as he stared at the documents, his chest heaving. Before he could speak, Cyan Hui, usually composed, spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. "Signing means death, not signing also means death. The only difference is whether we can die quickly. Why should we sign?" Baldway was taken aback by this, turning to look deeply at his bloodied old comrade. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to recall the past when the three of them bled on the streets for a living. His eyes reddened, he took a deep breath, unable to bear it any longer, and shouted angrily, "Wang Xiao. In the world of survival, one must have anticipated this day. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Stop the damn chatter. You want to swallow us? In your dreams. Don't even think about it. Bastard, I let you curse." Hearing this, Xiao Ma's face became ferocious as he advanced with a limp, slapping Baldway across the face. Slap. The crisp sound echoed, and Wang Xiao smiled leisurely, just pulling out a cigarette from his pocket. Ding, the flame was right before him, and behind was the familiar sycophantic smile of his lackey. "Once this is over, I'll give you a raise." Wang Xiao exhaled a puff of smoke, pushing the lackey aside, and scolded harshly. "Once you're done, get lost. Don't block my view." Zhang beamed, his heart leaping with joy. Awu enviously glanced at the dog-headed assistant, eagerly offering his help. "Boss, he'll clean up these three bastards for you." Awu said, his eyes purely fixed on the boss, filled only with a "No need." Wang Xiao tossed the cigarette box, hitting Awu in the chest. Another potential profit gone. Awu regretfully holding the cigarette box side. The sounds of beating and muffled groans echoed. "Keep cursing." Xiao Ma gritted his teeth, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Watching Baldway, who refused to speak, Xiao Ma, who valued loyalty, couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration, and his strikes lost some of their force. Dingling. Suddenly a crisp phone ringing sounded from the body of a bodyguard. "Xiao Ma, stop hitting," Wang Xiao said, nodding towards the lackey. Zhang stepped forward, suppressing his disgust, and picked up a blood-stained mobile phone. "Whose is this?" Wang Xiao said, playfully tossing the phone to the three wealthy men. Cyan Hui picked up the phone, looking at Wang Xiao in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Answer it," Wang Xiao said, nonchalantly, smiling lightly. "It could be urgent at this hour." Cyan Hui and the hero exchanged glances, a sudden wave of intense unease rising in their hearts. He gazed deeply at Wang Xiao, trembling fingers pressing the speakerphone button. "Is Mr. Zhou Dehui there?" A steady male voice came through the phone. "It's me." Cyan Hui gripped the phone tightly, nervously swallowing a mouthful of blood. "I am Inspector Wen Jianren from the Oilma D Major Crimes Unit. We just received a report that a gang of thieves has robbed your villa. When we arrived at the scene, we found no one at your home. May I ask if you and your family are unharmed?" Wen Jianren inquired with genuine concern. Upon hearing this, Cyan Hui's pupils constricted, his fingertips digging painfully into his palm, the last glimmer of light in his eyes instantly shattered. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, are you there?" Wen Jianren asked with concern. Cyan Hui's gaze turned desperate, his throat rolled, but he couldn't make a sound. After a while he managed to let out a low hum, as if he had exhausted all his last strength. On the sofa in front of him, Wang Xiao wore a deep smile, propping his chin, with one hand lightly tapping the armrest with the other. The faint sound of tapping reached Cyan Hui's ears, but it felt like thunder in summer. He suddenly jolted awake, his lips trembling for a moment before he hoarsely began to speak. Sir, when I and my family went out on the yacht for a night cruise. Thankfully, we weren't home. We narrowly escaped disaster. Mr. Zhou, it's good that you and your family are safe, when Jianren said, his voice seemingly laced with a comforting tone. Rest assured we will solve the burglary case at your home as soon as possible. Thank you. Xian Hui hung up the phone as if he had suddenly aged a decade. His back once straight, while kneeling now silently slumped down. Beside him the hero and bald Weiss pupils trembled, still clinging to the last shred of hope. Slap. Wang Xiao casually tossed the three men's dark secrets on the table, his tone eerily calm. Take a look, three of you, this is what Tony spat out before he died. It contains all your glorious deeds over the years. Drug trafficking, murder, smuggling, money laundering, rape, forgery. If Hong Kong were to reinstate the death penalty, all the evidence against you here would be enough to execute you 20 times. Don't play the victim with me. Wang Xiao waved his hand lightly. You've done this too. Zhang Er picked up a new phone, dialed, and placed it in front of the three men on the deck. Master, where is my boss? Duan Kuan asked frantically. Wang Xiao's eyes twitched, slightly wishing he could slap this fool. Hearing no response, Duan Kuan mumbled as he threw the newly bought phone to Hua Zaijun. Hua Zaijun smiled and pressed the speakerphone button. In the next second, a panicked voice screamed through the phone, Daddy, save me. What the hell have you done outside? Please let me go. My daddy is wealthy. How much do you want? Mom. The hero's eyes instantly turned red as he scrambled toward the phone. Wife. Baldway, stripped of his tough demeanor, urgently snatched the phone, trembling as he called out. Listening to the cries of his entire family, Xian Hui felt a constriction in his chest, a surge of metallic sweetness filling his throat. Zhang Er, without a word, coldly kicked Baldway down and seized the phone. Three elders this game. I concede. Wang Xiao smiled indifferently, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Xian Hui, Baldway, and the hero looked at Wang Xiao's gentle smile, feeling as if they were staring into the face of a devil, their eyes filled with deep-seated fear and despair. The morning light pierced through the thin mist Sim Sha, Sui Jun 2 group building. During the early morning rush hour, a sea of dark-suited office workers gathered on the streets, flowing into the office building. At this moment, a convoy of 10 black cars emerged from the traffic and slowly came to a stop in front of the office building. In the center of the convoy, a black Benz parked steadily at the company's entrance. The sound of doors clicking open resonated. 20 bodyguards dressed in black suits quickly stepped out of the cars. The group stood silently by the vehicles, their vigilant eyes scanning the densely packed crowd on the street. The imposing convoy instantly attracted the curious glances of many office workers. Boss, we've arrived at June 2. Zhang Er said with a broad smile, respectfully opening the door of the Benz. Let's go. Wang Xiao said with a smile at the corners of his mouth, feeling quite happy about taking over the enterprise today. Surrounded by Wu Xiao Ma and others, Wang Xiao stepped into the building. In the June 2 building on the 28th floor, the large conference room was filled with department managers and supervisors who had rushed over with departmental documents after receiving a sudden notice from the boss this morning. To everyone's surprise, the three bosses, who usually arrived late, actually came earlier than everyone else today. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat solemn. At the oval conference table, over 10 supervisors exchanged glances, their peripheral vision occasionally darting to the three bosses seated at the head of the table. Si Hui, the Furied One, Baldway, and the hero all wore exceptionally heavy expressions, feeling worse than if they had lost their father. The bosses were clearly in a bad mood, and the managers and supervisors smartly kept their mouths shut, feeling a sense of confusion and uncertainty in their hearts. As time ticked by, someone glanced at the time, hesitating whether to speak up. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside the conference room. The sound of leather shoes striking the marble floor rang clearly. In an instant, the intricately carved wooden door of the conference room swung open. The managers and supervisors looked on in surprise. 20 bodyguards from Sheng Tao, dressed uniformly in black suits, moved with cold expressions, quickly splitting to both sides. Wang Xiao, in a pure white nano suit, confidently walked into the large conference room. All the supervisors and managers of June 2 Group turned their gazes towards this unexpected guest. Si Hui, Baldway, and the hero slowly rose from their genuine leather seats. Bang! Si Hui raised his hand and knocked on the table, commanding the supervisors in a deep voice, "Everyone stand up." The managers and supervisors quickly stood, their hearts filled with uncertainty. Mr. Wang, please take a seat. The hero gestured to the guest seat opposite the conference table. Wang Xiao ignored him and walked straight to the head of the long table. As the distance between them shortened, Si Hui and the others turned pale, slightly lowering their heads to make way. Wang Xiao nonchalantly took his seat at the head of the table, casually waving his hand at the three bosses. Sit down. Si Hui and the hero remained silent, sitting on either side, while Baldway stood with his legs apart, patting the shoulder of a manager beside him. Move aside. The manager did not dare to delay, quickly rising to give way for the boss. Baldway gritted his teeth, holding onto the table, and slowly took a seat, suppressing the pain in his lower back. The over 10 managers and supervisors present exchanged glances, their eyes flickering as they speculated about the identity of the young man before them. The three bosses faced him, clearly respectful, not daring to show any neglect. "Let's begin," Wang Xiao said, looking towards his subordinate, the dog-headed advisor. Zhang took out a recording device, pressed the record button, and placed it on the table. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lawyer Zhang." He respectfully pointed towards the bosses and formally introduced, "This is Mr. Wang Xiao, the head of Sheng Tao Company. Today we have gathered everyone to discuss a matter concerning the decision of the two companies. All parties are present, so let's begin the announcement." With a smile, Zhang picked up the merger agreement in his hand and announced in a loud voice, "After discussions between Mr. Wang of Sheng Tao Company and the three directors of June 2 Group, the two companies have officially decided to merge into one group company. The two companies will merge into one group company. Both parties have previously negotiated the specific terms of the merger and signed a merger agreement. The agreement clarifies the rights and obligations regarding asset transfer, debts, and personnel placement. Starting today, the company will issue a public announcement in the newspapers regarding the merger decision. I, Zhang will temporarily be responsible for the various registration procedures that the group needs to handle in the future." Zhang straightened his back, unconsciously speaking with vigor. "The new group after the merger will be fully managed by Mr. Wang Xiao and will hold the strategic decision-making power of the group." As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room erupted in an uproar among the over 10 managers and supervisors of June 2. There was no hint at all. "How can they say we are merging? This is too sudden. Mr. Zhou, is this truly your decision among the three of you?" A middle-aged manager who had just given way frowned and asked, "Even if the two companies merge, it should be one of the three of you to continue leading the company management. How can we let a small company boss take over the management of June 2 Group?" Boss Manager Li is right. Many managers and supervisors present wore sincere expressions for the good of the group, all speaking up in agreement. Since ancient times, a new emperor means new ministers. If this Wang takes office, who knows how he will stir things up for everyone. Everyone shared the same concerns, watching the three bosses with either anticipation or worry. As soon as Manager Li's words were spoken, Sihui and the others felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. They naturally saw through Manager Li's intentions. But this facade of appearing to care for the three of them and the company could end badly if the King of Hell thought they had urged him to step forward. "Everyone be quiet," the hero said discontentedly, slapping the table. "This is a joint decision made after discussions among the three of us. We also believe in Mr. Wang's capabilities. Under his leadership, the group will surely develop rapidly. This internal meeting is to convey the decision to you all. Additionally, after you leave, hold meetings in your respective departments to inform the employees of the group news. You need not concern yourselves with other matters." The over 10 managers and supervisors of June 2 were left with nothing to say and could only sit down with reluctance. Wang Xiao remained unfazed, comfortably leaning back in the boss chair, his right hand unconsciously tapping on the armrest. Sihui noticed the cold demeanor of the Calamity Star and inwardly cursed. Wang Xiao remained silent, and the hero and the others did not dare to utter a word, fearing to provoke trouble. The conference room suddenly fell silent, and as time passed, the atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. Wang Xiao raised his head, squinting at Manager Li and his supervisor, who spoke first. "What are your names?" "Never mind, I'm no longer interested in knowing." As soon as he asked, Wang Xiao shook his head with a smile, his tone suddenly turning cold. "I give you both half an hour to get out of the group." Manager Li and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The new boss came in like a fire, and the remaining managers and supervisors were instantly silenced, each one behaving like a quail. Wang Xiao glanced at the cluster of elderly people and coldly asked, "Who is the supervisor of the HR department?" "Mr. Wang, it's me." A glamorous middle-aged woman immediately stood up. She nervously clasped her hands in front of her, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Wang Xiao took out a cigarette box. "You are responsible for supervising these two idiots to leave within my designated time. If they don't leave on time, you will follow them out too." The female HR supervisor pressed her red lips tightly together and nodded earnestly. "I understand, boss." "Mr. Wang, what have I done wrong?" The dismissed supervisor glared at the young new boss, questioning angrily, his voice trembling slightly from both anger and fear. "Three bosses, how can you just sit there?" Manager Li stared at the three heroes, his face revealing sorrow. "Even if the company merges, the group is not his sole domain. For these years I have worked tirelessly for the group and for all three of you. Everything I did was for you three bosses." With a crisp sound, Zhang Shiya closed the lighter, glanced at the boss expression with caution, and disdainfully waved his hand at Manager Li. "Get them out." The four gunmen from Sheng Tao said nothing and stepped forward, roughly grabbing the two and dragging them out of the conference room. "Mr. Zhou, three bosses." Manager Li cried out in panic. The two hung their heads, turning to seek help from the three bosses. The expressions of Sihui and the heroes turned pale as they covered their bandaged hands, ignoring the cries from the elderly subordinates. Baldway grit his teeth and lowered his head, his chest rising and falling, but remained silent. "Who? Wang Xiao exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze sweeping over the oldtimers. I'm giving you a chance to step up. If anyone doesn't want to stay, leave with them now. More than 10 managers and supervisors lowered their heads, remaining silent. Humph. Wang Xiao scoffed, casually raising his chin. Now let's start the meeting. Shuffling sounds. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of pages turning echoed in the conference room. The managers and supervisors dared not slack off, ready to take notes at any moment. Zhang opened the document and read seriously. Company merger. First item. From today onwards, Sheng Tao and Juntu will merge, and the group will officially be renamed Imperial Group. Second item. The import and export trade and nightclub entertainment of the original Sheng Tao company will now be integrated with Juntu for joint operation. Third item. Our Imperial Group will establish a wholly owned security subsidiary named Youth Security. The company has recruited 1378 security personnel. Fourth item. The meeting concluded and Wang Xiao no longer enjoyed the leisure of past days. He was busy from morning until the afternoon at the Juntu Group building. The building's Imperial logo has not yet been replaced. On the 30th floor in the chairman's office, through the entire floor-to-ceiling window, the bustling view of Victoria Harbor was fully visible. With no time to appreciate the harbor view outside, Wang Xiao leaned over his deep brown wooden desk, surrounded by various monthly reports, financial documents, and business contracts from Juntu Group piled high into several small hills, suffocatingly stacked. Knock knock, a knock sounded. Come in. Boss, you asked me to monitor Heng Ji and Sheng Yi, and I just received the latest news. Zhang rushed into the office, reporting in a low voice. You guessed right, that slippery snake skin is all bark and no bite. After 2 days of real fighting between the two families, he doesn't want to fight anymore. He wants to negotiate peacefully with Huobaoming, but unfortunately Huobaoming has truly gone mad this time and insists on a showdown. He turned his mind and today invited Heng Jie's leader, the old ghost Min, and Yao went to a closed-door meeting. They talked all morning and then returned to their respective homes. Does old ghost Min want to settle things? Wang Xiao asked with a smile. Exactly, boss, Zhang replied. After old ghost Min returned to Tuadi, he found Huobaoming. I don't know what they specifically discussed, as my people didn't have the status to enter. But after Huobaoming returned, he was cursing and still doesn't plan to back down, ordering his underlings to prepare weapons, and tonight, he wants to continue making a scene at Sheng Yi's place. Wang Xiao shook his head upon hearing this. His good older brother seems to want to force the snake skin out of hiding, creating opportunities for the two knife brothers. But the snake skin is not so easily caught. He knows that Huobaoming and the knife brothers are keeping a close watch on him. Except for the time he showed up when he met old ghost Min today, it's obvious that the bastard must have plenty of protection around him. Usually he keeps himself hidden, giving no opportunities at all. Wang Xiao waved his hand. You can go now, Shirya. Keep monitoring. Yes, boss. Zhang slightly bowed and turned to leave. Once the person left, after pondering for a moment, Wang Xiao's expression hardened as he took out his phone and dialed. Beep. The call connected, but no one spoke. A cold glint appeared in Wang Xiao's eyes. Tonight, prepare to close the net. Understood. Wang Jianjun responded succinctly, hanging up the phone. Throwing the phone down, Wang Xiao looked at the stacks of documents on the table, sighed deeply, and plunged back into work. The sound of pages flipping echoed, and unknowingly the night quietly descended. As the streetlights illuminated the floor-to-ceiling glass, framed the night scene of Victoria Harbor like a living painting. Wang Xiao discarded the last monthly report in his hand, rubbed his tired eyes, and lit a cigarette. After reviewing documents all day, he inevitably felt a bit fatigued, yet Wang Xiao leaned back in his genuine leather boss chair, feeling exceptionally exhilarated. Since its establishment, Juntu Group has been in operation for 16 years. The three oldtimers, despite their small-town mentality, still held some advantages. After starting out, they still preferred to pursue prosperous entertainment and retail projects. The group originally began in the entertainment industry and gradually expanded into import-export trade and retail. Setting aside the gray and black industries that are challenging to help, the group owns numerous nightclubs, bars, bowling alleys, billiard halls, ice skating rinks, mahjong parlors, video rental stores, etc. in the Yao Tsimong area. Legitimate industries. Moreover, in recent years, after developing into the retail industry, they have built 2 medium-sized department stores in Tsim Shui and Mongkok. According to last year's financial report, the group's legitimate industries alone netted 4.61 million every month. Annual profit reached 55.32 million. The group's current market value is 532 billion. During the initial accumulation phase, they could be unscrupulous, but now that they want to stabilize, they need to be mindful of their image. Wang Xiao's eyes reddened slightly as he kept reminding himself and taking deep breaths, yet his mood remained exceptionally high. Overnight riches. Promoted to a $500 million man. Who else is there? Nightfall on the Temple Street. AI Lien, accompanied by several subordinates, entered the indoor roller skating rink. As the door swung open, a thick haze of smoke and the cacophony of voices greeted them. Nearly 100 short thugs, smoking either sitting or standing, gathered together, exchanging banter and laughter, turning the once pristine skating rink into a smoky haze. AI Lien had long since become accustomed to this scene and walked towards the office. Big sister, Along the way, the short thugs called out greetings upon seeing her. AI Lien smiled gently and nodded in response. As she departed, numerous short thugs gazed at Big Sister's retreating figure, some shaking their heads in regret, while others cursed under their breath, their words laden with disdain. In the office, AI Lien closed the door behind her, her gaze settling on her husband, who was frowning and speaking on the phone. Hua Baoming grunted in annoyance, openly displaying his frustration and indifference. After a moment, with a bang, Hua Baoming slammed down the phone, infuriated, and exclaimed, "Damn, that old ghost Min, another meeting. All day long, meetings, day and night." He continued, "They speak of misunderstandings and the importance of the big picture. Don't think I don't know he took benefits from the snake skin today. Calm down, don't let your anger harm your health." AI Lien gently patted her husband on the back. Hua Baoming's expression softened slightly, but he still felt a surge of pent-up frustration. "Lien, you keep telling me to endure, but look at this old bastard. He is getting worse. Not only does he not help his own people, but he also turns against us. This old bastard, how many terms has he served as the boss? Yet he refuses to leave. If he continues to ride on our backs, I won't be able to eat or sleep peacefully." As she quietly waited for her husband to vent, AI Lien's eyes flickered as she leaned in and whispered, "Be careful, the walls have ears. I know you're frustrated, but we really can't fight anymore. Although Shang Yi has lost Xia Fei, their foundation remains. Old Gui Min may support us in words, but offers no actual assistance. If we rely solely on our own faction to take on Shang Yi, continuing down this path will only lead to unneeded losses. We have already profited from taking over Shang Yi's territory on Bolin Street. It's best to consider negotiating with Snakeskin next." "Negotiating again? I can't keep enduring." Hua Baoming gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the table. Before he could curse, AI Lien raised her hand and pressed it on his shoulder. "Settle down and let me finish speaking. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. After we negotiate peace, we stabilize our territory and take control of the channels in Xiao's hands. Once business stabilizes in a year or so, we'll have money in hand, and we won't have to fear old Gui Min anymore. Those uncles are just opportunists. They'll follow whoever feeds them. When the next leader is chosen, we can bribe them with money, forcing old Gui Min out of power. You will be the new leader of Hung Ji from then on. By then the gang will be under our control, and we can establish our authority over Shang Yi. We'll take down Snakeskin in one fell swoop." Hua Baoming furrowed his brow, growing increasingly silent as he listened. He understood that his wife's plan was sound and the best course of action. However, with the rumors of his wife being held hostage circulating, how could any man bear such humiliation? A gentleman's revenge is never too late. AI Lien softened her voice and gently reassured him. "For now, we must endure to achieve our goals later." Hua Baoming, feeling the weight in his chest, took several deep breaths and with a solemn face patted his wife's hand. "I'm just sorry for putting you through this, Alien." AI Lien's expression froze at the word sorry, recalling that night in the prison with Wang Xiao, the enchanting encounter under the dew. "For the greater good, I don't feel wronged." AI Lien's voice trembled slightly as she shook her head at her husband. "Honey, let the brothers wait for a while. You should tidy yourself up and go to the meeting." Hua Baoming's tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed as he leaned on the chair to stand up. "I know, I'll head out first." Moments later, Hua Baoming left the roller skating rink with his brothers A Bao and A Dong, along with a trusted aide. "Boss, should we accompany you?" asked the two thugs as they approached. "Do you think I'm like that coward Snakeskin?" Hua Baoming tossed away his cigarette butt and laughed, cursing. "I'm on my own turf, going to the Underworld to meet old Gui Min, not to fight him." He waved his hand dismissively at his subordinates. Hua Baoming and his group of four got into a silver gray Benz and drove towards the Hung Ji Underworld. As the car pulled away, a black sedan quietly started its engine in the distance, trailing behind Hua Baoming. About 10 minutes later, the black sedan leisurely passed several private cars, gradually closing in on Hua Baoming's Benz. At the upcoming intersection, the red light turned on. Vehicles on the road came to a halt. In the back of the black sedan, someone said, "Once we pass this intersection, prepare to overtake and act." As the words fell, a click sounded. Several guns were loaded, quietly waiting. The red light blinked and turned green. The Benz moved forward steadily, just passing the center of the road. Vroom. Suddenly, a roar of an engine came from the left side. In the back of the black sedan, the occupants turned their heads, eyes filled with surprise. Two vans sped toward them. Screech. The cars came to a sudden halt, tires screeching against the pavement. The two vans abruptly braked hard, sandwiching the Benz from the front and rear. Inside the Benz, Hua Baoming and A Dong looked at the rapidly approaching vehicles, their pupils constricting sharply. "Quick, turn the wheel." Crashed through them. Hua Baoming quickly regained his composure and shouted sternly to the driver. The driver hurriedly shifted into reverse, sharply turning the steering wheel. Bang! The rear of the Benz crashed into one of the vans. Before anyone could break free from the encirclement. Crack! The van doors swung open violently, and masked assailants wielding machetes and metal baseball bats began to smash the Benz windows. Crash! The glass shattered explosively. "Damn it!" A Bao cursed, reaching for the gun at his waist. Hua Baoming and a Dong raised their arms to shield against the glass shards, gripping their gun handles with their right hands. Outside the car, several assailants lunged at the four inside with sharp knives. In the front and passenger seats, a Bao and the driver had just drawn their guns when blades suddenly pierced their necks and chests from outside. Stab! Stab! The assailants' expressions were fierce, stabbing one after another relentlessly. The driver of the Hung Ji was crying out in agony. Warm blood splattered onto the front windshield of the car. A Bao, blood-soaked at the neck and chest, was gurgling blood, and his gun fell limply onto his lap. In the back seat of the Benz, Hua Baoming and a Dong reacted slightly faster, raising their arms to block the incoming blades while drawing their guns, aiming at the swarming assailants outside. One of the assailants with a fierce expression lunged at Hua Baoming with a knife. The blade flashed, piercing through the sleeve of Hua Baoming's suit and deeply embedding itself in his left arm. Damn it! Hua Baoming and a Dong gritted their teeth in pain, raising their guns to aim at the assailants outside. Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted. Several assailants fell to the ground with muffled groans while others ducked to avoid the shots, yet still fought fiercely. 5 or 6 assailants pressed against the side of the Benz, using the cover of darkness to stab frantically at the occupants inside, without even looking. Stab! Stab! Hua Baoming and a Dong were continuously hit. A Dong, drained of color, was drenched in blood, suddenly went mad and began shooting wildly. Click! The bullets ran out. A Dong's face was filled with madness and despair as he threw down his gun and lunged for a stabbing knife. Just as he grasped the knife, a masked assailant leaned in from outside, his cold eyes glinting as he stabbed into a Dong. A Dong clutched his bleeding neck, glancing at the rearview mirror inside the car, witnessing the tragic death of his brother, a Bao, swallowing his last breath in wrath. As fate would have it, the two assailants ultimately met their end at the hands of another group of assailants. Meanwhile, Hua Baoming crouched beneath the car and opened the door. As the door opened, just a crack, a sharp knife stabbed in. Hua Baoming's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately leaned backward. With a thud, the back of his head hit the front seat hard. Before he could catch his breath, a short knife plunged into Hua Baoming's calf. The assailant squatted outside the door, experienced, twisting the knife brutally. Damn it! Hua Baoming screamed in agony, a gaping hole now in his calf, blood gushing profusely. Bang! Hua Baoming fired 2 shots at the assailant. The assailant's face turned pale as he clutched his neck and collapsed to the ground. Without a word, his companion kicked the injured assailant aside and yanked the car door open. He raised his knife to stab at the target. Bang! Hua Baoming shot again. The gunman was struck in the chest, the force leaving his body, and the knife grazed past Hua Baoming's side. Hua Baoming gritted his teeth, snatching the short knife from the assailant's hand, and suddenly charged out of the car. As soon as his left foot touched the ground, he felt excruciating pain from his leg wound. Hua Baoming's leg gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. The assailants around him silently swung their knives toward Hua Baoming. His face contorted with rage, he raised his trembling arm to fire. Bang! One assailant was shot in the abdomen, blood gushing out, clutching his belly as he frantically swung his knife at Hua Baoming. Click! The gun was empty. Hua Baoming dropped the gun, gripping the short knife he had seized, stabbing at the assailant ahead. Stab! Stab! Both sides exchanged wounds. However, taking advantage of the moment when the target was entangled, several short knives from around him stabbed and slashed into Hua Baoming's back. Come on! Realizing death was imminent, Hua Baoming roared in defiance, charging at the numerous assailants before him without fear. In the next moment, short knives plunged violently into Hua Baoming's body. Stab! Stab! The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed continuously. Hua Baoming gasped for breath, his body drenched in blood. With his left hand gripping the collar of the assailant in front of him, he released his grip on the short knife, using his last ounce of strength to rip off the assailant's mask. As the mask fell away, the assailant tightened his grip on the knife, viciously twisting it into Hua Baoming's abdomen, the blade making a faint tearing sound within his flesh. Hua Baoming's blood-soaked eyes suddenly widened in shock. In his pupils reflected the image of the assailant, filled with deep-seated hatred. Stab! Stab! The surrounding assailants stabbed frantically. Hua Baoming's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The assailants continued to stab at his vital spots, confirming his death before swiftly lifting their injured comrades and climbing into the vans. The 2 vans abruptly reversed, roaring away at high speed. Hua Baoming lay on the ground, riddled with dozens of stab wounds, staring blankly up at the sky with blood-stained eyes. At the intersection, there was a deathly silence. Numerous drivers and pedestrians wore various expressions, yet they had long grown accustomed to such sights. In the back of the black sedan, the usually composed Wang Jianjun couldn't hold back, sneering repeatedly. Damn! I didn't expect someone to steal our business. A Sun followed them. A Sun pressed the accelerator, chasing after the fleeing vans. Wang Jianjun picked up the phone and called his old beep. The call connected. Is the job done? Wang Xiao casually asked. Wang Jianjun looked helpless, scratching his chin. Brother, the fish that was almost in our grasp was snatched away by someone else. Someone moved before us. Hua Baoming died a tragic death, and we are currently pursuing those who acted first. Be careful, Wang Xiao replied after a few seconds of silence. In the corporate building in the office. After hanging up, Wang Xiao tossed aside the document in his hand, stretched lazily, and his joints cracked. His elder brother was gone, and it was a pity he couldn't see him off personally. The office chair turned half a circle, making a slight sound. Wang Xiao leaned comfortably against the back of the chair, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, snake skin. He wouldn't dare, so who could it be? Interesting. At noon the following day, Hong Kong media splashed the headlines, "A powerful alliance. A new billionaire emerges on the island." And Shengtao Company and Zhuanta Group announce formal merger. Di Huang Group, the island's youngest billionaire, is born. Read another headline, while yet another proclaimed syndicate kingpin brutally killed on the street. Yesterday, the company invited newspaper reporters to document the announcement. Once the news broke, it was swiftly picked up by outlets across the island. Since the last abduction, Wang Xiao's name had once again surged to the front pages. At only 22, he held sway over the merged Di Huang Group, the company's valuation surpassing $500 million. Wang Xiao became famous overnight and newly minted tycoon of the island. Young, wealthy, and handsome Mr. Wang was already regarded by countless gold diggers and matrons as the ultimate bachelor and desirable son-in-law. As the center of public attention, Wang Xiao slipped away from the company building with a retinue of followers. Yamadi, the Hengji turf. The mourning hall had been erected. In the center of the room, there stood an exquisitely. Within the coffin, Huo Baoming lay with his eyes wide open, refusing to close. Yaowen stood before it, head bowed, staring at his cousin, Huo Baoming, with a gaze full of memories. A chorus of uncles shook their heads and sighed, offering comfort to Ai Lian seated beside them. Ai Lian, restrain your grief and accept fate. We who live this life all know such a day would come sooner or later. Though a Ming is gone, you must take care of yourself. Ai Lian tossed down the joss paper in her hand, eyes rimmed red, and in a hoarse voice snapped at them. Uncle Min, all of you uncles, you have all seen it. A Ming died with his eyes wide open. I will avenge him. Do you agree? The uncles exchanged glances. None voiced objection. They were all brothers of the same syndicate. Who among them would dare to dissent? As for who should be avenged upon who the killer was, is there any question? Even the police agreed that the prime suspect in this homicide was Shepi of Xingyi. Uncle Min, Ai Lian cried, her eyes bloodshot as she fixed her stare on the syndicate leader, Lao Gui Min. Failing to avenge a wrong is dishonorable. Lao Gui Min stamped out his cigarette and spoke coldly. For more than a decade, A Ming risked his life for the syndicate. He was a meritorious man of Hengji. That Shepi scoundrel. Yesterday he contacted Yao Wen and me, preaching harmony. I fell for it. I never imagined he would wait until we let our guard down and then turn to harm a Ming. As leader, I cannot shirk my share of the responsibility. Lao Gui Min said with a face full of guilt. Ai Lian, rest assured. Hengji will avenge this. No sooner had he spoken than Zijian, stirred to emotion, sprang to his feet. Boss, leave this to me. I will deal with that Shepi bastard and avenge our big brother. Good, Lao Gui Min replied at once. Tell the syndicate whatever you need. Zijian nodded heavily. The low-ranking henchmen who had once served Huo Baoming were a step too late and had missed their chance. They could only sit down in rueful silence. Having lost the opportunity to rise, they watched Zijian's retreating back with hatred and discontent. A faint smile flickered at Zijian's eye as he looked to Ai Lian and vowed righteously. Sister-in-law, rest assured. I will avenge my big brother. Your big brother did not misjudge you, Ai Lian said through tears, her grief easing a little. Lao Gui Min swept his gaze over the assembled men, lingering briefly on Ai Lian, and spoke in a low voice. A Ming has just died. Some words I speak may make me seem hard-hearted. But as the syndicate's leader, I cannot be swayed by personal reputation. If it must be said, it must be said. A household cannot remain without a head for a day. With a Ming gone, someone must bear Yamadi's banner. Lao Gui Min said this, then turned his gaze toward Ai Lian. Ai Lian, though you are a woman, you are an elder of the syndicate and a Ming's widow. By seniority and by ability, the banner of Yamadi should rightfully be borne by you. What do you think? No sooner had Lao Gui Min finished than Zijian and the others fixed their eyes upon their sister-in-law. Ai Lian looked down at the drifting paper ash in the brazier. Memories of the years with her husband brought two clear tears to her eyes. A hush fell over the turf. All eyes turned to the weeping Ai Lian. Inwardly, they were impatient, as if wanting to give her a slap. Zijian and the others silently muttered their annoyances. We're discussing business. Why are you crying? Ai Lian drew a breath, shook her head, and spoke. Uncle Min, I am a woman. I cannot be the one to take this post. The men brightened at once, relief evident on their faces. Ai Lian, if you are unwilling, I will not force you, Lao Gui Min said with concern. You and your husband have run Yamadi for years. Do you have anyone in mind you might recommend? Ai Lian looked up at the group of underlings beside her. Zijian and the others straightened instinctively, their expressions grave, hearts a mix of hope and tension. Uncle Min, I think Zijian is suitable, Ai Lian said bluntly. Her grief made her spare of words, but sincere in judgment. He is the syndicate's enforcer and has served the group loyally over the years. Brother Ming valued him in life. With my husband gone, he was the first to step forward and call for vengeance. The sister-in-law's hoarse voice now sounded both like a celestial note and a cutting blade. Zijian's heart leapt, his face twitched with excitement as he fought to control his expression. The other candidates' faces darkened uncontrollably. They looked at their sister-in-law's pretty face and felt only loathing and hatred inside. Zijian steadied his breath, quelled his joy, and said with apparent gratitude, "Thank you, Sister Ai Lian, for the nomination. Jian, your sister-in-law holds you in such regard. You must not disappoint her," Lao Guimin said, then turned to the other candidates with encouragement. "Do not be disheartened." Ai Lian spoke candidly, "The position of leader is no child's play. Zijian may have the nomination, but each of you still has a chance." This time a Ming was brutally slain by Shepi. Whoever can avenge him and wash the syndicate's shame will assume the mantle of leadership. The men rejoiced at these words, pledging in unison, "Rest assured, boss. Our big brother was murdered. If we do not avenge him, we will have no face to remain among men." Before the coffin, Yao Wen watched with a cold eye, quietly observing the tacit accord between Lao Guimin and the others. His gaze swept over Ai Lian, and a trace of pity rose in his heart. Ai Lian had been faithful to her husband, and deeply sentimental. Alas, excessive sentiment can sometimes. Now she was blinded by grief and hatred, though wealthy, and the sister-in-law. If she willingly gave up her position, who would still take her seriously? Ai Lian's future fate, he feared, would be hard to behold. Yao Wen felt regret, but kept his silence, unwilling to involve himself in the syndicate's open and covert struggles. "So it is decided. I will write the obituary and arrange the mourning," Lao Guimin said as he rose to leave. At that moment a sudden commotion erupted outside the door. "Make way. What are you doing? This is Hengji turf. You cannot just barge in. What is happening outside?" Lao Guimin frowned and asked. One of the low-ranking thugs moved to check, when suddenly the door burst open. A number of men in black suits strode into the Hengji turf. "What are you doing?" Lao Guimin and the uncles stared in disbelief. Broad daylight. This was outrageous, as if they had seen a ghost. It was usually the syndicate's own thugs who barge into other people's places. Since Hengji was founded, this was the first time anyone had trespassed into a gang turf. The intruders must be courting death. There were hundreds both inside and out of the turf, with police even helping to watch the doors outside. None had expected a security problem. Zijian and the others rose to their feet, prepared to drive them away, but when they saw the young man who entered the morning hall, their steps faltered, and they stood awkwardly. "Zijian, what are you waiting for? Can outsiders come into our turf? Go and chase them out." Lao Guimin and the uncles ordered angrily. "Old man, who the hell are you calling an outsider?" A cold voice rang out. "A Xiao." Ai Lian sprang up at the sound, surprised and delighted to see her sworn brother in a pure white suit. Wang Xiao's face was like ice. His gaze swept the hall as he asked in a chilling voice, "Who killed my big brother? I'm asking you all. Why are you all silent?" Wang Xiao was the first to speak. The room fell silent. Old Guimin's eyes flickered as the uncles remained speechless. Everyone instantly recognized the identity of the valiant young man before them, the newly rising star in the world of underground dealings. Regarding his identity, Wang Xiao was the sworn brother of the deceased, a member of the family, and thus had every right to question. "Mr. Wang, was Shi Pai who killed my boss?" Zijian stood up in fury, shouting. Without Xia Fei's support, Shi Pai lost the territory of Bolan Street, which led him to poison and kill Brother Ming. The others from the oil hemp district echoed in agreement. "Shi Pai couldn't win against our boss in a fair fight, so he resorted to underhanded tactics to assassinate him." As everyone looked at Wang Xiao's darkened expression, the noise gradually diminished. "Waste!" Wang Xiao slapped Zijian hard across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed as Zijian covered his face, stumbling slightly, his gaze fixed on Wang Xiao. Upon seeing Wang Xiao's furious eyes, he gritted his teeth and lowered his head to conceal the flicker of anger in his eyes. "A bunch of useless fools. You can't even protect your own brother. What good are you to me?" Wang Xiao questioned coldly. Zijian and the others were left speechless, not daring to show any disrespect. Setting aside Wang Xiao's current worth in terms of seniority, he was a sworn brother to Boss Hua Baoming, surpassing everyone in status. In this world, it wasn't just about strength, but also about hierarchy. Each gang had a strict hierarchy from the leaders down to the lowly members. By virtue of his seniority, Wang Xiao could point fingers and berate everyone who, in front of such a multitude, anyone daring to retort would ruin their reputation for good. In the Hengji territory, striking the Hengji red sticks was a disgrace. Zijian felt humiliated, bowing his head to cover his face, filled with a mix of frustration and anger. "Ah, Xiao." Alien's eyes were red and puffy. In that moment it felt as if 1,000 words were trapped within, yet he didn't know how to express them. Wang Xiao gently patted his sister-in-law's arm, saying, "Don't worry, I won't let the murderer go unpunished. It's a pleasure to meet you. You must be Mr. Wang, right?" Old Guimin scanned the young man in a white suit who had a striking appearance with utmost politeness. Alian wiped her tears and raised her hand to introduce Wang Xiao. "Ah, Xiao, this is our Hengji leader, Uncle. I know Mr. Wang has been busy with the corporate merger and hasn't had the chance to inform you. I didn't expect you would come today in person." Old Guimin expressed his feelings, saying something with a hidden meaning. "Mr. Wang has not forgotten brotherly love and personally came to pay his respects to Ming. I believe, if Ming has spirit in the heavens, he must be comforted. Uncle Min. Wang Xiao, filled with emotion, stepped forward, startling old Gui Min. Not giving him a chance to change the subject, Wang Xiao's voice was hoarse with pain. I came to Hong Kong Island alone after my father passed away, growing up all alone. It was only after meeting Brother Ming and my sister-in-law that I finally found family here on Hong Kong Island. Brother Ming and my sister-in-law treated me like their own brother. I, Wang Xiao, am not an ungrateful person. I will always remember the kindness they showed me. At the time of our brotherhood oath, Brother Ming's image still lingers in my heart. Wang Xiao's chest rose and fell, his emotions growing more intense. That bastard Shi Pai is ruthless. How dare he plot against my brother? When we swore brotherhood in front of the god of war, we vowed to share both fortune and misfortune. Now that my brother has been harmed by treachery as his sworn brother, if I do not seek revenge, I fear I will be condemned by heaven. Old Gui Min's eyelids twitched. He hadn't expected Wang Xiao to take the initiative so quickly. You, Wang Xiao, are showing loyalty by avenging Hua Baoming, gaining both reputation and benefit while we sit here doing nothing. If this gets out, how will we Hengji survive? The key is that the other side is not only justified but also has reason. They truly have no way to deal with that bastard. Let me call you Xiao, old Gui Min said, taking the opportunity to smooth things over, speaking gently. The deceased is gone, and the living must take care of themselves. You should leave the revenge to us. With us old fellows around, the gang will surely seek justice for Ming. Yes, the other uncles chimed in with warm smiles, adding, Ming in the heavens must hope you can pull yourself. Uncle Min, all of you uncles. Wang Xiao, feeling empowered, stepped forward and firmly grasped old Gui Min's arms, sternly questioning. Brother Ming met a tragic end. As a brother sworn to him, if I do not seek vengeance, how will the entire Hong Kong underworld perceive me, Wang Xiao? This would tarnish my reputation, leaving me isolated. Wang Xiao's emotions intensified as he spoke more. Old Gui Min's face twitched as he tried to pull his arm away from Wang Xiao's iron grip, but he couldn't break free, ultimately letting out a helpless sigh. In a society built on relationships for thousands of years, those who mix in this world must uphold their dignity. The underworld is not just about fighting and scheming, it would also involve human emotions and social connections. Old Gui Min felt immense frustration, cursing Hua Baoming under his breath. He couldn't understand how Hua Baoming had ever decided to become sworn brothers with someone as wicked as Wang Xiao. Xiao, revenge must be pursued, but we must also consider Hengji. Old Gui Min patted Wang Xiao's hand, speaking in a gentle tone. Ming is our Hengji's backbone. If we do nothing, it will only tarnish Hengji's reputation. For now, let us handle this matter. If we fail, outsiders will only say Hengji is incompetent. Old Gui Min and everyone at Hengji will accept that. Xiao, as Ming's sworn brother, we will place the final responsibility on your shoulders. What do you think? Old Gui Min concluded, casting a pleading glance at Alian. No one could control Wang Xiao, but you as his sister-in-law should have some influence over him, especially in front of so many people. After all, they were all part of the same gang, and he was still the leader. Alian, pale-faced, stepped forward to hold Wang Xiao's arm, saying, Xiao, let's do as Uncle Min suggests. As the sworn brother of the deceased, she took on the responsibility of managing gang affairs personally to ensure future actions had a legitimate basis. With the objective achieved, Wang Xiao felt satisfied, releasing old Gui Min's grip and pretending to sigh helplessly. Fine then. Seeing Alian manage to calm Wang Xiao, old Gui Min felt a sense of relief. Sister-in-law, I want to light incense for my brother, Wang Xiao said with a sad expression, stepping forward to the altar. All right. Alian replied, her eyes red as she picked up the incense and lit it before handing it over. Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Xiao noticed old Gui Min discussing the action plan with his uncles and Zijian. Wang Xiao reached out to take the incense, but inadvertently pressed down on his sister-in-law's hand. Alian was startled, and their eyes met briefly, with her subtly nodding. After paying respects to the deceased brother, Wang Xiao exchanged pleasantries with old Gui Min before preparing to leave. Xiao, let me see you off, Alian said naturally. Behind them, Yao Wen, who had remained silent the entire time, quietly watched Wang Xiao depart, feeling a deep sense of emotion. Yao Wen, a wise man who knows when to retreat. Ordinary people only know that Wang Xiao is worth billions, but the Wang Xiao Mr. Wang before them was far more complicated than meets the eye. He rose rapidly after the death of his boss Zhu Tao. His methods were exceptionally ruthless, leading to the downfall of many senior members of various companies. In just a few days, with one hand wielding a gun and the other throwing money, he won the hearts of the company's people. More importantly, his subsequent channeling of flower led to conflicts among Hengji Xingyi and Yuanan, and from the final outcome, it was already evident who would win and who would lose in this series of events. Wang Xiao seemed to sense something, suddenly turning his head to scrutinize the middle-aged man with a small mustache sitting alone. Yao Wen's heart tightened, but he maintained his composure, politely nodding. What's wrong, Xiao? Alian asked softly. Nothing. Wang Xiao shook his head, giving Yao Wen a deep look before stepping outside. Outside Hengji's territory, by the roadside, next to the racing car. Get in. Wang Xiao opened the car door, gesturing to his sister-in-law. The door closed, and the two sat side by side in the back seat. Ao and Xiao Ma instinctively fell back a few steps, standing guard around a group of elderly members of the Xingtao. Xiao, the kidnapping case was really not staged by me and your elder brother. Alian sat sideways, solemnly explaining. A couple of days ago, Sheppy contacted several gossip tabloids claiming that the kidnapping was orchestrated by the couple. Since then, Wang Xiao's attitude towards the two has suddenly grown much colder. The matter has passed, no need to bring it up again. Wang Xiao crossed his legs, gazing at the widow before him, who exuded a cold beauty, tinged with allure. Noticing Wang Xiao's burning gaze, Alian instinctively turned her head away and softly said, "I'm very happy you came." "How happy? Then give me a smile. Can't you smile? Let me give you a smile, haha." Wang Xiao's lips curled up as he raised his hand to pinch his sister-in-law's chin. Alian turned her head to break free from his grip, looking helpless. "I knew you were just putting on a show for them. Your elder brother just died. Do you have no humanity left?" "My dear sister-in-law, we know each other too well for you to pretend." Wang Xiao rolled his eyes. "You know I was willing to be sworn brothers with Hua Baoming for you. We agreed to die in the same year and month, but just a few days later that bastard kicked the bucket without hesitation, leaving me to suffer. Sister-in-law, it's all because of you. This time I don't even know if I'll lose years off my life." Wang Xiao cursed, usually refined in public, but now showing his rogue side in private with his sister-in-law. "You're the one with ulterior motives, and blame me." Alian glared at Wang Xiao, feeling both amused and helpless. This kid is shameless and invincible. Alian couldn't help but feel that her sorrow was gradually dissipating. "In the past you were unwilling to be with me. Now that he has kicked the bucket, what excuse do you have?" Wang Xiao pulled Alian's slender waist, smiling as he asked. "Wait until your elder brother is buried. Is that all right?" Alian did not resist the embrace of her young lover. Indeed, as Wang Xiao said, they had not been without intimacy. Alian, born from the ranks of the society, was bold in love and hate, her eyes now filled with deep sorrow and resentment. "Xiao, I ask you for one thing. Help avenge your elder brother." Wang Xiao shrugged at her words. "I just tried to negotiate, but it may not even require my involvement. You saw it. Sister-in-law Lao Guimin and Zijian are not willing to miss this opportunity." Alian shook her head, determined. "Lao Guimin only has a talent for words. If Ming couldn't deal with Sheppy, Zijian and the others are even less capable. Now I only trust you. Only you can avenge Ming." Alian pressed Wang Xiao's palm, her knuckles turning slightly pale from the pressure, her expression sorrowful. "Help me, Xiao. As long as you don't mind that I'm older than you, I'm willing to follow you until the day you grow tired of me. That day I knocked my head on the ground with your brother. We agreed to take care of each other's families. Now that your brother is gone, I will look at That day I knocked my head on the ground with your brother. We agreed to take care of each other's families. Now that your brother is gone, I will look after you. He will surely thank me sincerely from the heavens." The young lover spoke more brazenly, even wanting to touch her. Alien's face flushed. She pressed down on his hand, speaking softly, but firmly. "Tell me what you need me to do, just say it." Wang Xiao, satisfied in his heart, spoke seriously. "I want you to step up, take over all the businesses and territories your elder brother left behind." Alien's expression froze, her mood exceptionally complex, a hint of sadness surfacing in her eyes. "After your elder brother died last night, I looked at his corpse and thought for a long time. I don't want to involve myself in the affairs of the Jianghu anymore." Wang Xiao shook his head at her words. "Mixing in this world is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you retreat." Before Wang Xiao could persuade her, Alian suddenly turned to look at him, her gaze fixed on his eyes, eagerly asking, Xiao, do you need me to step up?" The two were so close. Wang Xiao looked at the anxious expectation in his sister-in-law's eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. Having spent considerable time together, it was clear that Alian was a traditional woman loyal to her husband. In her traditional mindset, she naturally believed she should stand behind the man and be his virtuous support. The death of her elder brother Hua Baoming was the biggest blow to Alian. Losing her man, the belief she had upheld for so many years, suddenly collapsed. Revenge had become her greatest goal. Now Alian urgently needed to become her new faith to shield her from the storm and provide a spiritual anchor. "Are you smiling?" Alian looked at Wang Xiao, who was smiling, without speaking, feeling embarrassed and angry, wanting to break free from his arm. "Sister-in-law, if you want revenge, you must find the true mastermind. Seeking a scapegoat to vent your anger will only play into others' hands," Wang Xiao said with amusement. Alian's struggle paused, her eyes snapped up, reflecting Wang Xiao's half-smiling face. "What do you mean?" Wang Xiao lightly tapped Alian's knee. "My elder brother's death is too suspicious. The one most suspected on the surface is definitely Sheppy. But one must never be blinded by preconceived notions. Think carefully, what benefits would Sheppy gain from eliminating my elder brother, apart from gaining a fleeting reputation and releasing his anger? He would offend you and the entire Hangji for no reason. He wouldn't dare to assassinate my brother and fight you to the bitter end unless he was insane." Alian's expression flickered. As her heart's sorrow and anger faded, her rationality returned. "When facing a problem, one must first look for the cause within," Wang Xiao said, enjoying the touch of her black stockings, sneering. "My dear sister-in-law, think carefully. After your brother's demise, aside from you, who in the Hangji society benefited Zijian?" "No, wait." Alian's pupils contracted sharply as she exclaimed, "It's Lao Guimin." No wonder he called that night, urging Ming Ge to attend the meeting. Lao Gui Min has served multiple terms as the leader and clearly doesn't want to retreat to the background. In recent years, Hua Baoming has attempted to seize the leadership position several times. Their relationship has long been strained. That night, I even told your elder brother to get rid of him. I didn't expect him to strike first. The coldly beautiful sister-in-law's face turned icy, her hands clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly with murderous intent and anger. Don't worry, I will help you uncover the mastermind behind the scenes and avenge you and your elder brother, Wang Xiao said coldly. There may be more than one culprit. Each of your subordinates, including Zijian, currently has a motive. They are pretending to seek revenge for your elder brother, but are trying to seize the opportunity to rise in power. Now what should we do? I think you have an idea. I understand. Alian, feeling a surge of anger, nodded decisively. Wake up, foolish woman. After achieving his goal, Wang Xiao was unceremonious, waving her away. Get lost, I have things to do and need to leave first. You really are something, you little brat. Alian pouted, annoyed. From start to finish, not a single comforting word. Just trying to take advantage. The car door clicked open. The sister-in-law held the door and bent down to get out, inadvertently exposing her back to the man. Wang Xiao turned to look at her perfectly rounded backside, smacking his lips with a mischievous smile, still so perky. A crisp sound echoed. Alian's legs went weak, nearly twisting her ankle in her high heels. She turned back, looking helpless, and gave Wang Xiao a reproachful glance before firmly shutting the car door. Sister Alian, Xiao Ma and Ao greeted politely, leading a group of Shengtao elders into the car. The convoy set off slowly, heading towards Tsim Sha Sui. Alian quietly watched the convoy disappear into the distance, turning to glance at the familiar, yet strange Hengji territory. Suddenly the embers of fire that had gradually quieted in her heart ignited once more. Her blood surged from her icy hands and feet straight to her heart, making her bite her lower lip tightly, her fingers digging deep into her palm. In the afternoon, Tsim Sha Sui, the Wiley Road Barracks, commonly known as the Moro Barracks, stood solemnly beneath the colonial sky. To consolidate control over its colony, the colonial government had erected military compounds across key locations on Hong Kong Island. The Wiley Road Barracks in Tsim Sha Sui was one such installation. It was now acquired by the Imperial Group and repurposed as the headquarters of Youth Security Corporation. The barracks gate stood tightly shut. A sentry in black uniform spotted an approaching vehicle and immediately reported. Brother Long, The watchful personnel instantly heightened their alertness upon spotting the advancing convoy. This is private security compound territory. Unidentified vehicles slowed down and halt immediately. A black Mercedes-Benz rolled smoothly to a stop before the barracks gate. Its electric window descended, revealing Wang Xiao's face, and the sentry's eyes lit up in unison. Mr. Snap. The sentry stood rigid, arm. Clothes make the man. Yes, sir. Vroom. The engine roared as the car surged forward into the compound of Youth Security Corporation. Inside the vehicle, Wang Xiao turned his head, and before him unfolded a scene of immaculate order. The former colonial barracks buildings, once occupied by foreign troops, were uniformly painted white. Row upon row of clean, minimalist white structures stood in precise alignment, harmonious in tone and form. The compound sprawled across vast grounds, fully equipped with every facility befitting a professional military training base: comprehensive drill fields, specialized foundational training centers, indoor and outdoor shooting ranges, grenade practice zones. Officer and enlisted barracks family housing, mess halls, bathhouses, armories, maintenance workshops, supply depots, infirmaries, fortified perimeter walls, and guard towers, all present and accounted for. The convoy advanced along the main asphalt road. Even before reaching the parade ground, rhythmic chants echoed across the compound. Left turn. Snap. Right turn. Snap. Mark time, march. 1, 2, 3, 4. Beneath the afternoon sun, Wang Jianjun and his fellow instructors stood grim-faced, shouting orders with unremitting intensity. First platoon, have you forgotten how to live? Lift your heads. Are you staring at your own feet like they owe you money? You good for nothing brats, stand straight. Sun cursed under his breath and unbuckled his belt, preparing to strike, when suddenly the distant growl of an engine cut through the air. Instinctively, many of the trainees pivoted their heads toward the sound. Snap. Wang Jiangwo raised his leather belt and lashed out methodically, roaring, "How many times must I tell you? No glancing left or right during formation." Without explicit orders, even if heaven collapses, you remain rooted to your spot. Though pained and grimacing, these fiercely independent youths clenched their jaws and held themselves upright, rigid in posture. Faced with the 7 stern, battle-hardened instructors, each recruit grew progressively more compliant. Resistance had been attempted, only to be swiftly crushed even when several banded together. Now under this roof, submission was the only path forward. The black sedan halted beside the road. Driver Awu stepped out and opened the rear door for his boss. Wang Xiao descended, scanning the 7 platoons assembled on the parade ground, and a faint knowing smile curved his lips. To align 70 recruits into neat formations within less than 2 days was already commendable. Jianjun, At the call, Wang Jianjun turned, and his taut expression softened instantly. Beep. He drew a deep breath, seized the whistle dangling from his chest, and blew. A piercing, sustained note that sliced cleanly through the cacophony of shouted commands. Attention, about face. The 70 young security personnel snapped to obedience, halting all movement and pivoting as one to face their CEO. Snap, snap. Their turning motions varied in speed, heel strikes rang, discordantly uneven and scattered. The 7 instructors exchanged grim, tight-lipped glances. Mr. Wang Jianjun and his 6 comrades rendered a flawless salute, eyes quietly seeking guidance. Should their elder brother address the assembly? 70 pairs of eyes locked onto Wang Xiao, breath held in reverent stillness. Nothing to say, Wang Xiao replied with a light wave of his hand. Dismissed, 10-minute break. A wave of relief washed over the recruits' faces. Compared to the 7 scowling, relentless drill masters, Mr. Wang shone in that moment like an angel descending from grace. Dismissed, break. Wang Jianjun's mouth lifted slightly as he issued the order. Whoa, break time. Haha. With cheers erupting, the 70 trainees scattered like startled birds, dashing toward the roadside shade. Walk with me. Wang Xiao nodded, leading Jianjun and the other 6 instructors away. Ah Wu and Xiao Ma, accompanied by the Shengtao bodyguards, remained respectfully in place. As the 2 groups passed one another, Ah Wu and Xiao Ma swept their gaze over the instructors' hands, and a flicker of surprise flashed in their eyes. They strolled leisurely along the asphalt road, gradually arriving at the edge of the parade ground. Let's sit. Wang Xiao gestured lightly, found a patch of shade beneath a tree, and settled cross-legged without hesitation. His 6 brothers followed suit, circling him closely. He pulled a cigarette from his pack and passed the box to Wang Jianjun. Click. The lighter sparked. Wang Jianjun cupped his palm around the flame, shielding it as he lit his brother's cigarette. Each man lit up in turn, sharing quiet smiles. An instant of nostalgia, as though they'd been transported back to the village lanes and rice paddies of their northern homeland. Beyond the initial cohort of 78 now stationed here, 500 more recruits will soon enter the compound. These are men I personally selected from over 1,000 candidates. Those with families, responsibilities, roots anchoring them to this world. Wang Xiao exhaled a thin plume of smoke and added gently, they come from the streets, fiery, proud, fiercely independent, and stubbornly resistant to authority. Your burden will be immense. They're young, raw, and each more defiant than the last. Your task won't be easy. No problem, brother. Wang Jianjun replied, a wry smile playing on his lips as he held the cigarette between his fingers. Weren't we just like that before enlisting? Only difference. They fight with knives, we with rifles. Yesterday we gave them a thorough, uncompromising workout. Now they've seen our mettle, and every single one stands obediently tall. Though they grumble endlessly, they endure. That's promising. Wang Xiao nodded, satisfied, then leaned forward with sober intent. Going forward, the first 70 must undergo rigorous, uncompromising training. Barracks regulations, discipline codes, drill manuals. All strictly modeled on Northern Army standards. I intend to mold them into an instructor cadre, to train newcomers, and serve as backbone squad leaders at the group. Should anyone shirk duty or resist training, don't hesitate. Kick him out on the spot. Wang Xiao's expression hardened, his voice resonating with unyielding authority. What I demand is a disciplined, principled force, not a rabble of undisciplined soldiers or lazy opportunists. Understood, brother. All 7 men stiffened instantly and answered in unison. I've already contacted our uncles and elders back home. The village youth, all trained in basic military discipline, spend their days causing trouble there. Better they seek their fortunes here in Hong Kong. Wang Xiao exhaled another languid stream of smoke and continued smiling. They'll arrive within the next 2 days. In the meantime, reach out to your veteran comrades who've served in combat. Any willing to relocate here will receive terms far beyond generous. And don't worry, successful referrals earn you a finder's fee. From your big brother. Haha, deal. The 7 brothers shared a knowing, warm laugh. Wang Xiao crushed his cigarette, but underfoot, and asked, where are the remaining 500? Brother, those fellows got lucky. They're not due for drills yet, Sun grinned. We've assigned them to barracks study, learning regulations, but they're already complaining they're suffocating after just 2 days. They can't wait to get out. Says they're going stir crazy. Wang Xiao chuckled. Their real trials begin once full strength is reached. Tonight, grant them leave. Announce the victory banquet in central Hong Kong. Brother treats them too well, Wang Zhengwo murmured, smiling wistfully. If they knew, they'd lose their minds with joy. Time's up. I'm off. Wang Xiao rose, grinding the cigarette stub beneath his heel. Starting tomorrow, I'll reside here full-time, training alongside every soldier every day. At 8 o'clock that evening at Gongzi Bay, a convoy stopped at the dock. The car doors opened consecutively, revealing Jiang Tianxing, the leader of the Hongxing Society and the heir of the Sim Shasui faction. The leaders of Mong Kok and Chai Wan, along with a group of underlings, got out of the cars. Mr. Jiang, please board the ship, everyone. Several former parking attendants from Shengtao stepped forward to greet them. The banquet venue was at sea, and everyone needed to board a ferry to reach it. At that moment, headlights flashed from behind, and another convoy pulled up at the dock. Wait a minute. Jiang Tianxing paused as he stepped onto the ship looking at the newcomers. What are you waiting for? Standing here to get bitten by mosquitoes? Lian Kuan, embracing a charming starlet, retorted sarcastically. The heir cast a casual glance at Lian Kuan, saying, "Akun, are you in such a hurry? Haven't you had seafood before? Tonight is a rare grand affair. If we arrive late, there might not be any seats left." Lian Kuan scoffed, seemingly unfazed. Look, it's the people from Helian Sheng. Brother Ji smiled broadly, subtly positioning himself between the two. Mr. Jiang. The leader of Helian Sheng, Chue Ji, greeted Jiang Tianxing with a smile. Behind him, Da Lu and Guan Zai-sun, along with a group of underlings, got out of their cars one after another. Brother Ji, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Jiang Tianxing smiled as he took Chue Ji's hand. Since we've bumped into each other tonight, we must have a good drink together later. All right. Chue Ji nodded repeatedly. As the two leaders exchanged pleasantries, Brother Ji smiled widely, resembling a benevolent Buddha, and greeted them warmly. Alluda Di, Guan Zai-sun, what have you all been busy with lately? You don't even come out for a drink when invited. Di laughed. Brother Ji, have you got any good stuff lately? Guan Zai-sun asked with a glint in his eye. Yes. Brother Ji raised an eyebrow and smiled. I just recruited a few Brazilian girls, each one hotter than the last, and they can dance samba too. Absolutely stunning. Guan Zai-sun's eyes lit up as he pulled Brother Ji aside for a whispered conversation. Let's go, everyone board the ship to chat. Jiang Tianxing and Chue Ji walked side by side. The heir Lu and others, along with a bunch of underlings, followed onto the ferry. The boat cut through the waves, heading towards the sea. In a moment, the distant sea began to shimmer with colorful lights in the dark night. Everyone paused their conversation, their gazes collectively directed towards the massive ship on the horizon. The ship was over 70 meters long, more than 20 meters wide, 3 stories high, and the front of the ship lit up with a giant sign. It was none other than the world's largest floating restaurant, the Treasure Seafood Pavilion. The entire ship was like a gigantic banquet hall capable of accommodating over 2,000 guests at once. I heard that tonight Wang Xiao booked the entire ship. Damn it. Chue Ji expressed envy filled with emotion. In my half a lifetime in this business, it's the first time I've heard of a gang hosting a celebration banquet at the Treasure Seafood Pavilion. In the past, I heard that in ancient times some people flaunted their wealth by using silk as a screen on the road. I think Wang Xiao's ostentation is not to be outdone either. Everyone nodded in understanding, feeling a sense of shared sentiment regarding Wang Xiao's extravagance. The ship was filled with gang leaders, and Brother Ji had been there multiple times, well aware of the prices there. The prices of dishes at Treasure Pavilion were exorbitantly high, with an average consumption around 2,000 Hong Kong dollars. It was said that Wang Xiao was hosting a grand banquet tonight, and excluding venue rental and service fees, just the meal cost alone would reach $4 million for 2,000 people. That's a big spender. Di clasped his hands tightly, expressing his amazement. Coming from a humble background to have such boldness and generosity, Wang Xiao truly deserves the title of a big shot now. Lian's starlet's eyes sparkled at this remark. Those who mingle in this world know that having more sponsors opens up more pathways. The men present were all eager, hoping to seize this opportunity to befriend a wealthy patron. In the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, the ferry slowly approached the treasure ship. Once the boat came to a halt, Jiang Tianxing and Chue Ji stepped aboard together. At the reception, the members of Helian Sheng and Hongxing presented the gifts brought by the leaders. The MC called out loudly, Mr. Jiang from the Hongxing Society, along with Brother Quan from Mongkok, Brother Tai from Tsim Sha Sui, and Brother Ji from Chai Wan, arrived. Mr. Ji from Helian Sheng, accompanied by Brother Da from Tsunwan, Brother Lu from Jordan, and Brother Sun from Mongkok, arrived. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Ji, I am Hua Zaijun. Hua Zaijun stepped forward to welcome them. Thank you, esteemed leaders, for gracing us with your presence tonight. The banquet is ready. Please ascend to the 3rd floor and take your seats. Hua Zaijun is truly a remarkable person. Jiang Tianxing looked at Hua Zaijun with admiration. Mr. Jiang is too kind. Please, esteemed leaders, Hua Zaijun humbly invited with a polite gesture. Dear guests, please follow me. A hostess in a Chong Sam approached to guide them. As the time for the banquet approached, one ferry after another arrived. The leaders and heads of various gangs from across the island hurried to attend the dinner. One by one, the gang leaders led their subordinates into the banquet hall. Numerous hostesses were busy attending to guests. And I, Quan from Tsim Sha Sui, Mr. And I, along with Brother Young, Brother Chan, and Brother Kwok Hua, arrived. Wang Bao from the Hong Ing Society, Mr. Wang, along with Brother Ji, arrived. He Yi Sheng, led by Brother Ba, along with Brother Tony and Brother Hua, arrived. Lianing Society, led by Uncle Long, along with Brother Pu Jun from Mongkok and Brother Western, arrived. The MC Horse and Dry called out loudly. Hung Tai, led by Uncle Mei, along with Brother Rong, Brother Tai Zi, and Brother Ji Xiong, arrived. Hung Yi, led by Uncle Tian, along with Brother Desang and Brother Fei Long, arrived. Hung Lok, led by Uncle Piao, along with Gentleman Sheng and Brother Sheng, arrived. Chong Yi, led by Brother Pan, along with Brother Sergio, arrived. Zhong Xian Yi, led by Mr. Lian, along with his Brother Dong and Brother Tian Hong, arrived. Chuanxing Society, led by Madame Wang Feng, along with Brother Chung, Uncle Baiyu, Uncle Yang, Uncle Han, and Uncle Pei, arrived. On the deck of the Treasure Seafood Pavilion, over 10 police officers stared wide-eyed at the well-known gang leaders of Hong Kong passing by in front of them. So what's going on tonight? Is there a gang meeting? What should we do? A young officer asked in surprise. What can we do? Just stand and watch. A foreign inspector leaned against the side of the boat with a cigarette in his mouth, smiling as he responded. Wang Xiao is a straightforward person. He proactively invited us police to supervise the event. The Emperor Group reported in advance, saying it was a company team-building event. Believe it or not, I certainly do. Don't worry, the old sergeant patted the young officer on the shoulder, smiling. No one dares to cause trouble tonight. You have to know that if something goes wrong, as the organizer, Wang Xiao will take the blame. Do you think he has a good temper? The young officer couldn't help but shake his head, remembering the earlier turmoil, as the notorious San brothers threatened, and the Wang family members disappeared, without leaving any evidence for the police. Understanding the situation, the police and the various gangs in Hong Kong all agreed that Wang Xiao was ruthless, holding grudges for the slightest offenses. The night is enchanting. In the kitchen of the seafood boat, flames are rising, and the aroma of freshly cooked dishes fills the air. The lobster is gone again. Hurry and restock. The spatula scraped against the iron pot, producing a series of clanging sounds. The chefs in the kitchen, both big and small, were sweating profusely, desperately tossing and stir-frying dishes. From the head chef to the dish runners, everyone felt a sense of urgency. One of the owners of the seafood boat, Mr. Zheng, the founder of New World Company, personally called to remind the manager and the head chef. The banquet host was a newly wealthy figure from the underworld of Hong Kong, with leaders of various organizations gathered together. If anything goes wrong tonight, they won't be able to work here anymore. Hurry up. Get the dishes out. The assistants quickly arranged the plates, holding stacks of them. One hot dish after another was swiftly plated, the fragrance wafting through the air. On the first floor of the treasure boat, the VIP tea room was eerily silent, contrasting sharply with the bustling kitchen. Huang Bingyao and Dong Biao, in casual attire, quietly sipped their black tea, waiting to confront their former subordinate. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Wang Xiao strode into the tea room with his aide. Gentlemen, it's been a while. Mr. Wang. The two stood up politely but felt a knot in their stomachs. The undercover they had originally trusted had unexpectedly jumped ship and taken over the drug lord's business. The two hadn't even decided how to deal with it, and in just a few days the undercover had transformed into one of Hong Kong's rising young powerhouses. First, Zhu Danny disappeared mysteriously, and then the three prominent figures from the organization willingly bowed to the young man. How could the two not understand that Wang Xiao had turned dark, yet they felt powerless? Hong Kong not only followed the law, but also respected wealthy tycoons. Without concrete evidence, who could accuse Wang Xiao of wrongdoing? Sit down, don't be polite. Wang Xiao casually waved his hand at the two. Zhang opened his briefcase, pulled out several documents, and rudely tossed them in front of them. Gentlemen, take a good look. Resignation letter. Internal complaint against the police force. Undercover police officers revelations. Draft title. The undercover officer tearfully accused, claiming that his superiors stained his shoulder insignia with the blood of the undercover. Damn you, Wang Xiao. Huang Bingio's eyelids twitched as he cursed inwardly. It's all your fault, Dong Biao. Huang Bingyao forcefully shoved the documents into Dong Biao's hands and said in a deep voice, Dong Biao, I command you to apologize to Mr. Wang. Dong Biao trembled as he held the documents, deeply sighed, and said in a conciliatory manner, Mr. Wang, let's speak nicely. We admit our mistakes. We were too harsh in the past. You admit to your mother, you admit. Wang Xiao's face turned dark, his previous gentility vanished, and he exploded with anger. You don't realize your wrongs. You just know the matter is serious and are afraid I'll end your lives. 5 years. 5 years. Do you have any idea how I've spent these 5 years? Wang Xiao, with red eyes, pointed at his chest and hoarsely shouted. When I was young and naive, filled with passion, I risked everything to solve cases and earn promotions just to bring my mother to Hong Kong for reunion. What was the result? You all called me a mainlander, who treated me like family. The merits were yours, and I bore the consequences. One report, 3 bows, a life lost. I can't believe I trusted you. With a slap, Wang Xiao slammed his police badge on the table. Bang! The teacup toppled, spilling red tea over the report, the tea resembling dark red bloodstains. It's my fault, I admit it. Dong Biao put away his police badge, his voice low. I didn't care for your feelings, and I will submit my resignation tomorrow. Huang Bingio's expression froze, and he silently sighed, feeling dejected. Ah Xiao, your resignation letter is wet and stained. Oh, I'll need you to sign another one, Dong Biao explained gloomily. Once you sign it, I will pass it on to the personnel department at headquarters. Ah Xiao, let's talk nicely, Huang Bingyao said with a forced smile. It's not that we're forcing you to your death, it's the orders from those big guys above. I acknowledge my mistakes, but I'll take responsibility for this. Anyway, I'm about to retire, but old Biao still has a few years left. He doesn't look down on you just because you're a mainlander. Besides Kaiju, you are the one he values the most. For all these years during your undercover work, he has been sending money to your mother under the guise of your father's death compensation. At the pig hunting operation, when he heard that everyone had died, he went mad searching the mountains for your body. Dong Biao raised his hand to stop Huang Bingyao, not wanting him to continue. The identities of both sides had suddenly changed. The two looked at each other in silence, waiting for the outcome. Wang Xiao glared at the two stout men, his chest heaving, clearly still furious. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Huang and Dong's faces turned pale, and it felt as if they could hear Wang Xiao's breathing. Zhang Er wore a cold smile, having already seen the fate of the two officers. I never owe anyone anything from today on. We are even. Wang Xiao's eyes flickered as he slowly stood up, coldly stating, "Get lost, there's no place for you on this ship tonight." Boss. Zhang Er was astonished, completely caught off guard. Seeing the boss turn to leave, he hurriedly grabbed his briefcase and followed. "Ah Xiao." Dong Biao, holding the report, stood up and looked at Wang Xiao's retreating figure. Wang Xiao ignored him and walked away without looking back. Dong Biao was taken aback, then realized and was filled with joy. "Ah Xiao, I will still send money to your account. Free money from the foreigners, don't let it go to waste." Huang Bingyao patted his stomach, grinning, and said, "If there's any news in the future, don't forget to let us know." Click. The door closed. Dong Biao plopped down in a chair, unconsciously letting out a sigh of relief, and said with a bitter smile, "These young people really stir up trouble just to vent their frustrations. Come on, you were no better when you were young." Who was known as Little Cannon. Huang Bingyao rolled his eyes, and listening to the bustling noise of the big ship, couldn't help but sigh. Gold will shine wherever it is, and Wang Xiao indeed seized the opportunity to change his fate. How many major cases could be solved with this ship full of organization leaders? In the corridor, Zhang Er followed behind his boss, chuckling softly. "Boss, did you vent your anger?" "Shut up, you talk." Wang Xiao scolded with a laugh, striding upstairs. The aide smiled, looking at the back of his boss, feeling quite emotional. The boss never cared for others to understand him, firmly walking his own path. No one is perfect. Sometimes the boss can be ruthless and unfeeling, yet at other times he is deeply loyal. It is this palpable humanity in him that kept the once fearful self following him. "Boss, wait for me." Zhang Er came back to his senses, grinning broadly, and quickly quickened his pace. At this moment, the Treasure Boat restaurant was overflowing with diners breaking historical records. The voices of people echoed across the 3 floors. On the upper and lower levels, small-time members from different organizations sat next to each other. Many organizations had grievances against each other, but at this moment both sides glared at each other, yet no one dared to cause trouble. This was because before coming, the leaders of each organization had issued strict orders. "Fly, sit down, and behave. Do you understand?" A hua from He Yisheng pressed down on a younger brother's head and earnestly advised, "Tonight is a rare occasion for the organization." The leader said that anyone who dares to cause trouble and lose face for the organization should just wait to die. Do you understand? "Got it, boss, you're really long-winded," Fly said, balancing on one foot on the chair, laughing. "Tonight's meal costs thousands. Who wouldn't want to eat for free? Who the hell has time to cause trouble?" Fly is right. Other young members at the same table nodded in agreement. "Having this meal tonight, we'll be able to hold our heads high when we brag later." Ahua chuckled, silently glancing over the banquet hall decorated in a palace style. All the young members from various organizations wore cheerful expressions. Tonight, everyone was lucky enough to follow the organization's bigwigs to attend this once-in-a-century grand banquet, which would become a topic of conversation for bragging rights among them. It can be predicted that after this grand feast tonight, it will quickly spread throughout all organizations in Hong Kong, causing a sensation. On the 3rd floor of the Haijin liquor boat in the banquet hall, all the leaders from various organizations were also busy. Jiang Tianxing, Old Ghost Min, and others took the rare opportunity of gathering together tonight to engage in constant conversations and forge connections. The entire banquet hall was filled with the bustling sounds of eager young members waiting for the feast to begin. Fei Quan and the others sat around the table, each one animated and engaged in grand discussions. Laughter erupted from time to time within the banquet hall. For some unknown reason, the previously noisy 1st and 2nd floors suddenly fell silent. Thud, thud, thud. A commotion of footsteps echoed up the stairs. Nearby, the eager young members heard the commotion and looked up at the stairway. As soon as everyone recognized the dashing young man at the forefront, their eyes lit up. "It's Mr. Wang," still blowing. "Mr. Wang is here. Stand up." Shouts rang out, and in the banquet hall, table after table of eager young members and small-time organization members rose to their feet like a wave. Close to 1,000 people lined the path, their gazes all fixed on the host of the night. Wang Xiao, with a friendly smile, waved at the young members. "Mr. Wang." The hall erupted in a chorus of voices as nearly 1,000 people bowed in greeting. Wang Xiao, composed, stepped through the throng of people towards the honor stage. Around the honor stage, upon seeing the main guest appear, many organization leaders, big shots, and red sticks. The crowd's expressions were a mix of curiosity and surprise as they scrutinized the young powerhouse who had risen to prominence. Wang Xiao, with a smile, warmly addressed the gathered leaders. "Thank you all for attending the banquet. After the ceremony, I will lead a Kowloon and the others to toast each table. Please take a seat for now. Mr. Wang, you're too kind, the organization leaders replied, not daring to show any arrogance. After nodding respectfully to the crowd, Wang Xiao approached the banquet table directly facing the honor stage. The Hongmen Incense Hall has been established with over 20 gang leaders surrounding it, serving as witnesses for tonight's ceremony. Let's begin, Wang Xiao commanded, and the ritual officially commenced. Duan Kun's face flushed, and after several deep breaths to steady his excitement, he walked slowly onto the stage and took his seat in the main chair. Hua Zijun wore a white shirt and black silk pants with a red headband that gave him a particularly solemn appearance. He stepped forward and bowed to the new gang leader, then turned to address the nearly 1,000 compatriots below, speaking in a deep voice. I hereby announce to you all, we gather here today to expand the Hongmen and establish new rules. The person before you is the newly appointed gang leader elected by all the brothers and honored before our forebear. His name is Duan Kowloon. His alias is White Wolf. From this moment forward, the name Hongtu shall be established with 3 poles raised, one for heaven and earth, one for our ancestors, and one for our brothers. Anyone who enters this door must abide by the iron rules of Hongmen brothers, must be friendly and respectful. Betraying our master and ancestors is forbidden, and forgetting righteousness for profit is unacceptable. Today, over 20 brother gangs bear witness here. We swear blood oaths to witness the establishment of the new gang. Should anyone break their vow, may heaven and humanity punish them. Below the stage, led by the heads of various gangs, nearly 1,000 people stood solemnly, suddenly rising to face the incense hall. Only Wang Xiao remained seated below the stage, quietly watching the birth of his trained dog. Hua Zijun scanned the crowd below, announcing loudly, as the leader of Hongtu, Duan Kowloon hereby opens the incense hall to welcome you into the gang. Below the stage, many shorter members led by Dayazi and Fei Quan responded, solemnly bowing in agreement. Thank you, great leader. Accept us as your wings and shelter us within your gates. Our gratitude is as deep as the sea, and we shall never forget it. The incense hall is open. Enter. Hua Zijun shouted. Dayazi and Fei Quan quickly removed their outer clothing, exposing their bare upper bodies, and donned the red headbands. They slightly bowed their heads respectfully, stepping onto the stage, preparing to kneel and pay their respects to leader Duan Kowloon. Below the incense hall, no need to kneel, get up, Wang Xiao suddenly spoke. We have entered modern times. Let's discard the cumbersome rituals, and kneeling is unnecessary. The gang leaders around were momentarily taken aback by his words. They carefully observed this leader who didn't adhere to the rules. Brotherhood is remembered in the heart. Why must it be shown on the surface? Wang Xiao laughed nonchalantly. There are still 800 more members waiting behind, each needing a cup of tea. Let's skip the feast tonight. The shorter members below exchanged knowing smiles. Upon hearing Wang Xiao's words, the surrounding gang leaders stared wide-eyed in shock. How many? I can't believe this. Liang Kowloon and Shiyang's I thought they misheard and exclaimed, did I hear that? 800 members joining. The Hongtu was born accepting 800 members at once. The gang leaders present were left speechless in shock. Wang Xiao truly has money to spare. Liang Kowloon, Shiyang Zai, and others expressed envy and jealousy. Jiang Tian Sheng chuckled silently, showing a hint of emotion. I still remember when my father founded Hongxing back in the day. He only had a little over 100 brothers under him. Truly the generations produced their own talents. Even the many shorter members outside the gang were merely strays looking for meals. Once entered into the gang's roster, every ordinary member costs money to support. The recently dismantled Yunnan gang had around 500 members, which already counted as a second-tier gang. Most gangs at their inception needed only 100 or so members to establish a foundation. Some of the smaller gangs were established with only a few dozen members. Although Hongtu took over the territory of Yunnan gang, how much could White Wolf Duan Kowloon earn in a month? Could he support 800 people? Isn't it true that the black forces behind him, particularly the Red Tiger, are supporting him? The expressions of the many gang leaders varied. Some were astonished, while others looked at Duan Kowloon with envy. The leader is the decision-maker. Dadi focused his gaze on Duan Kowloon seated in the main chair, his eyes flickering, murmuring to himself. The bowing is unnecessary. We don't need to speak those loyalty words. Just send a representative from the first team of Cgio. Wang Xiao raised his hand to check the time and smiled lightly. Time is getting late. It's more important for the brothers to eat and drink well. Understood, Mr. Wang. Duan Kowloon and Hua Zijun exchanged knowing smiles. Promotion. Hongtu Dayazi for the 438 Incense Master. Hua Zijun announced loudly. Promotion. Hongtu Fei Quan for the 426 Red Stick. Promotion. Hongtu Hua Zijun for the 415 White Paper Fan. After finishing the promotions, Hua Zijun raised a teacup. He, along with Dayazi and Fei Quan, bowed and offered the teacup to leader Duan Kowloon. Thank you for your great kindness, leader. Duan Kowloon smiled broadly, accepting each teacup and taking a sip. From now on, we are all brothers. Let's work hard for Hongtu. Yes, leader. The three replied, earnestly, turning around, their eyes instinctively looking towards the stage. that true leader among all the gang heads dressed in white. The three of them looked respectful and bowed towards the valiant young man. The surrounding gang leaders made way, politely retreating to avoid his brilliance. Wang Xiao remained seated, quietly receiving the bow. This is a true big shot now. The big shot among big shots. The members of the Changi society gazed at Wang Xiao with excitement and longing, wishing they could take his place as that peer. He just needed to sit in that ordinary position, and all eyes in the room would be drawn to him with no one dare. The next batch. Hua Zai-jun called out loudly. 20 excited shorter members stepped forward to form 4 lines. Offer incense to our ancestors. Offer tea to the leader. Zi-jun, as the leader, bowed to the ancestors' tablet, inserting the incense into the burner. He picked up a tea bowl and bowed to offer it to the gang leader. Duan Kuan did not hold back, taking a sip of hot tea and saying, "No more needless chatter from now on. Brothers should work hard." Ritual complete. Hua Zai-jun shouted loudly. "Thank you, leader." Zi-jun and others had slightly reddened eyes, expressing their gratitude in unison. From now on, they were no longer the unnoticed shorter members. From now on, everyone officially becomes members of the Hongtu society. The voice echoed in everyone's ears. Below, the old ghosts Min and Han Shu from the Quanxing society shook their heads, disdain evident in their hearts as they watched the Hongtu ceremony. The traditions passed down for hundreds of years held no importance in Wang Xiao and Hongtu's eyes. Though such a gang had money, it felt too frivolous. As it didn't concern them, although many felt discontent, they were too lazy to voice it. Lines of shorter members walked onto the stage, and the ceremony was swiftly completed. In the blink of an eye, the crowd excitedly descended from the stage, officially stepping into the Hongtu society as Sijio. As time passed, over 700 people had officially joined, and the ceremony gradually approached its end. Until the last few lines of shorter members took the stage, the originally disdainful gang elders suddenly looked. Over 40 shorter members slowly ascended the stage, some with broken fingers, others with amputated limbs, each struggling to walk. Seeing the gaze of his own big shot below, Duan Kuan did not dare to be careless, suddenly rising to face the crowd of disabled members, cupping his fists and bowing deeply. "When we established Hongtu, we owe a great debt of gratitude to all of you brothers for your contributions. Though today we cannot inscribe the names of all you brothers, as long as Hongtu exists, no one in the society will dare forget each of you. I, Duan Kuan from Tsim Sha Sui, express gratitude on behalf of all brothers to you, the great contributors." Wang Xiao sat below the stage, calmly observing everyone, having provided the money and now bestowing them with honor. Those who could only fade into obscurity in other gangs at this moment, under the gaze of nearly 1,000 people, adrenaline surged and their bodies trembled slightly. "Thank you, leader." Everyone's expressions were agitated as they returned the bow. The 40 or so members turned around, while Wang Xiao slowly rose, his deep gaze sweeping across each face, silently bowing in thanks. A man with a bandaged, severed hand could no longer suppress his surging emotions. "Mr. Wang keeps his promises. You do not disdain us for being useless, but we cannot just sit and wait to die." Everyone's eyes turned red as they looked at the big boss below, who kept his promises, trembling as they said, "We will never let the boss down. Not to raise us for nothing." "Who said I raised you for nothing?" Wang Xiao frowned. "The merger of the group urgently needs reliable hands. Once you enter the group to work, put away your street attitudes." "Yes, boss." Everyone deeply bowed and stumbled towards the stage. Along the way, the Hongtu members and various gang shorter members wore solemn expressions, proactively stepping back to make way for this group of passionate men. Below the ritual stage, silence reigned. The gang leaders and red sticks present to witness the ceremony wore serious expressions, their emotions complicated. The attendees were all seasoned veterans of the gang world, none were fools. Everyone could see the purpose behind Wang Xiao's actions. Balancing black and white. Supporting the establishment of his own gang. With only financial resources and no strength, one becomes a fat sheep. Many of the frequent kidnapping and robbery cases involving wealthy individuals in Hong Kong were actually perpetrated by local gang members. For Wang Xiao, who sought to wash his hands clean, supporting the establishment of the Hongtu society aimed to control all the black and gray businesses of Yunnan gang. Investing heavily to support a group of disabled members was essentially nurturing death warriors. It seemed that Wang Xiao's attitude towards them was one of generosity. These people, with their families cared for by Wang Xiao's kindness, had already suffered. The meaning behind their earlier words was now clear. As long as their parents and siblings were taking care of, these young men, without worries, could truly dare to act. They were always ready to sacrifice themselves for Wang Xiao. Being righteous often means being a dog killer, and passionate youth can easily get carried away. Many of the dragon heads working their way up looked at this group of inconspicuous, disabled members with grave expressions filled with apprehension. Clap. At the head table, Wang Xiao gently applauded, and Hua Zai-jun instantly understood, announcing loudly, "Everyone please take your seats, the banquet is officially starting." Meanwhile, the kitchen received the news and immediately became busy. Waiters pushed dining carts back and forth in the 3-story Sea Boat restaurant. In a moment's time the staff brought lobster, crab, fish, abalone, and various other seafood to the tables as the aroma of hot oil mixed with the scent of wine quickly filled the hall. Wow, this lobster is longer than my forearm. A chorus of astonished voices erupted from the deck of the sea boat. Several members of the Hongtu Society descended the stairs, shouting loudly to the others. Brothers, no need to wait for the bosses upstairs to speak, Mr. Wang said. As a fellow street dweller tonight, he invites all brothers from various societies to eat freely. Everyone eat and drink as you wish, and take home whatever is left. Long live! Hundreds of street dwellers exclaimed with delight, cheering joyfully. Mr. Wang is generous. The street dwellers, eyeing the steaming delicacies on the table, could no longer contain their excitement. They picked up their chopsticks and spoons, clattering them against the plates as they devoured the food ravenously. If you want a boss, it must be a big shot like Mr. Wang, who is generous to his subordinates. A street dweller with a fly tattoo said, holding a lobster, his cheeks bulging. At the same table, the other street dwellers nodded in agreement, murmuring in approval. On the third floor of Jinbao Fong, in the banquet hall, below the ceremonial platform, Wang Xiao sat at the head seat, surrounded by leaders of various societies, with the seating arrangement subtly indicating their ranks. On his left and right were the top societies of the island, Hongxing and Heliansheng. The leader of Dongxing, Lutao, was seated slightly below Hongxing. Tonight, in place of him, was Yaoyang from the Five Tigers and Sidu Haonan. Thank you all for coming to witness tonight, Wang Xiao said with a friendly smile, raising his glass. This glass of wine is in honor of all the esteemed elders in the world, and I hope for your continued guidance in the future. Mr. Wang, you are too polite. Jiang Tianxing and others at the table immediately raised their glasses in response, smiling warmly. After a drink, Jiang Tianxing and Xue Ji exchanged pleasantries. Recently, Mr. Wang's name has been resounding, and seeing you today, indeed you are a man of great talent, a true hero of the era. Brother Sheng, Uncle Ji, you are too formal, Wang Xiao said with a smile, maintaining politeness. Though I am now a businessman, I also come from the streets. You both are esteemed seniors, so just call me Ah Xiao. Ah Xiao is generous. We have been too pretentious. Xue Ji and Jiang Tianxing exchanged amused glances, self-deprecatingly saying, I will punish myself with a drink. Wang Xiao laughed and raised his glass, saying, Uncle Ji and Brother Sheng are making me feel overwhelmed. Tonight, I troubled you both to come up. Please don't blame this junior for any shortcomings in manners. The three gently clinked their glasses. When their conversation paused, Mr. Wang, I toast you with a drink. And I, Kuan Hong Tai Chun Mei, and Dongxing Yaoyang all raised their glasses in salute. Wang Xiao maintained his smile, politely stood up, and welcomed them all. Dear uncles and brothers, please don't stand on ceremony. I toast to you all. As the rounds of toasting continued, the atmosphere gradually became more familiar. At the neighboring table, Big D, Western Boy, and others kept their peripheral vision on the newly promoted Big Shot. Everyone thought alike, wanting to see if they could earn the favor of the benefactor. Mr. Wang, Big D, holding a glass, eagerly stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Big D from Heliansheng. I toast you with a drink. I've heard of Big D's name for a long time. Wang Xiao politely stood up and clinked glasses. Big D smiled broadly, but just as he finished his drink, he was interrupted by a figure behind him. Mr. Wang, I am Desang, the person in charge of Hong, Yi and Sim Sha Sui. Mr. Wang, I am Tony from He Yi Sheng. Tony, slick-haired and made up approach with a smile. Wang Xiao smiled as he greeted each person. The leaders of the societies observed Wang Xiao, who showed no signs of arrogance, and felt a sense of admiration rise within them. As everyone was exchanging pleasantries, Zhang stood up and signaled to Ba Bai. Ba Bai nodded slightly, but his gaze shifted to his sworn brother Liang Kuan. The two exchanged glances, and Ba Bai quietly walked toward the back hall. Just as Wang Xiao had finished a drink with Lian Haolong and Wang Bao, a pleasant female voice rang out behind him. Three big brothers, how about I refill your glasses? The voice was crisp and somewhat sticky. Even the tough Wang Xiao, Lian Haolong, and Wang Bao paused for half a second upon hearing it. When Lian Haolong and Wang Bao saw the newcomer, a playful smile appeared on their lips. Ah Xiao, you guys continue chatting. Wang Bao and the others wisely led her to a seat. Wang Fengyi stepped forward with a beaming smile. Mr. Wang, I am the leader of Chuanqing Society, Wang Fengyi. Wang Xiao turned his head, sizing up the woman. This girl had a fair and exquisite face. Her brows and eyes were picturesque, wearing high heels and skin-tone stockings that further accentuated her long, straight legs. Her outfit was very fashionable, with a head of trendy, big wavy hair paired with a fitted women's suit highlighting her. Wang Fengyi from the movie Blood and Flowers. Leader Wang. Wang Xiao nodded politely, casually exchanging pleasantries while recalling the woman's profile in his mind. This girl was the only female leader among the many societies on the island. Just as Wang Fengyi was about to speak, the five people behind her bypassed their female leader and quickly started chatting with Wang Xiao. Mr. Wang, I am He Shichang from Chuanqing Society. The middle-aged man in the lead was in his 40s with thick eyebrows and a square face. His features were upright, but his eyes were more white than black, adding a hint of wickedness and gloom to his loyal appearance. He Shichang raised his hand, pointing to the four old-timers beside him, introducing them one by one. These four are Han Shu, Yong Shu, Biao Shu, and Pei Shu. I've long admired the names of the four esteemed seniors and Brother Chong, Wang Xiao said with a smile, extending his right hand. He Sure Chong and the four old demers smiled as they each stepped forward to shake hands and exchange greetings. While Wang Xiao laughed and chatted, he cast a sidelong glance at the female leader who was frozen in place, her expression difficult to read, his gaze revealing a hint of amusement. Every family has its own difficulties, the society is a man's world, and this female leader's situation seemed rather unfortunate. He Sure Chong and the four old demers were deep in conversation. At this moment, Zhang strode up behind his boss. Sorry. Wang Xiao nodded to the five and stepped aside. Boss, the deal has been settled, Zhang whispered. Bob, I borrowed over 20 million from Liang Kuan, and he himself squeezed out over 10 million, gathering a total of 38 million, hoping to buy the Golden Triangle channel. Boss, what do you think? I can't believe it. Wang Xiao scoffed. They even want to share the cost of the face, what a disgrace. The cunning strategist grinned as he chimed in. Liang Kuan wants to hide this from Jiang Tianxing and team up with Ba Bai. If Jiang Tianxing finds out, he won't hesitate to take care of Ba Bai. If Liang Kuan is secretly profiting, Jiang Tianxing won't let this internal threat go. Wang Xiao pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Agree to them, money for goods. As long as the money is in hand, the entire channel of Sheng Tao and the personnel arranged in the past will be handed over to those two losers. Understood, boss, Zhang replied with a smile, silently mourning for the Hongxing society. Seeing his boss had no further instructions, he turned to get to work. Wait, old Zhang. Wang Xiao waved to call back his lackey. His gaze landed on the lonely female leader and the seemingly harmless-looking He Sure Chong and the others. As their eyes met, Wang Finjia's bright eyes flickered and a hint of a bitter smile crept onto her pretty face. Beside her, He Sure Chong wore a broad smile, eager to befriend the benefactor, subtly displaying his strength while seemingly looking down on the top female leader. Wang Xiao returned a gentle smile to the group, but his words carried a chilling undertone. Old Zhang, after you go down, find out the background of He Sure Chong and those four old timers. One home to biting is not enough, though I want to raise a few more dogs. Time flows like water, and in the blink of an eye 6 days have passed since the establishment of Hong Tu. Under the support of Wang Xiao, Hong Tu quickly took over various black and gray industries previously controlled by the Yuan Yen gang. On the other side, the Emperor Group has just merged and established itself, facing a multitude of tasks in its early stages. Wang Xiao buries himself in the affairs of the group every day, diligently unraveling one issue after another. With hard work comes success. After a week's time, the group quickly stabilized and began to get on the right track. The time has now come to the 8th of April. In the lunar calendar, a day suitable for burial. In Yamati at the Hongji Society's burial ground, after a week since the death of Ming Hua, the day for the funeral has finally arrived. As the only sworn brother of the good big brother, Wang Xiao pushed aside his group affairs and arrived early at the Hongji burial ground, shouldering the heavy responsibility of organizing his brother's funeral. The mourning hall was dressed in silver, and the atmosphere was exceptionally solemn. Wang Xiao wore a white suit draped in a white mourning robe with a hemp rope tied around his waist, standing tall at the entrance of the mourning hall. As a billionaire, the boss personally manages the funeral for his loyal subordinate Ming Hua, who in the outside world doesn't say that the boss is loyal and righteous. Zhang smiled obsequiously, flattering him. If Ming Hua knew in the afterlife, he would certainly kneel in gratitude to you, boss. Shut up. Wang Xiao frowned slightly, giving a sideways glare at the sycophant. My brother was a person of stature in his lifetime. When someone dies, their debts are wiped away. He has handed over his territory and his wife to me. This time I must prepare a grand funeral for my brother. The boss is truly righteous. Zhang gave a thumbs up, but inwardly sighed that he still had much to learn. With the boss' shameless demeanor, he far outshines his own thick face. Wang Xiao's lips curled up in a radiant smile. Those who mingle in society, especially those in power, must always speak of righteousness. Righteousness should not only be frequently mentioned, but must also be demonstrated tirelessly for others and subordinates to see. From within the room, the sound of a woman sobbing could be heard. Wang Xiao turned his head at the sound, staring at the coldly beautiful widow, tears streaming down her face, with ambition flickering in his eyes. The widow's slightly curled long hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing her delicate neck. Dressed in a black women's suit with black stockings and high heels, she wore a white mourning robe and a mourning hat, exuding both the solemnity of the funeral and an indescribable sense of desolation. She knelt quietly at the side of the mourning hall, her eyes swollen and silently shedding tears. Boss, it seems someone is coming, Zhang whispered as he heard footsteps. Wang Xiao glanced at the lifeless face of his brother in the portrait, forcing a crying expression. My good big brother. He squeezed his eyes hard, but could not produce any tears. Suddenly Wang Xiao, while crying, could not help but let out a laugh. Big brother. Alas, you died such a miserable death, huh? Zhang could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter, even snorting. Boss, your brother has died, yet you're laughing during the funeral. Wang Xiao grinned. When I think about the funeral and the gifts pouring in, I can hardly contain my joy. How could I cry? Where's the stuff you were supposed to get for me? With footsteps growing closer outside, Zhang hurriedly took out a prepared half onion and discreetly handed it to the boss, reminding him, "Boss, someone is coming to pay respects, you must not laugh." "Troublesome. I know my limits." Wang Xiao scolded with a laugh. Taking the onion, Wang Xiao bit down hard, squeezing out the juice and wiping it on his eyes. "Damn it." Wang Xiao cursed silently as his eyes instantly stung. He lunged into the morning hall, leaning over the coffin, staring at his brother's foul-smelling old face, tears brimming as he shouted, "Big brother, you died too miserably. I must avenge you." Alian was startled by the sudden cry and shot an annoyed glance. This bad guy was just acting stoic, and now he was crying like rain. An Kuan walked in with 5 hall masters, including Han Chen. Hearing the heart-wrenching cries, An Kuan cast a deep glance at Wang Xiao, forcing a pained expression as he gently consoled, "Mr. Wang, madam, please accept my condolences, and do not cry too hard for your health." "Thank you for coming, Uncle Kuan. Please everyone take a seat." Wang Xiao said, his eyes reddening as he waved his hand. "Uncle Kuan, please be seated." Zijian, with his arm in a bandage, approached with a gloomy expression, guiding the Ni family members in. Guahua walked closer to Gandhi, whispering his thoughts. This time Wang Xiao is in a legitimate position. Once he makes his move, the Shang-Yi serpent skin will likely be finished. Gandhi nodded in agreement. Wang Xiao is making a grand display by organizing the funeral for his sworn brother. What is his true purpose? All the gang leaders are shrewd, each well aware of the underlying intentions. Yongxiao walked last, glancing back at Wang Xiao, who was crying heart-wrenchingly, unable to help but tug at the corner of his mouth. Their gazes met, and Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow discreetly, making a gesture as if raising a cup. "Drink together another day." "Okay." Yongxiao smiled as he returned the gesture. Once the people left, Wang Xiao wiped the corner of his mouth, realizing he had accidentally spat on his brother's face. Just as he was about to leave, he was pulled back by a hand beside him. "Where are you coming and going?" Alian asked irritably. Wang Xiao sniffed and replied unceremoniously, "I'm going to see how much money An Kuan and the others are giving. My birthday is next month, and I can collect another wave then. Utilizing the waste, I'm giving my good brother a grand burial, so collecting a little benefit is only right. Is big brother would be very pleased if he knew. Alian, if you follow me, he would surely be 100% willing." "Why are you Don't believe me? Then I'll ask him right now." Wang Xiao pretended to walk toward the coffin, ready to ask his good brother. I believe." Alian couldn't help but smile, pulling her little lover back, feeling her sadness eased significantly. "Xiao, you were right this time." Alian began softly recounting the events of the past days. "After your brother's death, Zijian and a few others came to ask me for money and people in the name of avenging the big boss. I listened to you and did not hand over power. I told them that if they want to rise in this world, they must rely on their own abilities to seek revenge. They could only act with their own trusted subordinates, and the result was naturally not a match for the serpent skin. Zijian got stabbed, and 3 others lost their lives. The subordinates of these bastards also suffered heavy losses. Now the territory is firmly in my hands." Alian finished briefly, her voice pausing as her eyes filled with hatred. "After your brother's death, the old ghost Min did not regard me as a woman. He approached me several times wanting me to hand over power. Your brother's death is absolutely related to him. It's not just related. He sent someone to do it." Wang Xiao's smile grew colder. "I have already grasped his weakness. After dealing with the serpent skin, it will be time for this head of Hongji." Alien's body trembled, her expression eager to inquire. "Let's talk after the funeral is over." "The time is almost up." Wang Xiao glanced at the time, his gaze playfully landing on the coldly beautiful widow. "Afterward, should I burn my brother clean? Will we go to your house or mine tonight?" "You?" "I'm talking about serious matters." Alien breathed quickly, rolling her eyes at her little lover. She looked at her husband's portrait with a complex mood and suddenly asked softly, "Xiao, your brother just died. If I start with you, will you think him a loose woman?" "If you're a loose woman, we wouldn't know how many times we've been together already." Wang Xiao shook his head. "Sister-in-law, with big brother gone, I just want to give you a home." Watching Wang Xiao's friendly smile, Alien's plain face flushed with a hint of red. "You're such a little lecher. Don't take me for a little girl. You think that with a few sweet words he'll fall for you. You were clearly messing around with other women when you met me." "Sister-in-law, you are mistaken." Wang Xiao shrugged. "I'm not lustful, I'm just very loving, wanting to give every beautiful woman a home fairly." "Shameless." Alian shot Wang Xiao a look, asking helplessly, "When do you plan to take action?" "Today my brother's funeral is happening. I fear he will be lonely going alone, so tonight I will send the serpent skin to accompany my brother." Wang Xiao's smile was sinister. Alien's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Good. But what I want most is the old ghost Min." "No problem, he will be next." Wang Xiao's lips curled up, smiling meaningfully. "My good sister-in-law, you haven't answered me yet. I'm giving my brother a grand burial and helping you avenge your grievances. What do you plan to thank me with?" About to take revenge, Alien's emotions surged. She turned her head to avoid his burning gaze, blushing as she murmured, "Tonight, I will listen to you." As night fell, Nathan Road lit up with a myriad of colorful neon signs. Looking down from the night sky, Nathan Road, one of the most bustling streets on Hong Kong Island, appeared as a river of light connecting the vibrant districts of Mong Kok and Tsim Sha Tsui from north to south. At the northern end of Nathan Road, the dazzling lights were abruptly interrupted by the solemn and quiet Monco police station. Turning the corner from the police station, a mingling scent of alcohol and tobacco wafted out from the glass doors of the Blue Note bar. Inside the bar, dozens of Xinyi gangsters were crammed together, the smoke intermingling with flying spit. At that moment, the bar's glass door was suddenly pushed open, and several Xinyi members hurriedly entered, weaving through the crowded patrons as they rushed toward the private room. Outside the private room, several gang bodyguards heard the footsteps and raised their hands to grip their guns, their gazes uniformly fixed on the newcomers. "Is the boss inside?" "Yes," the Xinyi member asked eagerly. Upon recognizing the leader among them, the bodyguards couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and nodded. Without waiting for the bodyguards to knock and announce, the anxious leader of the Xinyi gang squeezed past the bodyguards and forcefully pushed open the door to the private room. "Boss, there's trouble." Inside the room, the irritable Sheppy, upon hearing this, shivered and pushed aside the two women swaying across his lap. "Get out of the way." Did Wang Xiao and Hong Tu make a move? "Boss, this afternoon Wang Xiao held a funeral for the explosive Ming, and Hong Tu has started gathering people and vehicles. It's not just Hong Tu's people this time. Hengji Alien's side is also gathering manpower. That whore Alien is clearly planning for an alliance to outnumber us, Xinyi. What should we do, Sheppy?" As the anxious Xinyi members spoke hurriedly, the more they talked, the more apprehensive they felt. Previously, they had lost to Hengji in a confrontation, and now with the addition of the thriving Hong Tu society, their situation seemed even more dire. Even though Sheppy had been mentally prepared, hearing the news made his heart sink uncontrollably. Before the battle, you're already afraid. What are you scared of? Those who come out to mix in this world live for today and die for tomorrow. Sheppy suppressed his inner unease and sternly reprimanded, "Whether we win or lose is still uncertain. Go down and inform the brothers to prepare for battle." Seeing that the boss showed no fear, the Xinyi members instantly felt reassured and turned to relay the boss orders. "Sheppy, are you coming back?" Two flirtatious women timidly called out from the side, seemingly at a loss. Sheppy pulled up his pants and shouted angrily. The two women were startled, grabbed their handbags, and hurriedly left the private room. Once they were gone, Sheppy could no longer contain his anger and unease, grabbing a bottle from the table and smashing it hard against the wall. Crash! The bottle shattered and liquor splattered everywhere. The loyal bodyguards exchanged glances, unsure of how to speak. "Get out!" Sheppy irritably waved his hand. The bodyguards, feeling heavy-hearted, quietly exited the room, closing the door behind them. Click, the door closed, leaving the private room in silence. Only the sound of Sheepy's heavy breathing could be heard. "Wang Xiao, you really know how to play." Sheepy's eyes were bloodshot as he spat out a few words through clenched teeth. That little bastard with the surname Wang. He deceived everyone. Under the pretense of clearing his name and throwing out channels, he orchestrated conflicts, framed others. Remembering this series of recent events, even if Sheppy were a pig, he understood who the mastermind was. Hua Baoming is a reckless man, and Ailian is just a big-chested fool. With Hong Tu just established and on the rise, that Wang guy is clearly aiming to establish his authority over Xinyi. Sheppy sat heavily on the sofa, his chest rising and falling rapidly, forcing himself to calm down quickly. A snake without a head cannot function, and the harder it is to help the Tony brothers, the more cautious he became as the news spread. He had been staying at the Blue Note bar for the past few days precisely because it was not far from the Monco police station. As the saying goes, one wave rises and another falls. Now that he was backed against the police station, as long as he could withstand the initial onslaught from the past 2 days, there would still be a chance. Sheppy lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and constantly reassured himself, when the moment of crisis arrives, there is still one last path. "I'll swallow my pride and run into the police station to seek protection." "I don't believe you." Wang Xiao dared to storm into the police station. Sheppy exhaled a puff of smoke, gritting his teeth. At that moment, while Sheppy was hiding in the bar feeling anxious, 2 vans were positioned, one in front and one behind, with a black sedan sandwiched in the middle. The 3 vehicles gradually slowed down, lining up with their fronts aimed at the entrance of the Blue Note bar, coming to a halt beside the road 100 meters away. The front and rear vans did not turn off their engines, their vibrations making the metal body hum. Inside the leading van's driver's seat, the fierce Abin turned his head to his brother beside him and joked, "Mute, my life is in your hands, so take it easy." In the passenger seat, a man in overalls pushed up his glasses and gestured with a smile. "As long as you understand." Abin understood the sign language, relaxed, and waved his hand. "Get down." Mute's expression was serious. Before leaving, he raised his hand and heavily patted his brother's shoulder. He jumped out of the front vehicle and raised his hands, continuously gesturing to his brother Xiong in the back van. Xiong silently nodded, looking up at the front vehicle. Inside the leading truck, Abin took a deep breath and extended his arm to give a thumbs up. Seeing that the front vehicle was ready, Xiong stepped on the gas and jerked the steering wheel. The van suddenly lunged forward, blocking the road. Screech! The trailing cars slammed on their brakes, their tires screeching against the pavement, creating a deafening noise. Beep beep. The drivers of the many cars behind honked their horns and leaned out to shout greetings. "What the hell? How are you driving the car? Why are you blocking the road? Move aside." Inside the truck, Ah Xiong ignored them. He turned off the engine, pulled out the key, pushed open the door, and jumped out quickly, heading towards the black sedan ahead. Inside the sedan, Mute and the others fixed their eyes intently on the traffic light. As the red light turned green, the obstructing private vehicles began to leave one after another. In the front truck, Ah Bin's face suddenly twisted with rage as he pressed the clutch and shifted gears, flooring the accelerator. Virum! The truck's engine roared and sped towards the blue note bar. The distance is closing in. Ah Bin's eyes fixated intensely on the bar, and suddenly he pushed off with his toes. With a click, the modified device activated. The accelerator was jammed tight, and the steering wheel seemed welded in place, propelling straight ahead with no chance to turn. The entire operation happened in the blink of an eye, and in a flash the 100 meters flew by. The modified truck was locked down, and Ah Bin forcefully pushed open the door, gritting his teeth as he jumped out. Thud! His bulky body hit the ground, rolling several times to dissipate the impact. Although he was wearing thick protective gear, the high-speed jump still left him dizzy. Ah Bin shook his groggy head, just regaining consciousness, struggling to get back on his feet. Screech! A black sedan slammed to a halt beside him. Ah Bin, get in, the Xiong brothers urged anxiously as the door swung open. After picking up Ah Bin, the black sedan made a swift U-turn, speeding away from the junction. At the same time, in front of the bar, numerous Shinyi lowlifes looked up curiously at the roaring engine sound. In the next second, damn! Run! Many lowlifes' pupils constricted sharply as they sought to escape in terror. The truck crashed through like a mad prehistoric beast, violently knocking down one lowlife after another, forcefully driving into the bar. Boom! The collision produced a deafening sound. Glass shards mixed with wooden splinters flew everywhere. The numerous lowlifes gathered inside the bar fell to the ground in a heap. The unfortunate lowlifes were caught completely off guard, sent flying by the truck's front, each one crashing heavily to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Bottles at the bar exploded in a series, amber liquid mixed with blood splattering across the walls. The impact ended in an instant, and the dazed Sheppy rolled and crawled out of the private room under the protection of the bodyguards. As everyone just exited the private room, Sheppy's eyes widened in horror at the scene before him, his mouth agape. The seriously injured lowlife groaned in pain. Cough, cough. Spit. A Shinyi thug clutched his chest, coughing incessantly, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. The groans echoed in Sheppy's ears. The once lively bar now resembled a disaster zone, as if it had experienced a great earthquake. The entire truck was deeply embedded in the bar, with only its rear visible, the front bumper hanging from torn neon lights sparking intermittently. The numerous tables and chairs inside transformed into piles of twisted debris in an instant. A severed leg barefooted fell with a thud right in front of several people. A few bodyguards stared at the blood-soaked severed leg, their faces turning pale, cold sweat instantly soaking their shirts. Sheppy's pupils constricted sharply, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Unbidden, the gentle smile of Wang Xiao from the past surfaced in his mind. Creak! Sheppy clenched his jaw, his molars aching from the pressure. Who would have thought? Just a few days ago at the drinking party, that young man who always smiled at him, squinting his eyes when he laughed, could actually employ such ruthless means behind his back. The other party, like a lurking tiger, remained still until it struck with deadly precision. In his memory, Wang Xiao's gentle smile gradually twisted into a sinister grin, morphing into a colorful, ferocious tiger staring straight at him with a gaping mouth, until he saw the icy fangs emerge, silently clamping down on his throat. As this thought popped up, Sheppy's heart abruptly stilled, feeling a chill surge from his core to the top of his head. Old boss. Save me. On the ground beside him, a seriously injured lowlife, bleeding, looked up at his leader with a pained expression. Sheppy suddenly jolted awake, barking orders at the bodyguards and the lowlifes outside. Quick, call for an ambulance. Hurry up. Now. The trusted bodyguard quickly pulled out his phone to contact the ambulance. The lowlifes who narrowly escaped hurriedly moved debris aside, racing against time to save their comrade. Wang Xiao. You mad dog. Mad dog. This time it's either you die or I die. Sheppy's face turned fierce, teeth gritted as he cursed, but his voice betrayed a hint of wavering. Two lowlifes moved forward to open the truck door, trying to reverse it to clear space. One Shinyi thug suddenly paused in his actions, frowning as he asked his companion, "Did you hear any sound?" No, the companion shook his head. Both instinctively concentrated to listen. Beep, 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 beep. The sound was like a fine needle tightening everyone's eardrums. What noise is that? The Shinyi thug looked puzzled as he climbed into the driver's seat. Just as he opened the rear observation window, his eyes widened in shock. Inside the rear compartment were boxes stacked neatly, and one corner was lifted, revealing tightly bound bundles of explosives. The bombs were wrapped with red and green wires, and the electronic receiver emitted faint ticking sounds. Bomb, bomb, bomb. The Shinyi thug was horrified, screaming in a tremor. He staggered backward, his head heavily hitting the door. The bodyguards and lowlifes on the scene were dumbfounded. The two Shinyi thugs who discovered the bomb had twisted expressions as if their behinds were on fire, and they rushed like mad towards the store entrance, shouting wildly, "Run! Sheepy's astonishment hadn't yet faded when fear suddenly crawled up his spine. Run! The crowd erupted in chaos, scattering to escape. In the face of impending disaster, the bodyguards were terrified to the core. They could no longer care about their boss fleeing for their lives. Sheppy followed the bodyguards in a frantic escape, not noticing he was tripped by a seriously injured lowlife. Old boss. Save me. The lowlife's mouth oozed blood as he struggled to grasp Sheepy's ankle. Get off me. Sheppy screamed in madness, delivering a harsh kick to the lowlife. He tried to shake off the clingy subordinate, but was tightly held by the enraged lowlife. For you and the gang. The seriously injured lowlife coughed, blood and unknown strength surging within him, his words incoherent, but his expression growing more frenzied. If you don't save me, we die together. It's over. Sheepy's face turned ashen, watching helplessly as the bodyguards abandoned him. Suddenly, the beeping sound eerily ceased. In an instant, the rear compartment of the truck exploded with blinding white light. The white light expanded in a flash, engulfing Sheppy and the others. Boom! Nearby windows shattered under the explosive shockwave. Amidst the deafening roar, the bar instantly transformed into a man-made miniature sun. Crimson flames swept over the bodyguards and lowlifes, instantly consuming all life. The fire soared, illuminating the night sky, while black smoke mixed with the scent of charred flesh drifted into the horizon. Not far from the bar atop a residential building, Wang Xiao held a telescope, his eyes fixated on the burning bar. Confirming the target's demise, he picked up the phone and dialed. In the afternoon, the rites were completed and the remains interred in the cemetery. That evening, a purification banquet was held for mourners. Yaomati Hua Baoming's villa. Thud. Wang Xiao wrapped his arm around his elder brother's widow, her waist slender yet firm, and kicked open the bedroom door. Wait. Ai Lian hadn't finished speaking when Wang Xiao abruptly swept her off her feet. She gasped in surprise, instinctively hooking her arms around his neck, then lightly punched his chest, a playful coquettish rebuke for his brashness. Wang Xiao set her down carelessly. Hold on. I'll just change out of these mourning robes, she murmured, her cheeks faintly flushed as she raised her hands to loosen her tightly coiled hair. Wang Xiao pressed her wrists gently but firmly, his brows lifting with a roguish smile. Don't take them off. I want you exactly like this, in mourning attire. Huh. Her lips parted in astonishment, her usual icy elegance utterly dissolved. What kind of kink is this? She whispered, flustered, spitting lightly in mock indignation. You're always full of surprises. No, it's not right. Wang Xiao appraised her, radiant, voluptuous, the grieving widow, then shook his head. What's wrong? Ai Lian asked, voice taut with nervousness. You're not yourself. A wild, unrestrained grin curled at the corners of his mouth. My dear elder sister-in-law, I much prefer how you looked when we first met, aloof, disdainful, every glance sharp with frost. Please, revert to that self. Go to hell, you fool. She shot him a teasing sidelong glance. Sensing the raw hunger blazing in his eyes, she lifted her chin slightly, her expression cooling once more into its familiar glacial composure. After all, won't everything beautiful belong to you soon enough? So, Mr. Wang, what are you waiting for? Damn it. Wang Xiao could no longer hold back. A soft rustling creak echoed from the Western-style bed. Shall may I take off my shoes? No, don't move a thing, elder sister. This is precisely what I want, he groaned. Stop calling me elder sister. Call me sister. I'm 9 years older than you. Ugh, no wait. Xiao, your elder brother used to call me Ai Lian. You may too if you wish. Wang Xiao didn't look up. Tonight, you are the elder sister-in-law. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly the telephone beside the bed shrilled urgently. Wang Xiao buried himself deeper, ignoring it completely. What's the rush? Answer it first. What if something's gone wrong over there? Ai Lian nudged him gently, then reached for the bulky mobile phone on the nightstand and handed it to her man. If I'm not mistaken, Shipai is already dead, Wang Xiao remarked casually. For even as he spoke, a cascade of system notifications chimed silently in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have upheld justice and eradicated evil. You have eliminated Shipai, the Triad leader of Shang-Yi Society. Reward. Black Tech secure satellite phone featuring quantum-grade encryption, anti-eavesdropping interference systems, anonymity protocols, global seamless coverage, worldwide emergency response, ultra-strong, signal amplification, offline voice messaging, and triple-layer ruggedized durability. Congratulations, host. You have cleansed corruption and suppressed crime. You have eliminated Shang-Yi Society's armed enforcers and bodyguards. Reward. Elimination of Shang-Yi Society members. Reward. He automatically muted the system's chimes, then patted Ai Lian's flushed cheek before stepping out of the room with the phone. On the other end, Wang Jianjun remained silent. No one's nearby. Speak freely. Wang Xiao leaned back against the wall and lit a cigarette. Wang Jianjun reported crisply, brother, the mission is complete. Good. Wang Xiao exhaled smoke slowly, a cold smile playing on his lips. Shipai has ascended. Next, it's Lao Gui Min's turn. This time both Shang-Yi and Hengji societies would fall entirely. Jianjun, move now and seize them. Understood, brother. Wang Jianjun replied, voice low and resolute. After hanging up, Wang Xiao turned the sleek silver-gray satellite phone over in his palm. its design reminiscent of an old-fashioned mobile handset. The system prompted softly, upon startup a password is required. 5 consecutive incorrect attempts, or detection of forced disassembly, will trigger irreversible data wipe and core chip meltdown. All calls, incoming or outgoing, are secured via quantum key distribution, rendering interception or decryption impossible. Brilliant. Never again will I fear police surveillance. Wang Xiao mused inwardly, then dialed one of his lieutenants. Boss. Duan Kuan hesitated mid-sentence. From now on, speak freely on the phone. Wang Xiao commanded, voice icy. Shi Pai is dead. Mobilize your men. Take Shang-Yi society by force. Kuan, this is Hong Tu's inaugural campaign. Every rival society watches from the shadows, gauging our strength. Do not disappoint me. Boss, I'll depart immediately. Duan Kuan barked sharply. Not yet. Wang Xiao glanced at his watch and smiled faintly. The police are still preoccupied with the explosion case. Striking now would land us right in their sights. Wait until midnight, when they've withdrawn and word of Shi Pai's death has spread through Shang-Yi. Then, we strike with maximum impact. Understood, boss. Duan Kuan clicked his tongue, amusement threading his voice. Call ended. Wang Xiao crushed the cigarette underfoot and strode back into the bedroom. Xiao, is it true? Is Shi Pai really dead? AI Lian's face lit up, astonished, elated, her expression vividly tender. If you go now, you might still recover a few fragments. But wait too long, and only ash remains, Wang Xiao teased with a light chuckle. Good riddance. Her expression flickered, joy warring with sorrow, as complex emotions surged within. Shi Pai had been cunning and ruthless, locked in bitter rivalry with her late husband, Hua Bao Ming, for years, yet never bested. And yet, Wang Xiao had dismantled him effortlessly. Xiao, I'm certain your elder brother watching from beyond would be overjoyed. You've accomplished what he could not. Her eyes shimmered with fervent conviction. She knew without doubt she had chosen wisely. You surpass your elder brother in every way. Elder sister, in what regard exactly am I so exceptional? Wang Xiao arched a brow, grinning mischievously. Her cheeks burned crimson. Having dropped her guard in the heat of emotion, she bit her lower lip, refusing to answer. Oomph. His grin turned wicked. A rustle stirred the air. Say it, he demanded, voice low and commanding. In moments her breath grew ragged. Her whisper barely audible. You excel in every way. Southern end of Nathan Road, Sim Sha Sui District. An upper floor bar. Hua Zai Jun de Yazai Fei Quan, and others all turned their gaze toward Duan Kuan. The moment he hung up. Brother Kuan, shall we move? Wait, the boss said to hold. While we wait, there's something I must say. Duan Kuan's expression hardened as he surveyed the group solemnly. Lately you've likely heard whispers circulating, rumors spun by elders of rival societies. They call our boss a fool, a gullible patron who wastes resources backing us instead of buying influence from established triad leaders. They claim it would yield faster results to simply fund seasoned bosses, rather than nurture Hong Tu from scratch. Fei Quan and the others scowled, faces dark with resentment. Though Hong Tu rose from the ashes of Yun and Bang, the Underworld has always scorned newcomers. Old guard societies, led by He Liansheng, dismissed Hong Tu outright, refusing to acknowledge its existence. Why the long faces? Angry. Hua Zai-jun, the white fan strategist of Hong Tu, rose abruptly, voice ringing with authority. Our status isn't granted, it's forged in battle. He Liansheng hung Hing Dong Xing. None rose overnight. Each climbed step by step. If they scorn us, then let our strength compel their respect. Brother Jun speaks truth. Morale, sir. Is that all? Already resentful because others underestimate you. Duan Kuan drained his glass in one gulp, then laughed bitterly. I was once head of a narcotics syndicate. Now I sit atop Hong Tu as its dragon head. I know exactly what the streets say about Duan Kuan. They say I struck gold. Lucky to serve such a boss riding his coattails to power. Westerners Prince Hung Tai and his cronies. They mockingly demand I drop White Wolf and adopt White Dog instead. They call me the boss's dog. That insult, not just to him but to the dragon head and every Hong Tu brother, ignited fury in their chests. Am I a dog? Let those dogs beg to serve the boss. He wouldn't even deign to glance at them. They're beneath his notice. Duan Kuan's eyes glistened, tears mixing with spilled liquor as he wiped his mouth fiercely. Those curs sour grapes because they can't reach the vine. Yes, I'm lucky. With Xiao Gu I feast 3 times a day for 9 days straight. I have an outstanding elder brother. So what? Who cares what others think? What matters most is believing in one. Even Duan Kuan, the ever-unruly one, had uttered something profoundly wise. Hua Zai-jun and Da Yazai exchanged startled glances, then burst into laughter. Power truly refines a man. Kuan had matured. Brother Kuan, we understand. Fei Quan and the younger men gazed at their dragon head, admiration now unmistakable in their eyes. Duan Kuan sobered, then issued crisp orders. Fei Quan Zijun Fei Shi. Brother Kuan. Each named man sprang upright, facing their dragon head with unwavering focus. The boss has already slain Shi Pai. If we fail to seize Shang-Yi society, I'll drown myself in His gaze swept across the assembled brothers, sharp, unyielding. Tonight, we obliterate Shungi. We claim their territory, and next month we celebrate the boss's birthday before every rival society. Yes, Dragon Head. The roar echoed unified and fierce. In the early hours in a narrow alley of Mongkok's western vegetable street, the smoking stall under the Shungi, the entrance of the stall was cluttered with junk. With a clatter the rolling shutter rose, and two members of Shungi, one tall and one short, stepped out of the smoking area, cigarettes in their mouths and grim expressions on their faces. The taller member scratched his head in annoyance and asked Shorty, everyone is saying Boss Ding is dead. Do you think that's true? Most likely it is. The short one sighed, flicking away his cigarette, but did you not see the boss rush back to the stall? He went straight into the office, most likely to roll up some cash and flee. The tall member cursed, feeling increasingly agitated. What do we do now? Do we stay with Shungi or follow the boss to find another job? Follow him. Not a chance. Tall guy, listen to me. Once daylight breaks, we're making a run for it. The short member's eyes flickered for a moment as he leaned closer to his old partner, lowering his voice. I think we can't stay with Shungi anymore. This time the Hongtu Society has mobilized their forces, indicating they mean to act. Do you really not know who is behind Hongtu? Sheppy is dead and the gang is in disarray. We don't even have a leader. How can we fight against that big water pipe? I understand. The tall guy nodded with a grim face. Just then, three young men suddenly walked into the alley. The tall and short members' expressions tightened as they reached for their weapons at their waists, their eyes fixed on the newcomers. The three were dressed in tattered clothes, their hair disheveled, and they hunched over as they approached the smoking area, their lewd demeanor evident. Two gentlemen, we want to buy some goods, the lead man, thin as a bamboo stick, stammered. The guarding members exchanged glances and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. We're not selling today. Go buy from someone else. The tall member frowned and blocked the door. Big brother, we brought money this time, the fat man said in a weak voice, bending over. The tall member glared and shouted, I said we're not selling. Are you deaf? In the dim light at the door, the short member frowned, sizing up the fat man. Hey, I think you three look a bit unfamiliar. What are you, ugh? Before the short member could finish, the fat man's face twisted as he raised his hand and stabbed a knife into the Shungi member's throat. With a splatter, blood seeped from the short member's mouth and nose, gasping for air as he wheezed. You. The tall member looked horrified, his mouth agape, the cigarette rolling out of his mouth and sparking on the ground. Damn, he shouted, turning to rush towards the rolling shutter, intending to sound the alarm. Behind him, two Hongtu henchmen took 3 steps at once, quickly closing in. One covered the short member's mouth and nose while the other tightened his grip on the dagger, stabbing it into the member's neck. Squelch. Blood splattered on the hand as they took down the 2 guards. The fat man wiped the blood from his face and waved his hand toward the alley entrance. A group of hidden Hongtu henchmen rushed into the alley. The fat man's face twisted with rage as he took the cleaver handed to him by a subordinate and shouted sternly to his brothers, the back door has been blocked, follow me. Charge in. At the rolling shutter, 2 Hongtu henchmen exchanged glances and pulled open the iron gate. With a clatter, the iron gate rose. The fat man led the charge, stepping over the bodies of the 2 guards as they rushed into the smoking stall. Inside the dim room, smoke filled the air and a pungent odor hit them. In the corner, several lethargic friends either sat or laid down, their eyes filled with terror as they watched the fat man and the others. A group of Shungi, kill, slay these bastards. The fat man roared, leading the charge towards the Shungi members. Ah damn, spare my life. I'm just a friend. Run. Ugh. In an instant, the stall was filled with screams of terror and cries for murder. Moments later, the fat man and his men emerged from the smoking stall, gasping for breath. With blood still fresh on their cleavers, as they walked, droplets of blood dripped onto the ground. Catching their breath, the fat man holding the knife surveyed his brothers and shouted, Cohen Gu wants me to relay a message to everyone. Xiao Yi said, those who perform bravely tonight will be richly rewarded. Triple medical expenses for the... If we are injured, well, join the group security company and enjoy life. The company will provide us with social security for the rest of our lives. If we die, Xiao Yi will help us support our families. Tonight, those who are brave and have achievements, Brother Kuan himself will help them rise to power. Take down Xingyi, and everyone will receive dividends every month. The eyes of the Hongtu henchmen lit up. Mr. Wang valued loyalty over money, and everyone knew the treatment of the injured veterans from the establishment of Hongtu. Young men wielding knives come out to mix. Who doesn't want to rise? This opportunity to rise has finally come. Shinji's Sheppy killed Brother Xiao, yes, sworn brother. This grudge must be avenged. The fat man tied up his long hair with a leather strap, his red eyes sweeping over his brothers as he shouted fiercely, Xiao Yi has ordered. Blood for blood. Tonight, sweep away Xingyi society. Kill. The faces of the Hongtu henchmen turned fierce as they raised their cleavers, responding in unison. Follow me. The fat man and his men charged towards the Xingyi territory with great momentum. At the same time, under the night sky, on Prince Edward Road in Mongkok, at the Xingyi Society's gambling stall, Zijun gripped his cleaver tightly in his right hand, striding towards the target, his dyed golden hair flowing in the wind. Over 20 Hongtu henchmen armed with sharp blades followed their leader as they rushed into the corner gambling stall. Leave the place, and we'll spare your lives. Zijun shouted loudly. Spare your mother. Cut him. Home to bastards. Gentlemen, we are just gamblers. It has nothing to do with us. A group of gamblers hugged their heads, fleeing in terror from the gambling stall. You're asking for trouble. Zijun spat, angrily stepping forward, swinging his cleaver left and right. The leader Shepi fell. Without a fight, some fierce ones held knives and clashed with the Hongtu henchmen, while more Xingyi members dropped their weapons without hesitation and fled. Die. Zijun kicked away a nearby Xingyi member and countered with a knife strike to the neck of another who was trying to sneak attack him. Squelch. Blood gushed out. Ugh. The Xingyi member screamed and fell to his knees, clutching his neck. Two other Xingyi members swung their knives. Oh! The Xingyi member's face turned pale as he flew backward, clutching his groin. The other member, his face twisted with rage, swung his knife at Zijun. Watch out, brother Zijun. Ding. A Hongtu Jr. behind him raised his knife to block a sneak attack. Zijun seized the opportunity. Swish. The blade flashed coldly, and the Xingyi member couldn't dodge in time, clutching his slashed neck, staggering back several steps. Haha. The Xingyi member's face was blood dripped from his throat down through his fingers. Kill. The Hongtu henchmen present wore fierce expressions mixed with a frenzied excitement. A multitude of young men filled with ambition shouted wildly as they charged towards the enemy. Hongtu society's pups. I'll screw your mother. Kill. The sounds of curses and cries for murder echoed. Moments later, the cries for murder gradually subsided. After the fight, the Hongtu, everyone's arms trembled with their grip on the knives, gasping heavily. After a brief rest, Zijun, next place. Under the dim night sky, the group wielding sharp blades rushed towards the Xingyi territory. In front of the bar, 7 or 8 tattered members were vigilantly watching Zijun and his men. Hongtus, watch out, don't enter the wrong door. This is our Hongxing Kuan guest territory. Who is Ling Kuan? Zijun clenched his knife, turned on his heel, and charged directly at the Hongxing members, shouting loudly, Hongtu society is here. Get lost. Damn. The Hongxing members. Zijun walked straight past the front, glancing at the proactive Hongxing members, mockingly laughing. What are you saying about Hongxing sending out members? It's all complete bullshit. Ha. The Hongtu henchman laughed. I'll screw your mother. One of the Hongxing members was indignant and wanted to step forward, but was stopped. A group of Hongxing members watched as a month ago you were still unwanted trash. You got lucky and found a Mongkok Nathan Road to Fu Hao nightclub. Boss, the members of Hongtu are coming. A member of Xingyi hurriedly ran into the store. Boss, should we retreat or fight? Over 20 short fellows around looked towards the leader at the booth. The head of Xingyi hesitated, torn between wanting to take advantage of the chaos to establish his name and position and the fear of being outnumbered by Hongtu. Don't worry, I've already contacted Hongxing Liankuan, and I'm preparing to bring the venue over to him, the leader reassured as he scanned the expressions of his subordinates. Brother Kuan said to hold on for a while, and he'll send people to support us after dawn. Just as everyone hesitated, a loud roar suddenly came from outside. Kill. Fei Quan led the charge, swinging his machete as he rushed into the nightclub, taking down 2 people in quick succession. A group of Hongtu knife wielders followed closely behind. Their bloodied bodies made them look even more ferocious and ruthless. Damn. The boss is dead. What use is Hongxing now? What are we still fighting for? Who is going to pay for our medical bills? Stop fighting. Run. Let's run. A few short fellows from Xingyi saw the Hongtu knife wielders coming and cursed as they turned to flee. Many others around hesitated before dropping their weapons and hurriedly running towards the back door. Don't run. The head of Xingyi cursed under his breath and shouted loudly. Kill them. Fei Quan kicked one person down, raising his knife and roaring. Master Xiao has ordered. Today's casualties will receive 3 times the compensation. Those who achieve merit will rise in rank. If you die or are crippled, Master Xiao will take care of your families for life. For Master Xiao, kill. Fei Quan shouted sharply, his eyes reddening as he charged towards the crowd. Damn. If we don't take him down, we won't be able to escape. The leader of Xingyi whispered. The remaining few Xingyi members exchanged glances and silently followed behind the leader, wielding their knives to strike at Fei Quan. Fei Quan dodged a knife and swung his own to take down a person. He didn't have time to finish him off when a long knife came at him. Fei Quan suddenly raised his knife and struck back at the attacking short fellow's nose with the handle. Crack. The sound of breaking bones was clear. Ah, damn. The attacking short fellow clutched his nose and howled in pain. Fei Quan's gaze was icy as he thrust his knife into the opponent's stomach, twisting and pulling it out, blood splattering everywhere. Around them, the Hongtu knife wielders spread out, cutting off the retreat of the Xingyi members, attacking the last few who resisted. Die. Fei Quan's expression was fierce as he stabbed into the small belly of a Xingyi member. Thud. The short knife pierced the belly. Blood stained the t-shirt. Ugh. The wounded short fellow let out a piercing scream. His body trembled as he fearfully grabbed Fei Quan's arms, preventing him from pulling out the knife. Die. 2 other Xingyi members nearby caught the opportunity and stabbed towards Fei Quan's abdomen. With his arms caught, Fei Quan couldn't break free. His eyes hardened as he decided not to evade. He suddenly raised his head and slammed it hard into the face of the Xingyi member who had stabbed him. Bang. Crack. The Xingyi member's nose bone broke, and he cried out in pain, releasing Fei Quan's arms. The two attacking Xingyi members looked pleased and vicious, stabbing into Fei Quan's abdomen from both sides. The short knives pierced through his clothing with a dull sound. The two Xingyi members nearly lost their grip as their hands. They stared blankly at the spot where Fei Quan had been stabbed, expecting to see the scene of the Hongtu member collapsing to the ground. However, the rip in his clothing revealed a black stab-proof vest, silently mocking them. As they momentarily lost focus, Fei Quan took advantage of the moment to strike. He pulled out his knife and slashed at the head Xingyi member. What incredible speed! The head Xingyi member was horrified, raising his knife to block. Ding! The two knives clashed. The head Xingyi member's pupils constricted as his watermelon knife spun out of his hand. The blade flashed. Puk. The sharp blade cut through flesh and bone, mixed with the sound of cracking bones. Warm blood gushed out. The head Xingyi member pressed his hand against his neck, his face filled with shock, pain, and unwillingness. His body trembled as the strength within him gradually faded with the blood loss, ultimately succumbing to the ground in hatred before his ambitions could be realized. Damn! A mad dog from Hongtu. The remaining Xingyi members looked at this mad dog in front of them and couldn't help but gasp. They retreated a few steps, instinctively abandoning their leader and turning to flee. With a single lethal strike, Fei Quan flicked his wrist, shaking off the blood from his knife as he silently moved towards the fleeing Xingyi members. At the same time, the Xingyi territory in Mongkok descended into chaos. Hundreds of Hengji members surged into Mongkok from Palam Street. The forces of Hongtu and Hengji converged, their arms wrapped in the same colored white cloth, streaming into the Xingyi territory like a torrent. News of the tragic death of the leader of Xingyi had spread through the gang in just a few hours. Without the snakehead to command, many Xingyi members abandoned their posts and fled without a fight. On Garden Street, on the sidewalk, a few Xingyi members covered in blood and clutching their wounds were chased down the street by Hengji members. At this moment, a group of people suddenly burst out from the intersection ahead. The two sides met, and upon seeing the white cloth on their arms, the Hengji members' faces lit up with joy as they shouted, "Brothers from Hongtu ahead, don't let them escape. These bastards just injured 3 of our brothers." Fei Lion immediately understood, raising his knife and pointing at the fleeing Xingyi members. "It's our own people. Damn it, help Hengji brothers and chop them to death." The Hengji members and Hongtu members joined forces, seamlessly wielding their machetes and steel pipes, charging towards the few short fellows. Some in their panic accidentally crashed into a garbage bin on the roadside and fell to the ground. A Hengji member seized the opportunity, swinging his steel pipe down hard on the back of a Xingyi member's head. Bang! The Xingyi member's eyes rolled back as he fell to the ground. Clang! The blade clashed against the steel pipe, sending sparks flying. Several injured Xingyi members fought desperately to block the attacks, but their fists were no match for 4 hands. Ugh! Cries of agony rose as Hengji and Hongtu members wielded their knives and clubs, taking down several in the blink of an eye. Crimson blood exploded on the asphalt, leaving shocking splashes of red. "Hengji brothers, let's move together." Fei Lion gasped, waving his hand to the many Hengji members beside him. "Let's go side by side." The two forces united in their fury, charging forward with great momentum. Time swiftly passed, as with their cooperative efforts, one Xingyi territory after another fell to both sides. As the sun reached its zenith in the prime of youth, I encountered the most formidable you. I sought to comfort my dear brother who had tragically perished, and to ease the burden of my sister-in-law, who toiled through the night. Wang Xiao, whose robust physique was beginning to falter, slept soundly until midday, only to be forcibly awakened by his vengeful sister-in-law. The two walked hand in hand out of the villa, Wang Xiao appearing drowsy, continuously yawning. "Damn it, you truly are a vixen." Yes, am I Sudaji now?" The young woman, Ai Lian, wore a subtle smile in her eyes, as if rejuvenated by spring. She linked her arm with her man, and softly urged, "Hurry up, don't let the old ghost men escape." "Why the rush? Now most of Hengji's men are in our hands. If he runs, it only makes it easier for us." Wang Xiao dragged his weary legs, stumbling out of the villa. They boarded the sedan, and the convoy set off. At Hengji's stronghold, the car door opened, and the old ghost men stepped out, accompanied by several trusted bodyguards as they entered the stronghold. Dragon Head. The 3 uncles, along with Yao Wen and Zi Jian, greeted the Dragon Head enthusiastically upon his arrival. Old ghost man nodded slightly in response, his gaze scanning the snow-covered stronghold, furrowing his brow as he inquired. "Yao Wen, the funeral is over. Why hasn't the mourning hall been dismantled?" Yao Wen, as the fiery cousin, was responsible for the funeral's concluding arrangements. Old Ghostman looked at Yao Wen, his words tinged with an undertone of reproach. "Uncle Min Ai Lian arranged for the mourning hall to remain untouched last night," Yao Wen explained helplessly. Old Ghost Min maintained a facade of calm, inwardly cursing Ai Lian for her meddling even after her husband's death. And this bastard Yao Wen was becoming increasingly reckless. Disregarding the Dragon Head's orders, he was obeying the whims of a woman. Sigh. Old Ghost Min's face showed sorrow as he sighed. Once a person dies, they cannot come back to life. I can understand Ai Lian's mood. She is struggling to accept it. But we the living must look ahead, don't you think? Yes. The three uncles nodded repeatedly, having grown increasingly adept at supporting Old Ghost Min over the years. Old Ghost Min cast a glance at Yao Wan and turned to command his loyal subordinate behind him. "A Chow, take your men and dismantle the morning hall." "Understood, boss." A Chow nodded and waved to several bodyguards. "Why are you all just standing there? Does the dragon head's command not hold more weight than a woman's words? Hurry up and tear it down." A Chow spoke while casting a sidelong glance at Yao when using subtle sarcasm to vent for the boss. Yao Wan maintained a stoic expression, unwilling to engage with a mere foot soldier. Just as Old Ghost Min settled down, the three uncles approached, eager to initiate a conversation. "Minga, have you heard about Shangyi? The snake skin was taken down last night. AI Lian joined forces with the Hong Tu Society to seize Shang-Yi's territory, and Shang-Yi has now been ousted." "I've heard. That snake skin had it coming." Old Ghost Min feigned delight, feeling gratified. AI Lian did well, who she avenged on Ming. If Ming knows from the netherworld, what more can a husband ask for with a wife like this? Old Ghost Min wore a broad smile, but secretly cursed the trio of Zijian, who stood pitifully aside, as useless. They squandered his support, unable to take down even a snake skin, allowing AI Lian to reap the benefits. And that Wang Xiao, that scoundrel. He used AI Lian and the dead fire-breathing Ming's name to insert himself into Hengji's ambitions, which had now become glaringly apparent. Old Ghost Min harbored deep resentment and fear, yet felt helpless in the face of Wang Xiao's righteous demeanor. With Wang Xiao, this man-eating tiger, backing her, it would not be so easy to deal with AI Lian. AI Lian performed admirably this time. "We at Hengji have gained considerable face." The three uncles praised her profusely, then abruptly shifted the topic, suddenly asking Minga, "Now that we've taken over Shang-Yi's territory, it's time to establish a new hall in Mongkok. What do you think, boss?" Old Ghost Min smirked, inwardly realizing that these three old ghosts, as always, sought to profit, while pushing him to the forefront to clash with AI Lian. Such good fortune does not exist. Old Ghost Min feigned contemplation, remaining silent. The three uncles exchanged glances, eager to persuade further. Meanwhile, A Chow was directing his subordinates to begin dismantling the portrait of the deceased fire-breathing Ming in the morning hall. Suddenly, an angry, hoarse reprimand echoed from outside. "Everyone stop." Hearing the voice, the crowd looked up, and over 20 gunmen from Sheng Tao wielding firearms swiftly circled around their boss, aiming at everyone present. "Hiss! What the hell?" A Chow Zijian and others gasped in shock. Old Ghost Min and Yao Wan widened their eyes, losing their usual composure. None of Hengji's people expected these thugs to draw their guns without uttering a word. Wang Xiao entered the morning hall, flanked by AI Lian and many Hengji's henchmen. AI Lian's underlings from the oil hemp hall bore bandages on many of their bodies. They had just taken down Shang-Yi Society the previous night, their murderous aura still palpable, each one displaying a fierce demeanor. "Mr. Wang, what do you mean by this?" The three uncles asked with troubled expressions. "Behave, sit down, and don't move." Wang Xiao smiled casually, waving his hand. "Lest my brothers lose their grip and take your precious lives." "What?" The crowd was startled at his words. They did not expect Wang Xiao, usually polite, to suddenly turn into a different person today. Fierce and brutal. "Who told you to move?" AI Lian's pretty face was filled with anger, her gaze fixed on the bodyguard, holding the portrait like an enraged female leopard. "Put it back, Sister AI Lian." The bodyguard struggled to swallow, pitifully calling out. He turned to A Chow, his attitude unmistakable. AI Lian pursed her red lips, remaining silent as she clicked her high heels, striding towards A Chow. A chaos heart skipped a beat. "Sister AI Lian, calm down. Calm down, my ass." AI Lian swung her hand and slapped A Chow hard across the face. "You, a mere foot soldier, who gave you the authority to act like this?" A Chow covered his face, not daring to utter a word. "You are too gentle, sister-in-law." Wang Xiao approached her side, coldly laughing. A Chow, faced with Wang Xiao's menacing gaze, silently lowered his head to hide his resentment. "The one who killed my brother is among you, isn't he?" Wang Xiao dropped a bombshell. "Mr. Wang, wasn't it the snake skin who tried to assassinate Ming Guo? What does this have to do with me?" "This matter has nothing to do with me." A chaos eyes flickered, stubbornly refusing to admit it. "Stubborn?" Wang Xiao smiled coldly, drawing out the big black star and pressing the barrel against the chaos forehead. "I want to see whether your mouth is stubborn or your head is hard." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and A Chow, a tough guy, fell silent, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground. In just a few exchanges, blood was shed, and the stronghold fell silent. The three uncles Yao Wan and Zijian instinctively turned their gaze to the dragon head Old Ghost Min. One must heed the master when beating a dog right. The other party clearly came with ill intentions. With the mask of civility torn away and feeling bullied, Old Ghost Min's face darkened as he angrily questioned. "Wang Xiao, have you gone mad? This is our Hengji's stronghold. In our territory, you dare to kill us. You are utterly lawless. AI Lian, are you trying to rebel? What are you bringing Wang Xiao and these gunmen here for? Do you really think that just because someone has a gun we will be afraid?" "Stop shouting," Wang Xiao, gun in hand, said nonchalantly. "I came today solely to avenge my brother." The crowd exchanged confused glances, somewhat puzzled. Wang Xiao, if you want revenge, go after the snake skin. Oh, what does threatening us mean? Old Ghost Min felt a tightness in his chest, though his face remained impassive. Truly cunning and crafty, Wang Xiao chuckled lightly before suddenly shouting, Old Ghost Min, it was you who killed my brother. Now that we've reached this point, how much longer do you plan to act innocent? The scene within the Hengji Hall was an uproar. How could the boss kill Mingo? Everyone looked astonished. Zijian and his companions cast wary glances at the group of gunmen, their expressions somewhat unnatural. I know you don't believe me, Wang Xiao scoffed, waving his hand. Today let the murderer explain himself clearly. Outside the hall, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as 2 squads of Sheng Tao gunmen escorted over a dozen young men into the morning hall. The leading young man lifted his head, his gaze automatically ignoring Zijian and the others, instantly locking onto the Old Ghost Min seated in the boss chair. The 2 locked eyes, and Old Ghost Min's pupils constricted as he slumped helplessly in his chair. Kneel down. A group of Sheng Tao gunmen violently kicked a few people down, shouting angrily, Lift your heads. The faces of the more than 10 young men turned pale as they were forced to raise their chins, facing the gazes of everyone present. Hey, it's you guys. Yao Wen and the 3 uncles widened their eyes in shock upon recognizing the leading young man's face. Everyone here should know them, Wang Xiao said coldly as he paced slowly. The one leading Ae is Old Ghost Min's adopted son, whom he raised since childhood. The knife wielders who killed my brother that night are among them, along with that Chao on the ground. 22 in total. Everyone was rendered speechless in astonishment, turning to look at the long-standing leader of the gang. Wang Xiao held his gun, casually walking up to Old Ghost Min. If witness testimony isn't enough, I have physical evidence. 2 older brothers from Sheng Tao stepped forward, unwrapping the packages in their hands. Clink. Over 20 knives fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound of metal. In another package were gloves and hoods, all stained with blood that had long dried to a dark red. Old Ghost Min, you old bastard. What else do you have to say? Ailey's subordinates from the oil hemp hall all wore expressions of rage, cursing loudly. The 3 uncles looked at their old leader, their hearts filled with mixed emotions, never expecting the cunning Old Ghost Min to suddenly fall into the hands of a young man. Old Ghost Min's face turned ashen as he slumped weakly in the boss chair. You old bastard. My brother was loyal to you, yet you treated him this way. Wang Xiao's eyes gleamed with violent hatred as he grabbed Old Ghost Min by the hair, forcefully slamming his head onto the long conference table. Crack. Old Ghost Min's nose broke, letting out a muffled groan of pain. You old thing, Wang Xiao asked coldly, whose blood is this? Do I need to call the cops to verify it? Under the fiery gazes of the crowd, Old Ghost Min was pressed against the table, blood streaming from his nose, looking utterly disheveled. He took a few gasping breaths, suddenly bursting into a hoarse, sharp laughter like a night owl. No need. To the victor goes the spoils, you I want quibble. Wang Xiao, I want to congratulate you, haha. He looked toward the brightly lit portrait of the deceased in front of the morning hall, his eyes full of mockery as he laughed recklessly. Hua Baoming had a good younger brother, oh. No, I should say a good wife, ha. So you've been watching me all along, you've included me in your plans. I have no complaints about losing. Hengji now belongs to you. That Ailey bitch, she got on you. Oh. Before Old Ghost Min could finish his words, he suddenly let out a wailing scream. Another curse. Wang Xiao's expression turned cold as he swiped his hand, pulling out a 3-edged dagger and stabbing it into Old Ghost Min's mouth. The blade entered through one side of his cheek, piercing through his tongue, nailing it to the wooden table. Huh. Old Ghost Min's face twisted in pain, his head tilted, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, making it hard for him to speak. The Hengji Hall fell into a deathly silence. Seeing Wang Xiao's violent gaze sweep across, the crowd looked terrified, silently lowering their heads as the sounds of the boss' painful gasps filled the air. Wang Xiao took a step back, and 2 older brothers from Sheng Tao stepped forward to take over, blocking Old Ghost Min's mouth and searching his body for weapons. You old dog. Ailey's eyes turned red, still feeling unsatisfied. If it weren't for Wang Xiao's prior arrangements, she would have loved to personally slice the old bastard into pieces. It's your turn now. Wang Xiao pulled out a handkerchief, gently wiping the blood from his hands while coldly gazing at Zijian and his companions. Will you confess yourselves, or shall I have them identify you? Zijian and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. They were involved too. At that moment, several young knife wielders kneeling on the ground suddenly looked up and pointed fingers. They conspired with Old Ghost Min to leak Hua Baoming's whereabouts. The crowd was stunned, disbelief etched on their faces. Mr. Wang, give me a chance. Zijian's gaze locked onto Wang Xiao, his face pleading. Wang Xiao's expression remained cold and unmoved. I gave you chances, but your ambitions were too great. After my older brother's death, I publicly stated my support for the sister-in-law in Hengji, and I even gave Zijian and the others a chance. They were the ones who were greedy for power and unwilling to actively ally with my agent. Since they were unwilling to be of one mind with me, they could not be kept alive now. Zijian's face darkened, his heart plummeting uncontrollably. He shared a glance with the 2 behind him, suddenly drawing out their daggers. They rushed toward the sister-in-law, Ailey, trying to take her as a hostage to exchange for their lives. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow and smiled completely unconcerned. Eileen's pretty face turned cold as she lifted her skirt, drawing out a revolver hidden beneath. Bang! Bang! The two men were shot in the chest, staggering backward, their bodies still propelled forward by inertia. Bang 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 bang. Aileen fired while retreating, her fingers continuously pulling the trigger, instantly emptying the revolver's chamber. The two traitors fell to the ground after being hit multiple times. Bastards. You got off too easy, Aileen said, coldly cursing as she reloaded. Click. She closed the chamber. Eileen's gaze turned icy as she raised her gun, aiming at her subordinate red stick. Sister-in-law. Zijian's lips trembled, his face full of despair. Aileen felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart, but it was quickly suppressed. Her voice was hoarse as she bid farewell. If you do wrong, you must bear the consequences. Go accompany your brother. Those who live a life of crime will eventually meet this day. Oh, wait for me to find you. Zijian smiled bitterly, learning his last lesson before death, his eyes filled with deep despair. Bang! Aileen pulled the trigger, sending away the red stick she had nurtured for years. Finish him off. Wang Xiao shot a glare at the sorrowful sister-in-law, gesturing to his subordinates. Leave him a whole corpse and bury him. Bang bang. The experienced Sheng Tao brothers shot twice, crushing the brain, then dragged the corpse aside. Behind them, Xiao Ma confidently put away his handgun and leaned closer to Awu. Sister-in-law is truly formidable, having risen through the ranks in the underworld. Awu nodded in agreement, glancing at their indifferent boss ahead. One can't sleep in the same bed and produce two kinds of people. They're all quite ruthless. Wang Xiao ignored Yao when smiling as he looked at the three shocked uncles. As elders of Hengji, how should we deal with those who harm our fellow brothers according to gang rules? Under the gun's muzzle, the three old ghosts each wore a righteous expression, responding in a chaotic chorus. Mr. Wang, according to my Hung Men rules, those who harm fellow brothers should face extreme punishment. The 36 oaths of Hung Men. Those who slander brothers or harm the head of the sect shall be struck by 5 thunders. The lightest punishment is 3 knives and 6 holes. The heaviest is self-binding suicide. Suicide. Wang Xiao chuckled, glancing at the sister-in-law. Suicide is too easy for them. Aileen stepped forward with a fierce gaze, her voice hoarse as she said. A Ming laid the foundation for the gang during his lifetime, while old ghost Min, as the boss, conspired against a meritorious minister only to maintain his own grip on power. The brothers fought for the gang and righteousness, yet he as the boss secretly colluded with the enemy. How many brothers have died because of his selfishness? He is unworthy to be the boss of the gang. He must face extreme punishment today, dying under the chaos of knives. Wang Xiao narrowed his eyes, smiling as he asked, what do you three think? The three uncles were terrified, yet they spoke with righteous indignation. We support Aileen. This kind of scoundrel is unworthy to be the boss. He must face extreme punishment. Good. Wang Xiao nodded in satisfaction, scanning the crowd with a meaningful gaze. So who will carry out the execution? The remaining dozen or so people present were all loyal bodyguards of old ghost Min and the three uncles. Without waiting for everyone to speak, Wang Xiao turned his gaze to 3 of old ghost Min's bodyguards and commanded, you come. The 3 gang bodyguards looked at the disheveled old ghost Min, their expressions somewhat reluctant, hesitating slightly. Don't want to. Wang Xiao smiled ominously. Then you can go die with him. I gave them a chance, yet they didn't cherish it. With a glance from Wang Xiao, several older brothers from Sheng Tao grinned ferociously and kicked hard at the knees of the 3. Mr. Wang. The 3 shouted in horror as their bodies lost balance and fell to the ground. Several older brothers from Sheng Tao remained silent, guns pressed closely against the backs of their heads. Bang 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 bang. The 3 had their heads blown open, collapsing to the ground. In just a few minutes, with a single word from Wang Xiao, several people fell dead. The air in the morning hall was thick with the stench of blood. Everyone remained frozen, unable to move. The 3 uncles and Yao Wen gazed at Wang Xiao's cold demeanor, internally lamenting, finally witnessing Wang Xiao's true face. Wang Xiao tore away his past facade of politeness, exuding an aura that struck fear into the hearts of those present. The other party had long set their sights on Hengji, yet they lay in wait like a fierce tiger in the mountains, holding their breath, lurking low, motionless, until they struck, delivering a lethal blow. The damned are dead. Put away the guns. Wang Xiao waved his hand lightly. The brothers of Sheng Tao put away their firearms, and the 3 uncles couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, shaking their heads in resignation. The other party sought revenge for their sworn brother. Though their methods were ruthless, they had justification. Who could say Wang Xiao was in the wrong? Wang Xiao strolled over to the gang's throne and gestured with his chin towards his sister-in-law. Aileen nodded in tacit agreement and said solemnly, 3 uncles, on the night Ming lost his life, we held a meeting to discuss who could avenge him, and the Yao Ma Ti faction was assigned to him. Now I have done it. I want to step up and take charge. Do you accept it? The 3 old ghosts glanced at the old ghost Min, who was kneeling on the ground awaiting judgment, and expressed their agreement one after another. I agree. I also agree. Good. Thank you, 3 uncles. Alien's tense expression eased slightly as she suddenly said, old ghost Min must be dealt with severely, but the gang cannot be without a leader for a single day. Three uncles, I joined the gang since I was little. Over the years, every time there was a matter in the gang, didn't I handle it beautifully? Now that such a scandal has occurred in the gang, with a slight misstep, Hengji will crumble entirely. At this crucial moment, I, Alien, am willing to step up and take on the role of the leader. Do you support me? Aren't you content with just one faction? The three old ghosts shot a glance at the smiling Wang Xiao, feeling indignant, and coughed lightly to speak. Well, Alien, a woman as the leader has not happened in Hengji for decades. Who said women can't be leaders? Wang Xiao leaned back in the throne, casually saying, how did Wang Fengyi from the neighboring Chuanqing society become a female leader? How did the 13 sisters just emerging in Bolin Street become the boss? Times have changed. We need to broaden our horizons and not cling to outdated ideas. Having justified avenging his elder brother, Wang Xiao expressed his stance and said no more. Just as his words fell, Alien's face turned cold as she slammed her revolver onto the table. In terms of seniority, I have been in the game longer than Wang Fengyi and the 13 sisters. If they can do it, why can't I? The three old ghosts fell silent, unable to respond. The three uncles have watched me, Alien, grow up. I have always regarded you as family. Alien's eyes glistened with tears, a hint of mist rising as she spoke indignantly. Over the years I have poured my heart and soul into the gang, yet I never expected my uncles to hold me in such disdain. If the gang no longer needs me, then I have nothing more to say. I might as well switch factions. Watching the exchange between the uncle and niece, Yaowen couldn't help but smile. Among the four factions of Hengji, Yao Ma Ti, Sham Shui, Pawan Shai, and Sim Sha Sui, the largest was Yao Ma Ti. The remaining three factions were all led by the little brothers, personally trained by the three uncles. Alien held a significant portion of the gang's manpower. If she transferred to another gang, Hengji would surely fall into disarray, and disbandment would not be far behind. Alien, take your time to speak, the three old ghosts urged repeatedly. You are already 30, why are you still throwing tantrums like a child? Alien's chest rose and fell, her face filled with grievance and dissatisfaction, her gaze subtly turning to her man as she blinked proudly. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow and smiled. The three old ghosts were reluctant, but helplessly the die was cast. Moreover, there loomed a man-eating tiger on the throne beside them, watching them closely. After a brief exchange of glances, the three old ghosts stood up and looked at the gang members, commanding in a low voice, "Open the incense hall." About half an hour later, the bodies in the hall were dealt with. The underlings of the three uncles from Sham Shui, Pai Sim Sha Sui, and Wan Chai hurriedly arrived for the meeting. Incense hall is ready. Everyone stood solemnly facing the incense hall. "Ah Xiao," Alien called out, turning back, her eyes filled with anticipation, her voice trembling. Everyone stood solemnly facing the incense hall. "Ah Xiao," Alien called out, turning back, her eyes filled with anticipation, her voice trembling slightly. Wang Xiao stepped forward confidently. In front of the hall, the three leaders and the core members of Hengji looked on in astonishment. The seasoned members from Yao Ma Ti smiled, each willingly making way. Wang Xiao boldly approached the incense hall, seemingly oblivious to those around him, and sat down in the left grand chair. The left side was honored, and the right was secondary. The eyes of the three uncles brightened. Instead of being angry, they showed smiles. From today onwards, Hengji has gained a billionaire patron behind it. Wang Xiao sat in the grand chair, lightly tapping on the desk beside him. With two loud knocks, dozens of core members of Hengji turned their gazes towards him. "From today onwards, my Emperor group will fully support Hengji." Wang Xiao's tone was light, yet it resonated with authority. "Thank you, Mr. Wang." The three uncles slightly bowed, leading the way and expressing their gratitude. The scent of incense wafted upwards as the three uncles held incense sticks respectfully, offering them into the incense burner, then turned to stand beside the kneeling first female leader. Alien, Hengji has a history of decades, though we absolutely cannot let it end in our generation. The three uncles, who had weathered many storms over the years, now wore solemn expressions and earnestly reminded her. "From today onwards, the heavy responsibility of the gang will be entrusted to you. I hope you lead the gang forward, making the title stand firm in Hong Kong." Alien's expression was serious as she crossed her hands over her chest, forming the Hung Mun gesture, solemnly guaranteeing, "Please rest assured, three uncles, I can bear this burden and carry it steadily." The three uncles nodded slightly, their gazes sweeping over the solemn-faced Hengji members present, raising their voices to declare, "Guansheng Dijun, and all the ancestors above." Old ghost men of Hengji plotted against his own brothers, committing heinous crimes. Today, in this incense hall, we shall publicly deal with him severely. Old ghost men bound at the hands knelt to the side, his face pale and his heart filled with despair. However, the gang cannot be without a leader for even a day. Out today, in the presence of the three of us and many fellow brothers, Hengji will elect a new leader. Please have the new leader pay respects to the ancestors. Alien knelt on the mat respectfully, receiving the incense, facing the ancestral tablets, and loudly declared, "Guansheng Dijun, and all the ancestors above. I, Alien of Hengji, today take up the position of leader 489 to govern Hengji. I, Alien, swear this oath publicly today." Alien held the incense, her hands trembling slightly, her gaze sweeping over the gilded characters on the tablets as her cold voice resonated in the incense hall. In this life, I will protect Hengji, ensuring my brothers remain unharmed, safeguarding every inch of territory and not losing any loyalty. If I violate this oath, let the ancestors judge me, and may I bleed on the spot, my soul never to return. Having made the vow, Alian rose, raising the incense above her head, and under the gaze of everyone, after 3 bows, she firmly inserted the incense into the burner. The 3 uncles as witnesses led the way as the eldest old ghost wrote, Alian in the leader column of the gang roster, then turned to hold the roster high for everyone to see. All the numerous Hengji members present, upon seeing the roster held high by the gang's elder, bowed their heads in respect. We pay our respects to the leader.